The night is still, and the stars are scattered like soft pinpricks of light across a dark velvet sky. Outside, the world is quiet, tucked into sleep, wrapped in the hush of dreams. And here, in this moment, you are safe and warm, ready to step once more into a story that lives at the edge of wonder. Tonight, we return to the world of Harry Potter, but not to the early adventures, not to wide-eyed discoveries or the first sparks of magic. No, tonight we slip gently into a deeper, more shadowed chapter, one where the stakes are higher, the nights feel longer, and the path ahead is tangled with fear and truth. This is Harry Potter and the Order of the Phoenix, the 5th book in J.K. Rowling's beloved series. It's a story of rebellion and resilience, of loneliness and longing, of courage that rises even in silence. A story where Harry, no longer just a boy with a scar and a story, begins to understand what it means to carry the weight of loss and the burden of truth. Here, the world of Hogwarts is darker, not only because Lord Voldemort has returned, but because those in power refuse to see, refuse to believe. And so truth becomes a quiet act of resistance, a secret classroom, a whispered spell, a defiant glance across a corridor. This tale is not just about magic, it's about finding your voice when no one wants to hear it. It's about holding fast to your friends when the world starts to turn away. And it's about learning, slowly, painfully, beautifully, that love and loss are bound together. Always. Let us now set the scene. We begin, not in the grand halls of Hogwarts, but under a stifling summer sky. Privet Drive is still and heavy with heat. The sun has dipped below the rooftops, leaving behind a golden smear of light, and everything feels a little too quiet. A little too tense. Harry Potter lies beneath a hedge trying to catch the news. Not wizarding news. There is none of that to be had here. No, just the Muggle news, humming from a nearby open window. He listens for something, anything that might hint at the truth he knows. Because Harry is waiting. He is waiting for the world to catch up to what he saw just weeks ago. A flash of green light, the return of a dark wizard, and the shattering of everything that felt safe. But the world is quiet. Too quiet. And Harry, he is angry. Not the tantrum kind of angry, nor the sulking sort. This is the slow burn of being dismissed, ignored, silenced. A silent fury born of fear and confusion. No one is telling him anything. No owls. No letters. No Dumbledore. He is stranded in the heat, cut off from the people he trusts, the world he belongs to. And it is in this thick, oppressive air that the story begins to stir. A low, humming danger draws near, an invisible presence, dark and hungry. 2 Dementors, soulless, cloaked things, slip into the Muggle world. But that, we will reach in time. For now, let's rest in this moment between stories, between spells, between summers. Let your breath slow. Let the rhythm of the tale carry you. This book is a turning point in the series. The magic is still here, but now it hides in shadows. The laughter still comes, but sometimes through tears. There are dreams, yes, but some are haunted. And hope must be kindled, carefully, quietly, like a flame in a storm. Throughout this story, we will walk beside Harry as he navigates his 5th year at Hogwarts, but also his growing place in a world at war. We'll meet new characters who shimmer with quiet strength. We'll watch as friendships are tested and deepened. We'll slip into secret meetings and forbidden spells. And we'll sit quietly in grief, learning how even sorrow can be a teacher. All of it, told gently, softly, without sharp corners. You needn't worry about shocks or surprises tonight. We'll take our time, chapter by chapter, letting the world open like a dream, slowly, softly, safely. Because the point of this journey isn't to rush toward the end. It's to walk together, step by step, and notice the beauty in the in-between. So, Curl beneath the covers. Let your eyes grow heavy. And as the first chapter begins, know this. You are returning to a world that remembers you. A world that welcomes you. A world that, even in its darkest hour, still has room for light.
Chapter 1. Dudley Demented. The air in Little Whinging is thick with the kind of heat that clings to your skin and hums in your ears. It's late, well past the golden hour, and the streets are caught in that strange in-between of summer dusk, half shadow,
half glow. Somewhere far off, a lawn sprinkler ticks, slow and rhythmic. A dog barks and is answered only by silence. And in the midst of all this sleepy suburbia, Harry Potter lies flat on his back in the flower bed behind number 4, Privet Drive. He is listening, not for footsteps or spells or even the sound of a wand being drawn. No. He's listening to the Muggle news through the open window, grasping for some hint, some whisper of the magical world that has gone silent on him. Because Harry is alone. He's been back with the Dursleys for weeks now. Weeks of watching the sun rise and fall, of endless silence from Ron, Hermione, Dumbledore, everyone. Not even Sirius has written. No word. No explanation. And this silence, it itches. It burns. It coils inside his chest like a restless snake. The only letters he receives are carefully controlled, cautious things. A few vague words from Hermione and Ron, but no details, no answers. Just polite apologies and hints of being watched. Even Hedwig, his snowy owl, seems to share in his frustration, cooped up, restless, and snapping at fingers when crossed, and so Harry waits. One evening, after a particularly dull and heated dinner with the Dursleys, Harry steps out. Not for adventure, nor to stir trouble, but simply to walk, to breathe, to let the air cool his thoughts and his fury. As he wanders the streets, the sky turns a soft bruise of purple and gray, and shadows gather in corners like secrets. He moves past playgrounds and lampposts, past fences and garden gnomes, until he finds himself crossing paths with none other than Dudley Dursley. Dudley, who is no longer the chubby little boy who once chased after sweets. He's grown into a broad, heavy teenager, still cruel, still smirking, and now swaggering with the pride of a boxing champion. Harry and Dudley exchange words. They never did get along, and that hasn't changed, but suddenly, the night changes. The temperature drops, not just cool, but cold, bone-deep, breath-stealing cold, and the shadows stretch long. Without warning, Harry feels it, that familiar, dreadful sensation. The air grows thick and still, the warmth is sucked from the world, and the light dims unnaturally. Dementors. 2 of them. Here, in the middle of Little Whinging, in the heart of the Muggle world. The creatures glide soundlessly. Toward them, cloaked in black, faces hidden, hunger radiating from them like poison. Dudley cannot see them, but he feels them, and he panics. Harry reaches for his wand. The Ministry has forbidden him from using magic outside of school, but this isn't about rules now, this is about survival. And so, with a steadying breath, he calls it forth. Expecto Patronum, he whispers, then louder, his voice cutting through the chill. From the tip of his wand, silver light bursts forth. His Patronus, shimmering, bright, and wild, charges toward the Dementors, driving them back, protecting them both. It takes 2 tries. The fear nearly drowns him, but Harry fights through it, heart pounding, breath ragged. When it's over, the air begins to warm again. Slowly, softly, but the damage is done. Dudley is shaken, barely able to speak. Harry helps him home, dragging him along, knowing full well that questions will follow, and not just from Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon. Back at number 4, chaos reigns. Dudley is delirious, muttering nonsense about cold and darkness. The Dursleys are furious, terrified, and blaming Harry, and then an owl. Not one, but several. One screeches in through the window with a sharp official letter from the Ministry of Magic. Harry is expelled from Hogwarts for using magic in the presence of a Muggle. The words hang in the air like ice. Expelled. The very sound of it is unreal. Heavy. Final. But another owl comes quickly. This one from Arthur Weasley. Don't do anything. Don't leave. Dumbledore is trying to sort it out. And then another owl. Amelia Bones, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. She writes that there will be a disciplinary hearing. Suddenly, things are no longer still. The world that was so silent for weeks has burst open with movement, fear, and uncertainty. But even in the noise, even in the chaos, Harry feels something small spark inside him. Not hope, not yet, but motion. A sense that the stillness is cracking, that someone is watching, that the story is shifting. The chapter closes with Harry in his tiny room, Hedwig rustling gently in her cage. Outside, the summer night presses, in around the house. But within Harry, something stirs, a quiet fire, a calm before a deeper storm. And as he lies back on his narrow bed, wand closed, the air thick with tension, we slip away with him, into sleep, into waiting, into the unfolding mystery of what comes next. Chapter 2. A Peck of Owls. Night presses in around the house on Privet Drive. The air is dense with heat, yes, but also something else, something tight and tense. The kind of silence that crackles, like thunder waiting in the wings. Inside, the Dursley household has been turned upside down. Harry has just fought off 2 Dementors, dark, soulless creatures drawn to despair, and saved his cousin Dudley's life with the Patronus charm. But instead of gratitude, he has been met with suspicion, anger, and an Owl-born decree. He is to be expelled from Hogwarts. The letter from the ministry arrived swift and sharp, echoing like a gavel through the still room. Expelled. A word that seems far too loud in the quiet of the house. Too heavy for the boy who sits there, wand still trembling slightly in his hand. Uncle Vernon is shouting. Dudley is groaning softly, still pale and trembling from the Dementor's attack. And Harry is caught in the center of it all, half in this world, half in the other, trying to piece together what just happened. But before the dust can settle, another owl swoops in. This one carries a message from Arthur Weasley, gentle and hurried. Do not leave your aunt and uncle's house. Do not do any more magic. Do not surrender your wand. Dumbledore is trying to stop the ministry from acting immediately. It's a small balm, a whisper of hope. A reminder that somewhere out there, people are still looking out for him, even if from a distance. More owls follow. One from Sirius, brief and tense, warning Harry not to leave the house. Another from the ministry again, softening their tone. He is not yet expelled, they clarify. There will be a disciplinary hearing to determine his fate. Just like that, the word loses its finality. It becomes a maybe, a question mark, rather than a closed door. Still frightening, yes, but not the end. Harry tries to explain what happened to the Dursleys. It's not easy. They don't understand the magical world, don't want to. But Petunia, she reacts in a way that surprises even Harry. When he says the word Dementor, she gasps. She knows what they are. Harry turns to her astonished. How do you know that word? He asks, and her answer is quiet, measured. I heard that awful boy talk about them, she says. That boy, of course, is her sister's friend, Severus Snape. It's a moment that catches like a spark in the dark, a brief glimpse into Petunia's past, into the edges of a world she tried so hard to erase from her memory. But before the moment can unfold further, chaos descends again. The room is suddenly filled with shouting, with outrage, with panic. Uncle Vernon wants Harry out, gone, expelled, or not. He's furious, frightened, and unwilling to share his home with a boy who attracts those things. But then, another owl. And this one bears a message from Dumbledore himself, not written directly to Harry. No, this is a letter for Petunia. A single sentence, written in a firm, elegant hand. Remember my last, Petunia. The words freeze the room. Uncle Vernon is puzzled. Harry is stunned. But Petunia, she goes pale. She reads the note, reads it again, and then quietly, firmly, says, "He stays." Just like that, Harry is allowed to remain at number 4. No explanation, no argument. Dumbledore's words carry more weight than anyone could have guessed, and so the matter is closed. The rest of the evening unfolds like a strange, uneasy dream. Dudley is tucked into bed, still shaken. The owls have stopped arriving, though feathers and parchment still litter the floor. And Harry, he is left in his room alone once more, but this loneliness feels different now, because something is shifting. He is not forgotten. Dumbledore, Sirius, Arthur, they're out there, watching, planning, preparing. Even in the thick, stifling heat of his small bedroom, Harry feels the air begin to stir, like a breeze coming in from far away, like the faintest rustle of wings in the dark. He lies back on his narrow bed, eyes open, heart beating softly, and though his mind is a tangle of questions and fears, one thing remains clear. The world is waking. The war is stirring. And Harry is no longer just a boy in a cupboard. He is something more now. Something the world is watching. The chapter ends with the feeling of things moving, unseen, beyond the hedges and windows. As though the story has cracked open just a little more. And for now, as the summer night deepens and the heat begins to fade, we rest in the knowledge that change is coming. Not loudly, not all at once, but softly, like a whisper. Chapter 3, The Advance Guard. It is the night after everything changed, after the Dementors in the alley, after the letters from the Ministry, after the strange, powerful message from Dumbledore to Aunt Petunia. Remember my last. Harry has been allowed to stay, but he knows it's only a pause in the storm. The air inside number 4 is stiff with tension. The Dursleys are walking on eggshells. Dudley flinches at shadows. Petunia keeps glancing toward Harry's door, as though expecting something or someone to appear. And Harry? Harry is waiting. He lies on his bed, fully dressed, his wand close, his senses stretched thin. Somewhere out there, people know what's happened. They're preparing. And he is ready to leave. He doesn't know how it will happen. He only knows that it will. And then, suddenly, like the smallest flicker of breeze brushing a curtain, it begins. A noise. Not loud, but sharp. A rustle. A creak. And then a whisper of voices. Low, urgent, steady. Harry jumps to his feet, grabs his wand, and peers out the window. But it's not from the street that rescue will come. It comes from the air. With a quiet rush of movement, the advance guard arrives. They slip into number 4, not with thunder or flash, but with purpose, efficient, silent, focused. One by one, they step into the Dursleys' tidy, beige world like shadows come to life. Leading them is Moody, Alastair Moody, mad-eyed, with his scarred face and spinning magical eye. His presence is fierce, electric, yet somehow comforting. This is a man who takes danger seriously, a man who knows how to protect. Beside him is Tonks, young, sprightly, and ever-changing. Her hair is a shocking shade of bubblegum pink tonight, and she carries herself with a kind of clumsy charm. She grins at Harry and accidentally knocks over a small table with her boot. "Whoops," she says softly, and winks. Then comes Kingsley Shacklebolt, calm and deep-voiced. His words are careful, measured, like stone smoothed by water. Behind him, more familiar faces emerge. Lupin, gentle-eyed, tired-looking, but warm as ever. There's safety in his presence. Harry remembers long nights in the 3rd year. Defense. Lessons, chocolate after fear. Lupin is the kind of person whose silence is never cold. It's steady, protective. Daedalus Diggle, Emmeline Vance, Sturgis Podmore, Elphias Doge. Some of these names Harry only knows vaguely, whispered in connection with Dumbledore. But all of them are part of something larger now, the Order of the Phoenix. They're here to take Harry, to bring him to safety, to the headquarters of a group who have gathered in the shadows once more because Voldemort has returned, and too many still refuse to believe it. They are his guard, and their mission is quiet, swift, and precise. They explain the plan. Harry cannot use magic. He cannot touch a portkey or apparate, so he will fly, with them, on broomsticks, across the countryside, under cover of darkness, far away from Privet Drive. Harry is ready. Before leaving, he gathers his things, his trunk, his owl head wig, his wand. He doesn't wake the Dursleys. There is no goodbye. Only the faint smell of roast beef still lingering in the hallway. Tonks helps him pack. She chats as she goes, her wand flicking here and there, shrinking his belongings, levitating his books, teasing about his messy trunk. She shows him her ability as a metamorph magus, shifting her nose into a duck's bill, then a pig's snout just to lighten the mood, and Harry laughs. It's a soft laugh, unsure, but real. They step outside. The street is quiet, moon-washed and still. And then, the flight begins. The guard lifts off one by one, their brooms slicing gently through the air, leaving behind only a breath of wind and the distant hum of the night. Harry follows. They fly in formation, high above the roofs and chimneys, the lights of Little Whinging shrinking behind them like stars blinking out. The air is cool up here, thin, refreshing. The darkness feels open like a sea of velvet stretching in every direction. Below them, fields and trees roll by in silver and black. Occasionally, a distant car headlights cut the dark, or a barn glows faintly in the distance. But mostly, it is peaceful. A kind of freedom Harry hasn't felt in weeks. No walls, no curtains, drawn tight, no Dursleys peering suspiciously through the door. Just open sky. The guard flies swiftly and silently, keeping close together. Moody leads, his magical eye ever scanning. Lupin watches Harry from behind, ready should anything go wrong. And Tonks loops through the air in light spirals, like a firefly just a little too restless to fly straight. There's a tension beneath it all, yes, a caution, but also a quiet triumph. Harry is no longer alone. He is with his people, his world, and finally, after miles of silent flight, they arrive. A quiet London street, full of identical houses, ordinary, unremarkable. But one house is different. Number 12, Grimmauld Place. It does not appear at first. Then, with the subtle shift of unseen magic, the houses part like curtains, and a hidden building stretches. Into view, tall, dark, and narrow, it is old, heavy with secrets, and very much alive in its silence. This is headquarters, the new home of the Order, and for now, Harry's sanctuary. He touches down gently, feet brushing the pavement. Tonks grins. Moody nods. Lupin claps a hand on Harry's shoulder, firm and kind. The door creaks open, and Harry steps into the shadows of number 12. Inside waits a world of whispers, of plans drawn in quiet rooms, of memories and ghosts. But also, the people who have not forgotten him, who have prepared, who believe. And as the door closes behind him, sealing out the night and all that it held, a sense of belonging, long missed, settles quietly over him. For the first time in weeks, Harry breathes deeply. He is no longer on the outside. He is home. Chapter 4, Number 12, Grimmauld Place. The inside of Number 12 is dim, steeped in silence, like an old photograph no one dares to touch. The hallway stretches long and narrow, cloaked in shadows and faded grandeur. Dust clings to the air, like mist. Dark wallpaper peels in delicate curls, and portraits line the walls like forgotten sentinels, some asleep, some whispering. Harry steps inside quietly, his presence barely stirring the air. He has no idea what this place is, only that it feels both secret and sorrowful. Tonks guides him in, her wand glowing faintly. She stumbles on an umbrella stand, and a sharp metallic clang echoes down the corridor. Shh! Moody growls softly, casting a wary glance toward a long velvet curtain on the wall. Too late. A shrill, furious scream pierces the stillness like glass shattering in the dark. A woman's voice, cracked and wild, screeches from behind the curtain. Filth! Scum! Blood traitors! Mudbloods! The portrait of an old woman has awakened, her eyes mad with fury, her mouth twisted in hatred. She is Mrs. Black, Sirius Black's mother. It takes the full force of Lupin, Moody, and Tonks to yank the curtains closed again, smothering her voice. The house groans and settles into silence once more. The moment passes, but a residue of bitterness lingers in the air. Harry stands frozen, and then he hears a familiar voice, a laugh, deep, dry, laced with a kind of dark amusement, and suddenly, there he is, Sirius Black, alive, real, standing in the shadows of his childhood home. His hair is long, his eyes tired, but there is warmth in his smile when he sees Harry. A warmth that cuts through the gloom like firelight. "Welcome to headquarters," Sirius says softly. He doesn't say welcome home, though that would be true too. This is Sirius's home. Or was once. Now it's a tomb with furniture. But he's here. And Harry, seeing him again, feels a swell of something that's part relief, part wonder. The man he freed from Azkaban is not just a name in a newspaper. He is here. And he is family. Soon, they're joined by two more familiar faces, Ron and Hermione. Ron's hair is as unruly as ever, and he looks equal parts excited and guilty. Hermione rushes to hug Harry, worry in her voice even as she beams with relief. "Harry, we've been here for days. We wanted to write, we really did. But Dumbledore said no." She rattles on, trying to explain, to apologize, her words flowing, like water over stone. Ron mumbles his agreement, cheeks red. Harry feels it all at once. Relief, confusion, frustration. Why hadn't anyone told him anything? Why the silence all summer? But there's no room for anger now. They are here, together. And the house begins to feel a little less lonely. They talk for hours, quiet voices echoing in the dark corridors. Hermione explains that the Order of the Phoenix is using the house as their headquarters. Dumbledore's old group, reassembled to fight Voldemort again. People like Moody, Lupin, Kingsley Shacklebolt, and Mr. and Mrs. Weasley, Ron and Hermione are not allowed in the meetings, nor is Harry. But they've overheard things. Whispers through the floorboards, conversations half caught through the cracks in the doors. There is danger, there is secrecy, and there is resistance. Harry listens, absorbing every detail. He feels, finally, like the world is moving again, and that he has a place in it. Later, Sirius leads him through the house. It is a place of deep shadows and deeper memories. Tapestries line the walls, tracing the Black family lineage. Names burned out in black where sons and daughters were disowned. The house feels haunted, not by ghosts, but by hate. There is Creature, the Black family's house elf, muttering under his breath as he shuffles through the halls. He eyes Harry and the others with suspicion, mumbling about blood traitors and shame. Sirius hates him, but Creature is bound to the house, and Harry sees that Sirius is in some ways bound to it too. He is not free here. Not really. He is a prisoner, in the place he escaped long ago. And even as he moves through its rooms, there's a restlessness in him, a hunger to fight, to do something. But for now, there is only waiting. Downstairs, Mrs. Weasley is organizing everything. She's scrubbing cabinets, blasting away doxy nests, and shouting orders like a general. The house is full of old magic, strange, clinging, and sometimes dangerous. There are cursed items hidden in drawers, portraits that whisper insults, silver. that burns the touch, and still everyone works. This is the home of resistance, even if it creaks and groans and screams. Upstairs, the bedrooms are cramped but cozy. Ron and Hermione have been staying here with the twins, Fred and George, who are busy testing products for their joke shop. Tonks pops in occasionally, her hair changing color at will, and Lupin offers quiet encouragement to Sirius when the house weighs too heavily. They are a patchwork family, drawn together by war, stitched with trust. And Harry begins to feel like he belongs again. There is still anger in him, yes. Still questions, still pain from being kept in the dark. But the silence has broken. The world is moving, and the war is real. They are not children playing at magic anymore. They are part of something larger. A force gathered not just to fight, but to protect. As night deepens, the house grows quieter. The candles flicker in the hallway. The ticking of a distant clock becomes the heartbeat of the home. And somewhere beyond the shuttered windows, the wind begins to stir. Harry lies in bed, listening to the sounds of the old house breathing. There are footsteps above, a door creaking open, the soft thud of a drawer being closed. He does not feel afraid. He feels watched over, protected by people who love him, by friends who didn't forget, by a godfather who would burn the whole house down just to see Harry safe. As he drifts towards sleep, Harry thinks of Dumbledore, of the Order, of the world that waits beyond these walls, and somewhere deep inside him he feels a spark. Not hope, not yet, but readiness. The house holds many secrets, but so does Harry, and soon they will both begin to reveal them. Chapter 5. The Order of the Phoenix. The morning is slow to arrive. Soft gray light filters in through moth-eaten curtains, brushing gently against the worn wood of the floorboards. Somewhere below, a kettle whistles, and the smell of toast drifts upward, a sign that Mrs. Weasley is already awake, bustling about the kitchen. Harry stirs. His dreams had been thick and unsettled, shadows of Dementors, of whispered voices in empty rooms. But now he wakes to voices more familiar, Ron and Hermione speaking in low tones across the room. They fall silent when he opens his eyes. Soon, the three of them are padding downstairs, drawn by the promise of breakfast, and, perhaps more importantly, answers. The kitchen of number 12, Grimmauld Place, is a long stone chamber, dark, old, and heavy with the scent of polished iron and dusted spice. There's a great wooden table stretching through the middle, its surface scattered with parchment, mugs, and spell ingredients. A fire crackles quietly in the hearth. Around the table sit members of the Order of the Phoenix, each one cloaked. Not in robes of splendor, but in layers of weariness and purpose. Lupin is there, reading through a long scroll of parchment. His eyes are tired but kind, always kind. Tonks, bright-haired and slightly clumsy, munches on toast while fiddling with a butter knife that keeps trying to turn into a spoon. Moody growls now and then at the Daily Prophet, which he scans with both his magical eye and his normal one. And then there's Sirius, his presence unmistakable, leaning against the mantelpiece with arms folded, eyes dark and unreadable. Mrs. Weasley gives a warm, if distracted, greeting. She's already bustling from stove to table, summoning plates, pouring juice, and occasionally shooing away Fred and George, who keep dropping mysterious items under the table. There's a tension in the air today, thick, like fog on a winter morning. Because tonight, there will be a meeting. The Order is gathering, and Harry wants more than anything to be part of it. He has questions. So many. About Voldemort. About the prophecy he's overheard whispers of. About why Dumbledore has kept him at arm's length. But most of all, why no one seems to trust him with the truth. The day drifts on with quiet chores. Everyone seems busy. Mrs. Weasley has organized a full cleaning operation, and Harry, Ron, and Hermione are swept up in the effort. They scrub foul cupboards that hiss when opened. They remove curtains that have grown eyes. They toss out books that scream when touched. Fred and George find it all rather hilarious. The twins, ever resourceful, are testing their new products, skiving snack boxes, canary creams, fainting fancies, and trying them out on one another with impressive results. There's laughter, yes. But under it all is a tension, like strings drawn too tight. That night, as the sun sinks behind grim rooftops, the house begins to shift. More footsteps echo in the hall. Voices murmur just out of earshot. And then, the kitchen door is closed. The Order begins its meeting. Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Ginny are sent upstairs like children at bedtime. They protest. Loudly. Harry especially feels the frustration bubbling up in him like a kettle long forgotten on the stove. He's faced Voldemort. He's fought Death Eaters. Why shouldn't he be told what's going on? But Mrs. Weasley stands firm. Dumbledore's orders, she says, and that's the end of it. Frustrated, the group retreats to the upstairs drawing room, where they pace and fume and speculate. But Sirius sees Harry's face, and a few minutes later, he reappears. His voice is low. Come downstairs, he says quietly, a hint of rebellion in his tone. You deserve to know something, Mrs. Weasley argues, of course. She insists that they're too young, that Dumbledore wouldn't approve. There's a tense exchange, Sirius's frustration bubbling to the surface. But eventually, the adults relent. Some of them, anyway. Harry, Ron, and Hermione sit down, at the table with the Order, and finally, the truth begins to unfold, slowly, carefully, like a wound being unwrapped. They learn that Voldemort is building power again, not openly, not yet, but in shadows. He is recruiting. Whispering in the ears of old allies, tempting those in the Ministry who crave influence or fear chaos. The Order is working to stop him, but they're doing it without the support of the Ministry, which continues to deny Voldemort's return entirely. The Daily Prophet has been running a smear campaign against Harry and Dumbledore. Harry listens in quiet fury as they explain how Fudge, the Minister of Magic, fears Dumbledore more than he fears Voldemort. He thinks Dumbledore is trying to overthrow him, that Harry is just a pawn in some grand political move. It's maddening, but it also explains why he's been silenced, why no one would answer his letters, why he's been left in the dark. The truth is far more frightening than lies. They speak of the Department of Mysteries, though only in whispers. Of a weapon Voldemort is after, though they won't explain what it is. Dumbledore has his reasons for holding back, Sirius says. Even from Harry. Still, it's more than he's been told all summer. And though the pieces don't yet make sense, they form a picture too large to ignore. The war has begun. Later, Harry and Sirius linger alone in the kitchen. Sirius speaks softly, of the past, of the First War, of the people they lost. His voice grows distant as he speaks of James and Lily. There is grief there, yes, but also longing. Sirius sees James in Harry's every movement, and Harry, hearing Sirius's voice break a little when he says his name, feels closer to his father than he has in months. The conversation drifts into silence. The fire crackles, softly, and the weight of the world settles again on Harry's shoulders, gently but unmistakably. He is no longer a boy in hiding. He is part of something now. Not just a school or a friendship, but a quiet war. As he climbs the stairs to bed, he notices how the walls seem a little warmer now, less haunted, more lived in. There is fear, there is danger, but there is also family. The Order may not be perfect. They may hold secrets, speak in riddles, and argue behind closed doors. But they are trying, they are fighting, and they are together, and in a world gone strange and dangerous. That is more comfort than Harry could have imagined. He slips beneath the covers, the shadows soft around him, and the distant hum of voices fades into the hush of sleep. Chapter 6. The Noble and Most Ancient House of Black. The morning begins with a sigh. Soft golden light stretches across the ceiling beams, brushing gently against walls lined with old portraits and dark green wallpaper. Somewhere in the house, A distant clock chimes, marking time in tones that echo like slow footsteps through memory. Harry wakes, still wrapped in layers of yesterday's revelations. The meeting of the Order, the truth about Voldemort's quiet return, and the war they're all now part of, it weighs on him. But in this house of shadows and whispers, the weight doesn't feel quite so lonely anymore. Downstairs, the day begins in its usual bustling fashion. Mrs. Weasley is corralling everyone for another full day of cleaning. The drawing room, long, neglected and stuffed with the remnants of a proud and ancient past, is the next target. Dust dances in the sunlight, cobwebs sway in corners like thin ghosts, and the walls are cluttered with family portraits and heirlooms that seem to glare down at them with disdain. This is the drawing room of the noble and most ancient House of Black, Sirius says with a smirk as he pushes open the door. There's no warmth in his voice, only a kind of mocking bitterness, the sound of a man who has left his past behind, but finds it still waiting for him anyway. They begin to clean. Hermione takes charge of sorting books, carefully inspecting each one, mindful of curses and hexes hidden in the binding. Ron is sweeping under furniture with his wand. Harry, meanwhile, is peeling back layers of dust from cabinets and odd magical instruments. Then they come across a large tapestry. It stretches across an entire wall, richly embroidered, though worn in places. At the center, in curling golden script, it reads, "The noble and most ancient House of Black, toujours pure, always pure." Sirius stands before it, his expression unreadable. He points to the names etched there, generation after generation of pure-blood witches and wizards. Some names are blackened out, burned through, erased. One of them is his. "That's me," he says softly. Blasted off the family tree for daring to be different. Harry watches as Sirius's eyes scan the names. Bellatrix Lestrange, Narcissa Malfoy, even Regulus Black, Sirius's younger brother. They were proud, he says. Proud of their blood, their name, their power. And they hated anyone who thought differently. He speaks without flinching. But there's a pain beneath the surface, deep like an old scar that never fully healed. The room feels colder somehow. Sirius turns away from the tapestry. "You know, my mother enchanted the portrait outside the kitchen herself. Thought it would be a fine way to keep her values alive." He shakes his head. "She screamed for years after I left." Harry doesn't speak. He feels something settle in his chest, something more than sympathy. It's understanding, because he too knows what it's like to feel unwanted in your own home. To grow up in a place that never felt like it loved you back. Sirius, sensing the mood, changes the subject. They resume cleaning, and for a while it's almost ordinary, almost peaceful. They discover strange magical objects tucked in drawers and under shelves, cursed lockets, ancient daggers, a music box that makes everyone sleepy until it's slammed shut. Creature lurks in the shadows, muttering under his breath about blood traitors and disgraceful half-bloods. Every now and then, he snatches something and hides it. In his cupboard before they can stop him, no one has the heart to chase him down. Creature is old, broken in his own way. A relic of the house's former glory, stubbornly clinging to memories of a world that no longer exists. By the afternoon, the drawing room feels lighter, less suffocating. Some of the portraits have been removed or silenced. The tapestry remains, but its power seems diminished, like an old story that has lost its sting. Later that evening, the quiet stretches long. Harry sits with Sirius in the dim, fire-lit room. The rest of the house is quiet, asleep or close to it. Sirius leans back in his chair, eyes distant. "This place," he murmurs. "It's like a coffin sometimes. All these rooms, all this history pressing in. But it's home now," Harry says softly. Sirius nods. "Strange, isn't it? How the place that nearly broke me is now the place where we fight back." There's a silence between them, not awkward, but full. Full of shared pain and hope and a kind of makeshift comfort. Sirius gazes into the fire. "I was 16 when I left this house," he says. ran away, moved in with the Potters. Harry's breath catches. They were the only ones who ever treated me like family. And there it is, that invisible thread tying them together. Loss, longing, love unspoken but deeply felt in the calm. Heart of a house built on pride and fear, something else is growing. Not just resistance, not just defiance, but the beginnings of a new kind of family, not by blood, but by choice, and in a world where dark forces are rising again. That choice means everything. As Harry climbs to bed, the air feels clearer. The house no longer presses in. It exhales softly, as if recognizing something in him. Not a black, not a hero, just Harry. And that, in this house of heavy names, and louder ghosts, might be more powerful than any spell. The night closes around him like a soft cloak. Dreams come slowly, sweetly, and the noble and most ancient House of Black sleeps quietly. For now. Chapter 7. The Ministry of Magic. The morning arrives slowly, stretching its arms through the quiet corners of number 12 Grimmauld Place. A faint golden light slides across the wooden floorboards, wrapping itself around the worn curtains and illuminating specks of dust dancing lazily in the air. It is the sort of morning that carries with it both anticipation and unease, like a letter yet to be opened. Today is the day of Harry's disciplinary hearing at the Ministry of Magic. Simple sentence, but one that trembles with meaning. Downstairs, the kitchen is already awake. Sirius, Mr. Weasley, and the Weasley children are gathered around the long wooden table. There is tea steaming gently in chipped mugs, toast stacked like little towers, and a hush beneath every word spoken. Mrs. Weasley hovers nearby, bustling, softly, her eyes flicking to Harry with the concern of someone who wishes they could make the world just a little less sharp for the ones they love. Harry eats quietly, the food sitting heavily in his stomach. He can't help but think of the hearing, of the strange, cold fear that rises each time he pictures standing before the ministry officials, defending himself for saving his cousin from a Dementor. They lie fight. Irony bites gently at his thoughts, punished for doing the right thing, but he says nothing. He has learned, over time, that the fear speaks loudest when we give it space. Mr. Weasley will accompany him today. There's a steady comfort in that fact. Arthur's presence, with all its calmness and fatherly warmth, is like a shield against the storm that might be coming. When the moment arrives, they depart quietly, slipping into the chilly London morning. The city is stirring, humming with traffic and footsteps and the rustle of early newspapers. They walk together through the Muggle world, unremarkable and invisible, until they reach a worn red telephone box on a quiet side street. To anyone else, it's just another relic of a forgotten time. But Mr. Weasley, ever fascinated by Muggle inventions, smiles as he steps inside. He dials the number, 62442, and speaks clearly. "We're here for a hearing." The phone box shudders slightly, and then begins to descend. The ground slips away. Harry watches the city vanish above him as they sink below the surface, deeper and deeper, until the walls around them glow with soft golden light. When the lift stops, they step into the heart of the magical world's governing power, the Ministry of Magic. It is breathtaking in its grandeur. The atrium is vast, with a polished floor that reflects the towering golden statues at its center. The Fountain of Magical. Brethren! Wizards and witches glide across the space in long robes, their voices low and quick. Paper memos flit through the air like enchanted butterflies, vanishing into chimneys and cracks in the walls. The whole place hums with quiet authority. Mr. Weasley leads Harry through the bustling corridors. They pass through a world shaped by order and structure, floors divided by department, doors that open with murmured spells, and workers who barely glance up from their parchment. But something about the atmosphere feels tense, as if the building itself is holding its breath. They arrive at the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, A witch behind a desk glances up and gestures vaguely down a long hallway. Harry's hearing, it turns out, has been relocated. Down, deep into the belly of the Ministry. Courtroom 10. Mr. Weasley frowns. "This isn't right," he says softly. But there's no time to question it now. They descend into the shadows. The lower levels of the Ministry are older, colder, and quieter. The stone walls are dark and smooth, and the air feels heavier. When they reach the courtroom, the door looms large and solemn. Inside, the room is cavernous. High stone walls arch above them like the ribcage of a sleeping giant. And seated around the perimeter, watching in silence, is the Wizengamot, the full council of magical law. There are so many of them. So many eyes, so many robes trimmed in silver and purple, and at the center of it all, presiding like a dark mirror of justice, is Cornelius Fudge. He barely greets Harry. Instead, he announces the charges in a cold, clipped tone. Underage magic, in the presence of a Muggle. A breach of the decree for the reasonable restriction of underage sorcery. Harry's voice is steady as he explains. There was a Dementor. 2, in fact. He cast the Patronus to save himself and his cousin. Fudge's expression doesn't change. He questions the story. He demands to know how a Dementor could appear in Little Whinging, so far from Azkaban, so far from the known haunts of dark magic. Harry falters. But then, a soft voice speaks up. It is Dumbledore. He appears quietly, without flourish, but with all the quiet dignity of a mountain emerging from mist. He nods politely to Harry, but does not meet his gaze. To the court, he presents his case clearly. A Dementor attack, confirmed. The presence of Mrs. Figg, a squib who witnessed the events. The room murmurs. Fudge tries to argue. He suggests conspiracy. He casts doubt. He implies that Dumbledore is meddling, stirring fear, undermining the Ministry. But Dumbledore does not flinch. He does not shout. He simply stands, clear and calm, and reminds the council that a boy's life was in danger. That a spell meant to defend against a soul-sucking creature should not be punished, but understood. After a tense silence, the verdict is delivered, cleared of all charges. The weight lifts like fog burning away beneath the sun. Harry can hardly believe it. He is free. The fear that had wrapped itself around his chest for days begins to loosen. But when he turns to thank Dumbledore, the headmaster is already leaving. No eye contact, no warmth. Just the soft rustle of his cloak as he disappears. Into the shadows, Harry's heart sinks just a little. There is relief, but also confusion. Why wouldn't Dumbledore look at him? Mr. Weasley clasps a hand on Harry's shoulder, smiling. You did brilliantly. They return to the surface in silence, the city above greeting them like a sigh of relief. But deep within Harry, something lingers. Yes, he is free. But something has shifted in the wind. Something cold, quiet, and uncertain. The Ministry has not changed its mind. It has simply let him go, for now. And Dumbledore, his greatest protector, feels suddenly far away. As Harry returns to Grimmauld Place that evening, the house welcomes him with familiar creaks and whispers. The hearing is over, but the story is just beginning. Chapter 8. The Hearing. Even though the hearing is behind him, Harry cannot quite settle. Back at number 12 Grimmauld Place, the rooms feel dimmer than before, and the voices quieter. The house, so ancient and full of secrets, seems to listen to their footsteps as they pass, as though it is always watching from just behind the wallpaper. Though Harry has been cleared of all charges, he cannot shake the feeling that he was only barely believed, and only narrowly saved. Mrs. Weasley, relieved beyond words, welcomes him back with a warm meal and a crushing embrace. She fusses over him in her usual way, pressing extra sausages onto his plate, brushing dust from his shoulder, smoothing his hair, though it's quite hopeless. It's comforting, and yet Harry still feels the chill of the courtroom clinging to his thoughts. But what lingers most isn't the Ministry, or even the cold glares from Cornelius Fudge. It's Dumbledore. How? The headmaster had walked away without even meeting Harry's eyes. How he had spoken to the Wizengamot with calm detachment, never once addressing Harry directly, never once offering even a nod of reassurance. It eats at Harry like a quiet ache. He doesn't speak of it, not to Ron, not to Hermione, not even to Sirius. But it curls up inside him, a small knot of worry that pulses softly. Still, life at Grimmauld Place trudges forward. The Order of the Phoenix continues to meet in secret. Harry is not allowed into the meetings, of course. None of the younger ones are. But the whispers still drift up through the floorboards and the closed doors. Snatches of talk about Voldemort, about Death Eaters, about disappearances and fears. That can't quite be named. The adult members, Moody, Tonks, Lupin, Mr. and Mrs. Weasley, and Sirius, keep tight lips and careful words. But their eyes are tired, and their faces wear the thin lines of worry. Fred and George are busying themselves with their magical inventions, constantly testing new tricks and treats for their future joke shop. They provide little flashes of laughter, like sparks in a dark cave, always ready with a quick comment or a noisy experiment that fills the house with strange smells and distant bangs. Ginny, too, seems more confident than ever, quieter than the twins, but sharper. Hermione is always scribbling notes, checking and double-checking information about magical law and ministry proceedings, while Ron mostly sighs and listens and offers a steady shoulder. One evening, over dinner, the conversation drifts again to Harry's hearing. Lupin asks gently how it went, and Harry finds himself retelling the story. Softly this time, as if the telling might untangle the tightness in his chest. The others listen carefully, nodding, occasionally asking a question or two. It helps, a little. Just speaking the truth, aloud in a room where he is believed. But then Sirius speaks up, his tone sharp and bitter. "They had no right to try you like that," he says. "In a full courtroom, no less. They're trying to discredit you and Dumbledore. It's political. They're scared." Everyone falls quiet, because they all know it's true. The Ministry doesn't want to admit that Voldemort has returned. To acknowledge that would be to admit that danger is rising again, that the war is not over but merely waiting. Fudge, in particular, is doing everything he can to control the story. To paint Dumbledore as an alarmist, and Harry as unstable. And still, Dumbledore remains distant. Hermione tries to reason it through. She says maybe Dumbledore is staying away on purpose. Maybe it's strategy, maybe it's protection. Ron agrees in a half-hearted way. Sirius, however, grows quiet. There's something haunted in his eyes. Perhaps he knows what distance from Dumbledore feels like. Later that night, as everyone drifts off to sleep, Harry lies awake in the dark. The room around him is heavy with silence. Shadows stretch across, the walls like old memories. He stares up at the ceiling, replaying the hearing in his mind. The courtroom, the voices, the echo of the verdict. Cleared of all charges, the words should bring comfort. And yet, they feel thin, like fragile glass waiting to shatter. And Dumbledore, always Dumbledore. Why won't he speak to me? Harry turns on his side, the old bed springs creaking beneath him. Hedwig rustles softly in her cage, and the quiet breathing of his friends fills the room like a lullaby. Sleep does not come easily, but eventually, it does come. And when it does, it brings no dreams, just stillness. Chapter 9. The Woes of Mrs. Weasley. The house at number 12. Grimmauld Place awakens in hushed tones. Outside, the August sun peers gently through the grimy windows, turning dust motes into tiny floating stars. Inside, the air is thick with the scent of old wood, parchment, and the faint trace of magical spells lingering in the wallpaper. The drawing room is quieter than usual this morning. The mood, though peaceful on the surface, carries a subtle weight, like something left unsaid. Upstairs, Sirius broods in the shadows of ancestral portraits. Downstairs, Mrs. Weasley moves with purpose, her arms full of folded linens and her eyes slightly swollen from lack of sleep. She's been trying to keep the household together, through order meetings, through noisy twins and a cluttered kitchen, through her own tightly wound fears. She wears her worry like a cloak, stitched invisibly into every gentle gesture and every scolding look. But today, her voice is softer than usual. And Harry can see it in her, see the lines on her face etched a little deeper. As the young members of the household gather at the kitchen table, Ron, Hermione, Ginny, Fred, George, and Harry, there's a task awaiting them. The Order needs help, and today even the youngest will lend their hands. Their job is to clear the drawing room. It sounds simple enough, but nothing in Grimmauld Place is ever quite that easy. The room is filled with strange magical artifacts, some cursed, some enchanted, some simply odd. Cobwebs drape the corners like ghostly curtains. Portraits mutter behind layers of dust. And then there's the Black Family Tapestry, a vast, faded scroll that covers one wall, depicting generations of the noble House of Black. Silver thread marks each name, until, in a few places, the thread burns away into scorched black holes. Sirius's name is one of them. He points to it with a strange smile, half bitter, half proud, and tells the others how his mother blasted it off the tapestry the moment he was sorted into Gryffindor. The others listen in quiet fascination, the weight of history pressing in around them. As they work through the clutter, sorting, cleaning, banishing curses, they uncover objects that resist removal. One in particular, a heavy locket, refuses to open. It gives off a strange energy, cold and closed, and the group decides to leave it alone. There's something haunting about the locket, something that clings like a whisper, even after it's placed back in the drawer. Still, they press on. Fred and George make jokes to lighten the mood, their laughter echoing like sunlight through a dusty room. Hermione is meticulous, carefully, checking each item with quiet spells. Ron offers muttered help, and Ginny moves with the calm focus of someone who has grown up with magic in her veins. Harry watches them all, grateful somehow for the rhythm of it. It's a distraction from darker thoughts, from Dumbledore's distance, from the hearing, from the cold certainty that the world beyond Grimmauld Place is changing fast. But not everyone finds peace in these small tasks. Later that evening, as the younger ones prepare for bed, a quiet cry breaks through the stillness. Mrs. Weasley is in the drawing room, her face pale, her wand shaking slightly in her hand. She's been trying to remove a boggart, an ever-changing creature that becomes what you fear most. The children rush in, and what they see stops them in their tracks. The boggart has become Ron's body, lying still and lifeless. Then it shifts to Hermione, then to Fred, to George, to Harry. Each time, Mrs. Weasley gasps, her hand flying to her mouth. Her tears fall silently, one after another, and her wand lowers in helplessness. She cannot bear to face what she fears. Lupin steps in gently, casting the charm, ridiculous, with quiet ease. The boggart crumples into something harmless and disappears. There is silence. Mrs. Weasley sinks into a chair, her hands covering her face. "I'm sorry," she whispers. "I just keep seeing it. All of you. Dead. I can't bear it. I've already lost so many. I can't lose any more." The room softens around her grief. No one speaks. There are no right words for a mother's fear. Sirius stands in the doorway, a shadow of pain flickering across his expression. He doesn't move closer, but something in his eyes says he understands. Harry steps forward. He doesn't know what to say, but he sits beside her silently, just being there. The others follow. Sometimes comfort doesn't come in words. Sometimes it comes in presence. Later, as they retreat quietly to their rooms, the house feels gentler. Still haunted, yes, but warmer somehow, as if by sharing fear they've made the load a little lighter. Harry lies awake again that night. Not from worry this time, but from reflection. The boggart showed Mrs. Weasley's worst fears. Not monsters, not creatures, not war itself, but loss. loss of her children, loss of Harry, loss of light in a world already so dim. Harry realizes something then. He is loved here, deeply, truly. And not just as the boy who lived, but as someone who matters, someone who belongs. It wraps around him like a soft quilt, and with that quiet thought, his eyes begin to close. Chapter 10. Luna Lovegood. Morning comes quietly to number 12 Grimmauld Place. There's a hushed excitement in the air, laced with a touch of anxiety. It's the 1st of September, time to return to Hogwarts. The kitchen is filled with the familiar clatter of dishes, the scent of toast and tea, and the rustling of robes being folded into trunks. Harry is quieter than usual as he eats. The memory of Mrs. Weasley's fears from the night before still lingers like a gentle ache. But there is something comforting about the rhythm of departure. Packing bags, gathering school supplies, and sharing one last breakfast under the flickering gas lamps of Grimmauld Place. The members of the Order are bustling about too. Moody, Tonks, Lupin, and Kingsley Shacklebolt prepare to escort the students to King's Cross Station. There's no room for risk now, not with Voldemort back, and the Ministry refusing to believe it. Every step is taken with cautious precision, every glance over a shoulder filled with quiet intent. At the station, under the vast arching roof of King's Cross, the group melts into the crowd. Mundane voices chatter around them, Muggles going about their day, unaware of the quiet tide of magic that pulses just beneath the surface. As Harry steps through the barrier onto platform 9 3/4, a familiar warmth fills him. The Scarlet Hogwarts Express is waiting, billowing white steam that curls like sleepy dreams into the morning sky. There's something soothing about the train. Its predictability, its rhythm, its promise. Here, in this moment he feels almost like a normal boy again. They find a compartment together, Harry, Ron, Hermione, Ginny, Neville, and prepare for the long ride north. But the train is more crowded than usual, and soon they find themselves joined by someone new. A girl steps lightly into their compartment. She's about their age, with long, silvery blonde hair that falls like threads of moonlight past her shoulders. Her eyes are wide, pale, and unblinking, like soft silver orbs that miss nothing, not even the dust dancing in the light. She's wearing radish-shaped earrings, a necklace made of what looks like butterbeer corks, and she's holding a copy of The Quibbler Upside Down. "Hello," she says dreamily. "I'm Luna Lovegood." Her voice is light, almost musical, as though she's speaking from a dream. The others glance at each other, unsure what to say. Luna, however, seems entirely at ease. She sits across from them and begins to read her upside-down magazine without a care in the world. There's something about her, something both strange and deeply peaceful. She seems untouched by the usual worries of the world floating through it in her own quiet orbit. Hermione whispers that Luna is in Ravenclaw, a year below them. Known for being odd, she says. Eccentric. But Harry doesn't feel unsettled by her presence. In fact, there's something soothing about Luna's calm, her unblinking honesty, her quiet detachment from judgment. As the train hums steadily forward, the conversation drifts to school, to the Order, to the Ministry's continued denial of Voldemort's return. Neville speaks softly about his summer. His Gran still doesn't quite believe the seriousness of it all, but Neville does. He always has. The air turns still for a while, the compartment filled only with the rustling of pages, the soft rhythm of tracks beneath them, and the occasional whistle of wind through the cracks in the window. Then, from the corridor outside, there's a sudden burst of sound. Malfoy. He's passing by with Crabbe and Goyle, tossing taunts through the door, mocking Harry about the hearing, about the Daily Prophet's claims that he's unstable. His words are sharp and cutting, but Harry doesn't rise to the bait. Not here. Not now. He has grown used to the rumors, the stares, the whispering. They sting, yes, but less than they used to. He is learning, slowly, to sit with them in silence. Luna, meanwhile, doesn't even look up. "Don't worry," she says in her dreamy voice. "You're just as sane as I am." The room goes quiet. For a moment, Harry isn't sure if it's a comfort or a warning, but Luna smiles softly, like she sees more than she says, and returns to her magazine. The journey continues. Somewhere outside, the hills of Scotland begin to rise like old sleeping giants, their green folds cloaked in mist. The sun begins to lower, casting amber light across the windows. As evening settles, the students change into their robes, and the train begins its final climb toward the castle. When they arrive at Hogsmeade Station, there's a surprise waiting. Instead of the usual horseless carriages, the creatures pulling them are visible now. They are tall, thin, and skeletal, winged beasts with dragon-like features and milky white eyes. Their black skin clings tightly to their bones, and their steps are slow, deliberate. Harry stares. He's never seen them before, but they are there, clear as day, pulling the carriages with eerie grace. Ron doesn't seem to notice them at all, nor does Hermione, nor does Neville. Only Luna stands beside Harry and sees them too. "You're not mad," she says quietly. "I can see them too." Harry asks her what they are. "They're called Thestrals," she replies. "They're only visible to people who've seen death." Her voice is calm, not afraid. Simply knowing. Harry says nothing, but his heart beats softly in his chest. Cedric. He understands now. The carriage ride to Hogwarts is silent. The Thestrals pull them through the dark woods, their movements graceful, like shadows dancing between the trees. And when the castle finally comes into view, its towers glowing softly in the dusk, it feels like a place both ancient and familiar. Safe, in a way that is deeper than words. And somewhere deep inside, Harry feels the weight of change. The world is no longer as it was. He is no longer who he once was. But in this strange, beautiful moment, with the mountains rising behind them, the Thestrals pulling them forward, and the stars beginning to wake in the sky, he is not alone. Chapter 11. The Sorting Hat's New Song. The warm golden lights of the Great Hall shimmer gently against the enchanted ceiling, where twilight clouds drift lazily above, and the first stars begin to wink through the velvet dusk. Harry steps into the hall alongside his friends, the echo of their footsteps softened by the thick stone floor beneath. The familiar scent of wax and wood, of roasted meats and fresh bread, floats in the air like a comforting memory. This is Hogwarts. And yet, as the students gather at their house tables and the Sorting Hat is carried to its customary place, a hush falls over the room. There is something in the air, something more solemn than usual. A quiet awareness that the world outside is changing, and even within these ancient walls the winds have shifted. The Sorting Hat sits on its stool, time-worn and patched. It sags slightly with age. But then, it stirs. A jagged tear near its brim opens wide and it begins to sing. Its voice is soft and rhythmic, echoing through the hall like an old story recited from memory. But this year's song is different. No mere rhyme about bravery or loyalty. It is a warning cloaked in poetry. It speaks of the founding of Hogwarts, the 4 great witches and wizards who shaped its stones, Godric Gryffindor, Helga Hufflepuff, Rowena Ravenclaw, and Salazar Slytherin. It sings of their unity, once strong, and their fracture, which split them apart. But this year, the Sorting Hat urges unity. It tells the students that the danger lies not just beyond the castle walls, but within them too. It speaks of division and pride, and gently warns them. Now is the time to stand together, or else risk falling apart. The words hang in the stillness like frost on glass. The song ends. No applause follows, only a thoughtful quiet. And then, the ceremony begins. First, years step nervously forward, one by one, to be sorted beneath the old hat's whispering brim. Each child is greeted with a burst of applause from their new house, the tables flickering with joy and acceptance. Harry watches from Gryffindor table, his gaze drifting off into the staff table at the front of the hall. Professor McGonagall sits straight-backed as ever. Flitwick twinkles behind his spectacles. Hagrid beams and waves, though his eyes seem weary. Snape is there too, still and cold, eyes unreadable. And in the center, Professor Dumbledore. His silver beard glows in the candlelight. His eyes, blue and ancient, sweep the room with quiet gravity. He rises at last to speak. His voice is calm and kind. He welcomes the students back to Hogwarts, introduces a few, changes in staffing, and makes only the lightest mention of challenging times. But when he announces the new Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher, the silence turns stiff. Professor Dolores Umbridge, he says, gesturing to a small woman, seated beside him. She wears a fluffy pink cardigan and a ribbon in her hair. Her smile is tight, stretched like a bowstring. Her eyes are wide, peering over a teacup with unsettling control. And then, to everyone's surprise, Professor Umbridge stands to speak. Without invitation, she clears her throat with a sickly sweet hem, and begins a speech that is slow, syrupy, and yet strangely cold beneath the surface. She speaks in a sing-song tone about tradition, about the value of order, about interference and meddling, and the need for the ministry to have a firmer hand at Hogwarts. Her words, though polite on the surface, feel heavy, like iron beneath lace. Most of the students grow bored or confused. Some whisper, but Harry watches Dumbledore closely. His face remains still, yet distant, as though he already knows the shadows this speech casts. When Umbridge finally sits down, again, a quiet discomfort settles over the room. The feast begins, but the mood is subdued. The Sorting Hat's warning and Umbridge's intrusion have pierced the usual wonder of the first night. As the food appears and the tables come alive with movement, Harry picks at his plate, listening. There's talk around him, murmured questions, about Umbridge, about the Ministry's influence. Hermione is particularly sharp in her observations. She believes the Ministry has placed Umbridge at Hogwarts deliberately, perhaps to monitor Dumbledore, or to control what is taught about Voldemort's return. Ron shrugs, but Harry feels the same. This isn't just about a new teacher. It's about trust, about silence, about control. When the feast ends, the students rise and follow their prefects to the dormitories. The castle seems quieter this year. The staircases groan gently as they move. The portraits seem more watchful. Even the suits of armor stand up, little stiffer. Back in Gryffindor Tower, Harry climbs the stairs to the boys' dormitory, slipping into the warm cocoon of red and gold hangings, the soft glow of embers from the common room below. His trunk waits at the foot of his bed. His owl, Hedwig, hoots softly from her perch. He lies down and stares at the ceiling, thinking of the Thestrals, the Sorting Hat's song, and the sugary smile of Dolores Umbridge. Things are changing, not just out there, but here, in this place that once felt untouched. Still, as his eyes grow heavy and the murmurs of his dorm mates fade into the night, Hogwarts wraps around him like an old quilt. Protective. Familiar. He doesn't know what the year ahead will bring. But sleep comes all. The same, riding softly on the breath of candle smoke and the echo of an ancient hat's song. Chapter 12. Professor Umbridge. Morning breaks over Hogwarts with a cool mist that hugs the stone walls and frosts the windows in delicate breath. The sky is pearly and still, and the castle feels caught between dreaming and waking. In the Gryffindor dormitory. The curtains of Harry's four-poster bed ripple gently as he stirs, blinking against the sleepy haze of a long and restless night. The soft rustle of school robes, the scent of toast drifting upward from the great hall, and the murmur of familiar voices help ease the morning in. It is the first proper day of classes. Outside the common room window, the Forbidden Forest looms like a shadowy guardian. Inside, Harry, Ron, and Hermione dress for the day, chatting softly about their new schedules. There is curiosity in the air, but also unease, lingering from the previous night. when Dolores Umbridge's voice seemed to curl into every corner of the Great Hall. As the trio walks down to breakfast, they pass sleepy portraits and drifting ghosts. Nearly headless Nick glides by with a half smile, offering a polite greeting. Even he seems quieter this morning. In the Great Hall, the owls swoop in with newspapers and parcels. Harry's eyes flick instinctively to the Daily Prophet. But still, no news of Voldemort, no mention of the night at the Ministry, only the same vague headlines and cheerful diversions. Hermione shakes her head. They're pretending nothing happened, she whispers. And now Umbridge is here to keep us quiet. The first class of the day is Defense Against the Dark Arts. Harry's footsteps grow heavier as they near the classroom. He's used to unpredictability in this subject. Each year bringing a new professor, each with their own quirks and mysteries. But this time feels different. This time the danger doesn't hide behind a turban or a cursed diary or a werewolf's secrets. It smiles sweetly and wears pink. The classroom itself is indifferent. Gone are the cages, the spell books piled high, the faded posters of curses and counters. Instead, lace doilies rest on the desks. Framed kittens chase butterflies on the walls, mewing silently in enchanted loops. The windows are spotless. The scent of lavender hangs in the air, cloying and artificial. Dolores Umbridge stands at the front, her smile taut and unwavering. She wears another soft cardigan, her hands folded neatly over her notes. Her voice, when she speaks, is sugary and slow, like syrup dripping from a spoon. "Wands away," she says. "Please take out your textbooks." There's a pause. "Defense class? Without wands?" Hermione's brow furrows. Professor Umbridge begins the lesson by handing out a ministry-approved syllabus, Defensive Magical Theory by Wilbert Slinkhard. The class is to read Chapter 1 silently. No discussion, no practical work, no spells. Just quiet reading. Harry flips open the book. The words are dry, passive, overly cautious. There is talk of theoretical danger, of reactive defense, but nothing about spells, nothing about practice, nothing about real-world magic. Hermione raises her hand. "Professor, when will we be learning defensive spells?" Umbridge's smile never wavers. "You won't need them. There is no need for practical defense. The Ministry is confident that theoretical knowledge is sufficient to pass your exams." Hermione presses on. "But what if we need to defend ourselves outside of school?" There is a pause. Then that chilling little cough. "Hem, hem." "Let me make something clear," says Umbridge, her voice honeyed but icy. "You will not need to use defensive magic. There is no reason you should ever be in danger. That sort of thinking," she adds, "is alarmist." Harry feels heat rising in his chest. It's not just about exams. Not anymore. He knows what he saw, what he felt. Cedric's death wasn't theory. Voldemort's return wasn't a classroom exercise. He raises his hand, and then, without waiting, he speaks. "So we're not supposed to do magic in a defense class? We're just supposed to read about it and hope for the best." There is a pause, sharp and frozen. Umbridge turns to him slowly. Her eyes, wide and empty, settle on him with practiced sweetness. "Mr. Potter," she says, "do you have something you wish to share?" "Yes," Harry says. His voice is firm but even. "Voldemort's back, and if we're not going to learn how to protect ourselves, we're all in danger." The room goes silent. A chill creeps over the students. Umbridge's smile never slips. "That is a lie," she says softly. "The Ministry of Magic assures us that the Dark Lord has not returned. Spreading such falsehoods is dangerous and foolish." Harry stands his ground. It's not a lie. There is a soft gasp from one of the students, and then Umbridge, still smiling, still sweet, leans forward and says something that cuts through the room like a whisper of frost. "Detention, Mr. Potter." The class ends without further discussion. No spells are cast, no defenses taught, just silence, stiff chairs, and the thick tension of something unnatural blooming in the air. As they file out, Hermione touches Harry's arm. She's not just a bad teacher, she murmurs. She's here to rewrite the truth. Harry nods, jaw tight. The corridors of Hogwarts stretch out before them, familiar yet altered. The walls haven't changed, but something within them has. The day moves on with other classes, transfiguration, charms, but everything is dimmed by that first lesson. That night in the common room, Harry sits by the fire. He is quiet. The flames flicker across his face as he stares into the embers, the reflection of Dolores Umbridge's smile dancing in the coals. Ron and Hermione sit beside him, silent too. Above them, the shadows of the castle shift gently, and somewhere in the distance, an enchanted kitten meows from a frame. Chapter 13. Detention with Dolores. The days following Professor Umbridge's first lesson move with a strange, muffled rhythm. Hogwarts, usually so full of surprises and discoveries, now feels hushed. The joy of learning spells and uncovering secrets has been replaced with something more cautious, something restrained. It's as if the castle itself is holding its breath. Word spreads quickly among the students about the odd new teaching style in defense against the dark arts. No spells. No dueling, no practice, just reading and memorization, just the ministry's version of safety. But the real whisper, what really makes the common rooms buzz and quiet down when certain footsteps echo past, is Harry's detention. Not just any. Detention. Detention with Dolores. On the evening of his punishment, the sun sets in a pink haze over the turrets, casting the sky in delicate shades of rose and violet. The lake glitters softly, and a few last golden rays spill through the windows of the castle, catching the dust in midair like drifting snow. Harry walks alone through the corridors. His steps are slow, thoughtful, and quiet. The portraits on the walls seem to watch him pass, their eyes following, murmuring softly amongst themselves. Even they sense something is different now. He reaches the defense classroom. The door opens with a quiet creak. Inside, the room is still set like a parlor. Lace, doilies, kitten plates on the walls, everything trimmed in pastels. A desk stands alone at the front. Beside it, Dolores Umbridge smiles. "Good evening, Mr. Potter," she says, her voice light as sugar spun too fine. Harry nods but doesn't speak. "Please, sit down," she continues, gesturing to the small, neat chair beside the desk. "We're going to do some lines." Harry glances at the parchment and quill sitting on the desk. Ordinary enough, but then Umbridge speaks again, her tone bright and casual. "You'll be writing, 'I must not tell lies.'" Harry reaches for the quill. He notices something. There's no ink pot. He looks up at her. "You haven't given me any ink," he says. She smiles wider, if that's even possible. "Oh, you won't need ink," she replies sweetly. "Just begin writing." He hesitates for a moment, then puts quill to parchment. "I must not tell lies." As the words scratch their way across the paper, Harry feels a sharp, sudden sting on the back of his hand. He gasps softly and looks down. The words he has just written appear, scarlet, etched into his skin, as if the parchment is echoing the phrase back onto his flesh. "I must not tell lies." And slowly, the skin seals again. No blood, no ink, just pain, then healing, over and over. He glances at Umbridge. She is watching him, hands folded, lips curled in satisfaction. Harry continues to write, each line carving itself into his hand with perfect, cruel precision. The room is silent except for the scratching of the quill and the occasional purring mewl from one of the kittens on the wall. The hours slip by like clouds across the moon. Outside, the castle settles into night. Lights dim, doors close. The quiet turns deeper, almost velvet. Inside that tiny, saccharine room, Harry writes, and the phrase repeats in burning loops. "I must not tell lies." He never cries out. Never complains, just sits there, enduring it, hour after hour. And Umbridge never blinks. She smiles and watches and says nothing more. When she finally releases him, The room is darker. The corridors emptier. The air is cool, and Harry walks, slowly back to Gryffindor Tower, hand aching but steady. He doesn't tell Ron and Hermione what happened. Not right away, they ask gently. But he brushes it off. The truth is, something in him doesn't want to speak it aloud, as though to give it words would be to give it power. The next night, she summons him again, and the next, and again. Each evening, he returns to that strange, silent room. Each night, the same phrase is etched into his hand. Not enough to bleed, not enough to scream, just enough to leave a mark that lingers long after the writing is done. On the third night, Harry's hand is red and raw. Hermione notices. She takes his hand gently, her touch feather light. Her breath catches when she sees the words written into his skin. Her voice, usually so steady, trembles as she says, This is illegal, Harry. This is torture." Harry pulls his hand away. "She wants me to stop telling the truth," he says quietly. "She wants to scare me into silence." And yet, he doesn't stop. He still speaks up in class. He still pushes back, and he still goes to detention. The quiet resistance builds in him like a fire lit low in the belly, a flame that says, "I know the truth, and no amount of pink cardigans or ministry rules will make me forget it." By the end of the week, the scars on his hand are faint, but not gone. Faint, but still whispering the phrase into his skin. He looks at them sometimes just before bed, not with fear, but with resolve. Some truths are worth the pain. And somewhere deep inside the castle, behind pink walls and porcelain smiles, Professor Umbridge waits. Her punishments are polite. Her cruelty is wrapped in bows. But Harry Potter, even in his quiet hours, even in sleep, is not so easily broken. Chapter 14. Percy and Padfoot. The Sunday following Harry's week of detentions arrives with a crispness in the air, a whisper of changing seasons. The sky outside the windows of Gryffindor Tower is overcast, a silver sheet stretched across the heavens, diffusing the morning light until the castle glows with a gentle, sleepy haze. Inside, the common room is warm and soft, filled with the rustling of papers, the scratching of quills, and the occasional clink of a teacup. The fire crackles faintly in the hearth. There's a sense of calm, a rare pause in the ceaseless rhythm of school life. Harry is tucked into one of the squashy armchairs by the fire, his hand still tender, though healing. The red-etched words from Umbridge's quill have faded somewhat, but the sensation of writing them still lingers, like a memory in his skin. He sits in quiet thought as Hermione pores over books, and Ron attempts to finish his homework with a look of slow-sinking dread. The calm is interrupted by a delivery, an owl, not a Hogwarts owl, not a regular post owl, but one with the look of secrecy about it, its feathers sleek, eyes alert. It swoops into the common room and drops a letter into Harry's lap, then disappears before anyone can react. Harry opens it with cautious fingers. Inside, Sirius's familiar handwriting, short, direct, gentle in its concern. He writes of hearing, about Umbridge, of how dangerous she is, and urges Harry to be careful, to keep his head down, to stay quiet when necessary. Sirius, ever the rebel, is trying to play the role of protector from afar, and in his words is a kind of aching worry, a tension between the desire to keep Harry safe and the knowledge that Harry is growing, changing, resisting. Hermione reads, over Harry's shoulder, her expression tightening. She's always wary when Sirius reaches out. His impulsiveness makes her nervous, his passion too wild for her careful plans. Ron, however, perks up. Sirius is right, he says with a mix of pride and concern. But I wish he'd say more. I wish he could tell us what's really going on. They begin to talk about the Ministry, about Dumbledore, about the quiet storm that seems to be building in the shadows of their lives. But then comes another letter, this time for Ron. It's from Percy. Percy Weasley, the older brother who had once been head boy, who had once walked these same corridors with pride and purpose. Percy, who now stands on the other side of a growing divide, The letter is long, formal, cold. Ron reads it aloud. It speaks of loyalty, to the ministry, not to family. It warns Ron to distance himself from Harry, to choose the right path. Percy urges Ron to think for himself, though it's clear he means, think like me. The letter chills the room. Hermione's face darkens. Ron's ears go red. It is the kind of letter that tries to plant seeds of doubt, of division. A letter meant not just to warn, but to wound. And in a way, it does. Ron, who has always followed his older brothers, who has always looked up, to them now sits frozen in the glow of the fire, unsure how to feel. Harry tries to shrug it off to ease the tension, but it's not just a personal slight, it's a sign of something bigger. The divide is growing not just at Hogwarts, but across families, across friendships, across all of wizarding society. Still, even in the shadow of Percy's betrayal, something else remains strong. The bond between Harry, Ron, and Hermione. That triangle, quiet, loyal, resilient, endures. They are growing more than just older. They are growing together. Later that evening, as twilight begins to fall and shadows grow long across the stone floors of the castle, Harry sneaks away to send a response to Sirius. He knows he's not supposed to, but there's a longing in him to be connected to the man who knew his parents, to hear the voice of someone who believes in him without reservation. He slips through the corridors under his invisibility cloak, careful, light on his feet, decay. Night air in the owlery is cold and sharp, laced with feathers and the scent of straw. He finds Hedwig, strokes her feathers, and sends the letter away into the dusk. It flutters into the sky like a soft white promise. The next morning, classes resume, but the atmosphere remains heavy. Umbridge continues her slow, syrupy reign, her rules now spreading like ivy. Educational decrees are pinned to the notice boards. Whispers of rebellion stir, but quietly, like wind through tall grass. Even Fred and George seem restless, not with mischief, but with purpose. And then there's Hermione. She watches it all, unfold with sharp, thoughtful eyes. One afternoon, after a long and dull defense against the dark arts lesson, she turns to Harry and Ron and says very softly, "We have to do something. We can't just let her stop us from learning how to defend ourselves." The words hang in the air, soft but potent. Something is beginning to form. Not yet a plan, not yet a movement, but an idea, a flicker, a beginning. And though Percy may write his warnings, and the ministry may tighten its grip, and Dolores may smile, her dangerous smile, beneath it all something is shifting. Not in defiance of the darkness, but in quiet preparation for it. Because Harry and his friends know, this is more than school. This is the start of something bigger. Chapter 15. The Hogwarts High Inquisitor. The morning greets the castle with the usual sounds, the flurry of wings in the owlery, the slow thud of footsteps on stone, and the murmuring of students rubbing the sleep from their eyes. But something feels different in the air, as though the walls are listening, as though the staircases hesitate. On the notice board beneath fading announcements and enchanted parchment, a new decree gleams in sharp ink. Educational Decree number 23. With it, a new title is born, Hogwarts High Inquisitor. And the role belongs, perhaps unsurprisingly, to Professor Dolores Umbridge. It is a moment of quiet unease, a pause in the collective breath of the school. Because what does it mean truly to be a High Inquisitor? The words sound almost silly, almost theatrical, but there is nothing playful about the power they represent. Umbridge now has the authority to inspect and evaluate the teachers, not just to teach her class with her thick, sugary voice and cutting quill, but to peer into the practices of others, to peer into Dumbledore's domain. She walks the halls with even greater confidence now, her frilly robes swishing like poisoned petals, her clipboard tucked firmly under her arm. Her eyes scan everything, noting, marking, judging. She smiles more, but it is a smile that tightens rather than warms. The first victim of her inspections is none other than Professor Trelawney. the divination classroom, once filled with incense, low light and softly tinkling teacups, becomes the stage for Umbridge's scrutiny. She sits in a small, stiff chair, scribbling silently as Trelawney stammers and waves her arms in dramatic gestures. The atmosphere that once felt dreamy and safe is now prickled with anxiety. The students sense it too. No one laughs at Trelawney's predictions this time. Even the skeptics feel a twinge of sympathy. Word travels fast through the castle's many whispers. Next, she inspects Professor Grubbly Plank's lesson. A class about unicorns, graceful, shy creatures with silver coats and quiet eyes. The lesson is, as always, well done. But even Grubbly Plank's calm competence is measured and recorded, analyzed by Umbridge's steady quill. There's something chilling about the way she moves, quietly reordering the power structure of the school. Her next inspection, of course, is the one that sends real waves through the student body. Professor McGonagall. That morning, the classroom is full. The usual hush of Transfiguration lessons sits like velvet over everything. Umbridge walks in unannounced. She does not greet McGonagall. She simply sits. Clipboard ready, eyes steady. But McGonagall... Oh, Minerva McGonagall stands tall, her spine straight as a wand, her expression unreadable. She teaches as she always does, with clarity, dignity, and precision. And when Umbridge interrupts with her syrupy tones, McGonagall answers with pointed sharpness. It is a battle fought with tones and pauses, with silent war drums behind every word. "Are you quite sure you wouldn't like a cough drop, Dolores?" she asks at one point, her voice cool and dry. The students, though silent, feel a shift. This isn't just about lessons anymore. It's about resistance, about preserving something beneath the rules. Later, in the Gryffindor common room, Harry, Ron, and Hermione talk about the inspections in low voices. Hermione has been watching everything closely, her eyes narrowed in thought. She's been reading, too, articles in the Daily Prophet, ministry pamphlets, and small whispers in the lines between lines. She knows what's happening, even if the full shape of it hasn't yet formed. She tells Harry that Umbridge's appointment is political, that Fudge is afraid of Dumbledore, afraid he's building an army, that this isn't just about rules, it's about control. And then she looks at Harry and says the words that will change everything. "I think we should start our own defense group." She says it calmly but firmly. No drama, no spark. Just a simple idea, soft and small like a seed. Harry stares at her. So does Ron, but they understand. In Umbridge's world of silence and surveillance, knowledge has become a quiet kind of rebellion. A few days later, Fred and George stage a small moment of joyful defiance during a particularly tense charms class. A small explosion, a loud bang, a flash of color, just enough to release some of the pressure building in the castle's lungs. And then there is Draco Malfoy. He walks the corridors with a new swagger, dropping hints that he might be forming his own group, a group that will inform on anyone breaking the rules. He smirks when he passes Harry, but Harry is learning to keep his calm. Still, a storm stirs behind his eyes. Back in the dormitory that evening, the room glows with golden candlelight. Ron is playing with a fanged frisbee, badly, and Hermione is making a list. Not just of people, but of possibilities. They know they will need a place to practice. They know they will need secrecy. But more than anything, they need purpose. Harry still struggles with the weight of everything. With the dreams, the detentions, the rumors, and now the strange sense that Hogwarts itself is slowly changing under their feet. But something is also awakening in him. Not just anger, not just defiance, but leadership. He doesn't quite know it yet, but others do. Hermione sees it. Ron sees it. Even the other students in their glances and questions seem to sense it. That beneath the chaos, beneath the careful steps of the High Inquisitor, something else is growing, like roots beneath the frost, like light waiting just behind a shuttered window. Chapter 16. In the Hog's Head. Outside, autumn deepens its hold on the grounds of Hogwarts. The leaves rustle like dry parchment across the paths, and the sky seems perpetually overcast, an endless soft blanket of gray. The castle remains both safe and strange, a familiar shape cloaked in unfamiliar rules. Inside Gryffindor Tower, the fire crackles gently, but something warmer is brewing in the hearts of the students. Hermione's idea is no longer just a passing thought. It has become a plan. She's been working in secret, crafting the steps, nudging the right people, and, most importantly, finding a place. A place where they can gather. A place where no clipboard or sugary smile can reach. But first, they must meet. And so, with quiet resolve, a group of students makes their way out of the castle and down through the winding streets of Hogsmeade. It is a gray Saturday, the sky thick with mist. The usual sparkle of a Hogsmeade weekend is dulled, as though the village itself is holding its breath. But within this fog, something new is stirring. The students walk in pairs or small groups, trying not to attract attention. There are familiar faces. Neville Longbottom, his round face flushed from the cold. Luna Lovegood, drifting slightly behind the others with her dreamy gaze fixed on the clouds. Dean and Seamus, Lavender and Parvati, and many more. And of course, Harry, Ron, and Hermione walking at the heart of it all. They approach a weathered, old inn at the edge of the village. Its sign swings crookedly in the wind. The letters faded, the wood warped, the hog's head. It is not the cozy warmth of the Three Broomsticks. It smells of stale ale and dust, and the single room is lit by murky light through grimy windows. But it is private, it is quiet, and that is all they need. The students file in, huddling close, speaking in hushed tones. They push together a few worn wooden tables and gather round. The barman is gruff, uninterested, hidden behind a tangle of beard and shadow. A goat smell lingers faintly in the air, oddly comforting in its rural stubbornness. Hermione begins. Her voice is soft but sure as she lays out the reason they've gathered. Not to gossip or joke, but to learn what the school refuses to teach. Defense. Against the dark arts. Real defense, real spells, real understanding, and she turns to Harry. Because this is where it begins. Not with rules or plans, but with a simple truth. That Harry has faced what others haven't. That he knows things they cannot learn from a book. Harry is reluctant. He shifts in his seat. His face flushes as people begin to speak, first quietly, then louder, voices layering like a soft chorus. They say he fought off Dementors, that he faced dragons, that he stood his ground in the graveyard. Zacharias Smith questions it all, doubting, pressing. But others leap to Harry's defense. Neville, usually quiet, speaks up with surprising strength. And Luna, in her own curious way, believes Harry with a dreamy certainty that doesn't require proof. They don't want a teacher. They want a leader. And that word begins to echo silently in the candlelight. Harry. Leader. Hermione suggests they sign their names to show commitment. She's enchanted the parchment so no one can betray them without consequence. A subtle charm, with far-reaching effects. Names appear in ink, one after another. Terry Boot, Ernie Macmillan, Cho Chang. Cho. Her name written in flowing script, her eyes on Harry as she signs. There's something delicate in the moment. A flicker of something more than interest. Something uncertain and soft. The meeting ends quietly. The students slip, away one by one into the mist of Hogsmeade. Outside, the village is still. The kind of stillness that feels like snow is coming. Harry lingers. The Hog's Head sign creaks gently in the wind. A few goats wander near the back fence, their bleats faint beneath the wind. The barman watches them leave, eyes unreadable beneath heavy brows. Back at Hogwarts, Harry feels something new stirring beneath the usual tiredness. He's not just surviving anymore. He's beginning, and not alone. That night, The trio sits by the fire in the common room. Crookshanks curls on Hermione's lap. Ron munches on a sugar quill, the wrapper crackling lazily. They speak softly, all three of them leaning slightly closer. Because now they're not just reacting to Umbridge, they're building something of their own. It doesn't have a name yet, but it has a purpose. And that, in a world of whispers and warnings, is a powerful thing. Chapter 17. Educational Decree Number 24. A soothing bedtime explanation of Harry Potter and the Order of the Phoenix. The warmth of Hogsmeade fades into memory, like the soft curl of breath on a cold window pane. Back within the stone embrace of Hogwarts, the castle stirs as though aware that something unspoken has occurred. In a school where portraits talk and staircases shift, secrets do not remain hidden for long. It begins the next morning. Another piece of parchment appears on the notice board in the common room. It's fresh, its ink still sharp and heavy. Educational Decree Number 24, issued by the Ministry of Magic, enforced by Hogwarts' own High Inquisitor. It states that all student organizations, societies, teams, groups, or clubs are hereby disbanded, unless approved by the High Inquisitor herself. The words are cold and formal, but their meaning is clear. Umbridge knows, or at least suspects. The walls of Hogwarts seem to pull closer around the students. The air grows taut with nervous energy. In the common rooms and corridors, voices lower to whispers, and eyes glance over shoulders more often than before. Hermione's face tightens when she reads the decree. Ron lets out a low, angry noise. "She's trying to stop us before we've even begun." But Harry says nothing. He simply stares at the parchment, his expression unreadable, his thoughts already elsewhere, already calculating, wondering who might have spoken. How quickly. News had traveled. They returned to their classes with a new sense of caution. Umbridge seems more present than ever, as though her pink cardigans are multiplying in every hallway. She walks with that same sickly smile, her clipboard never far from reach, and now her power has grown even further. She is watching. Everyone. The Inquisitorial Squad, her new allies, hand-picked students with eyes like hungry crows, begins to patrol the halls. Draco Malfoy wears his new badge with pride, strutting like a cat that's caught a mouse, though the mouse has yet to squeak. Back in the common room, Hermione pulls out the list of names from their secret meeting. She stares at it with narrowed eyes. "No one would have told," she says, more to herself than anyone else. "I made sure of it. The enchantment is foolproof. She's right." The charm she cast on the parchment would alert them if anyone betrayed the group, so the decree must be a guess. A preemptive strike. That evening, the three of them slip through the corridors, careful with their steps, shadows clinging to their robes like secrets. They're heading to the library, not for books this time, but for strategy. Hermione wants to find precedents, rules, anything that might help them maneuver around the new restrictions. Ron is less concerned with legality and more with finding somewhere new to meet. Somewhere Umbridge would never look, and Harry, he listens. He nods, but deep inside he's burning. Not with anger exactly, but with something firmer. A kind of stubborn, settled knowing. They will keep going, no matter how many decrees are nailed to walls. Later, in the corridors near the Great Hall, Harry runs into Cho Chang. It's unexpected, just a quiet crossing of paths in the echoing stone. They talk gently, shyly. She tells him she thought the meeting went well, that she hopes they'll meet again soon. There's a sweetness in her voice, an earnestness that softens the moment. And when she smiles at him before walking away, it leaves a faint warmth behind, the way candlelight lingers after the flame is gone. It's small, but Harry tucks it away like a charm in his pocket. That night, as he lies in bed, the curtains drawn. Around his four-poster, he thinks of the hog's head, of the way everyone had looked at him, not with fear, but with hope. He thinks of Umbridge and her clipboard and her endless decrees, and then he thinks of spells, not as weapons, but as tools. as lanterns in the dark. Lumos. Even the softest light can push back shadows. The next morning, as the castle awakens again to bells and footsteps, the trio is already planning. They'll need a place. They'll need timing. They'll need to keep one step ahead of Umbridge. And somehow, in this tightening world of rules and fear, they will create a space where truth can be taught, where courage can quietly take root. No name yet, no official shape. But the heart of it has already begun to beat, and it cannot be stopped with parchment. Chapter 18, Dumbledore's Army. There is something sacred about beginnings, especially the quiet kind, those that slip softly into place while the world looks elsewhere. And so it is with this chapter. In the hush between decrees and detentions, a secret takes shape not through force but through faith. It begins fittingly with a room, not just any room, but one that appears when needed. Dobby the house elf is the unlikely herald of this secret space. His eyes, wide as moons and glowing with reverence, lead Harry to a place he's only heard of in whispers, the Room of Requirement, a room that does not exist until someone needs it. And so one evening, as torches flicker in the corridors, and cold presses against the stone walls of the castle, the trio walks 3 times past a blank stretch of wall on the 7th floor, and the door appears, old, arched, and inviting. It creaks open, and the 3 friends step inside. What greets them is not grand, but perfect. A cozy, spacious room, softly lit with glowing candles and quietly crackling torches. Cushions are piled against the walls, shelves hold worn but useful books, and a pile of spell-casting dummies waits silently at the edges. It feels alive, as though it's been expecting them. They return the next day, and this time, they are not alone. One by one, the students arrive, faces familiar, voices hushed with anticipation. Neville, Luna, Dean, Lavender, Parvati. Cho Chang, her eyes flickering toward Harry, and many more. They slip inside the Room of Requirement like moths to a safe lantern, and there, in the heart of this secret space, something begins. Harry doesn't want to give speeches. He never has. But they look to him, not for grandeur, but for guidance. So he starts with the basics. His voice is calm, even as his hands are slightly unsure. He speaks not as a teacher, but as someone who has learned by fire, and they listen. Hermione watches with quiet pride. She has enchanted the parchment again, binding their group together with magic older than suspicion. Each name is protected, each member guarded by ancient spells. Ron helps, laughing here and there, easing tension with a grin or a nudge. And then Harry teaches, Expelliarmus. The first spell, simple, disarming, but essential. They practice on the dummies, then on each other. Wands flash in arcs of light, spells fizzle, misfire, succeed. Laughter trickles into the air like bubbles rising from a still pool. Neville struggles at first. His wand slips. His aim falters. But he doesn't give. Harry watches him, nods, and moves closer. Gently, calmly, he guides Neville's hand. Focus on the intent, Harry says. Mean it. And something shifts in Neville's eyes. The next time, the spell lands true. There's applause. Real, soft applause, like a ripple through the room. Across the floor, Cho stands with her wand drawn. Her face is serious, but when Harry meets her gaze, she smiles. He smiles back. No words. Just that look, and in the flicker of candlelight, it feels like a promise. The meeting lasts an hour, maybe more, but time is different in this room. It passes like a dream, without rush, without drag. When they finally stop, everyone lingers, a little reluctant to leave the warmth they've created together. As they prepare to go, Hermione speaks up. We should name ourselves, she says, her tone matter-of-fact. But her eyes twinkling with secret excitement. They consider a few ideas, some silly, some serious, and then Ginny speaks. Dumbledore's Army. Silence follows, and then, slowly, heads begin to nod, because it is not just about learning spells. It is about standing for something, for someone, against the thing that Umbridge and the Ministry fear the most, the truth. The group disperses, slipping quietly back into the castle like shadows returning to their corners. The door disappears behind them without a trace, leaving only the memory of what took place inside. That night, Harry lies awake in bed. He thinks of the spells, of the laughter, of the fierce concentration in their eyes. He thinks of Cho, of her soft smile in the half-light. And he thinks of Dumbledore. Wherever the headmaster is, whatever he is doing, Harry hopes he would approve. Because something has changed now. Not just within the room of requirement, but within them all. They are learning. They are resisting. They are not alone. And even in the deepening dark of the times, a quiet army has risen, armed not with anger, but with courage. Not with power, but with purpose, and for the first time in weeks. Harry drifts into sleep with a peaceful heart. Chapter 19. The Lion and the Serpent. Winter presses its fingers more firmly into the stones of Hogwarts. The castle grows colder, darker, and more cloistered, as if the very walls are drawing closer around the students within. Outside, the wind howls against the high towers, and snow dusts the windows like powdered sugar on a worn old cake. Inside, warmth is more elusive, not just in the air, but in the mood. The students are no longer just learners. They are watchers, whisperers, quiet. Rebels navigating the chill of suspicion, and yet, in the midst of it all, Quidditch endures. It arrives like a spark in a long gray evening, a promise of rivalry, adrenaline, and brief, roaring freedom. Gryffindor versus Slytherin. The classic match. A dance of lions and serpents beneath the cold, autumn sun. Ron Weasley, to his own disbelief, has earned a spot on the Gryffindor team. Keeper, a position of pressure requiring nerves of steel and hands as steady as stone. But Ron is young, and human, and deeply, visibly nervous. Harry tries to encourage him, and so does Hermione in her own way. Even Fred and George, usually merciless with teasing, offer something close to kindness, though it's still draped in sarcasm. The day of the match arrives, and the castle stirs early. Scarves are wrapped tightly, cheers bubble in hallways, and the walk to the pitch feels more like a march than a stroll. Above, the sky is a heavy slate, promising snow but giving none. The stadium roars as the teams take to the field, scarlet and gold facing green and silver, brooms slicing the wind, hearts beating like drums. Madam Hooch blows her whistle, and the game begins. Slytherin plays with their usual cruelty, shoulders barging, fouls just shy of being called. And Ron falters. His nerves get the better of him. Goals slip past him like ghosts through a curtain, his ears flush red, his eyes wide with panic. Harry, darting through the air, watches helplessly. He searches for the snitch, but part of him is always glancing back at Ron. Meanwhile, the Slytherins jeer. Draco Malfoy, in particular, is relentless. His voice cuts across the pitch like a cruel wind, taunting Ron, his family, even Hermione, sowing insults like weeds, hoping one will take. But Harry doesn't take the bait. Not yet. He focuses, breathes, watches the air shift, and then he sees it, a flicker of gold near the stands. The snitch. He dives. The world falls away, the jeers, the wind, the chill, the cries in the stands. All he hears now is his own heartbeat, and all he sees is that tiny glint of gold dancing just out of reach. Then, his fingers close around it. The whistle blows. Gryffindor has won. The crowd erupts, but the joy is short-lived, because Malfoy's voice rises again, louder now, sharper, gleeful in its cruelty. He turns his words on Molly Weasley, on the family's modest means, and that's when Fred, George, and Harry snap. It's not thought, it's instinct. They lunge. It is messy, fast, and very un-Gryffindor-like. A scuffle erupts. Fists, not spells. Red and green tangled in a blur of anger and snow-dusted robes. Professor McGonagall arrives like a storm in tartan. She is furious, not at the cause, but at the choice. There are rules, there are expectations, and above all, there are consequences. Bye. The next day, the punishment is delivered. Umbridge intervenes. It is not detention. It is a ban. Harry, Fred, George. Permanently. Banned from playing Quidditch under any Hogwarts team. The words strike harder than any blow on the pitch. For Harry, it's like losing part of himself. Quidditch isn't just a game. It's freedom, identity, escape. Fred and George mask it with jokes, but even they go quiet for a while. It's as if the color has dimmed in them, just slightly. Back in the common room, the mood is mixed. There is anger, outrage, and then support. Lee Jordan rants, Ginny looks murderous, and even Neville mutters curses under his breath. But amidst it all, Hermione speaks quietly. This is what she wants, she says. To provoke, to punish, to make examples. Harry knows she's right, and yet the injustice still stings. That night, as he lies awake beneath his curtains, Harry stares. At the velvet above him, he remembers the wind in his hair, the laughter of the crowd, the feeling of the snitch in his palm. Now, it's gone. But only for now. Because beneath that loss, a different fire is kindling, one that cannot be banned or silenced, a fire that began in the Room of Requirement, Dumbledore's army, where courage will not be played on fields, but practiced in secret. And even as he drifts into sleep, Harry knows this loss is not the end. It is the beginning of something far deeper. Chapter 20. Hagrid's Tale. It is late, and the castle sleeps beneath the hush of winter. The fires are low, the corridors quiet, and in the common room, the coals glow gently, like embers in a dragon's breath. Outside, snowflakes drift lazily, swirling down in slow, poetic spirals, softening the world. And then, at last, Hagrid comes home. The door to his hut creaks open one evening as Harry, Ron, and Hermione watch from a distance. The giant of a man is back, beaten, limping, bruised. But, undeniably Hagrid, his beard is tangled, his face marked with scratches and tiredness, and yet in his eyes, there is something deeper, a heaviness that even the wide brim of his coat cannot hide. They visit him that night, of course, because of course they do. Lanterns. In hand, mufflers wrapped tightly, they slip down to the edge of the forest, where Hagrid's hut waits like a faithful dog. The snow crunches beneath their boots. The air is sharp with cold, but the warmth inside the little house draws them in like a lullaby. Fang, the boarhound, howls and thumps his tail in joy. Hagrid's face lights up in a tired smile. There are bruises along his jaw, dried blood near one eye, but he waves it off. Always waving it off, that old stubborn kindness of his. They sit down near the fire. The warmth is deep and immediate, and the kettle sings a low tune. Tea is poured. Silence hums for a moment, and then the tale begins. A tale of giants. A tale of shadows and snow and distant mountains. Hagrid speaks slowly at first, the way someone does when a story is too tangled in memory. He and Madame Maxime had been sent by Dumbledore to the mountains where the giants still dwell, far from wizarding society, forgotten and feared. They journeyed under false names, disguised and careful, climbing up into a world where diplomacy was a blade as sharp as any spell. The giants. They were not monsters. They were broken, scattered, struggling, tribal, living among snow and ruin, led by Gurgs, chieftains who ruled by strength and intimidation. Hagrid and Madame Maxime offered friendship, a message from Dumbledore, a hand, extended in peace, and for a time they were heard. The first Gurg listened, not warmly, not openly, but he listened. But power in such places is a fragile throne. A rival came, a brutal, cruel giant who overthrew the first Gurg and took control. This new leader wanted nothing to do with peace. He welcomed Death Eaters instead. Yes, Death Eaters. They were there too. Lucius Malfoy and others cloaked in cold black, whispering promises of power and vengeance into ears desperate to matter. Again. There was violence. There were nights when Hagrid and Madame Maxime had to flee, slipping down icy ridges, hiding beneath enchanted boulders, barely escaping with their lives. Hagrid's wounds are not only physical, they are the wounds of failure, of watching hope slip through frostbitten fingers. Still, they did not return empty-handed, for in those last moments when all seemed lost, Hagrid did something bold, or foolish, or maybe both. He found someone who could never live in the castle, never blend in. Someone enormous and wild, hidden now in the Forbidden Forest, his half-brother, a giant named Grawp. Hermione's eyes widen. Ron nearly drops his mug. Harry leans forward. A giant. In the forest? Hagrid nods. Quietly, solemnly. Grawp is not gentle. He does not understand the world Hagrid has brought him into. He is restless, confused, often angry. But he is Hagrid's family, his kin. And Hagrid believes with that unshakable tenderness of his that Grawp can be taught, can be protected, can belong. Hermione, ever the cautious one, worries. Ron is less subtle. He thinks Hagrid's mad. But Harry understands something deeper in this. Hagrid has always taken in the unwanted, the misunderstood. He loves creatures others fear. He sees hearts where others see monsters. And so, while the risks are great, while the forest may never quite sleep again, they say nothing more. They sip their tea. They listen. And in the flickering firelight, the shadows of giants dance quietly against the wooden walls. Outside, the wind whistles through the trees. But inside, the warmth of Hagrid's return, wounds and all, is a comfort the trio hadn't realized they missed so deeply. Familiar anchor, a friend restored, a tale, not finished, but shared. As they leave his hut and walk back up toward the castle, snow crunching beneath their feet, the night feels just a little less cold. They walk in silence, the kind of silence that holds stories and secrets and unspoken, loyalty. Behind them, the fire in Hagrid's hut still glows, a beacon in the dark. Chapter 21, The Eye of the Snake. The castle is hushed once again, but the quiet is no longer comforting. It is the quiet before something trembles, before a ripple on water becomes a wave. The days pass slowly after Hagrid's return, folding into winter's rhythm. Snow clings to the towers like soft moss, and the sky seems permanently gray, a heavy blanket stretching across the horizon. In this deep midwinter, Dumbledore's army continues to meet. The room of requirement becomes a sacred space, one where light and hope flicker like candle flames in a storm. Here, Harry teaches with purpose. Confidence begins to bloom around him like frost-dusted blossoms. Neville improves. So does Ginny. Even the shyest among them find strength in their wands. It is quiet resistance, and in that quiet, courage grows. But there are other currents running beneath the surface. Darker ones. Snape begins to appear more often in Harry's life, glimpsed in hallways, his dark robes billowing like smoke, his face inscrutable. Then, one night, Dumbledore calls Harry to his office. It's not for punishment, not for comfort either. It is instruction. There is something Harry must learn. Occlumency, the art of closing the mind. Dumbledore, distant and unreadable these days, does not explain much. Instead, he entrusts Snape with the task. Snape, with all his sharpness and buried grudges, is to teach Harry how to defend his thoughts from intrusion, because Voldemort, it seems, is pressing inward, and Harry's mind may not be his own for much longer. The lessons are to begin soon. But not yet. That night, after a long day and a quiet dinner, Harry returns to the common room. It is warm, firelit, calm. Ron is playing wizard chess with Seamus. Hermione is scribbling on a long scroll of parchment. Everything is ordinary. everything is safe, and then the world changes. It begins with pain, white-hot, searing, behind his eyes, like a jagged thread being pulled taut. Harry collapses. Time seems to stop, and he is no longer in Gryffindor Tower. He is somewhere else entirely. A long, dim corridor stretches before him, tiled in cold stone lit by torches. The air smells of metal and rot. He can hear the faint hiss of breath. He is not himself. He is something lower, slithering, hungry. He moves forward, swift and silent, without feet. Ahead, a door, a man, Mr. Weasley. In that corridor, in that place beyond the waking world, Harry sees Arthur Weasley attacked. Fangs flash, blood spills, pain radiates through the dream like fire through parchment. Then, screaming. Real, living, human screaming, voices. Around him, hands shaking him awake. It is Ron. It is Hermione. It is the common room, suddenly in chaos. Harry gasps, his face slick with sweat, his scar burning as though it has been split open. The others look at him frightened, not just for him, but of him, because Harry didn't just see the attack. He felt it, as though he had been the one to do it, and he is shaking, horrified, still caught between dream and waking, still feeling the blood, still feeling hunger. McGonagall is summoned. In minutes, she whisks Harry away, her face set in a rare expression of fear. They move quickly, down corridors, through moving staircases, until they reach Dumbledore. It is the middle of the night, but the headmaster is awake. Fawkes the Phoenix rests quietly nearby, golden feathers glowing like a candle's last flicker. Harry blurts the truth. What he saw, what he felt, how it wasn't like a dream, how he was the snake. Dumbledore listens with grave calm, orders. Are sent, Fawkes vanishes in a flash of fire, bringing word, help, urgency, and then to Harry's dismay, he is sent away, sent to a room alone. He wants answers. He wants Dumbledore to speak to him, to look him in the eyes. But Dumbledore avoids his gaze, and that avoidance is worse than any words. McGonagall takes Harry to a cold, quiet room with a bed and a blanket. She tells him to rest. But how can he? The memory clings like wet cloth. He cannot sleep, and worse, he cannot shake the feeling that something inside him is changing, that the line between himself and Voldemort is not as strong as it once was. The next day brings news. Arthur Weasley is alive, barely. He is at St. Mungo's Hospital, healing, recovering. The Weasleys rush to his side, and Harry, Ron, and Hermione are soon taken to Grimmauld Place for the holiday break. But the memory follows Harry there like a shadow. He begins to fear what he is becoming. And somewhere, in the deep folds of his heart, a question begins to echo. Is he connected to Voldemort? Or worse, is he becoming him? The answer, for now, remains hidden. But one thing is certain, the time for innocence has passed. And Harry, even in sleep, is no longer safe in his own mind. Chapter 22. St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries. The snow lies deep on the cobbled streets of wizarding London. It clings to rooftops like icing on an old, forgotten cake, and softens even the crooked shadows of Grimmauld Place. Inside number 12, tension hangs like mist in the halls. Christmas approaches, but the house feels far from festive. The drawing room, once echoing with the sharp hiss of house elf protest or the mutter of the Black family's long-faded portraits, now holds quieter things. Whispering worry, the scrape of teacups, the rustle of cloaks as people move between rooms like ghosts. Mr. Weasley is alive. That should be joy enough, but he is still in St. Mungo's, still pale and recovering from wounds that run deeper than skin. The children are told they will visit soon, and so, when the time comes, they gather quietly. Harry, Ron, Hermione, Fred, George and Ginny along with Mrs. Weasley. They pull on their cloaks and step into the hearth one by one, vanishing in green flames. St. Mungo's appears before them not with grandeur, but in the quiet bustle of care. Hidden behind a London storefront, an old, dusty mannequin in a display window, it is not a place meant to impress. It is a place for healing. And perhaps, in its oddity, in its quiet magic, that is enough. They pass through the hospital's strange, softly humming halls. The welcome witch smiles faintly and points the way. Along the walls, paintings of injured witches and wizards murmur sleepily. Posters promise healing potions, spell damage recovery, and magical limb regrowth. It feels like another world, but it's real. And when they reach the ward, they find Arthur Weasley propped in bed, a touch paler than usual but cheerful in his way, talking with his ever-patient Medowitch and grinning at the sight of his children. The reunion is tender. Mrs. Weasley flutters like a tired bird, scolding Arthur gently for downplaying his pain. The twins make lighthearted jokes. Ginny throws her arms around her father. Ron grins from ear to ear. Harry watches quietly, unsure of his place, because in the quiet of his heart, he knows what the others do not. He knows he was the snake that night, or something close to it. And even now, though Mr. Weasley smiles at him, Harry cannot quite return the gaze fully. Still, the visit carries on. Warmth returns a little. They sit beside the bed, talk, share stories, and for a while, the heaviness lifts until a sound, a familiar voice, one that is cracked like old stone, but full of feeling. Neville. Harry turns and sees him entering the ward, not alone, but accompanied by his formidable, proper grandmother, Augusta Longbottom. Neville seems surprised, even panicked to see them. He tries to retreat, but it is too late, because now they know. Neville is here, to visit his parents, Frank and Alice Longbottom. The names are said gently, in hushes and glances. They are here, in this hospital, in this ward. Victims of Bellatrix Lestrange, tortured until their minds fractured like glass. They do not speak clearly. They do not recognize Neville, but they smile vaguely, and Alice offers him a bubblegum wrapper, a simple gesture, as fragile and lovely as a snowflake. Neville takes it, carefully, lovingly. And in that moment, Harry sees something beautiful and sorrowful in him. A strength that does not shout. A loyalty that doesn't need to be seen to exist. No one says much after that. The group drifts back toward the fireplace, subdued. Harry walks slowly. There are so many kinds of pain, he realizes. Some scar the skin, some leave wounds in the mind, and some, like Neville's, are carried quietly, unseen but unshakable. As they prepare to return to Grimmauld Place, the visit lingers with them. Not just the image of Mr. Weasley in bed, smiling through the ache, but also the hushed rooms, the gentle, Medowitches, the sense that even in a world of magic, healing is never simple, and some losses cannot be reversed. But still, there is kindness, there is love, there is a place for the broken. As the green flames rise around them once again, and the group returns through the flue, Harry holds on to the last thing he saw. Neville, sitting by his mother's bedside, folding, the bubblegum wrapper with quiet reverence, a boy with no great fanfare, but more courage than most would ever understand. Chapter 23, Christmas on the Closed Ward. The chill of December deepens. At number 12, Grimmauld Place, the walls seem to breathe with history. Portraits mutter in their sleep, and the house, though warm, feels cloaked in a hush that no firelight can quite chase away. Christmas has arrived, but it is not the jubilant celebration of earlier years, not bright with carols or stuffed stockings or enchanted snowflakes falling from bewitched ceilings. No, this Christmas arrives wrapped in worry and soft grief. Still, the Weasleys decorate the drawing room as best they can. Fred and George charm fairy lights into blinking patterns along the mantel. Ginny hangs tinsel over the troll's leg umbrella stand. Even Creature, the reluctant house elf, lurks in doorways, muttering darkly as if offended by the festivity, but unable to stop it. Harry watches them all from the shadows. The events of the hospital visit linger in his heart, like fog over a moor. The image of Mr. Weasley, wounded but kind, of Neville, so quiet and brave beside his parents, of his own dreams, the snake, the corridor, the sensation of becoming something he fears. And worst of all, Dumbledore still will not speak to him. Harry feels the distance like a wall he cannot climb. Dumbledore avoids his eyes in the hallway, speaks through others, and offers no comfort. That silence weighs heavier than any spell. Still, the holiday carries on, and gifts arrive. From Hagrid, a monstrous baked creation that defies identification. From Ron, a new pair of Chudley Cannon socks. From Hermione, a box of enchanted ink that glows faintly in candlelight. Sirius gives Harry something more than a wrapped gift. He gives time. The godfather and godson sit together by the fire often now, talking in low tones. Sirius seems livelier these days, invigorated by the bustle of a full house, though his eyes still hold that faraway ache. He misses the world, misses being part of it. And in Harry, he sees a reflection of himself, brave, caged by duty, aching. For something just out of reach, their bond deepens. One night, just before dinner, the Weasleys receive word from St. Mungo's that Arthur is well enough to go home for Christmas Day. Joy bursts through the house like sunlight through a shutter. Mrs. Weasley fusses with tablecloths and menus, and the others brighten with the news. But something else darkens the day. A new name has surfaced in the Daily Prophet, Bellatrix Lestrange. The article lists her among a group of Death Eaters who have escaped Azkaban. Breached. Fear grips the wizarding world, and in the kitchen, the Order of the Phoenix meets in grim whispers. Harry hears the name and remembers the courtroom at the Ministry, Sirius's bitter stories, Neville's quiet pain. Bellatrix Lestrange. The, woman who destroyed the Longbottoms. She is free now, and with her return, the shadows lengthen. Despite the worry, Christmas morning dawns. Arthur Weasley returns home wrapped in scarves and a kind smile. He looks thinner, his face etched with fatigue, but he laughs and kisses his wife and hugs his children. The house erupts with gentle cheer, the kind that comes not from perfection, but from survival. They sit down together for a modest feast. Fred and George provide enchanted crackers that explode in puffs of colored smoke. Ron eats 5 helpings of turkey. Ginny charms a snowflake to rest on each person's nose, and for a few hours they are simply a family. No war, no prophecies, no looming darkness, just warmth, just togetherness. Later, Harry climbs the staircase alone. He enters Buckbeak's room, where Sirius often sleeps to be near the hippogriff, and finds it empty. The room is cold, the curtains drawn. A gentle wind whispers through the cracks in the window. It is there that he finds Sirius, sitting on a threadbare sofa, lost in memory. Harry joins him. They speak of Christmases past, of parents long gone, of things lost and found again. Sirius tells Harry about a time when Grimmauld Place felt like a prison, and how, with Harry there, it feels a little less so. Harry, in turn, confides his fears, the dreams, the snake, the strange sensation of sharing Voldemort's mind. Sirius listens, and unlike Dumbledore, Sirius does not turn away. He places a hand on Harry's shoulder and says something soft. "You're not him, Harry. You never were, and you never will be." Outside, snow begins to fall again, silent as feathers. Inside, the candles flicker, and the house, for once, feels like a home. And though the darkness is gathering, and though much remains unknown, for this night, in this place, the magic of love and resilience holds them all, even if just for a moment. Chapter 24. Occlumency. The holiday haze begins to lift. The warmth of Christmas, with its soft lights and short-lived peace, fades into the gray dawn of return. Hogwarts waits on the horizon, cold, majestic, and unknowable once again. The students so prepare to return. Harry, though, carries more than just his school bag. He bears the weight of recent dreams and of secrets whispered in sleep. He cannot forget the corridor, the locked door, the snake, nor can he ignore the growing fear inside him, fear of what it means to see through Voldemort's eyes, and worse, what it might mean to feel as he does. Dumbledore still keeps his distance. But something has shifted. One morning, shortly after returning to Hogwarts, Professor McGonagall approaches Harry in her usual brisk, tart manner, though this time her tone is lined with something softer. Concern, perhaps. She informs him that he will begin private lessons, on Dumbledore's orders, Occlumency, a word Harry has never heard before. She tells him to report to Professor Snape's office. Harry blinks. Snape? It feels like punishment, not instruction. But the time comes, and he climbs the familiar staircases, the castle still chilly from winter. Shadows stretch long through torchlit corridors, and when he reaches Snape's office, he hesitates, just a heartbeat, before knocking. Thatri. Ducker opens with a sigh. Snape greets him with his usual sneer, though this time there is a distinct undercurrent of irritation, as if he too is displeased with the arrangement. Snape explains in his slow, silken drawl what occlumency is, the magical art of protecting the mind against external penetration, against intrusion from dark forces. Like Voldemort, he tells Harry that the Dark Lord can force his way into the minds of those connected to him, that emotions, especially strong ones, can weaken one's mental defenses. Anger, fear, grief, all of these open doors. Occlumency, then, is a closing of doors, a reinforcement of the mind, a training of will. Harry listens. The lesson begins. Snape lifts his wand, and with an incantation, Legilimens, he attacks not Harry's body, but his mind. A rush, a blur of images. Harry sees moments fly past, his cupboard under the stairs, Dudley's jeers, the letter from Hogwarts, the sorting hat, his mother's scream. He gasps, staggers. Snape stops, and Harry is breathless, humiliated, and furious. The professor scolds him, calls him weak, emotional, unfocused. They try again and again. Each time, Snape's spell breaks into Harry's thoughts like a battering ram, and each time Harry struggles, fails, and feels the heat of old memories rise unbidden. It's exhausting, frustrating, but underneath it all is fear. A fear Harry cannot name, but feels deep in his bones. Because Snape is right about one thing. His emotions are unruly. They surge like tides and drag him under. And worse, Voldemort feels them too. Later, Harry tells Ron and Hermione about the lessons. Hermione, ever the voice of reason, insists occlumency is vital, dangerous but necessary. Ron grimaces at the idea of Harry alone with Snape, but even he knows this isn't optional. Something else happens that week, another dream. This time, it isn't a corridor or a snake, it's something stranger. He dreams of a conversation, of Voldemort. Speaking, plotting, searching for something. Something hidden, something he wants desperately. Harry wakes in a sweat, heart racing. What does it mean? Why him? And how close is that mental connection truly? The next occlumency lesson is no easier. Snape grows sharper, his barbs crueler. He sneers at Harry's weaknesses, picks at his failures. Harry responds with anger, a powerful, reckless anger that both fuels and betrays him. When Snape reads his thoughts, Harry retaliates. He shouts the spell back, Protego! And to his surprise, it works. Snape stumbles, and for the briefest moment, Harry sees into his mind a flicker, a memory, a dark-haired boy being bullied, taunted, humiliated, a teenage James Potter laughing. Harry recoils. Snape's fury is volcanic. Lashes out and ends the lesson abruptly, face pale with rage. Harry flees the office, heart thundering with confusion. What had he seen? What had he done? Back in the common room, he tries to make sense of it. The lessons are meant to protect him. Yes, but they are also unraveling something, opening wounds in others, and within himself. And somewhere deep in his core, he senses it again. That presence, that shadow pressing against his thoughts, watching, waiting. He resolves to do better, to focus, to master Occlumency, not for Snape, not even for Dumbledore, but for himself, to protect those he loves, to shield his mind from the darkness that grows stronger with each passing day. Outside, snow melts from the window panes. Inside, Harry begins to understand. The mind is a battlefield, and Voldemort is knocking at the gate. Chapter 25, The Beetle at Bay. The days grow longer, and yet somehow the shadows deepen. It is a strange season at Hogwarts, one where the usual rhythms of school life march onward, but underneath, everything feels altered, unsteady. Lessons. Continue, yes. Quills scratch over parchment. Snow drifts gently against high windows. But something stirs in the castle. Restlessness, disquiet. A quiet resistance, whispered between classes and passed behind cupped hands. The Daily Prophet tells its own tale, and it is not one of truth. Each morning, the pages arrive folded and crisp, bearing headlines twisted to suit the Ministry's message. There is still no acknowledgement of Voldemort's return. Instead, there are denials, distractions, smear campaigns, but cracks are beginning to show. One day, the common room buzzes with the news. 10 Death Eaters have escaped Azkaban. The fear is unmistakable now. Even the Ministry cannot fully contain the story. They try to cast blame on Sirius Black, painting him as a ringleader once more, desperate to control the narrative. But people are beginning to doubt, because the truth has a way of seeping through even the thickest layers of ink and denial. Harry watches it unfold with a quiet ache. The world outside Hogwarts is starting to change, slowly, uneasily, and he, too, feels that change blooming in his chest, cold and resolute. Within the walls of Hogwarts, Umbridge grows more venomous by the day. Her rules now fill entire notice boards. Her presence in the corridors is like a sour perfume that clings to the tapestries. Even her smile is a weapon, tight-lipped and sugar-drenched, but behind her back, something beautiful is taking shape. Dumbledore's army thrives. They meet now in earnest, in the Room of Requirement, that magical chamber that molds itself to their needs. It becomes a sanctuary, a place of warmth and courage. Within those walls, Harry becomes something more than a student. He becomes a guide, a quiet leader. And the others? They bloom like spring flowers, learning spells they once only read about, discovering strength they never knew they had. Even Neville, especially Neville. He throws himself into practice with a kind of quiet ferocity. His wand no longer trembles, his spells are stronger, his voice steadier, and when he stumbles, he rises again. Harry watches him with quiet pride. Their bond is unspoken, but it deepens with each lesson. They are more than classmates now. They are a fellowship of sorts, bound not by grades or house, points, but by purpose, by truth, by the silent promise that they will be ready when the time comes. One afternoon, Harry visits the owlery. A letter from Sirius has arrived. Its words are careful. He cannot say much, but the tone carries comfort, encouragement, and just beneath the surface, a shared longing for freedom, for connection. Harry clutches the parchment tightly, savoring it like a warm cup of tea on a cold morning. But the calm cannot last, because something is happening at the Ministry, and it arrives like thunder. St. Mungo's hospital has suffered a break-in. Broderick Bode, a quiet, enchanted patient known to few, has been murdered. The news sends a ripple through the order, through the school. and deep into the bones of those who understand its meaning. He was being protected, and now he is gone. Killed by a cursed plant, a gift seemingly harmless. A devil's snare in disguise. The message is clear. The war is no longer a distant rumble. It is here, quiet, strategic, lethal. The adults try to shield the students, but Harry knows better now. He's seen too much. And even as he tries to focus on Occlumency lessons, straining to protect his thoughts from Voldemort's creeping presence, he finds his mind drawn to that locked door in the dream corridor. It calls to him, a whisper, a pull. He does not yet know why, but he knows that whatever lies behind it is important, dangerous. One evening, in the room of requirement, the DA members gather around a copy of The Quibbler, the strange offbeat magazine edited by Luna Lovegood's father, and there, on the front page, is something astounding. Harry's face. And beside it, Harry Potter speaks out at last, the truth about he who must not be named. A quiet triumph. Because for the first time, someone has given Harry a voice. He told his story, everything, from the graveyard to Cedric's murder to the Dark Lord's return. And now, Luna's father has published it, unaltered. Students whisper behind hands, some nod in quiet belief, others stare wide-eyed. The Ministry tries to ban it. Umbridge rages, but it spreads anyway, hidden beneath robes, passed behind textbooks, devoured under bedsheets by wandlight. Harry has done what he came to do. He has told the truth, and that truth is out now, like smoke in the wind. It cannot be contained. The tides are turning. The storm draws closer. But for the first time in many weeks, Harry feels something warm stirring. In his chest, not fear, hope. Chapter 26, Seen and Unforeseen. Winter still clings to the stone walls of Hogwarts, but beneath the frost, the air hums with quiet rebellion. The Quibbler interview has made its rounds. Harry's story, spoken in his own voice, untouched by Ministry. Hands, spreads like wildfire cloaked in whispers. Some students treat him with a new kind of reverence. Others, emboldened by the truth, walk a little taller. But for Harry, there is no time to bask in fleeting validation. The dream is back. Sharper this time. In it, he is the snake again. He glides across cold stone, down endless corridors. Toward that door. Always that door. But now the dream shifts. He sees more than he did before. A room beyond, filled with curious glass orbs and shelves that stretch high into darkness. Rows and rows of secrets. Unfathomable magic, humming quietly in the hush. He wakes with his scar burning and an ache behind his eyes. The door is no longer just a dream, it's a destination. In the days that follow, Harry struggles through Occlumency lessons with Snape. Each session is like swimming against a current of thorns. Snape's voice is curt, his wand always raised, and Harry's mind feels laid bare. He is not making progress, and the pain of Voldemort's presence seems to be deepening. Even so, life at Hogwarts continues in its peculiar, pressurized way. Homework piles up. The Inquisitorial Squad, Umbridge's chosen enforcers, becomes more aggressive, patrolling halls and reporting infractions with cold satisfaction. Draco Malfoy wears his badge like a crown, smirking from the shadows. But the DA still meets, they still learn, and they still believe. One day, after a particularly exhausting lesson, Harry is approached by Cho. There is a softness to her words, a nervous flutter in her eyes. She thanks him for the interview, for his courage. Her voice trembles like a candle flame, and then, in the hush of the room of requirement, their lips meet. It is sweet, and strange, and fleeting. A stolen moment in a world growing darker by the hour, but it is not without complication. Later, when he shares the moment with Hermione and Ron, he's met with confusion and quiet laughter. Hermione, ever wise, explains that Cho is grieving, conflicted, caught between memory and emotion. Harry is left to reflect. Kisses, he realizes, do not heal wounds. They do not erase grief. They are just moments, tender, fleeting, like feathers, drifting through war. A few days pass, and the storm truly breaks. Umbridge discovers the DA. It happens with frightening speed. Marietta Edgecombe, a reluctant member, confesses, pressured by her mother who works at the ministry. But the magic Hermione placed on the sign-up sheet leaves its mark. Marietta's face blooms with pustules that spell the word sneak. Still, the damage is done. Umbridge storms into the room of requirement with a squad of teachers and enforcers. Dumbledore is summoned. And then, in a moment that will echo through the halls for years to come, Dumbledore takes responsibility, calmly, deliberately. He declares that the student group was formed on his orders, and before they can arrest Harry, or any other member, he vanishes in a swirl of phoenix fire. Gone. Just like that. The headmaster of Hogwarts disappeared into the air, leaving silence behind. Umbridge is now headmistress. The atmosphere at Hogwarts turns leaden. Portraits refuse to speak to her. Taki. Students rebel in subtle, clever ways. Charmed dung bombs, vanishing staircases, enchanted fireworks. Fred and George Weasley, in particular, lead the charge with gleeful mischief. But the joy is edged with fear, because Dumbledore is gone, and they are now alone. Harry feels it keenly. Even his dreams seem more dangerous now, tendrils of shadow curling through his thoughts when he sleeps. And the corridor behind the mysterious door is no longer just imagination. It's becoming real. He begins to wonder if Voldemort is using the dreams to show him something, or to lure him somewhere. Snape continues to push him in Occlumency, but it's not enough. The connection is still open, and with each night that passes, Harry feels himself drawn closer to whatever lies behind that door. Meanwhile, whispers reach them of political unrest. Rita Skeeter, drawn out of obscurity by Hermione's clever manipulation, begins to write truth again, small pieces, subtle insights. The Quibbler article has already done its damage, and now, little by little, the Ministry's armor is cracking. There are signs of resistance, subtle, scattered, but real, and through it all, Harry walks the halls with a quiet strength he never asked for, carrying the weight of prophecy and pain, of rebellion and secrecy. He's no longer just a student. He is a symbol, a beacon, and even though he often feels alone, the truth is this. The DA still exists in the hearts of those who believe. Dumbledore may be gone, but the fight, gentle, defiant, enduring, has only just begun. Chapter 27, The Centaur and the Sneak. It begins quietly, as so many changes at Hogwarts do, like a whisper beneath the clamor of routine. Dolores Umbridge, now crowned headmistress, takes her new title with stiff shoulders and a tight smile. Yet the castle itself does not seem eager to welcome her. The enchanted quills in her office twitch with resistance. The portraits grumble under their breath. Even the very walls, steeped in centuries of magic, appear to lean away from her presence, as, though Hogwarts itself is rejecting her rule, still, she tightens her grip. She enforces curfews with more cruelty than caution. And with Dumbledore gone, her power grows unchecked, but not unchallenged. Fred and George Weasley, grinning like twin, comets of rebellion, become even more daring in their defiance. They create chaos not from spite, but from spirit, sowing mischief like wildflowers in spring. One morning, enchanted fireworks burst through the halls, screaming Catherine wheels, sparking dragons, and glittering stars that laugh as they ricochet. Across the stone, the students cheer. The staff, most of them, look away, and Umbridge seethes behind her pale pink walls. Harry, meanwhile, has other things on his mind. In his dreams, the door remains. Always the door. The gleaming handle, just out of reach. The corridor bathed in silence. It feels closer than ever before, as though Voldemort is calling him there with greater urgency. But that is not the only place magic stirs. In the forest that borders the school, a quieter kind of power waits. One afternoon, Harry is caught whispering to Lee Jordan in the corridor and is given detention. But rather than her usual punishments, Umbridge has something different in mind. She tells Harry she needs assistance with a matter in the Forbidden Forest. He is not to ask questions, he is simply to follow. With her is a second figure, Marietta. Edgecombe, the sneak. Her face still bears the blooming letters, a mark of betrayal that has not faded. They walk into the trees together, and Harry's heart thuds with caution. The Forbidden Forest is old, older than the school itself. Its canopy swallows sound, and its paths shift like thoughts. Beneath the trees, time seems slower, more ancient. And soon, they are joined by another, Hermione. She's come too, though not by choice. She murmurs to Harry along the path, revealing her quiet plan. She's led Umbridge into the forest intentionally, baiting her with hints of Dumbledore's secret weapon. It's not a lie exactly, only a redirection. What Umbridge finds, however, is far beyond her control. They enter a clearing, and from the shadows emerge the Centaurs, tall and silent, proud and grave. Their bodies half human, half horse, their faces ageless, their eyes deep with starlight. They regard Umbridge with cold, unreadable gazes, and she, brimming with confidence and prejudice, makes a critical mistake. She speaks to them as if they are beasts, commands them, threatens them, and the forest does not take kindly to arrogance. The Centaurs do not raise their voices. They simply surround her, still as stones, and then, without a sound, they carry her away, vanishing into the dark. It is not cruel, it is ancient. It is justice spoken in the language of trees and moonlight. Harry and Hermione are left behind, breathless, unsure what to do next. But the forest is not quite finished with them. Another creature appears, smaller, but just as important. Grawp, Hagrid's half-brother. A giant in truth and temperament, his great form lumbers into the clearing, confused and eager to see. His Hermie. He calls for her in a booming voice, but she steps back, cautious and wide-eyed. Still, she speaks to him gently, and for a moment the forest holds its breath. Between them, something passes, a glimmer of understanding, delicate as dew. Harry and Saul. Hermione slip away while Grawp is distracted, the trees bending around them like old friends. By the time they reach the edge of the forest again, the sun is lower in the sky, casting golden shadows on the grass. They are safe, for now. Later, rumors fly like sparrows across the school. Umbridge is missing. The inquisitorial squad is leaderless. And the students? They begin to smile again, because while the walls of Hogwarts may be under siege, and fear may slither through the corridors, the forest remembers its own kind of truth, and it does not forget those who forget their place. Chapter 28, Snape's Worst Memory. The castle feels different now. There's a stillness in the air, the kind that comes after a storm, or just before one. Dolores Umbridge, dragged off into the depths of the Forbidden Forest, has not returned. Her flowery tyranny has vanished from the corridors for the time being, leaving behind a strange calm, a pause in the heartbeat of Hogwarts. But peace, as Harry is learning, never lingers for long. He continues his Occlumency lessons with Professor Snape. Each session leaves him drained, as though part of his spirit is being scooped out and discarded. The sharp flick of Snape's wand, the piercing command, Legilimens, and then the rush of memories flooding forth, uninvited and unstoppable. Harry tries to block them. He tries to build walls in his mind, but Snape is relentless, and Harry is tired. On this particular day, the lesson takes place as the sky outside. The dungeon windows turns a pale shade of gold. It's early evening, and the air holds the first breath of spring. But inside the room, it is always cold. Snape demands more focus, more resistance. Harry, angry, exhausted, pushes back with sudden force. For once, he gains control. Snape reels back just a little, and in that brief, unguarded moment, Harry's eyes catch something they shouldn't. A swirl of thought, a slip of memory from Snape's mind. It's not a vision Harry wants, but it comes anyway. And suddenly, he is somewhere else. The world shifts, and Harry stands, unseen, in a memory not his own. It is summer. The grass is long and golden, waving in the warm breeze. Students are lounging by the lake. The sky is soft and blue, and there, beneath a tree, is a younger Snape. His hair is long and untidy. He is pale, thin, and hunched slightly as he sits alone, scribbling something in his lap. He looks up, and across the field Harry sees them. His father, James Potter and Sirius Black. They are laughing, confident, reckless, teenagers full of charm and arrogance. They call to Snape, sneering. Sirius, all easy mischief, and James with his Quidditch robes and windswept hair, strutting like a boy who owns the sun, and then they hex him. Right there in front of everyone, Snape's body contorts. He's hoisted upside down, robes falling, humiliated before the crowd. Some laugh, others look away, and Harry watches, frozen, as his father, his hero, torments the boy beneath the tree. The memory shifts again. Snape's voice spits a curse. Mudblood! The word lands like a stone in still water. Lily Evans, Harry's mother, appears, furious. She comes to Snape's defense, but he lashes out at her too, pride wounded beyond repair. Harry sees her turn away from Snape, hurt and shaking her head. It is a memory soaked in shame, a moment neither boy will ever forget. And then, the spell breaks. Snape shouts, furious, and tears Harry away from the pensive. The dungeon sways back into focus. Snape's face is pale with rage. His voice, cold as winter stone, tells Harry to leave. The lessons are over, for good. Harry stumbles from the room, shaken. The memory lingers in his mind like smoke. His father, the brave, kind man he imagined, was not always gentle, not always good. He sees now the crooked edges of heroism, that the world is more complicated than the stories we tell ourselves, that pain has roots, that bullies can wear familiar faces, that even kindness, like Lily's, can be cast aside in the heat of shame and pride. The experience does not harden Harry, though. It deepens him. He walks the corridors that night in silence, letting the truth settle in like dust. He is not his father, nor is he Snape. He is himself, shaped by both, perhaps, but on his own path now. And though the night is dark, and the weight of prophecy lies ahead, Harry's heart holds something. Steady, the strength to see people clearly, and the grace to change the story. Chapter 29. Career Advice. The castle has begun to warm with spring's approach. The great windows glow longer into the evening, and birdsong echoes faintly through the rafters. The air carries the soft scent of damp earth and young grass, as if Hogwarts itself is waking gently from a long winter's sleep, and with spring comes another sort of tradition. Career advice. For 5th years, the world beyond Hogwarts hovers suddenly on the horizon. Professors summon students one by one to speak of dreams and professions, of NEWTs and ministry qualifications. It is a strange, humbling thing to be asked who you wish to become while still growing into who you are. Harry has never thought much about his future. His years at Hogwarts have been more about survival than ambition. Trolls, chambers, dementors, and now, prophecies and shadows and dreams he cannot explain. But even he feels a small flicker of curiosity when Professor McGonagall invites him into her office for a quiet talk. The room is just as you might expect it, orderly, firm, and respectful. McGonagall sits with her square spectacles perched low, on her nose a quill poised above parchment. Harry takes the chair across from her and folds his hands in his lap. She begins with the basics, his interests, his strengths. Does he have a profession in mind? And Harry quietly admits that he's thought, perhaps, of becoming an Auror, a dark wizard catcher, a protector. McGonagall's expression doesn't change, but a flicker of something proud flashes behind her eyes. It is a noble path, she says. Challenging. Demanding, but not impossible. She tells him what it would take. Excellent NEWTs, clean conduct, determination. Harry listens carefully, as though hearing his own future whispered like a breeze through the stone, but their calm conversation is interrupted by a soft pink knock. Umbridge enters, deliberately, smiling. And suddenly the room feels smaller, colder. She seats herself without invitation and proceeds to undermine Harry's ambitions. She questions his academic record, mentions his detentions, implies that his dangerous fantasies about Voldemort might disqualify him. Her voice is sugary, but each word stings like thorns beneath silk. McGonagall, however, does not bend. She straightens her back, sharpens her tone, and calmly informs Umbridge that she will do everything in her power to help Mr. Potter become an Auror, no matter how many obstacles the Ministry wishes to place in his way. The two women stare at one another, the air thick, with quiet resistance, and Harry, caught between them, realizes that some battles are fought not with wands, but with will. The meeting ends. Umbridge withdraws, her smile tight and hollow, and Harry steps back into the corridor, heart slightly lifted, not by the prospect of becoming an Auror, not yet, but by the fierce loyalty of Professor McGonagall. It is a small moment, but it shines. Elsewhere in the Yao school, others are preparing too. Fifth years whisper about their choices. Healer, Cursebreaker, Dragonologist. Some dream in color. Others worry in silence. But the act of dreaming matters. To imagine a life beyond war and fear is, in itself, a kind of resistance. It is hope. And that night, Harry lies awake in his dormitory, tracing the edges of that thought. Perhaps he can fight, not just to end the darkness, but to build something afterward. A future, a path of his own choosing. The castle is quiet. The stars glimmer gently above the towers, and the dreams of many young witches and wizards swirl softly beneath the covers, untamed, uncertain, and waiting. Chapter 30. Grawp. The days drift on, warm and trembling with the anticipation of exams. Fifth years move like sleepwalkers through corridors, heavy with books, eyes ringed with study, minds weighed down by the promise of O.W.L.s, and in the midst of this nervous season, Harry finds himself once again drawn toward the edge of the known world, the Forbidden Forest. It is Hagrid who beckons him this time. Hagrid, whose absences and bruises have been wrapped in mystery all year. Now, at last, he calls Harry and Hermione to follow him through the undergrowth, away from lessons and ministry eyes, into the damp breath of the woods. Hagrid walks ahead, broad, shoulders hunched, voice low and secretive. The forest is alive around them, full of sighs and rustling branches, bird calls and sudden snaps. It is a world that moves to its own rhythm, untamed and deeply old, and as they go deeper, the air changes. It grows thicker, wilder. Even Hermione, so brave, so composed, begins to look nervous. But Hagrid keeps walking, leading them to a clearing. He has carefully kept hidden, and there, standing among trees bent like courtiers, is the reason for Hagrid's silence. A giant. Grawp. He is enormous, more than 16 feet tall, with tangled hair, thick fingers, and a brow that casts long shadows over his eyes. But there is something childlike in him too, something bewildered and soft beneath all that strength. Hagrid explains gently that Grawp is his half-brother. When he had gone north with Madame Maxime to parley with the giants, he had found Grawp among them, bullied, isolated, smaller than the others. So Hagrid had brought him home. Secretly. He'd hidden him here, in the forest, and had been trying, slowly, patiently, to civilize him, to care for him. It has not been easy. Grawp is confused by human ways. His fists are quick, his words few, but he is learning. And Hagrid, fierce and full of hope, believes that Grawp can become something more than a legend of fear. Harry and Hermione are stunned, wary, but they see the plea in Hagrid's eyes. If Umbridge succeeds in driving him out, and she is trying, every day someone must look after Grawp. Someone must speak to him, remind him of kindness. Hagrid asks them to promise, and though it frightens them, they agree. Because love often asks impossible things. Grawp's voice booms like distant thunder. He says Hagrid's name, awkward and deep. Hagger. Then he turns his eyes on Hermione. Hermie. It is not threatening. It is clumsy, curious. Grawp reaches toward her, a massive hand swiping clumsily through the air. Hermione shrinks back, heart racing, but Hagrid steps in quickly, guiding the moment back to calm. There is no harm meant, just a child, enormous and unsure, reaching toward a world he doesn't yet understand. They leave shortly after, winding back, through the forest's maze of green and shadow. Neither speaks much on the way back, but Harry's heart feels heavy, not just from the exams or the war creeping closer, but from the strange, tender sadness of it all. A half-giant who doesn't fit, a brother trying to make room in a world that rejects him, a plea for care. Hagrid walks beside them, scratched and bruised, but hopeful. He believes in Grawp, and Harry somehow finds himself believing too. Back in the castle, the torches flicker along the walls and sleep waits behind heavy eyes. But in the forest, beneath stars filtered through leaves, Grawp stirs and murmurs. Not as a monster, not as a legend, but simply as someone, trying to be known. Chapter 31, O.W.L.s. The castle has changed again. Gone are the sounds of laughter and careless chatter. Gone are the games and long afternoons of wandering curiosity. Now the rhythm of Hogwarts is one of stillness, of books balanced like towers, of notes rewritten until the ink fades, of corridors quiet except for the shuffling of anxious footsteps. The O.W.L.s have arrived, ordinary wizarding levels. 5 years of learning distilled into 2 long weeks of trials, written exams, practical demonstrations, and nerves stretched, tight as violin strings. Harry, like so many of his classmates, wakes each morning with a fluttering stomach and a mind buzzing with incantations, dates, magical properties, and potion ingredients. The Great Hall, usually a place of feasts and joy, has been transformed into an exam room. The long tables are now spaced wide apart. Each student sits alone, a single piece of parchment, a black quill, a ticking enchanted clock, and silence, deep, thick silence that hums like tension in the air. The invigilators from the ministry arrive in solemn robes, their eyes watchful and cold. Even Professor Tofty, the kindest among them, carries with him a sense of otherworldly order. There is no room here for dreams or daydreams, only answers and focus. The first test is Theory of Charms. The questions are precise. Define the wand lighting charm. Explain the counter charm for the Loipa summoning spell. List 5 scenarios where a memory charm might ethically be used. Harry dips his quill and begins. His mind is sharp, steadied by hours of revision, bolstered by Hermione's checklists and Ron's groggy encouragements. Each day brings another. Subject, history of magic, transfiguration, potions, herbology. The days stretch like melted candle wax. Each evening, they retreat to the common room, shoulders drooping, eyes barely open. Hermione, ever tireless, continues to revise. Her notes are stacked in color-coded piles, and her lips move soundlessly as she rehearses incantations under her breath. Ron, on the other hand, has begun to count down how many papers remain, like a prisoner etching lines on a cell wall. Harry floats between them, tired, steady, focused. He thinks of how far he's come, of how many times he's stood on the edge of the unknown and survived. This, in some ways, is no different, except perhaps that the stakes are subtler now. Quiet. but lasting. The hardest day arrives with the astronomy exam. At midnight, they gather on the astronomy tower, bundled in cloaks, telescopes at the ready. The sky is vast and dark, its constellations shimmering like scattered thoughts. Harry charts Mars and Jupiter, names the moons of Saturn, traces the arc of Venus. But partway through the test, movement below catches his eye. In the courtyard below, torches flare, figures move, half seen, half heard. Through the gloom, Harry sees something awful unfolding. It's Hagrid and Professor McGonagall. The Ministry has come. They've come for him. Half a dozen Ministry officials and Umbridge's people confront Hagrid outside his hut. McGonagall rushes in to defend him, fierce, protective but outnumbered. There are stunning spells, flashes of red light. And then, with a sickening fall, McGonagall is hit. Once, twice, 3 times. She crumples, silently, without a sound. Harry grips the edge of his desk, heart pounding. From up here on the astronomy tower, he can do nothing. Only watch. Only ache. Hagrid roars, a primal, broken sound, and fights back with the strength of giants. He throws the Ministry wizards off like dolls. Then, clutching Fang, he runs. Into the night, into the woods, into the wild where no Ministry law can reach him. The stars above do not flicker. The exam continues, but the world has shifted beneath their feet. The next morning, the news is everywhere. McGonagall has been taken to St. Mungo's. 4 stunning spells to the chest. Even Hermione is speechless. And for a moment, the exams fade into the background, because this was not supposed to be part of it. Because Hogwarts is changing again, not just with tests and scrolls, but with silences too long and corridors too closely watched. Still, the days move on. Defense against the dark arts comes near the end, and Harry shines. He performs jinxes and counter-jinxes before Professor Tofty and the examiners with calm, focused ease. He stuns a target, disarms a dummy, and uses a shield charm so cleanly that Tofty nods in admiration. It is a small victory. But in these days, small victories shine like stars. And finally, the last exam, History of Magic. A blur of goblin wars and Ministry dates, revolutions and legislation. Harry writes for a while, then slowly the exam fades around him. His scar burns, his vision clouds, and a dream, too sharp, too real, slips into his mind. A hallway, a door, and something terrible waiting beyond. But that is for another chapter. For now, we linger in the silence that follows exams, the silence of minds emptied, of hearts slowed, the quiet joy of finishing something hard. In the common room, laughter returns in fragments. Hermione packs away her notes. Ron slouches deep into an armchair, arms wide, face blank with exhaustion, and Harry watches the fire, feeling the first flickers of rest return to his bones. Outside, the stars still shine, and somewhere deep in the forest, Hagrid walks with Grawp beneath the moon. Chapter 32. Out of the Fire. The exams are over, but peace does not follow. It hovers, fragile as ash. Restless thoughts linger like smoke, winding through the days that come after. And in Harry's mind, the echoes of something terrible stir and stretch in the silence. That vision, the one that came during his History of Magic exam, was no ordinary dream. It was sharp, clear, and far too real. A long corridor, a door at the end, and Sirius, his godfather, screaming, in pain, in fear. Harry wakes from it shaking. The sense of urgency clings to him like a second skin. Sirius is in danger. He knows it. He feels it. Something has gone wrong, and the dream didn't feel like imagination. It felt like a message, like a window flung open just long enough to let dread in. Harry tells Ron and Hermione. His voice trembles. His eyes are wide, and there's a flicker in them that hasn't been there before. Hermione frowns. She doesn't dismiss him, but she treads gently, cautious as ever. You don't think, maybe, it could be Voldemort playing tricks again? She asks softly. But Harry shakes his head. It was real. It felt real. They decide they have to know for sure. They have to find a way to contact Sirius, to see if he's safe, if he's truly at Grimmauld Place. But Umbridge is everywhere. Her regime is absolute now, her eyes peering through every shadow, her rules choking the castle like ivy. The Flu network is being monitored, Owl Post is being intercepted, still they find a way. And that way is through a distraction, a wild, ridiculous, brilliant distraction, Fred and George. The twins, ever the chaos bringers, have grown more daring since their departure became inevitable. Now they see a chance to go out with a bang, literally. Harry, Hermione, and Ron pull them aside and explain what they need. A grand diversion to pull Umbridge's attention away from her office for just a little while. Just long enough for Harry to slip into her fireplace and try to contact the headquarters of the Order. Fred and George smile. Not their usual mischief-laced grin, something deeper, almost solemn. Right then, Fred says, let's give her a goodbye she won't forget. The plan begins, and Hogwarts erupts. Fireworks blast through the corridors. Dragons made of scarlet sparks roar past portraits. Sparklers explode over classrooms. Whistles scream through the air. One particularly stubborn Catherine Wheel chases Umbridge down a hallway. Belching smoke and sparking flames, students cheer, professors hide smiles, and through it all, Harry slips into her office. The walls are pink, the kittens still meow from their decorative plates, and the fire roars with enchanted green flames. Harry kneels, heart racing, and says clearly, "Number 12, Grimmauld Place." His head spins as it always does with Flu travel, and then he's looking out into the familiar shadowed kitchen of the Black family home. It's quiet, empty. Sirius? He calls. There's no answer. He calls again, more urgently. At last, a voice responds, "Creature, the house elf." But his voice is strange, sly and slippery. Creature tells Harry that Sirius is not there. He's gone. Gone where? Harry demands. But Creature only grins in the firelight. He won't come back, he says. He has gone to the Department of Mysteries. Harry pulls out of the fire, heart thundering. The Department of Mysteries. The very place from his vision where Sirius was being tortured. It all fits. It must be real. And Sirius, his last true family, is in danger. Harry turns to the others. He tells them everything. There's no time. They have to go now. But as they speak, the door bursts open, and Umbridge is there. Face twisted with fury, eyes gleaming with triumph. She has caught him. Harry is dragged from the office like a prisoner. His arms are pinned, his wand is taken, and she is smiling. Smiling in the way only people who love power for its own sake do. She calls for Veritaserum, to force the truth from him. When that fails, she whispers something darker, something colder. The Cruciatus curse. Even her inquisitorial squad, Malfoy and the others, go pale. But Umbridge is determined. Hermione, desperate, does the only thing she can. She lies. She tells Umbridge that they were trying to contact Dumbledore's secret weapon, that they know where it is, but they won't say unless they show her. Umbridge bites. She orders Harry and Hermione to lead her to the weapon, deep in the Forbidden Forest, to a place Hermione invents on the spot. And so the three of them walk into the woods. The trees stretch tall and ancient above. The light dims. The sounds of birds and insects fade, and Umbridge grows nervous. She holds her wand tighter, whispers to herself, and when she demands to know where this weapon is, the forest answers, not Hermione, not Harry, but the centaurs. They emerge from the trees, dozens of them, eyes glowing with starlight and earth, bows drawn, hooves silent upon the moss. They surround her. She calls them filthy half-breeds. She tries to command them, but she does not understand the laws of the forest. She does not understand that here, Power is not measured by ministry robes or loud voices. Here, the stars speak louder. The centaur sees her, and she screams. A terrible, shrieking sound. Then she is gone, dragged into the darkness, her wand dropped and trampled beneath the hooves. Harry and Hermione stand frozen, shaken, but safe. And the path forward, though steep and uncertain, is suddenly open. They have escaped. Sirius is still in danger, and they must go to him. But for tonight, the forest is quiet once more. The trees whisper their ancient lullabies, and in the place where danger was met with cleverness, there is only the soft hush of leaves falling. Chapter 33, Fight and Flight. The forest behind them seems to breathe, alive with silence, watchful and still. And though Umbridge has vanished into its depths, the path ahead is no less treacherous. Harry and Hermione emerge from the trees, their minds racing. The others, their friends, must be told. Sirius is in danger. There's no time to waste. Back at the castle, Ron, Ginny, Luna, and Neville wait anxiously. Their eyes brighten when they see them return, whole and unharmed. But the joy fades quickly as Harry shares what he's seen. Sirius, the Department of Mysteries, the Vision. He speaks quickly but clearly, his voice threaded with worry and resolve. "We have to go," he says softly. "We have to help him." No one hesitates. Not Ron, not Hermione, not Neville, or Ginny, or Luna. Each one stands, wand at the ready, their faces quietly brave in the dimming light. Together, the six make for the castle's edge, but they cannot walk the grounds freely. Not anymore. Too many eyes watch from the shadows. Too many rules choke the night air. They'll need a way out. And as always, the castle provides, if one knows where, to look. They turn to the Thestrals, dark creatures with leathery wings, skeletal forms, and eyes full of silent understanding. Some of the group can see them clearly. Others cannot, but all trust in their presence, guided by those who can feel their breath, hear the whisper of their wings. One by one, they mount the creatures. There is no saddle, no reins, only the rush of wind, the wide open sky, and the stillness before the fall. The Thestrals rise with a quiet grace. Their wings slice the cool evening air, and below them Hogwarts grows small and distant. The lights in the windows flicker like far-off stars. It is strange, this journey, frightening and beautiful. All at once, each rider grips tightly, the chill of altitude brushing against their cheeks. None speak, not now. Only the wind talks, and London appears at last. A city of stone and steam beneath the silver breath of the moon. They land in the shadows near the Ministry of Magic. Unseen, the great red telephone box waits. A strange, old-fashioned portal into something vast and secret. They cram inside, pressing shoulders and knees close, and dial the numbers that open the way. With a shudder and a groan, the box descends. The Ministry welcomes them, quiet and glistening. It is late. The atrium is empty, polished floors reflecting the dark ceiling above. They move as one, slipping through corridors they've only heard about. The Department of Mysteries is deep beneath them, a place where time is studied like a spell, where thoughts are kept in glass, where mysteries wait behind sealed doors. They find the entrance, black, silent, and inside, rooms unlike any other. The first chamber is round, with doors all around its edges, each identical, each leading somewhere strange. They try one, a room full of silent, swirling planets. Another, filled with tanks of brains suspended in green fluid. Another, where time turns in delicate loops, where clocks tick but never chime. They are lost in a maze of secrets, until at last, they find it. The room from Harry's dream. The Hall of Prophecy. Long rows of glass orbs stretch out before them, glowing faintly, each one labeled, each one whispering, softly of futures seen and futures feared. And at the end of the row, like in the vision, Sirius is not there. The space is empty, but there is an orb, one with Harry's name on it. His heart pounds, his fingers tremble. He reaches for it, and the moment he lifts it from the shelf, they are no longer alone. Dark figures step from the shadows. Death Eaters, draped in black, faces hidden behind masks. They fan out across the room, their wands raised, their voices cold. Lucius Malfoy leads them, his presence chilling. They do not want to kill Harry. Not yet. They want the prophecy, that glowing orb in Harry's hand. The secret it holds, but Harry will not give it up, not without a fight. And so, the battle begins. A battle like none they've known. The young six, brave and trembling, draw their wands. Spells fly. Lights streak through the air, red and blue and gold. Shelves fall, orbs shatter, whispering their secrets to no one. Neville stumbles, hit but unbroken. Ginny goes down, her ankle twisted. Luna stands tall, graceful and strange in her focus. Ron is hit by a spell that leaves him dazed, his words drifting nonsense. Hermione fights, fierce and brilliant, until she too is struck and crumples beside a fallen shelf. Only Harry and Neville are left standing, and the Death Eaters close in. It is chaos, but there is no screaming, no shouting, only, spell after spell, a rhythmic terror pulsing in silence. Harry clutches the prophecy tight. Neville tries to help, but his wand is broken, his nose bloodied. Still, he does not retreat. They are surrounded, and then, hope. A ripple in the air, a sound, faint but familiar. The order has arrived. Dumbledore's allies, Sirius, Lupin, Tonks, Moody, Kingsley, burst. Into the chamber, wands drawn, faces calm with battle-earned wisdom. The fight grows fiercer. The young ones pull back as the experienced duelists step forward. Wands spark, curses arc. The room groans with energy, and in the middle of it all, Harry sees Sirius. Alive. Fighting. His godfather, graceful and strong, his laughter echoing amid danger. But that joy is fleeting. For even in a place like this, where time bends and memory dances, tragedy can find a way. But for now, dear dreamer, rest in this moment. Hold close the image of flight through silver, air, of courage blooming in the face of shadows. Let the magic settle softly in your chest and breathe. There is more to come. But sleep asks for a pause, and the mystery deepens just beyond the next dream. Chapter 34, The Department of Mysteries. The battle is no longer just a skirmish. It is a storm of spells and desperate cries, of light and dark colliding under cold stone ceilings. The prophecy still trembles in Harry's grasp, a fragile orb, small and silent, yet weighted with the future. Around him, the air shimmers with magic. He cannot think of anything else. He must not let them take it. But the Death Eaters are ruthless. They do not care who they hurt. They want the orb, its secret, its meaning, and they will do whatever it takes. Sirius moves, like flame, agile and bright in the chaos. His spells crackle and hum, the elegance of an experienced duelist etched in every movement. Harry sees him battle Lucius Malfoy, their wands flashing, their voices sharp with fury. Lupin duels with another masked figure. Kingsley fights in tandem with Tonks, their backs to each other, moving as one. Even Mad-Eye Moody, his magical eye whirling wildly, hurls curses with fierce precision. But the Death Eaters are many, and even the Order struggles. Harry tries to help where he can, but the chaos is overwhelming. Neville, though battered and bloodied, stays near Harry, never faltering. His nose is broken, his words slurred, but still, he fights. Still, he stands. The prophecy, however, remains the target, and then something changes. A spell strikes Neville. He cries out, falls. The orb slips from Harry's hand, just for a moment, just one breath of time, and it shatters. A delicate sound, like the chiming of a glass bell. Tiny, Shards scatter across the stone, the secret it held, lost, gone, vanished into the air. Lucius Malfoy stares, horrified. Everything he came for, destroyed, and Harry, he feels the weight of it, that fragile thing now broken, its meaning lost before he ever understood it. There is no time to mourn. The battle still rages, and in the midst of it all, Sirius laughs. It is a wild, joyful sound, reckless and free. He duels another Death Eater, his cousin, Bellatrix Lestrange. She is cruel and cunning, her magic dancing like poison across the room. They clash with fierce energy, but then, a curse, sudden and sharp. It strikes Sirius square in the chest. He staggers, and behind him, the ancient archway looms, the Veiled Arch. A great stone structure in the middle of the room, draped in a curtain that whispers even when no air stirs. Sirius falls through it. One moment there, the next, gone. No scream, no flash, just silence. A stillness deeper than any Harry has ever known. He runs to the arch, calling Sirius's name, but the veil does not move. The curtain flutters softly, as if stirred by a breeze only the dead can feel. Harry stares. He cannot believe what he's seen. It does not feel real. It cannot be real. Behind him, Lupin catches, his arm, his voice broken and gentle. He's gone, Harry, but Harry struggles. No, he's just behind the curtain. He'll come back. He has to come back. Yet even as he says it, the truth seeps in. The veil does not give back. It only takes. And Sirius, so recently alive, laughing, fighting, is gone. Bellatrix screams, with mad delight and flees. Harry, burning with grief, gives chase. He races through the halls of the Department of Mysteries, through shattered glass and twisted stone. He follows her voice, sharp, taunting. She runs from him, but not in fear. She wants him to follow. She wants the fight, and Harry, blinded by pain, gives her what she wants. They reach the atrium. The great black floor shines beneath their feet. Bellatrix whirls to face him, her wand raised, her smile feral. Harry lashes out, shouting a curse not meant to wound, but to punish. Bellatrix falters. She did not expect this much anger, not from a child. She tries to taunt him again, asking whether he truly understood what the prophecy meant, telling him he'll never know now. But then, a great silence falls. A new presence enters the room. Heavy, quiet, terrible Dumbledore. He steps into the atrium, his face carved from ice, and with a flick of his wand, he binds Bellatrix in place. She fights, shrieking, but her curses are brushed aside like cobwebs. And then, the final arrival. Voldemort. He appears in the atrium like a shadow given form, his eyes red, his voice like silk stretched too tight. He faces Dumbledore, and the battle between them begins. Not frantic, like before, but slow, measured, deadly. Their magic is old and deep. They call upon the foundations of spells: fire, water, stone, wind. They do not simply cast, they command. Statues move. Flames become serpents. Glass shatters and reforms. The air shakes with their power. Harry watches, frozen. He cannot help. He cannot breathe. And then, Voldemort turns on him, reaches out, not with a wand, but with thought, with presence. He enters Harry's mind like smoke through a crack, and Harry feels it. Pain, rage, loss. So much loss. The voice inside him whispers, "You have nothing, nothing left, and no one who loves you." But Harry does not fall. He does not give in. Instead, he remembers Sirius's laugh, Ron's friendship, Hermione's wisdom, Dumbledore's calm, the Weasleys' warmth. And suddenly, there is something Voldemort cannot bear. Love, not power, not knowledge, but love. It sears him, and with a scream of fury, he vanishes, disapparated into the night. Bellatrix is gone too, and Harry falls to his knees. The ministry workers arrive, pale and shocked. Cornelius Fudge sees Voldemort. Too late. The truth once ignored now stands undeniable. Voldemort is back, and the world must now reckon with it. But for Harry, the truth is sharper than any prophecy. Sirius is gone. The war is no longer coming. It has begun. Let your breath come slow now. Let your heart steady in your chest. There is sorrow, yes. But in sorrow, there is clarity. And even in loss, there are stars that still burn bright. We will walk again soon. But for now, dear listener, rest. Let the veil fall gently, not as an ending, but as a pause. There is more to discover in time. There always is.
Chapter 35, Beyond the Veil. The echoes of the battle fade, but not the silence. This is the stillness that comes after the storm. A heavy, grieving hush, the kind that wraps itself around you like wet wool, pressing into the chest, making every breath a little harder, a little slower. Harry stands near the veiled archway where Sirius disappeared. No sound, no scream, just the breathless fall beyond the curtain, and that silence feels endless. He doesn't speak. He doesn't move. His eyes stay on the veil as if willing it to stir. Just once more. Behind him, the Department of Mysteries is still wrecked. Broken glass glints in the low light, walls scorched and cracked from curses. But no one pays that ruin any mind. For Harry, the real damage lies inside. Dumbledore approaches, quietly, like the wind itself, and gently places a hand on Harry's shoulder. It is the touch of someone who knows deep loss, who has stood where Harry stands now, but Harry shrugs him off, not in anger, not quite, in pain too wide to hold in words. They leave the department. The others, Ron, Hermione, Neville, Ginny, Luna, wounded and weary, walk beside him like shadows of themselves. They don't speak. Even Ron, always the first to fill silence with something, has nothing to offer. They're led through the ministry, past stunned workers and murmuring officials. Word is spreading. The Dark Lord has returned, and now everyone sees it. The last illusion has shattered. But Harry doesn't care about Fudge, or the whispers, or the way the air feels different now. He only sees the space where Sirius should be. They are taken to the hospital wing at Hogwarts. Madame Pomfrey's gentle touch soothing cuts and bruises, mending broken bones, offering potions in soft clinks and murmurs. But there is no potion for what Harry feels. No salve for a heart splintered by sudden absence. The others rest, their heads heavy with sleep or exhaustion. But Harry cannot close. His eyes, not yet. Dumbledore returns to him, this time not as headmaster but as Albus, an old man who has made mistakes. A quiet conversation begins. There is no lecture, no gentle riddles, only truth and sorrow, and the weight of things withheld. Dumbledore tells him about the prophecy, about why Voldemort sought it, and why Harry is bound to this fight. It was made before he was born, a prophecy held in the Hall of Prophecies, the one Harry tried to protect, the one that shattered. But Dumbledore knows what it said. He has heard it. It spoke of a child born at the end of July, to parents who had defied the Dark Lord 3 times, and how that child would have the power to vanquish him, that either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. It could have been Neville, but Voldemort chose Harry, and in doing so, he marked him as his equal. A scar not just on skin, but on destiny. Harry listens, silent. Still, his face unreadable, but something inside him stirs. Not anger, not fear. Resolve. He asks only one thing, why he wasn't told. Why Dumbledore, who always seemed to know everything, kept this from him. And Dumbledore, in a voice quiet and full of regret,
says he cared too much. He wanted to protect Harry, to give him a childhood untouched by fate. But in shielding him, he kept him in the dark. And now, that darkness has taken Sirius. It is not forgiveness Harry feels. Not yet. But understanding begins to bloom. Dumbledore tells him of love, of how his mother's sacrifice created a magic Voldemort cannot understand, and how that same magic still protects Harry in the home of the Dursleys, as long as he can call it home. Because of Petunia, his mother's blood, a thin thread of safety remains, but it will not last forever. Harry's time with them is part of a larger protection, and soon, he will be of age. Soon, the final battle will not be a distant thing. But for now, there is still the ache of Sirius's absence. There is still the weight of goodbye. Fawkes, the Phoenix, sings a soft, haunting melody in the background. His song wraps around the stone of the room, melancholy and healing all at once. It fills Harry's chest, and in that music, he feels something he hadn't before. Not peace, not yet, but the knowledge that he is not truly alone. That grief, however sharp, is shared, and in the sharing, there is light. He leaves Dumbledore's office in silence, his footsteps soft on the winding stair. Outside, the castle is still. Only the paintings whisper as he passes. Back in the hospital wing, his friends stir gently in their beds. Ron sighs in his sleep. Hermione's brow is furrowed. Ginny curls close to her pillow. Neville's hand rests over his chest, bandaged but brave. Luna lies awake. Her eyes are on the ceiling, calm and dreamy. She turns her head when Harry enters. "I'm sorry about your godfather," she says simply. Her voice is not heavy with sorrow, but clear and quiet, like a bell in fog. Harry nods. She continues. "I heard them too. The voices behind the veil." Harry blinks. He hadn't told anyone that. Luna's gaze doesn't waver. "They're just out of sight," she whispers, "but not gone." And Harry strangely finds comfort in that. He says nothing else. He lies down. The night stretches around him, long and dark and full of feeling. But for the first time in hours, his eyes begin to close. His breathing slows, and though Sirius is gone, his laughter remains in memory, soft, wild, unbreakable. Let sleep take you gently now, cradled in the hush of understanding. Loss is real, but love remains, and in love, even the departed find their echo. Let your heart hold. Still, let your breath flow like water over stone. We are almost at the end, dear listener, almost. Chapter 36, The Only One He Ever Feared. Outside the hospital wing, the world has shifted, and yet, the candles still burn in the sconces, the breeze still sighs through the open windows, the lake ripples softly beneath the moonlight. But something in the air has changed, like a bell has been struck far away, and the echoes are only just reaching the stone walls of Hogwarts. Harry rises slowly from his bed, his movements quiet in the sleeping ward. He walks the familiar hallways, each footstep a soft echo in corridors that once felt safe. Now they hum with something else, a subtle awareness. The truth is out. Voldemort has returned, and the wizarding world can no longer pretend otherwise, but what lingers most is not fear. It is the memory of loss, of Sirius and the veil, and the way time seems to stretch endlessly when someone you love is suddenly gone. In the headmaster's office, Dumbledore is once again at his desk, surrounded by the quiet rustle of scrolls and the ticking of enchanted devices. But he does not greet Harry with grandeur. There is no flourish in his voice, only stillness, only a man prepared to tell the truth. Dumbledore begins to explain everything now, openly, finally, about the prophecy.
Yes, but also
About the choices that led them here. Years ago, a boy named Tom Riddle sought power without limit. He feared death above all things, and so he splintered his soul again and again, twisting himself into something less than human, just to avoid what he believed was the end. Dumbledore tells Harry that this fear, this refusal to accept the natural end of life, is what makes Voldemort so dangerous and so fragile. For he does not understand love, cannot bear sacrifice, and will never grasp the strength Harry holds, because Harry loved. He loved his parents. He loved Sirius. He loves his friends. And that kind of love is a power Voldemort will never possess. As Dumbledore speaks, his voice is not triumphant, but full of quiet sorrow. He confesses something more, that he has made mistakes, that he should have told Harry the truth long ago. He says he watched Harry grow and wanted to protect him, to give him a childhood untouched by destiny, but in doing so, he delayed the truth too long. And now, Sirius is gone. Harry listens, his heart aches, but something else rises too. A deep understanding of how love and pain are intertwined. He doesn't cry, he doesn't shout, he simply listens and accepts. Not because he must, but because he is beginning to understand that love sometimes means letting go. The scene shifts, and Fawkes the Phoenix lifts his head, his eyes shimmering with age and light. He sings. Oh, how gently he sings. Thatsign. Melody fills the room like mist, healing, mournful, bright. And in that song, Harry feels something shift inside him. A resolve, a quiet flame that will not be put out. He may be the one from the prophecy, the one destined to face Voldemort. But he is also a boy who loved his godfather. A boy who chooses to fight not out of duty, but for the ones he holds dear. Dumbledore watches him, and Harry sees not just the powerful wizard he has always known, but a man marked by loss, by responsibility, by care. A man who, like Harry, has lost too much and carries on anyway. There is a moment of silence between them, and in it a kind of peace is born. The next morning, the castle hums with quiet energy. The Daily Prophet prints the news. Voldemort has returned, and Fudge, who once called Harry a liar, now stands in Dumbledore's office, his face pale, his hands shaking, accepting the truth at last. He cannot ignore it now, not after what he saw with his own eyes at the Ministry. He has come, at last, to seek Dumbledore's wisdom, and Dumbledore, with no smugness or pride, offers it freely, because it is never too late to do what is right. Fudge reinstates him. Head of the Wizengamot, head of the International Confederation of Wizards, headmaster of Hogwarts. All the titles stripped away in fear and pride are returned, now in desperation. But Dumbledore asks for only one thing, that the Ministry work together with those who have always known the truth. With Harry, with the Order of the Phoenix, with those who have fought the darkness long before it was believed. Fudge agrees, and just like that, the tide begins to turn. The world is waking up. Before returning to the Dursleys for the summer, Harry visits the hospital wing one last time. The others are recovering. Neville sits upright, a faint bruise on his cheek, but a quiet strength in his eyes. Luna is there too, reading the Quibbler upside down. She smiles when Harry enters. There is no awkwardness, no need for explanation, just a shared understanding of what they have seen and what they have survived. In the corridor, Ron and Hermione are waiting. They do not speak about the prophecy or about Sirius, but their presence is enough. And in their quiet support, Harry feels the steadying warmth of friendship that endures, even in grief, even in silence, even in the spaces where words fail. As Harry prepares to leave, he writes a letter to Sirius. Not to send, but to remember. He pours out his heart. The things unsaid, the memories they shared, the moments cut too short. And in that letter he begins to heal, a little, just a little. The train pulls away from the station, rolling towards summer. The sky is pale and cloud-strewn. the wind soft against the glass. Harry leans his head against the window, watching the trees slide by. Behind him, his friends talk quietly. The laughter is hesitant, but real. The shadows have not left, but neither has the light. Harry closes his eyes, and for the first time in days, he lets himself breathe. Not to forget, but to carry on, because he knows the battle is not over, but neither is hope. Let your breath deepen now. Let the hush of the rails and the echo of Fawkes's song guide you into sleep. You are not alone. You are never alone. And even beyond the veil, there is love. Always. Chapter 37. The Lost Prophecy. In the headmaster's office, the silence holds its breath. Harry enters slowly, the echoes of the Department of Mysteries still clinging to his skin, the image of the veil still suspended in his mind. He is hollow and full all at once. Grief is strange like that. Dumbledore is waiting. Not behind his desk this time, but moving, quietly, among the strange silver instruments that click and hum and whisper. His robes rustle softly like pages turning in a forgotten book. Harry doesn't sit. He can't. The ache in his chest is too loud, the questions too sharp. So he speaks, his voice thick but steady. Why didn't you tell me? And just like that, the final wall between them begins to fall. Dumbledore doesn't deflect. He doesn't scold. Instead, he lowers himself into his chair, as though the weight of what he must share is something he can no longer carry standing. And then, with a solemn, tender rhythm, he begins. Years ago, in a small, dim room at the Hogshead Inn, a young woman named Sybil Trelawney delivered a prophecy. Not one of her airy, whimsical ramblings, but a true one. A moment of clarity that pierced through the noise of the future. The prophecy spoke of a child born at the end of July, to parents who had defied Voldemort 3 times. A child with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord. A child he would mark as his equal. And either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. These words drift now between them, like ash or snow, delicate, devastating. Harry stares, the floor seeming to fall away beneath him. It was about him. It was always about him, and Dumbledore confirms it. Voldemort chose Harry when he attacked that night in Godric's Hollow, not Neville, not another. It was Voldemort who ensured the prophecy would come true. By marking Harry with that lightning-shaped scar, by gifting him a piece of himself, and so, a terrible fate was sealed. But Dumbledore's voice grows gentler still as he reveals the reason for his silence. He hadn't told Harry before, because he had hoped, so deeply, so desperately, that the child could have a few years free from the shadow of destiny, that Harry could know friendship, laughter, a life not defined by fear. He says he made the mistake of loving Harry too much. Harry listens, his fists clenched, his heart torn open. And yet, somewhere within the sorrow, there is understanding. 4. Love is what has always made him strong. Dumbledore explains how Voldemort misunderstood the prophecy, how he believes only in power and not in the deeper magic that Harry possesses. His ability to feel, to care, to choose what is right, even when it hurts. That, Dumbledore says, is the difference. That is what will make all the difference. Harry doesn't feel heroic. He feels tired. He feels sad. But he also feels determined. The prophecy, in the end, was lost, shattered in the Department of Mysteries. But its true weight lives on, not in the words, but in what Harry chooses to do next. He could run. He could surrender. But he won't. Because Harry knows, as Dumbledore knows, that love is not weakness. It is the oldest, deepest kind of strength. Fawkes sings again, soft, sad, and beautiful. The song wraps around Harry like a lullaby from the stars. It speaks of grief, of courage, of endings and beginnings. The future may be dark, the road uncertain. But Harry Potter, the boy who lived, has already faced death once, and he will not turn away from what must come. He rises, his eyes steady. The prophecy may have named him, but it is love, not fate, that will shape his journey. And so, with the quiet steps of someone walking into dawn, Harry leaves the office, his heart heavy, his resolve clear. The war has begun, but he will not walk alone. Chapter 38. The Second War begins. The sun has returned to Hogwarts, but it does not warm the way it once did. Its rays fall gently on stone walls that feel heavier now, walls that have witnessed too much. The battle in the Department of Mysteries is over. The prophecy is gone. Sirius Black is gone. And Harry, though surrounded by friends, by professors, by the bustle of the nearing end of term, feels quietly adrift. He walks through the grounds like a ghost of himself. Not the boy who lived, but a boy who has lost. The days pass in a strange hush. The Daily Prophet at last speaks the truth about Voldemort's return, about the danger that now faces the wizarding world. People are afraid. Some are angry. But above all, they are beginning to understand that the time for denial has ended. The Second War is no longer a whisper. It has begun. In the hospital wing, the wounds of the battle still linger. Ron, Hermione, Neville, Ginny, and Luna. Each bears their own marks from the fight, but all stand tall in their quiet bravery. Neville, especially, seems changed. There is something steadier in his gaze, as if the truth of what he's capable of has finally taken root inside him. Ginny, fierce and fiery, speaks of returning to fight again. Luna, dreamy-eyed, continues to believe in impossible creatures, and in the power of friendship. Harry finds comfort in their presence. They know what happened. They carry it with him, but outside their circle, the world moves differently. Fudge visits Dumbledore at Hogwarts, his tone more respectful now, his fear no longer masked. He has no choice but to accept what he once denied, and, with this shift, so many others follow. The Daily Prophet changes its tune. The Ministry begrudgingly begins to prepare, and the wizarding world wakes from its slumber. As the end of the school year approaches, the mood at Hogwarts is bittersweet. There is no feast, no laughter echoing off the enchanted ceiling of the Great Hall. The students board the Hogwarts Express, under a sky streaked with summer light, but their hearts are heavier. In their compartments, they do not chatter as before. There are no silly sweets, no jokes from Fred and George to fill the silence. Instead, there is reflection. There is grief. There is the quiet understanding that they are no longer children untouched by war. When Harry arrives at King's Cross Station, the world outside seems both familiar and utterly changed. The Muggle world moves on, unaware of the storm rising in the wizarding realm. The Dursleys are there, as sour-faced and indifferent as ever. But something is different this time. Harry stands, taller, and before he leaves the platform, he turns to his friends, Ron, Hermione, Neville, Ginny, Luna, and knows with calm certainty that they are no longer just classmates. They are comrades. They have stood in battle together. They will again. And as he walks toward the Dursleys, he is not truly alone. The Order of the Phoenix will rise again. The darkness may grow, but so too does the light. Dumbledore's army lives on, not just as a group, but as an idea, a reminder that even in the face of cruelty and loss, there is strength in unity, in friendship, in love. As Harry leaves the AI station, he carries not just sorrow, but also resolve. He knows what he must do. He knows that the war will touch everyone he loves. But he also knows what sets him apart. He has a weapon the Dark Lord does not understand. It is not a spell. Not a wand. Not a prophecy. It is love. And as the train whistle fades and the golden light of summer stretches across the city, we leave Harry, not as a boy with a scar, but as a soul forged in fire. The Second War has begun, but so too has a deeper hope. Final reflection. In this 5th chapter of Harry's long journey, we watch the veil between innocence and war begin to fray. Gone are the days of hidden chambers and secret tournaments. Gone is the illusion that the world is safe simply because it looks so in the daylight. This is the book where Harry grows, not just taller, but deeper, more aware of pain, more entangled with anger, more vulnerable to loss. And more fiercely devoted to what matters. We see him wrestle with things he cannot control, his temper, his isolation, his fear of what lies inside him. And through it all, we learn with him that even the noblest heart can feel dark things, and still it can choose to love. One of the most powerful truths in this story is not found in spells or in prophecy, but in people, in the unwavering loyalty of Ron and Hermione, in the fierce bravery of Neville, Ginny, and Luna, in the quiet watchfulness of Lupin and Tonks, in the aching, complicated love of Sirius. Each of them adds a thread to the tapestry of Harry's life, a reminder that no hero walks alone. And, even as we lose Sirius, even as the grief settles like snowfall, his presence lingers, in memories, in laughter, in every defiant choice Harry makes from here on. Grief in this story is not sharp. It is soft, heavy, and ever-present. Like a mist that clings to the soul, but does not fully consume it. The Order of the Phoenix also reminds us that resistance is not always loud. Sometimes it is built in quiet rooms with whispered plans and determined hearts. It is standing up to cruelty, not because it's easy, but because it's right. It is teaching spells in a secret room, offering kindness to a house elf, and daring to believe in the goodness of others even when the world seems cold. This book also introduces us to new faces. Luna Lovegood, with her strange wisdom and ethereal calm. Umbridge, with her sugary cruelty, and Bellatrix with her unholy glee. Each shows us something different, about belief, about corruption, about how dangerous it is when fear wears the mask of order. At the center of it all is the prophecy, a string of words, spoken in shadow, that has now wrapped itself around Harry's future. But even this prophecy, with its dark foretelling, does not define him, because Harry has something far more powerful than fate. He has choice. He chooses to return to Hogwarts year after year. He chooses to protect his friends. He chooses to feel, even when feeling hurts. And in doing so, he teaches us something very quiet and very brave. That destiny may offer the map, but it is the heart that decides the path. In this book, the world grows darker, but the light grows too. The friendships shine more brightly, the truths run deeper, the purpose becomes clearer. This is the story where the boy becomes a young man, where the burden becomes heavier, but the will to carry it becomes stronger, and where the reader, tucked softly in bed, might begin to understand that growing up means not just learning magic, but learning pain, and still choosing to walk forward anyway. So as the story closes, and summer spreads gently over Privet Drive, we leave Harry with his scar still aching, his heart still hurting, and yet, still hoping. Because hope, in this world, is not loud. It is not grand. It is a whisper, a hand on your shoulder, a spell whispered in secret. It is love. It is friendship. It is the belief that even in the darkest of times, there is still something worth fighting for. And so, dear dreamer, rest now in the soft comfort of this truth. The war may be beginning, but so too is the rising of hearts, and the quiet, steady rhythm of those who choose to stand in the light. Let your eyes grow heavy. Let the echoes of Hogwarts settle in your thoughts. And as the train pulls away into the distance, may you carry with you the warm, glowing ember of a story that stays, a story of loss, a story of love, a story of courage that whispers, you are never truly alone. Good night, brave one. Sleep gently. The magic remains. There are books that carry us away swiftly, like wind in our sails, and there are others that feel like old friends, books that arrive like a candle flickering in the window, calling us home even as storm clouds gather. Harry Potter and the Half-Blood. Prince, the sixth in the beloved series by J.K. Rowling, is such a book. A story nestled in deepening shadow, where secrets stir and loyalties waver, yet where friendship, courage, and love continue to glimmer through the gathering dark. This tale is a bridge, a quiet turning in the road between the golden haze of youth and the solemn march into the unknown. Here we find Harry older now, more burdened, more watchful. The castle he once raced through as a boy still stands, tall and proud, but it no longer feels untouched by danger. Whispers coil around. Its corridors. Some doors have been opened that cannot be shut, and yet there is warmth still. There is tea steaming in the Burrows' kitchen, laughter echoing in common rooms, and the headmaster's wise eyes glinting with something that just might be hope. The genre of this story nestles between fantasy and mystery, brushed with elements of dark drama and quiet horror. It is a tale not just of magic spells and flying brooms, but of the soul and the choices that shape it. In this sixth chapter of the saga, we explore the past, sift through memories like delicate glass, and glimpse the threads that bound Tom Riddle before he became Voldemort. We follow Harry as he uncovers the fragile and dangerous knowledge of Horcruxes, learns about a boy named Severus, and grows into the storm he was always meant to weather. But worry not, dear listener. Though this story carries tension and sorrow, we will tread through it gently. Our footsteps will be soft, our voices low. Each moment will unfold like mist upon water, leading you deeper into the mystery, without ever jolting you from sleep's slow embrace. The themes are solemn but beautiful. We will touch upon destiny and free will, the meaning of memory, and the cost of power. There are long looks exchanged in silence, letters left unread, and truths half-spoken until it is almost too late. There is a tower, struck by lightning, but we shall reach it slowly. Only when you are ready. And now, as the night deepens and the stars gather outside your window, let us open the book, quietly, reverently, and begin. Our journey starts not in a castle or a wizarding home, but in the office of a very ordinary man. Let us drift now, gently, into Chapter 1. Chapter 1. The Other Minister. There is a certain kind of silence that fills the air just before something important begins. A hush that slips into the room like fog curling at the edges of a window pane. That is the silence which hangs over the opening pages of this story. It is a grey, grim evening in London. Rain streaks the windows of 10 Downing Street. The Muggle Prime Minister, an unnamed man, weary and troubled, sits alone, deep in thought. The week has been long. Disasters have piled upon disasters. A bridge has collapsed with no cause. Freak. Hurricanes have struck. There is talk of rising fear across the country, though no one can quite name what the people are afraid of. And just as he leans forward to gather his thoughts, he appears. A green flash in the fireplace, a swirl of flames, and then, stepping from the hearth as if from some dream, Cornelius Fudge, former Minister for Magic, dusts ash from his robes and greets the startled Muggle Prime Minister with almost casual familiarity. You see, the wizarding world and the Muggle world are not as separate as most believe. When needed, the ministers do speak. And now, in this strange moment, the Prime Minister is about to learn that the recent chaos, the inexplicable collapses and tragedies, are not accidents of weather or chance, but signs of a rising dark force in a hidden world just behind his own. Fudge, looking older and more frayed than ever before, confirms what he had tried to deny for so long. Lord Voldemort has returned. The magical world is at war once again. Fudge has been dismissed from his post, and a new minister has been appointed. His name is Rufus Scrimgeour. He is a former Auror, a man with a lion's mane of grizzled hair and a manner both commanding and cold. He does not enter with softness or kindness, but with the brisk confidence of someone used to dealing with danger. He speaks with clipped words and firm tone, offering no reassurances. He tells the Muggle Prime Minister that certain individuals, Amelia, Bones, a senior magical official, and Emmeline Vance, a member of the Secretive Order of the Phoenix, have been murdered. He warns of other incidents as well, a mass breakout from Azkaban, orchestrated by Voldemort. Dementors now roam freely, no longer guarding the prison, but aiding in the chaos. He speaks of Inferi, dark, soulless, reanimated bodies used by dark wizards to terrorize. And perhaps most chillingly, he informs the Prime Minister that the wizarding world can offer no simple solution to the rising fear. There are no magic spells that will fix what is happening. The Prime Minister must keep calm, carry on, and trust that the magical government will do its part. But in that dim room beneath, the soft glow of the desk lamp and the steady beat of rain against the glass, the Muggle Prime Minister does not feel reassured. He feels, perhaps for the first time, that something vast and dangerous has stepped across the threshold, that the shadows now have shape, and that even in his own world, so solid, so rational, there is no guarantee of safety anymore. And then, as quickly as they came, the wizards are gone. The fireplace flares once more, and silence falls again. The Prime Minister is alone. The world is unchanged, and yet completely altered, and in this way, with a quiet tension humming just beneath the surface, the story begins. Chapter 2. Spinner's End. Somewhere far from the bustling streets of London, hidden away in a forgotten corner of the world, stands a row of tired, crooked houses. Their bricks are blackened by soot, their windows clouded with grime. The river nearby glistens with an oily sheen, and the air feels thick with something old and sour, like rust or sorrow. This place is called Spinner's End. It is a strange name for a stranger street. Narrow and somber, with tall chimneys and sagging roofs, as though time itself has pressed its weight down upon them. But tonight, something stirs among the shadows. Two cloaked figures move swiftly through the gloom, their footsteps sharp on the cobbled stones. One is tall and graceful, her face hidden beneath a heavy hood. She walks with urgency, every movement sharp with fear. The other moves beside her with more hesitation, more suspicion, her voice sharp and wary as she hisses warnings into the wind. These two women are sisters, Narcissa Malfoy and Bellatrix Lestrange. Narcissa is pale, her hair like shining ice, her features elegant but strained. She clutches her cloak close, eyes darting with worry. Something has driven her here, against all advice, against her husband's wishes. For Lucius Malfoy is in disgrace, imprisoned, in Azkaban, and now their son, young Draco, is in terrible danger. Bellatrix, by contrast, burns like a candle too close to the flame. Her eyes shine with fervor, her smile sharp as broken glass. She is loyal to the Dark Lord, fiercely, fanatically, and she does not trust the man they have come to see. But Narcissa insists there is no one else. And so they knock. The door opens, to reveal a man with sallow skin and black eyes like tunnels, deep, unreadable still, Severus Snape. He lets them in without a word, as if he has been expecting them. The house is dark and cramped, shelves sagging under the weight of old books, strange jars, and dust-laced memories. Everything smells faintly of potion fumes and old paper. They are not alone in the house. A squat, curious woman with dark eyes and a watchful manner sits nearby, sipping wine. Her name is Wormtail, though once he was called Peter Pettigrew. He hovers nervously in the background, eyes darting between the visitors and Snape like a frightened animal. But Snape pays him no mind. Narcissa's voice breaks as she speaks. Her son, Draco, has been given a task by Lord Voldemort. A terrible task. One she believes he cannot survive. She does not know the details, only that it is punishment for Lucius's failure, and that the Dark Lord has no mercy left for their family. She pleads with Snape, begs him to protect her boy, to watch over him, to keep him safe. Bellatrix scoffs. She does not believe Snape is truly loyal. She doubts him, doubts his commitment, his honor, his strength. She demands proof, and so, with a voice calm and cold as still water, Snape answers. He recounts the Dark Lord's trust in him, the confidence, placed in him above others, even above Bellatrix. He tells of how he deceived Dumbledore, earned the Order of the Phoenix's trust, and how he has carefully walked the line between two worlds, all in service of Voldemort's cause. Still, Bellatrix is not satisfied, and so Narcissa makes her final desperate request. She asks Severus Snape to make an unbreakable vow, a binding magical contract that, if broken, causes instant death. She asks him to swear that he will protect Draco, that he will carry out the task himself, if Draco cannot. There is no turning back once the words are spoken. Snape knows this, and yet, with no change in his dark, fathomless eyes, he extends his, and Bellatrix acts as the binder, her wand pointed at the place where their hands meet. And as the vow is made, golden threads of light coil around them,
sealing the words forever. Snape swears to watch over Draco, to protect him, and, if needed, to complete the task the Dark Lord has assigned. The vow is sealed. The room seems colder. The silence afterward hangs like mist. Narcissa breathes, just
once, as if she can finally exhale. Bellatrix watches with narrowed eyes, still unsure. And Snape. Snape says nothing more. Outside, the wind rustles through the narrow alley, curling around the chimney tops like a warning. Something has been set in motion. A dark promise, made not out of ambition, but out of something more tangled. Something darker and perhaps even sadder. And thus ends the quiet, haunted meeting in Spinner's End. The pieces begin to move. Chapter 3, Will and Won't. Somewhere in a quiet suburb, far from the chaos of the magical world, lies a house that is far too silent for comfort. Number 4, Privet Drive. This is where Harry Potter finds himself once again, though he know. Longer belongs here, if he ever did. He is older now, taller, his eyes more watchful. He has seen more than any boy should. And yet, for one final summer, he returns to this place of small rooms, clipped lawns, and locked emotions. But this year, something is different. Harry sits alone in his bedroom. Hedwig rustles softly in her cage, the sky outside dimming into a lavender twilight. Upon his desk lies a copy of the Daily Prophet, and beside it, a letter, creased, reread a dozen times. Dumbledore is coming. Tonight. Harry does not know why, but the very idea that the headmaster himself would come to fetch him is unsettling. Dumbledore, always so mysterious, so rarely forthcoming, is not one for casual visits. His presence means something is changing. Downstairs, the Dursleys are uneasy. Petunia wrings her hands. Vernon paces like a bull denied its charge, and Dudley clutches his backside as if Dumbledore might curse it again. They are afraid, though they won't say so aloud. And then, with a crack like thunder muffled by velvet, Albus Dumbledore arrives. He does not knock. He simply appears at the door, tall and strange and gently smiling, dressed in robes that shimmer faintly even in the dull hallway light. He is perfectly polite to the Dursleys, though his presence fills their home like incense, foreign, disorienting, impossible to ignore. He conjures drinks with a wave of his wand, which go untouched, and then he turns to Harry. Dumbledore has come not only to collect him, but to discuss two important matters. The first, he explains softly, involves a will. The will of Sirius Black. Sirius has left everything to Harry. His home at 12 Grimmauld Place, his possessions, even the foul-tempered house elf Creature. But Dumbledore is cautious. There are old magical laws that tie a house elf to its family, so they must be certain that the transfer of ownership is real. He calls Creature forth. The creature appears with a crack, grumbling, sneering, and muttering insults beneath his breath. But when Dumbledore commands Creature to obey Harry, and the elf is unable to resist, it confirms what they feared and hoped. Grimmauld Place now belongs to Harry Potter, and thus, a new layer of responsibility settles on the boy's shoulders. Dumbledore sends Creature to work at Hogwarts, far from the darkness of his old home. The second matter Dumbledore discusses is even more surprising. He tells Harry that they will not be going straight to the Burrow, where the Weasleys wait. No. First, they have a visit to make, to someone whose cooperation, Dumbledore says, may prove crucial in the times ahead. Harry, ever curious, agrees without protest. And just like that, they depart Privet Drive. Not with farewells or fanfare, just a faint crack of air and silence behind them. In a moment, they are gone, leaving only the faintest shimmer in the space they once occupied. The Dursleys say nothing. Perhaps they are too stunned. Perhaps they are relieved, and Harry is once again drawn into the current of magic and mystery. His summer has ended, and the journey forward into memory, danger, and discovery has begun. Chapter 4. Horace Slughorn. The air is thick with the perfume of flowers. Somewhere in the English countryside, nestled among hedges and winding lanes, stands a charming little house, a quiet place that tonight hides a most unusual secret. Harry and Dumbledore arrive just outside its gates, their sudden appearance disturbing only the soft rustle of leaves. Dumbledore, calm as ever, stands surveying the house, his silver beard glowing faintly in the light of the moon. There's an odd twinkle in his eyes, though he says very little. To Harry's confusion, the house appears to be in chaos. The door hangs ajar. Inside, furniture lies overturned, glass shattered, and streaks of something dark smear the walls. The scene looks like a violent struggle has taken place, but Dumbledore only smiles knowingly. With a wave of his wand, he pokes the chandelier, the armchair, the walls, and then, like a ripple in a still pond, everything begins to change. The dark smears vanish, the broken glass repairs itself, and from the form of an overstuffed armchair, a man uncoils and stands, Horace Slughorn. He is round, pink-faced, and slightly breathless, with a mustache that twitches nervously as he speaks. His robe is tasseled and rich, and there's a look of cautious calculation behind his eyes. This is a man who has spent his life navigating power and influence, always managing to stay just on the right side of danger. Slughorn is not pleased to be found. He's been on the run for months, hiding from both Death Eaters and the Ministry, alike refusing to choose sides. He has no interest in war, he says. He merely wants to enjoy his retirement. But Dumbledore is not here by chance. He has come to recruit Slughorn to return to Hogwarts, to teach once more. He offers no threats, no commands, just gentle persuasion, and a carefully played card, Harry himself. Slughorn is intrigued, not because Harry is famous, though that certainly helps, but because Slughorn is a collector, a man who gathers bright, young minds like trophies, relishing the glory of saying he once taught the greats. He boasts of past students like a proud gardener tending rare blooms, and Harry is the rarest of all. Slughorn, still pretending to hesitate, invites them to sit. He serves crystallized pineapple, speaks of his little network, and drops names like Jules, Cornelius Fudge, Gwenog Jones, and a young wizard who invented the Wolfsbane potion. Dumbledore remains amused but patient. He knows Slughorn well. He knows what motivates him. And he knows that behind the grumbling and evasion, Slughorn is already tempted. There's a moment, quiet, almost invisible, where Slughorn glances at Harry and sees something beyond the fame. He sees connection, a name he recognizes, a mother he once taught. Lily Evans. He remembers her brilliance, her kindness, her laughter, and something shifts. Before long, Slughorn agrees, reluctantly of course, to return to Hogwarts. He tries to mask his eagerness, but it's there, like a candle flickering to life. He says he'll need time to pack, of course. A few days. Perhaps more. Dumbledore agrees with a smile that suggests he planned all this perfectly. As they take their leave, Dumbledore gently reminds Slughorn that time is short and the world is changing. Outside, beneath the open sky, Dumbledore and Harry walk quietly together. They speak of Slughorn, of memory, and of choices. And then, Dumbledore pauses. He lifts his wand and touches it to his blackened hand, the one Harry hadn't noticed until now. It is withered and damaged, as though burned by something deep and cruel, but Dumbledore brushes it off with a quiet dismissal. It is a story for another time, he says. And then, just like that, they vanish once more, leaving behind a garden, bathed in moonlight, and a house where the past has stirred back to life. Chapter 5. An Excess of Phlegm, the Burrow. A patchwork house leaning cheerfully to one side, its windows glowing golden in the early evening light, surrounded by wild gardens and pecking chickens. It smells of freshly baked bread and something softly magical, like enchantments woven with love. This is where Harry finds himself next, safe again in the embrace of the Weasleys. He arrives with Dumbledore, greeted at the door by a flurry of red hair, warm arms, and familiar voices. Mrs. Weasley, apron dusted with flour, pulls him into a hug before even a word is spoken. Ginny grins at him from across the room. Ron barrels down the stairs, wide-eyed and rumpled from sleep. The house hums with the kind of chaos only a big family can create. Noisy, comforting, alive. Yet there's something different this summer. Harry notices it in the way Mrs. Weasley fusses just a little more than usual. In how Mr. Weasley lingers at the window when he thinks no one is watching. In the hushed conversations that pause when Harry enters the room. The war has crept even here. But there are smaller battles too. Personal ones, less dangerous, yet still deeply felt. One such tension is caused by the arrival of Fleur Delacour, the beautiful French witch whom Harry remembers from the Triwizard Tournament is staying at the Burrow, engaged now to Bill Weasley. Her presence is as dazzling as ever. Sleek hair, silver jewelry, and a voice that slides through the room like perfume. But not everyone is charmed. Mrs. Weasley, Ginny, and even Hermione, who arrives not long after Harry, seem less than enthusiastic. They whisper behind closed doors, roll their eyes, and refer to Fleur with a nickname that hisses with disapproval. Phlegm. Fleur, for her part, is oblivious, or chooses to be. She flutters and sighs, trailing scented laughter wherever she goes. Harry stays out of it, watching from the edges, amused and slightly bewildered. He has bigger things on his mind. He's thinking about Draco Malfoy. He tells Ron and Hermione what he saw in Diagon Alley, how Malfoy slipped away into Borgin and Burke's, how he seemed older, sharper, and secretive. He tells them about the strange gesture, the hidden object he showed the shopkeeper, and his suspicion that Draco has joined the Death Eaters. Ron is doubtful. Malfoy, a Death Eater? It seems too dangerous, too serious for a schoolboy, even one as cruel as Draco. Hermione is skeptical too, though not dismissive. She wants proof. Harry, however, is certain. He can feel it. Malfoy is up to something. Dark. And Harry knows now, more than ever, that danger wears familiar faces. But their conversation is interrupted by lighter things, by Fred and George, who stop by with tales of their wildly successful joke shop. They sparkle with energy, their pockets bulging with experimental sweets and tricks. Their laughter fills the house like old music. Then, there's news from Hogwarts. Dumbledore has been seen visiting the Ministry, whispering with high officials, and making unusual preparations. There's a sense of shifting winds, of something large about to unfold. Harry's birthday arrives with little fanfare but much affection. The Weasleys give him small but thoughtful gifts. Mrs. Weasley bakes a cake. And Dumbledore sends a quiet message. Be ready. The chapter closes on a familiar note of friendship, of voices talking long into the night, of the burrow's crooked roof creaking beneath the stars. Yet even as Harry lies in bed, safe beneath the patchwork quilt, there is a weight in the air. Something unseen, pressing in from beyond the walls. The world is changing, and Harry feels it coming, like a storm gathering just beyond the horizon. Chapter 6. Draco's Detour. The morning begins with quiet excitement. It's time to buy school supplies. A tradition, one of the last still standing, as students prepare for another year at Hogwarts. But this time, there is a tension beneath the surface, like the low hum of something waiting to strike. The Weasleys, Hermione, and Harry prepare to head to Diagon Alley, and their departure is marked by more than just bustling and breakfast. Arthur Weasley carries a protective wand tucked subtly into his sleeve. Mrs. Weasley triple-checks cloaks and coin purses. The world is no longer safe, not even for errands. They travel by flue powder, that magical flurry of green flames that whisks them from hearth to hearth. And when they step out into the cobbled street of Diagon Alley, it's both familiar and strange. Shops stand open, yes, but some are closed, boarded up, or shadowed with uncertainty. Posters warn of Death Eaters, offering rewards for sightings. The Ministry's presence is heavy in the air. Witches and wizards walk quickly, eyes darting, laughter hushed. Still, there's some magic left in the alley. Children press their faces to sweet shop windows. Owls hoot softly from iron cages. Robes swirl in the breeze as shoppers hurry from store to store. A little normalcy, clinging on. The first stop is Fred and George's shop, Weasley's Wizard Wheezes, and oh, what a sight it is. The twins have transformed a once-empty storefront into a gleaming wonderland. Bright banners flutter overhead, fireworks pop playfully indoors, and shelves burst with every manner of mischief. Skiving snack boxes, Peruvian instant darkness powder, extendable ears, and pygmy puffs. Harry watches in wonder as customers pour, and a laughter echoing off the walls. The twins are thriving, bold, brilliant, and unbothered by the gloom beyond their doors. Even Mrs. Weasley, who had once been skeptical, can't help but look impressed. But the light dims slightly when the group moves on. Harry's mind is elsewhere. He's watching Draco Malfoy earlier. He'd seen Draco slip away from his mother and head down the alley toward Nocturne Alley, that darker corner of the wizarding world where shadows linger longer and the air is colder. Now, unable to let go of his suspicions, Harry breaks away from the others and follows. Hermione and Ron, reluctant but loyal, trail behind. They find Draco entering Borgin and Burke's, the same shop Harry had once visited with Lucius Malfoy. It's a grim place, filled with cursed objects and dangerous curiosities, cloaked in gloom. Harry can't hear the conversation, but he sees enough. Draco speaks sharply to the shopkeeper, Mr. Borgin, gesturing to something in a cabinet. He shows his arm, just for a second, and though Harry can't see the mark, he senses the meaning. He's certain now. Malfoy is a Death Eater. Hermione and Ron are less sure. They argue quietly as they make their way back toward the main alley. Ron insists that Malfoy's just full of himself, using his father's name to throw his weight around. Hermione worries that Harry is seeing shadows where there are none, but Harry feels it in his bones. Malfoy is planning something secret. Later, at Madame Malkin's, Harry crosses paths with Draco again. It's awkward, tense. Words are exchanged like blades. Subtle, cold, barbed. Malfoy is dismissive, smug. He doesn't deny anything, but he doesn't confirm it either. Just smiles a thin, unpleasant smile and walks away, his mother in tow. Narcissa Malfoy, tall and pale, spares Harry a glance of disdain as she glides out the door. And with that, the moment passes. The day ends with the gathering of supplies, textbooks, cauldrons, potion ingredients. But Harry's thoughts linger in Nocturne Alley, behind that dusty window, with Malfoy and his cryptic mission. The sky darkens as they return to the burrow. And though the world outside spins ever faster toward danger, there is still dinner waiting, and warm beds, and the soft sound of Ginny's laughter drifting down the hall. Night gathers slowly, and Harry lies awake, staring at the ceiling, the memory of Draco's sneer etched like frost in his mind. Something is beginning. Something he doesn't yet understand. Chapter 7. The Slug Club. The summer air is cooling now, touched with the crisp breath of early September. The final days at the Burrow pass with a bittersweet rhythm, soft conversations, last-minute packing, and the quiet, heavy knowledge that this year at Hogwarts may not be like the ones before. It's time to return. Platform 9 3/4 still holds its enchantment. The Hogwarts Express, red and majestic, waits with its soft whistle echoing through the station. Steam curls upward like mist in a dream. Students crowd the platform, some chattering excitedly, others clinging to parents, some quiet with thought. Mrs. Weasley fusses over everyone as always, adjusting scarves, checking pockets, and pressing sandwiches into hands. Her voice wavers slightly as she hugs Ron, Ginny, and Harry goodbye. The train pulls away with its usual grace, gliding out of London and into the countryside. Inside the compartments, the world shifts once more. Harry, Ron, and Hermione settle into their seats, familiar and comfortable. Luna Lovegood joins them for a little while, dreamy-eyed and gentle, her magazine held upside down as always. Her presence is calming, like a drifting cloud. But even here, among friends, Harry remains uneasy. His thoughts return to Malfoy. Always Malfoy. What is he up to? What is he hiding? That flicker of darkness he saw in Nocturne Alley hasn't left his mind, but new distractions arrive. a plump, cheerful wizard named Professor Slughorn comes calling. Slughorn, the new potions master, is gathering select students for a small gathering, a special club of sorts. Those he deems promising. Harry is invited, along with Hermione and a few others. Neville, who seems puzzled to be included. Ginny, glowing with quiet confidence. And several well-connected or high-achieving students, like Blaise Zabini. The group is led into a separate compartment, furnished cozily with snacks and armchairs. It feels almost like a miniature common room. Professor Slughorn is large, round, and rosy-faced, with an air of self-importance that is more amusing than off-putting. He speaks in warm, jovial tones, but his eyes are always calculating, scanning for connections, influence, and prestige. This is the Slug Club. He flatters Harry. Of course, the chosen one after all. But he also drops names from the past, like jewels on velvet. Former students who rose to fame and fortune. Ministers, authors, Quidditch stars. Slughorn prides himself on having discovered them all. It's clear he sees Harry as another jewel to add to his collection. Harry plays along politely but cautiously. He's not interested in fame, not like that. But he knows instinctively that being close to Slughorn might be useful, especially now. Outside the compartment, Ron is left out, not invited. He tries to shrug it off, but Harry can see the sting in his eyes. Hermione tries to ease the moment with stories from the gathering, but Ron's laughter is a little too loud, his jokes a little forced. They are 16 now, and though their friendship is strong, cracks begin to show, small ones, subtle but real. Envy, pride, and the shifting of identities. All the quiet storms of youth. Meanwhile, Malfoy is nowhere to be seen. He didn't show up at the Slug Club. Harry searches the corridors of the train, curiosity gnawing at him. Where has he gone? At last, with the help of his invisibility cloak, Harry finds him in a compartment at the rear of the train, alone but alert. He is talking quietly with a group of Slytherins, but as the train nears Hogwarts, he rises, glancing around. And then something strange happens. Harry is caught. Not by Malfoy, but by magic. Draco knows he's being watched. He casts a Petrificus Totalis spell beneath the invisibility cloak, and Harry falls, stiff and frozen, helpless under his concealment. He lies there as the train arrives, unable to speak or move. Malfoy steps over him, cool, calculating, triumphant. He mocks Harry softly, then steps away, leaving him there, immobile and invisible, in the dark corridor of the now empty train. For a long time, Harry lies alone. Then at last, help arrives. Tonks, the pink-haired Auror, now subdued and somber, finds him and revives him. Her hair is mouse brown, her mood dimmed. She seems worn down by something unspoken. She walks him up to the castle in silence. And so Harry returns to Hogwarts, not in triumph, not in joy, but in uncertainty. The stars shine overhead, as they always do, and the lake glimmers darkly below. The castle's high windows, but the boy who steps into the castle now is older, sharper, carried by questions and quiet fears, and Malfoy's cold voice still lingers in his ears. Chapter 8. Snape Victorious. The rain falls in soft sheets as Harry walks the winding path up to the castle. Beside him, Tonks is quiet. Her usual energy seems dimmed, her steps heavy. Gone is the vibrant hair, the mischief in her eyes. Something weighs on her, though she says nothing of it. She leaves Harry at the gates, disappearing into the mist with a quiet nod. And so Harry enters alone. The Hogwarts Express is long gone now, the platform empty. But inside the castle, life stirs. The smell of candles, of wax and parchment, of stone warmed by fire. These things welcome him back like an old blanket. He is late to the start of term feast. Professor McGonagall meets him with pursed lips and brisk words clearly displeased by his tardiness. He's escorted to the Great Hall, which glows with floating candles and starry enchantments. As Harry slips into his seat beside Ron and Hermione, he is met with worried glances and whispered questions. He tells them about Malfoy's spell, about lying there, frozen while the world moved on, about Tonks finding him, and his anger grows. Hermione tries to soothe him. Perhaps Malfoy was just acting out, but Harry's certainty burns brighter now. Malfoy is up to something. He's working in secret, and worse, he's better at hiding it than they thought. Then comes the moment that sends a chill through the hall. Dumbledore rises. His voice is calm as always, deep, sure, timeless. He welcomes them back, speaks of unity and caution, of the darkness rising in the world beyond the castle walls. And then, the announcement. There will be a new defense against the dark arts teacher. All heads turn. It isn't Professor Slughorn. No, Slughorn, we learn, has returned to teach potions. The new defense against the dark arts professor is Severus Snape. The words fall like stones into still water. Harry's heart drops. His long-held suspicion has come true. Snape, who has coveted the position for years, who walks the line between dark and light like a knife's edge, has finally been given the post. The look on Snape's face is unreadable. Perhaps it is triumph. Perhaps something colder. Harry feels betrayed. Dumbledore trusts Snape. He always has. But now, more than ever, Harry questions that trust. He remembers the moments of cruelty, the veiled threats, the shadows in Snape's eyes. After the feast, in the quiet of the Gryffindor common room, the trio talks. Ron is amazed. Snape, of all people. Hermione wonders why now, after so many years. Why did Dumbledore finally say yes? And Harry is fuming. The tension between Harry and Snape, always simmering, now feels destined to boil. The next day, classes begin. It's a strange shift. Slughorn is a kind of relief in potions. Jovial, warm, and full of odd stories. He plays favorites, yes, but there's a charm to him, and even Hermione finds his lessons refreshing. Snape, by contrast, is as sharp as ever. He walks the defense classroom like a wraith in black, his voice low and deliberate. He teaches with skill, no one can deny that, but with a coldness that chills the room. There is no joy in his lessons, only precision and warning. Harry watches him carefully. He thinks of Malfoy, of Snape's unbreakable vow, and he wonders, how deep do their secrets run? Later, walking the stone halls, Harry reflects on all that's changed. Hogwarts is the same in many ways. The portraits murmur, ghosts drift by, the bells toll their familiar song. But the atmosphere is different now, tighter, dimmer, less safe. And yet, life goes on. There are laughs in the corridors, Quidditch, tryouts to prepare for, and homework to grumble over. Students still steal sweets and pass notes and fall in love. But for Harry, the weight of the coming storm is never far. He's watching Malfoy. He's watching Snape. And in the stillness between classes and meals, he wonders what the year will bring, what choices must be made, and who, when the time comes, can truly be trusted. Chapter 9. The Half-Blood Prince. The castle stirs with early light. Outside, the grounds are misty and gold-tinged, dew shimmering like stardust on the grass. Inside, Hogwarts hums with routine. Students rushing to breakfast, teachers preparing. For lessons, owls flitting past tall windows like shadows of clouds. In the Gryffindor common room, Harry prepares for his first potions class of the year. Unexpected, really, since he hadn't planned to take the subject at all. But Slughorn's return had changed everything. At the welcoming feast, Slughorn had announced that anyone with a good O.W.L. grade could continue. Harry's exceeds expectations had just made the cut. And Dumbledore had advised him, gently, with that mysterious glint in his eye, that potions might be useful. So now Harry, like Hermione and Ron, heads to the dungeons. The potions classroom is cooler than the others, with shelves of bottled substances gleaming softly in the torchlight, vials of curious hues, powders in tiny jars, curled roots and feathers, and dried things that whisper of old alchemy. Slughorn greets them with his usual affable charm, his robes a little too tight around his round middle, his face glowing with good cheer. The desks are full, more students than usual, since the new policy has allowed more in. And because Harry hadn't planned to take potions, he finds himself without a textbook. Slughorn smiles, waves a hand, and directs Harry and Ron to the back where spare copies of advanced potion making sit. 2 battered books. Ron takes one, rather new, still clean. Harry is left with the other, old, frayed, with the cover nearly falling off. It's worn from use, its pages yellowed and soft at the edges. He opens it, and inside, written in neat, spidery ink, are small notes in the margins, crossed out instructions, corrections, additions, and on the first page, a single inscription. This book is the property of the Half-Blood Prince. Harry raises an eyebrow. A curious feeling trickles through him. Class begins. Slughorn directs them to make the draft of Living Death, a complicated and advanced potion meant to send the drinker into a deep, near unbreakable sleep. Hermione, with her pristine copy and careful notes, begins methodically. Harry follows the handwritten notes from the old book. The prince, whoever they were, had made changes, altering instructions slightly, recommending new stirring techniques, suggesting the crushing of the soporiferous bean instead of slicing. Harry follows them, half curious, half skeptical, and something strange happens. His potion works flawlessly. More than that, it excels. It turns the perfect color, gives off the precise waft of vapor. It gleams, smooth and dark, like starlight on water. Slughorn is delighted. He exclaims over Harry's work, praises him in front of everyone, and awards him a small bottle of Felix Felicis, a rare and powerful potion that brings the drinker a day of pure luck. Hermione is speechless. She had followed the textbook exactly, but Harry's results following the prince's notes were better. Ron beams, and Harry feels a thrill. Not just pride, but mystery. Who was the Half-Blood Prince? Why did they know so much? Why were they so brilliant at potions? He examines the book later, alone. More notes, spells, scribbled counter curses. Whoever owned it was not only gifted in potion making, but something more. Clever, inventive, and precise. Harry doesn't tell Hermione how he succeeded. Not yet. He knows she would bristle at the idea of cheating, even though Slughorn hadn't noticed or cared. But Harry is intrigued. There's something personal about the old book. It feels alive in his hands, like a window into someone else's mind. Someone smart, someone hidden, someone like him. The day continues. Classes. Pass in a haze, defense with Snape, who teaches coolly and without warmth. Transfiguration with McGonagall, who remains sharp as ever. In the evening, the common room fills with murmured conversations, chess games, and quills scratching parchment. But Harry finds himself turning pages in the Half-Blood Prince's book. Long into the night, he's not just learning spells and potions, he's learning a voice, a mind, and somewhere deep in the back of his thoughts, a whisper begins. Who was the prince? And what else lies hidden between the lines? Chapter 10. The House of Gaunt. The sky outside is the soft silver of approaching autumn. Mist clings to the turrets of Hogwarts, and the lake lies still as glass. Inside the castle, Harry moves through his classes with a thread of quiet curiosity, winding through his mind. The Half-Blood Prince's book has become a small companion, a secret voice. Its margins are filled with insights, odd bits of magical knowledge and spells Harry has never seen before. But that quiet fascination is gently pushed aside when he receives a message. Dumbledore wishes to see him. It's not a scolding or correction, but an invitation, like the turning of a page in a book whose story has only just begun. Harry makes his way to the headmaster's office, the corridors echoing around him. The door opens to that familiar, comforting space. Shelves lined with magical instruments humming softly, the portraits of past headmasters nodding in dreamy sleep, and the ever-watchful Fawkes, Dumbledore's phoenix, perched in quiet serenity. Dumbledore is there, as calm and composed as ever, his eyes twinkling behind half-moon spectacles. He invites Harry to sit, and then, with a quiet flick of his wand, he brings forward a pensieve, the silvery basin that holds memory in liquid form. Harry knows it well, and he knows that when Dumbledore invites him to look inside, what he sees is never just a lesson, it's a key. Dumbledore explains, they are going to delve into memory, not a memory of Harry's, but one from long before his time. He touches his wand to the surface of the silvery liquid, and Harry leans forward, and the world slips away. They fall softly into the past. The scene is strange, a kind of rural ruin. A stone cottage on the edge of the woods, small and crumbling, covered in ivy and thistle. It is the Gaunt house, home to a once powerful pure-blood family now reduced to squalor. Harry watches unseen, his presence only a whisper. He sees Bob, Ogden, a ministry official in a pinstriped coat, approaching the shack. He's come on business, but what he finds is something darker. Inside the house are Marvolo Gaunt and his son, Morphin. Marvolo is proud, angry, and mad with bitterness. He speaks with venom about blood purity and heritage, waving an ugly gold ring as proof of his noble ancestry. His daughter, Merope, lingers in the corner, silent, hunched, and frightened. Ogden's visit is met with rage. Morphin has attacked a Muggle man, and Ogden is there to serve notice. But the Gaunts are unstable, threatening, cruel. Their hatred for Muggles runs deep, and their disdain for the Ministry is barely contained. Harry sees Merope cower under her. Father's abuse. She drops a pot and Marvolo strikes her hard. There is no love in that house, only fear and loathing. And then, amid the shouting, Ogden flees. The memory fades. Harry finds himself back in Dumbledore's office, heart heavy, thoughts quiet. Dumbledore explains. The man Merope had loved from afar, the Muggle her brother attacked, was Tom Riddle, a handsome young man from the nearby village of Little Hangleton. And despite her mistreatment, Merope had fallen for him deeply. How she managed to leave her house to break free is still a mystery, but the child she would bear was Voldemort, Tom Marvolo Riddle. the boy who would become the darkest wizard of their age. Harry listens in silence. The memory is like a whisper of shadow across the candlelit warmth of the headmaster's office, but it is also a beginning. The start of understanding who Voldemort truly is, not just a name, but a history. Dumbledore leans back and speaks gently. Understanding is the first step to protection, he says. We must know his past to face his future. Harry feels the weight of it settle on him. This is no longer just a battle of spells and wands. It's a journey through bloodlines, choices, and the shape of a boy's soul. And yet, somewhere in that story of broken families and hidden names, Harry sees something deeper. The power of love withheld, the cost of fear, and the way darkness can bloom in silence. The ring Marvolo flaunted, Dumbledore has it now. A relic, cursed, once terrible. And Harry notices that Dumbledore's hand, which had once been unmarked, now bears a terrible injury. Blackened, withered, wrapped in protective enchantments. He says little of it, only that it's handled, for now. Harry leaves Dumbledore's office as twilight spills across the sky, his thoughts quiet but heavy. The castle around him feels older, as though the stone itself remembers Merope and her child. And in the flickering torchlight of the corridor, Harry understands. The past is not done speaking. It echoes in blood and memory, and it calls him forward, one truth at a time. Chapter 11. Hermione's Helping Hand. The air is brisk with early autumn. Leaves dance across the grounds like sparks of gold and crimson, swirling in the morning breeze. Inside the castle, the smell of parchment, ink, and roasting food mingles in the halls as students settle into the rhythm of the school year. Harry walks with purpose now. There's a quiet determination in his steps, buoyed by Slughorn's praise and potions, and the mystery of the half-blood prince's clever annotated textbook. His success in class, once a quiet struggle, has become something smoother. The notes scribbled by the prince, neat, efficient, sometimes cryptic, are proving invaluable. But Hermione isn't thrilled. She's been watching closely. And in the common room one evening, with the fire crackling low and shadows stretching, across the stone floor she finally speaks her concern aloud. "You don't know who wrote that book," she says, folding her arms. Harry shrugs. "But it's helping. Look at my results." Hermione frowns, her brow creasing. Just because someone's clever with potions doesn't mean they're trustworthy. You're letting someone else do the thinking for you. Ron, lounging nearby, with a piece of chocolate, offers little more than a lazy, "He's doing well, isn't he?" But Harry hears Hermione's warning. She's not just being fussy. She's wary, because magic can be powerful, and the source matters. Still, Harry keeps using the book, because it feels like it belongs to him. The notes match his instincts, and in a school where so much is uncertain, it's comforting to follow. The logic of someone brilliant and unseen. Meanwhile, the air around Hogwarts begins to thrum with tension. Draco Malfoy is quieter than usual, slipping off alone, missing meals, turning pale. He avoids eye contact. Even his usual swagger seems to fade. Harry notices. He watches, and he begins to suspect. He remembers Draco's strange visit to Borgin and Burke's over the summer, and how he had seemed so sure of himself, so determined. Could Malfoy be working for Voldemort? Harry brings it up with Ron and Hermione. Ron laughs it off, but Hermione, though skeptical, doesn't dismiss it outright. She suggests something instead, a softer way to track him. "You could try to follow him," she says, "but not alone. It becomes a quiet plan." In between classes and homework and Quidditch practice, Harry begins watching Malfoy. He notices how often Draco disappears into unused classrooms, behind hidden doors, through corridors that lead to nowhere. One afternoon, Harry follows him carefully, keeping at a distance. He turns a corner and bumps right into Peeves the Poltergeist, who lets out a shriek of mischief and gives him away. Malfoy vanishes again, like mist before morning sun. Frustrated, Harry returns to the common room, where Hermione is buried in her arithmancy homework, and Ron is scribbling a last-minute essay on magical creatures. Still, the suspicion lingers, and it grows. Harry's dreams that night are dark and scattered, shadows moving through halls, voices whispering behind walls, and that old, familiar sense of something dangerous slipping just beyond reach. The next day, a new distraction arrives. Katie Bell, a fellow Gryffindor and one of Harry's Quidditch players, is returning to Hogwarts after a mysterious injury. She smiles weakly, her hands trembling slightly. Something happened. Something she won't talk about. Harry remembers the cursed necklace, remembers that Malfoy was nearby. The puzzle grows, quiet and slow, and still the Half-Blood Prince's notes guide Harry through. Potions class with ease. Hermione watches, her mouth tight, her eyes wary. She's begun researching, checking library records, asking teachers, trying to uncover who the Half-Blood Prince might be. But the name yields nothing. It remains a ghost on the page. Later that week, Dumbledore once again invites Harry to his office. They descend into the pensive once more. Another memory, another piece of the puzzle. This time it is not the Gaunts, but a memory of young Tom Riddle, clever, charming, and cold. Harry watches silently as the boy, still at school, manipulates, flatters, and learns. He is already becoming something, not quite human, already seeking knowledge that most would never dare. And Harry begins to understand. This isn't just a story of dark magic. It's a story of identity, of names and choices and the spaces between right and wrong. When he leaves Dumbledore's office, the sky outside is streaked with stars. He walks back to the common room slowly, his footsteps echoing softly. Hermione greets him with a look, half worry, half wonder. She's still trying to help. And even though Harry may not always listen, her quiet concern follows him like a warm hand at his back. That night, the castle sleeps under a thin veil of cloud, the wind brushing the towers like breath through ancient stone. Inside Gryffindor Tower, Harry lies awake. In his bag, the Half-Blood Prince's book rests like a secret waiting to be read again. And beyond the walls, something stirs, something small, something sharp, but not loud enough yet to be heard by those dreaming. Chapter 12. Silver and Opals. Autumn has settled fully now over the castle. The grounds of Hogwarts wear the season like a robe of rustling copper and burnished gold. The trees bow in the breeze. The scent of earth and wind carries through. Open windows, and students find comfort in scarves, mugs of warm pumpkin juice, and the steady rhythm of lessons. And yet, beneath it all, there is a faint sense of unease. Something is shifting, something hidden, but not still. Harry feels it in the halls, in the way students talk in murmurs, in the glances exchanged between teachers, in the way the castle seems to pause and listen after dark. It begins quietly, as these things often do. Harry, Ron, and Hermione are walking back from Hogsmeade. The village is charming as always. Its windows glowing softly, its shops bustling with students and laughter, Zonko's joke shop hums with energy, and Honeyduke's offers its usual delightful escape into sugar and color. But as they make their way toward the castle, the laughter fades. There's a coldness in the air, not just wind, but something else. As they approach the gate, a figure stumbles forward, Katie Bell once again. This time she is not smiling. Her arms are outstretched, her face twisted in pain and confusion, as if she's caught in an invisible storm. Her body rises slightly, lifted as if by wind, and then she collapses, trembling violently. Time slows. Students scream. A teacher rushes over, and beside her, lying quietly in the grass, is a small black package wrapped in paper, sealed tight, and poking from the edges. Silver chain and a cursed opal necklace, the same one Harry saw months ago in Borgin and Burke's. The air sharpens. Everything becomes still. Madame Pomfrey is called, and Katie is taken to the hospital wing, her condition unknown, her mind far away. The necklace is retrieved carefully by Professor McGonagall, her face grave and unreadable. The incident ripples through the school. Whispers spread like smoke, and Harry's thoughts leap immediately to one person, Draco Malfoy. He remembers how secretive Draco has been, how he lingered at Borgin and Burke's, how his moods have darkened. He shares this again with Ron and Hermione. Ron, protective and loyal, begins to nod along, but Hermione, ever the measured one, isn't so sure. "How do you know it was Malfoy?" she asks gently. It could have been anyone, but Harry has that feeling again, like a cold certainty in his chest. Draco is involved. Somehow. Later, as they walk through the castle, Harry notices something odd. Malfoy isn't gloating. He's not boasting or smiling. In fact, he seems paler than ever, haunted, withdrawn. He's not celebrating. He's hiding. In potions class, Harry continues to thrive. With the Half-Blood Prince's notes, he moves through even the most difficult assignments with grace. Slughorn is delighted, praising him constantly, chuckling warmly at Harry's every success. "Your mother would be proud," he says with a fond smile. "She was one of my favorites." Harry feels the compliment deeply, though a part of him wonders if it's the prince's genius he's channeling, not his own. Still, it's a comfort. The prince's book feels like a steady hand on his shoulder, guiding him through the labyrinth of schoolwork and suspicion. But Hermione grows more uneasy. She has taken to researching the book in earnest, poring over lists of past students, checking initials, tracking names. "Who signs themselves Half-Blood anything?" she murmurs, brow furrowed. It's odd, strange, almost like a statement. But for now, it remains a mystery. As the days pass, the mood at Hogwarts becomes heavier. The attack on Katie has left a shadow. Students look over their shoulders more often. Teachers are tense. The castle, though still filled with the usual sights and smells and laughter, carries a hush, like a breath held too long. Even Quidditch practices are quieter. Harry, as captain, does his best to rally his team. Ron, his keeper, is feeling the pressure, and Hermione, ever supportive, tries to bolster his confidence with quiet encouragement and whispered smiles. One evening, Harry finds himself alone in the library, running his fingers over the Half-Blood. Prince's handwritten spells. Some are curious, some are powerful. One in particular catches his eye. Sectum Sempra. There are no instructions, only 2 words scribbled beside it. For enemies. Harry pauses. Something about it feels darker, sharper. He doesn't try it, not yet, but he remembers. Later, he walks the long corridors of the castle, lost in thought.
The portraits whisper softly as he passes, and the suits of armor clink in the wind. He wonders what Draco is doing, where he goes when he disappears, who he talks to, and he wonders if the cursed necklace was meant for Dumbledore. It's a quiet,
chilling thought. Back in the common room, Hermione has fallen asleep in her chair, books open in her lap. Ron is half dozing nearby, mumbling about Quidditch in his dreams, and Harry sits by the fire, the flickering light casting shadows on his face. The flames whisper softly, like the pages of a book turning in the dark, and he knows, though he cannot say why, that the castle is holding its breath, waiting, watching for what he cannot yet see, but it's coming, and he will be ready. Chapter 13. The Secret Riddle. The morning begins softly. Thin silver light spills across the common room, and the fire from the hearth has dwindled to warm embers. The castle awakens slowly, yawning in stone and wood. In the quiet of Gryffindor Tower, Harry prepares for something different. Not a lesson or a duel, but a journey into memory. Dumbledore has summoned him again. Harry walks alone through the corridors, his footsteps echoing on the flagstones. The portraits on the walls stir sleepily, watching him pass. There is a hush in the air, as though the castle itself knows what is coming. When he reaches the headmaster's office, the gargoyle steps aside with a quiet groan. Inside, the room is as it always is, rich with curiosities and ticking devices, filled with the soft rustle of magic in motion. Fawkes the Phoenix dozes silently, his scarlet and gold feathers glinting in the light. Dumbledore greets him with a calm, solemn warmth. No smiles today. "Are you ready, Harry?" he asks, and Harry, though he does not know what awaits, nods. They turn once more to the pensive, a basin of silvery light, a mirror to the past. Harry leans forward and falls into memory. This time, it is a quiet countryside and a small stone building, gray and lonesome among fields, a children's orphanage. It is the past, distant and dim, yet oddly close. The memory belongs to Dumbledore himself, and in it he is much younger. His hair is still auburn, his beard shorter, his expression sharper, but kind. He arrives at the orphanage with purpose. Inside, a stern matron greets him, Mrs. Cole. She is brisk and tired, her voice clipped by years of managing difficult children. When then Dumbledore introduces himself and explains his purpose, she is wary but intrigued. "Tom's not like the other children," she says carefully. "He's different." She pours a drink and tells stories, odd things, mysterious happenings, animals harmed, other children frightened, and always, Tom in the middle of it all, silent and watchful. Then she leads Dumbledore to him, Tom Riddle, 11 years old, dark-haired, pale, with eyes that don't quite match his age. He sits alone, straight-backed in a tidy little room. There's no fear in his face, only curiosity, edged with calculation. As Dumbledore enters, Tom studies him. They speak calmly. Tom is polite, but strange, detached. He talks of how he can make people hurt if they annoy him. He says he can talk to snakes. He says things disappear when he wants them to. Dumbledore listens, gently but firmly, asking careful questions. He does not flinch or recoil. He tells Tom what he is, a wizard. And for the first time, Tom shows true emotion, curiosity sharpened by hunger. He wants to go to Hogwarts. He wants to learn magic. But more than that, he wants power. He wants control. He speaks of keeping secrets, of not needing anyone. And Harry, watching from within the memory, feels a chill that is not from the air. There is something hollow in the boy, a coldness that goes beyond cruelty. When Dumbledore leaves the orphanage, the memory dims, and Harry rises again, back into the present, the office, the quiet ticking of magical devices. He looks at Dumbledore, his heart a little heavier. So he was always... Harry begins but cannot finish. Dumbledore nods gently. He was already set apart. He explains that Tom was no ordinary child, not simply because of his powers, but because of what he chose to do with them. Even at 11, he manipulated, punished, and dominated others. He wanted to be special. He needed it. Harry listens, and slowly the threads begin to form. The boy in the orphanage becomes the young man in Slytherin House, becomes the charming prefect, becomes Lord Voldemort. And the question hangs softly in the room. How does a boy become a monster? Dumbledore believes it matters. He is not showing Harry these memories out of curiosity, but necessity. Voldemort has a past, he says, and in that past lie clues, weaknesses, truths. Harry nods again, though the air feels heavier now. Outside, the window, the sky is pale and distant, and the world feels a little more fragile. When Harry leaves the office, his mind is quiet. He walks the corridor slowly, feeling the weight of what he has seen. A child, so young, already choosing the path of cruelty. He returns to Gryffindor Tower as dusk begins to settle, the lamps flickering to life. Inside, Ron is playing chess, and Hermione is curled up with a book. The fire burns warmly. It is peaceful, but Harry's heart is restless. He says nothing of the memory. Not yet. Instead, he watches the flames and thinks of Tom Riddle, how his voice had sounded, calm and cold, even at 11, and he wonders if evil always begins as silence, as a shadow in the corner of a room, as a lonely child with secrets. As night falls over Hogwarts, the stars blink into view one by one, and the castle dreams its long, enchanted dreams. But somewhere deep inside its stone walls, one student lies awake, staring into the dark, trying to fit the puzzle together. A child, a curse, a prince without a name, a riddle, still unsolved. Chapter 14. Felix Felicis. The day begins with mist clinging to the windows, the kind of soft gray veil that makes the castle feel wrapped in clouds. The warmth of Gryffindor Tower is like a hush around Harry, Ron, and Hermione as they gather at a table by the fire. The room is golden with early morning light, and the scent of parchment and breakfast lingers in the air. They speak in low tones about Dumbledore's lesson, about the boy who became Voldemort. But today holds something else, too. Today, Harry is to meet with Professor Slughorn. A quiet anticipation weaves through the corridors as Harry makes his way to the potions master's office. He carries no textbooks, only a hope that this time perhaps the truth will emerge. Slughorn, as always, welcomes him with open arms and fond words. The office is warm and cluttered, filled with bubbling vials and jars of thick, glowing substances. There is a plate of crystallized pineapple, a favored sweet, and a heavy armchair drawn near the fire. Harry sits, waiting. Slughorn chats cheerfully, but the undercurrent is clear. He is avoiding something. Harry brings up the past. Gently, carefully. The memory Dumbledore wants. The conversation about Horcruxes. But Slughorn stiffens. His smile fades, just slightly, and his eyes go distant. He refuses again. He will not share the memory, and once more, the conversation slips, away like smoke between fingers. Harry leaves the office feeling discouraged. Back in the common room, Hermione and Ron listen as he recounts what happened. Hermione is frustrated, analytical. She believes Slughorn is ashamed, that the truth is buried beneath guilt. Ron suggests brute force. Hermione dismisses it. They speak of Dumbledore's task, and how Harry is meant to obtain the memory, the importance of it. The way it might hold the key to understanding Voldemort's darkest secrets. But Slughorn has built walls, and Harry doesn't know how to scale them. The subject drifts, and soon they find themselves in lighter waters. Quidditch looms, Gryffindors. Next match draws near, and the common room buzzes with excitement. Ron, still carrying the weight of his past insecurities, is nervous. His performance has faltered. The pressure is thick. Hermione suggests a practice session, and out they go into the brisk air of the pitch. The sky overhead is pale and heavy with unshed rain. Brooms rise into the chill, and the team moves like shadows through the mist. Ron struggles. His hands shake slightly. His saves are uneven. Ginny tries to encourage him. Demelza, another chaser, is quietly supportive, but Harry can see it in Ron's face. Doubt gnaws at him. Later, as they return to the castle, the three friends fall into step together. Hermione suggests cheering charms, subtle spells to lift Ron's performance. But Ron bristles. He wants to earn it, not fake it. He wants to win on his own merit. Harry says nothing. That night, as Ron lies asleep and Hermione reads beside the fire, Harry opens his trunk quietly and reaches for something. Small a vial. Inside, the golden liquid swirls like captured sunlight. Felix Felicis, liquid luck. Dumbledore had given it to him months ago, for a well-chosen answer in class. Harry studies it. He has not forgotten the power within it, how it can tip fate, charm coincidence, and make the impossible seem easy. The next morning, Gryffindor faces Slytherin. The air is electric with tension. The stands are packed. House banners wave. The sky is overcast but dry. As the team prepares in the changing room, nerves crackle in the air. Ron looks pale. He pulls on his keeper's gloves with stiff fingers. Hermione offers quiet words of encouragement, but he barely hears them. Then, Harry makes a decision. He shows Ron the vial of Felix Felicis, and in full view of the team, he pretends to pour it into Ron's drink. Ron watches. He drinks it, and something shifts. He thinks he's been given luck. Whether it's magic or confidence, his nerves begin to settle. The game begins. Brooms soar. The quaffle spins through the air. Bludgers fly like cannonballs, and Ron is brilliant. He guards the hoops with speed and precision. He dives, he reaches, he saves, time and time again. The crowd roars with every block. Slytherin presses harder, but Ron stands strong. In the end, it is Ginny who scores the final goal, and Gryffindor wins. The common room erupts that evening into joyful chaos. Fireworks from Fred and George's collection explode overhead. Someone has conjured a red and gold lion that dances across the walls. Ron is hoisted into the air, the hero, the savior. He smiles like he's never smiled before. Hermione, however, looks troubled. Later, when the cheering fades, she confronts Harry. "You gave him Felix Felicis?" she asks. Harry shakes his head. "No," he says. "I only pretended to." And Hermione stares at him for a long moment, then slowly smiles. "You really are the Prince of Deception," she says, a touch of admiration in her voice. But the warmth of the evening doesn't last. As Harry watches Ron being celebrated, he notices something else. A flicker of something sour in Hermione's expression when Ron is joined by Lavender Brown. Lavender throws her arms around him, Hermione's face falls, and quietly, she leaves the room. Harry follows her, but she brushes him off. In a quiet corner near the stairs, she disappears into a chair and opens a book, pretending not to care. But Harry sees it. The tight line of her mouth, the glisten in her eyes, feelings unspoken, hopes quietly bruised. The night continues, joyful and loud, but within the flickering firelight, hearts stir quietly, some lifted by luck, others quietly aching. The castle dreams on, its old walls echoing with laughter and longing, while the golden vial of Felix Felicis rests untouched in Harry's pocket, waiting for the day he truly needs it. Chapter 15. The Unbreakable Vow. The castle lies wrapped in a soft, early winter stillness. Outside the windows, frost has begun to trace delicate fingers across the glass, and the air carries a faint scent of snow. Inside the common room, the fires have burned low. The students' joy from Gryffindor's victory has quieted, though traces of celebration linger in the form of confetti charms and half-sung songs echoing faintly from the dormitories. Harry watches Ron and Lavender grow ever closer. Whispers, shared in corners, hands brushing beneath tables, the occasional stifled giggle, and beside him, Hermione grows quieter, her heart folded inward like a letter never sent. She hides behind books and clever remarks. But the ache is there, visible to Harry in the still moments, and the way her eyes linger on Ron when she thinks no one is looking. Still, Harry has other concerns as well. Slughorn's memory remains elusive, and time feels like it is winding tighter, a string stretched between fate and fear. One evening, Harry makes his way to Dumbledore's office for another lesson. The headmaster is waiting, calm as ever, a shimmer of candlelight dancing across his half-moon spectacles. His desk is tidy, the pensive ready, its silvery surface stirring like a moonlit lake. Tonight, they dive once more into memory. Not Slughorn's, but another's, a borrowed glimpse into the past. This time, they journey to a grand and solemn room within the Ministry of Magic. A younger version of a wizard sits before a dark panel of officials. His name is Morphin Gaunt. He is Voldemort's uncle. The scene is unsettling. Morphin, wild-eyed and erratic, speaks of a boy with dark hair who visited their home. A boy who spoke Parseltongue. A boy who left, and shortly thereafter, 2 Muggles. Tom, Riddle's father and grandparents, were found dead in their home. The Ministry believes Morphin did it. But in the shadows of the memory, Dumbledore sees what Harry now begins to suspect. Tom Riddle, the boy who became Voldemort, had already begun crafting a mask for the world, a mask of charm and cleverness, beneath which something cold and merciless took root. He framed Morphin. He stole the wand, altered memories, and in doing so, he severed his final ties to his Muggle family. Harry returns from the Pensieve chilled to the bone. Dumbledore watches him with solemn eyes. Voldemort was already highly gifted, the headmaster says quietly. But more than that, he was ruthless. These glimpses into the past are like breadcrumbs in the forest, small, quiet truths that lead ever deeper into the dark heart of Tom Riddle's transformation. Back in the present, winter continues, its slow arrival. Snow falls one morning, thick and soft, blanketing the grounds in silence. Classes continue. Homework piles high. Life at Hogwarts weaves on, even as darker threads begin to wind themselves into the seams. One day, while Harry walks the corridor, he sees Malfoy slip away down a side passage. There's something secretive about the boy's gait. His head down, his steps fast. Harry's suspicions about Draco deepen. He shares them with Ron and Hermione. Ron shrugs. Hermione is doubtful, but Harry knows. He's seen Malfoy's eyes, haunted, determined. And now, more than ever, he believes Draco is involved in something dangerous. Later, an opportunity arises. Slughorn invites Harry to a small, exclusive Christmas gathering. Ron and Hermione are invited too. It's to be a pleasant event, filled with chatter and sweets, music and merriment. But first, the trio visits the burrow. The Weasleys' home is warm and chaotic as ever. Mrs. Weasley hums as she stirs sauces. Mr. Weasley tinkers with Muggle gadgets. The smell of cinnamon and firewood fills the air. Fairy lights twinkle in the corners. And Ginny, full of spark and laughter, brightens every room she enters. Harry feels at home here. But there are shadows even in this light. Bill brings home his fiancée, Fleur Delacour, whose beauty and arrogance ruffle Mrs. Weasley and Ginny alike. The house echoes with soft tension. Then, as snow falls thick outside the window panes, Harry prepares for Slughorn's party. He walks with Luna Lovegood as his guest. Gentle, dreamy Luna, with her distant smile and silver robes that shimmer like moonlight on snow. The party is filled with golden light and fine music. Slughorn beams with pride at his chosen students, handing out mead and mince pies, but beneath the merriment, Harry is alert, and then he sees him. Draco Malfoy, lurking near the door, alone and tense. Snape appears soon after. Harry listens, from the shadows of the corridor beyond. He overhears a sliver of conversation between the two Slytherins. Draco is angry, defensive. Snape is offering help. "I swore to protect you," he says quietly. "I made the unbreakable vow." Harry's heart pounds. An unbreakable vow. It's more than words. It's magic so binding that to break it is to die. And Snape has made one with Narcissa Malfoy to protect Draco, to help him succeed, to complete some task. Harry tells Ron and Hermione immediately. They react with disbelief. Hermione points out that Dumbledore trusts Snape, that there must be more to the story, but Harry's gut is certain. Draco is on a mission. And Snape, despite Dumbledore's faith, may be aiding him. As the holidays deepen and snow blankets every inch of the grounds, this truth lingers like frost on glass, clear and cold. There are plans moving beneath the surface, and the threads of fate are winding tighter around Draco Malfoy, whatever he has been tasked with. Harry knows it is deadly, and it is coming closer. The chapter ends not in thunder, but in silence. Just a quiet snowfall outside the castle windows, and the faint sound of bells echoing from the farthest towers. The season turns and the shadows lengthen. Chapter 16. A Very Frosty Christmas. The holidays have arrived, but unlike previous years filled with warmth and cheer, there's a chill this time that settles far beyond the snow outside. It weaves through conversations, lingers behind glances, and curls in the corners of every warm fire. Harry has returned to the burrow with Ron and Hermione. The Weasley home, as always, is charmingly cluttered and full of life. Simmering pots, floating decorations, and knitted jumpers drying by the fire. But something's different this year. Tensions swirl like smoke above the hearth. Bill's fiancée, Fleur Delacour, has arrived, her beauty still dazzling, her manner sharp and proud. Mrs. Weasley is trying, really trying, but her smiles are tight, and her patience is fraying. Ginny, too, is vocal in her distaste for Fleur, often referring to her as Phlegm, a nickname that causes Hermione to raise her eyebrows in disapproval. Fleur remains unbothered, seemingly untouched by the discomfort she creates in the house, speaking sweetly to Bill and brushing off the coldness around her with an air of French indifference. Amid this domestic discord, Harry finds himself navigating a different kind of tension. Quiet, unspoken, and lingering in the air whenever Ginny enters the room. There's a light in her laughter that draws him, a fire in her words that makes him smile before he realizes why. And yet, she's with Dean. A fact that seems to gnaw gently at the corners of Harry's thoughts like a draft. Beneath the door, Hermione, too, is quieter than usual. She helps Mrs. Weasley cook and decorate, her hands busy but her mind elsewhere. Her eyes flick often to Ron, who is still deep in the throes of his new relationship with Lavender Brown. Lavender sends him fluttering notes, kisses him in doorways, and whispers sweet nothings into his ear in the quiet of the sitting room. Ron seems to bask in the attention, but something about it rings hollow. Hermione watches, silent but wounded, and Harry, caught between them, feels the sting of the invisible threads that tug and twist between friends who are more than just friends, but less than something certain. On Christmas morning, the house is full of laughter, torn wrapping paper, and the rich scent of cinnamon and pine. Gifts are exchanged, homemade jumpers, sweets, and little thoughtful tokens. Harry receives a present from Dobby, an elaborately wrapped package containing socks of his own creation, mismatched and made with love. Harry smiles softly, touched, yet beneath the joy, a shadow still lingers. The attack on Katie Bell, the overheard words between Snape and Malfoy, the memory that Slughorn still refuses to share. Dumbledore's lessons feel like puzzle pieces still scattered on the table, and Harry is trying to fit them together in the dim light of suspicion and fear. Later, the warmth of the burrow is interrupted by a visit from Minister Scrimgeour. He arrives stiffly, accompanied by Percy Weasley, who avoids looking at his mother, as she watches him with sad, hopeful eyes. Scrimgeour pulls Harry aside. He speaks with measured calmness, and smiles that don't quite reach his eyes. He wants something from Harry, not his wand. Not his knowledge, but his name. Scrimgeour asks him to publicly support the Ministry to become a symbol of hope as they attempt to maintain control over a world slowly tipping into chaos. But Harry, steadfast, loyal, and shaped by loss, refuses. He sees the truth in Scrimgeour's words, that the Ministry doesn't want real help. It wants a hero it can parade about like a trophy. A teenager draped in smiles while the real war rages on behind closed doors. He won't do it. He tells the Minister that he is Dumbledore's man through and through. Scrimgeour's eyes harden. The meeting ends with cool formality and unspoken disappointment. When Harry returns to the burrow, the laughter is quieter now. The evening has deepened, and outside the window, snow continues to fall, soft and silent. As night settles in, the warmth of the hearth glows against the frost, and the Weasley family, despite their small tensions and unspoken hurts, gathers together. There's something steady in that closeness, a kind of stubborn love that holds fast even through bickering and misunderstandings. And Harry, sitting beside Ginny, watching Hermione, glance once more at Ron, feels the shifting of the world, of relationships, of loyalties, of time itself. Christmas this year feels different, not just colder, but older, like a quiet breath taken before the storm, like the hush before a door opens. To something that cannot be undone. Chapter 17, a sluggish memory. The holidays melt away like frost beneath sunlight, and the students return to the castle bundled in scarves and laughter, the echoes of Christmas lingering like the scent of pine in the folds of their cloaks. But Harry's heart is heavy. He walks through the halls with a mind full of fragments, images of Draco in the shadows, Slughorn's evasion, and Dumbledore's quiet eyes watching from behind his spectacles. There is something he is meant to learn, something hidden behind a memory that will not come clean. Classes begin anew, and with them, the rhythm of Hogwarts life resumes. Early mornings, enchanted textbooks, the whisper of quills, and the clink of goblets in the Great Hall. Potions remains a curious mix of wonder and suspicion. With the Half-Blood Prince's annotated book, Harry continues to excel. Instructions scribbled in the margins guide his hand like a ghostly tutor, sharp, precise, and oddly poetic. But Hermione is growing frustrated. She does not trust the book. Her brows knit when Harry shows her a newly successful potion, and her silence speaks volumes. She suspects, perhaps rightly, that there is danger in relying too heavily on unknown magic. Still, Harry persists. And then, one day a new potion awaits them in class, a curious mixture that glows softly in its cauldron. Felix Felicis. Liquid luck. Slughorn explains it gently, his voice light and inviting. The potion, he says, grants the drinker a short period of good fortune, when everything seems to fall perfectly into place. Harry watches it swirl with quiet longing, but the real focus of his thoughts remains Slughorn himself. Dumbledore has asked him to retrieve a memory, one crucial to understanding Voldemort's past. But every time Harry tries, Slughorn slips away, his smile tight, his eyes guarded. The memory Harry does see, shared by Dumbledore in their next lesson, is cloudy, altered. Slughorn sits in a chair, surrounded by students, his face red with wine and flattery. Tom Riddle leans forward, calm and curious, asking a single question. About Horcruxes, and then the memory shifts, blurs. Slughorn's voice grows high and false. I don't know anything about that, he says in a voice not quite his own. It's a lie. A patchwork version of the past, sewn together by fear. Dumbledore tells Harry plainly, this is not the original memory. Slughorn has tampered with it, out of guilt or terror or both. Harry watches Dumbledore carefully. There is a weariness to the old wizard, like the slow fading of a great flame, yet his resolve is firm. He believes Harry is the one person who might convince Slughorn to surrender the truth. But Harry feels the weight of this task pressed down on him like the sky before a storm. How can he persuade a man so guarded? How can he untangle the knot of shame and fear that Slughorn has buried for so long? Still he tries. After class one day, he approaches the professor with gentle curiosity. Slughorn laughs nervously. He changes the subject, offers candied pineapples and anecdotes from his time teaching famous witches and wizards. But behind his jolly exterior, Harry senses the unease. Slughorn is afraid of the memory, afraid of what it reveals, and most of all, afraid of what it might mean for the future if it's brought to light. Later, in the quiet of the common room, Harry confides in Ron and Hermione. He tells them of the altered memory, of Dumbledore's plea, of his repeated failures to coax the truth. Hermione listens carefully. She suggests a gentler approach, empathy perhaps, or timing, maybe even patience. Ron, for once, offers little. He is preoccupied. His relationship with Lavender is beginning to fray. The endless affection, once flattering, now feels stifling, and he keeps stealing glances at Hermione when he thinks no one sees. The triangle tightens, wordless and tender, and through it all, Harry continues to study the Half-Blood Prince's book. His trust in it grows, even as Hermione's warnings echo faintly in the background. The book whispers answers, suggests shortcuts, offers silent wisdom in the margins, but nothing it says can help him retrieve the truth from Slughorn. Only courage, kindness, and perhaps something else entirely. Timing. And so Harry waits. He watches. He considers. He knows that one day, perhaps, not far from now, he'll have to use everything he's learned, not just from books, but from people, to bring that truth into the light. For now, though, he walks the long, dark corridors of the castle in thought. The lanterns flicker. The air grows colder, and far beneath the castle stones, secrets slumber still, but not forever. Chapter 18. Birthday Surprises. The cold days continue, crisp and clear. The lake is edged with frost, and the castle's high windows sparkle with the reflection of winter sun. Life at Hogwarts hums along, quietly threaded with unease. Rumors drift like fallen leaves across the common rooms and corridors, whispers of attacks, disappearances, and dark signs in the outside world. But in the still heart of the castle, a birthday arrives. Ron's 17th, a milestone. Coming of age in the wizarding world brings with it a new sense of identity, of independence. The right to perform magic outside school, the ability to apparate, the kind of freedom that carries both excitement and quiet responsibility. Ron wakes to find his bed surrounded by his friends, Harry grinning, Hermione smiling softly. Lavender, practically glowing with adoration, presents him with a necklace. That says "my sweetheart" in glittering letters. Ron's eyes widen and he awkwardly thanks her. But something in his voice has dulled, just a shade, the kind of change that only someone watching closely might notice. Later, at breakfast, the Gryffindor table is festive with chatter and gifts. Harry gives Ron a new keeper's helmet, one that's a little flashier than necessary, but undeniably cool. Hermione's gift is more subtle. A book with Ron's name elegantly etched on the inside cover. Her handwriting curls gently like a breath across parchment. Ron thanks them both, and though he smiles, his glance at Hermione lingers just a moment longer than it should. But as the morning unfolds, the quiet joy of the birthday takes an unexpected turn. Ron, seemingly eager to prove something, or perhaps simply to indulge, suddenly consumes a box of chocolates that had been left behind, unlabeled. Within moments, his eyes glaze slightly, his voice softens. He begins talking dreamily, not to Hermione or Lavender, but to Romilda Vane. He's enchanted. A love potion, meant for Harry. A wave of awkward laughter follows, but Harry quickly leads Ron to Professor Slughorn, hoping the potioneer can brew up an antidote. Slughorn chuckles when he hears what's happened. He prepares the antidote with practiced ease and gives Ron a drink. The effects vanish almost immediately. Ron blinks, looking confused, but the laughter, once gentle, fades quickly into something colder, because Slughorn offers him a celebratory drink, a toast, just a small glass of mead. And moments later, Ron gasps. His body twists, his limbs seize, he collapses. Time seems to freeze, a heartbeat of disbelief, of fear. Harry acts without thinking. He remembers the Bezoar, tucked away, a suggestion once offered by the Half-Blood Prince, now echoing in the back of his mind. He plunges it into Ron's mouth. Silence, then breath. Slughorn trembles with shock. He hadn't realized the bottle. had been poisoned, intended for someone else. Ron lies unconscious, pale and unmoving, but alive. Madame Pomfrey rushes him to the hospital wing. Lavender hovers, weeping and frantic. Hermione stands silently, her face drawn and pale, her eyes distant and dark with worry. Harry waits. Time stretches, quiet and still, as though the world is holding its breath. And as Ron sleeps in the hospital bed, with his friends surrounding him, a kind of clarity begins to unfold. Not just about the danger they're in, that much has been clear for some time, but about the quiet connections between hearts. Because as Lavender leans over Ron, whispering his name, Hermione steps back, and in that moment, Harry sees it. The truth. Not spoken aloud, not even truly acknowledged, but visible in the stillness of Hermione's posture, in the sadness that clings to her like shadow. She cares deeply for Ron. She has for a long time. And this brush with loss has pulled the truth like thread from cloth. Later, when the panic has passed and Ron's breathing grows steady, Harry walks through the quiet castle. His thoughts swirl. Who poisoned the bottle? Was it meant for Dumbledore? Was it meant for him? The questions linger like mist, but one thing is certain. The attacks are becoming bolder, more reckless, closer. The walls of Hogwarts may be ancient and enchanted, but they are no longer impenetrable. Something is slipping through, something dark and determined. And as Harry stands at the window, watching snowflakes drift like falling stars across the grounds, he knows they are running out of time. But for now, Ron is safe. And in that single truth, there is a kind of warmth, a flicker of light in the growing shadows. Chapter 19, Elf Tales. The castle settles again. Ron, still pale and recovering, rests in the hospital wing beneath the watchful care of Madame Pomfrey. Lavender visits often, fussing over his every breath and blink, while Hermione keeps a quiet, deliberate distance. There is a tension there, unspoken and heavy, like mist clinging to window panes. Harry, meanwhile, continues to search for answers. The poisoned mead has shaken him. It is a reminder that danger isn't just on the edges of the world. It has found its way inside the walls of Hogwarts. Who had sent it? Why? The mead had come from Slughorn, meant for Dumbledore, he claimed. AI. Gift he'd forgotten to deliver. But it raises too many questions, and answers are slow to surface. Still, Harry feels time slipping. And then there is the matter of Draco Malfoy. That quiet, brooding presence that seems to flit like a shadow through Harry's every waking thought. Something is wrong. He sees it in Draco's face, thinner than before, in the tightness around his eyes, in the way he vanishes for hours without explanation. The Marauder's map reveals nothing. Draco's name disappears altogether at times, as though he's no longer in the castle. Harry can feel the truth just out of reach, like a puzzle with one missing piece. In the common room, he speaks with Hermione and Ginny about it. Ginny, sharp and quick, suggests that Draco is using the Room of Requirement. It cannot be mapped, after all. It has no fixed form. That's why Draco's name disappears. It's a brilliant deduction, and it sets Harry thinking. The room. Of course. But finding it in use is another challenge entirely. Still, that thread leads to another, and it is Dobby, the house elf with eyes like moons, who offers more. When Harry turns to Dobby and Creature, asking them to follow Draco's movements, the elves agree, though Creature grumbles with his usual disdain for blood, traitors, and Harry's orders. Dobby, by contrast, is enthusiastic. Dobby is happy to help Harry Potter, sir. He squeaks, his ears twitching with excitement. And so the two elves begin their secret task, moving through the walls of Hogwarts, slipping unseen through doorways and along stone corridors, ever watchful. They report back, solemnly. Draco has been vanishing into the room of requirement again and again. Harry listens, his suspicions deepening like twilight. But it isn't only Draco's mystery that fills his mind. The looming memory, Slughorn's guarded secret, remains unsolved. Dumbledore, reminds Harry gently, this memory must be recovered. It holds a key to understanding Voldemort's true nature, and time is moving on. But how to retrieve it? Hermione, always thoughtful, offers the idea that Slughorn may be swayed not by pressure or confrontation, but by the right moment, the right atmosphere, perhaps with a little help from Felix Felicis. The tiny vial of liquid luck rests in Harry's possession still, untouched, glimmering faintly like captured sunshine. A tempting solution. But not yet. Not yet. For now he focuses on Quidditch. The match looms ahead. Ron, still recovering, returns to the field with uncertainty. His strength is not fully restored, and Hermione, seeing his anxiety, makes a quiet decision. She pretends to slip a few drops of Felix Felicis into his drink before the match. Ron drinks it, unaware that it's nothing more than pumpkin juice. But he believes, and belief, it turns out, is enough. He plays with fire in his veins, confident, sharp, and unshakable. He blocks every goal with surprising grace, and Gryffindor wins. The crowd cheers. The common room bursts into celebration. But the aftermath is tangled. Lavender throws herself into Ron's arms, kissing him before a crowd of cheering students. Hermione watches from the shadows, her face unreadable, before slipping quietly away. Later, in the quiet of the common room, Harry finds her alone. She is trying to pretend nothing is wrong. But the hurt is there, buried beneath her words, in the way she twists her fingers together, in the flicker of her eyes. Harry doesn't press her. He simply sits beside her, and in that silence, their friendship becomes something stronger, bound not just by laughter and adventures, but by the quiet ache of growing up. The castle, meanwhile, seems to lean into winter. Snow falls like whispers. The firelight in the common room casts long, soft shadows. The portraits murmur gently in their frames, and the suits of armor clink faintly as they shift in the cold. But not all is calm. Something is happening, just beyond reach. In the darkness, Draco continues to vanish into the room of requirement. And elsewhere, danger coils tighter. The poisoned mead, the cursed necklace. These are not accidents. They are warnings. Someone is moving in secret. Someone with a plan. And the clock is ticking. But in the heart of it all, as friendships strain and mysteries deepen, the golden thread of loyalty glows ever brighter. In Harry. In Hermione. In the quiet work of house elves. And even perhaps in those who have yet to show their hand. Chapter 20. Lord Voldemort's Request. A quiet summons comes. Dumbledore requests Harry's presence once again. It is evening, and the light in the tower is golden, low, flickering like candle flames dancing along the stone. The headmaster stands at the window, gazing into the distance, his silhouette long and quiet against the fading sky. His voice, when he turns to speak, is soft, purposeful. There is something deeper beneath it now. Urgency, perhaps. A kind of sorrow. He tells Harry they will revisit a memory, one he himself holds, and it will paint a picture, not of the boy Voldemort once was, nor of the dark man he has become, but of the moment in between. of the request that shaped everything that followed. Together, they step into the pensive. The memory swirls to life. We find ourselves at Hogwarts, many years ago. The office is much the same, but the light is older, dimmer, touched by dust and time. Dumbledore sits behind his desk, younger, though already wearing the same wise calm. A fire crackles softly at his side. There is a knock at the door, and in steps Tom Riddle. But this is not the pale, serpentine-faced man Harry once met. This Tom is elegant, polished, handsome even. His dark hair frames a face that is smooth and symmetrical. His eyes, though, still hold that same chilling emptiness, an absence of warmth, a hunger for control. He is no longer a student, he is now a young man, working at Borgin and Burke's, though he presents this fact delicately with polite detachment. He has come, he says, to request a position at Hogwarts, to teach Defense Against. The dark arts Dumbledore listens, his face unreadable. He is polite, respectful, but he does not agree. He tells Tom that the position is not open, that there are other candidates, that he cannot accept. Tom's mask does not slip, not fully, but his eyes darken. His tone becomes brittle, sharpened at the edges. He tries again, cloaking his words in charm. He speaks of his love for the school, of his desire to return, but Dumbledore sees through it. He always has. There is silence between them, tense, heavy, and then Tom leaves. Not in anger, not openly, but with a cool finality that feels colder than rage. Dumbledore, watching him go, seems to understand that something has changed, that a turning has occurred. As the memory fades, the darkness curls in. Back in the present, Dumbledore stands quietly beside Harry, the weight of that long-ago meeting still etched in his voice. He tells Harry that after Tom was refused the position, strange things began to happen. Every defense against the dark arts teacher since that day has lasted only a year, a curse perhaps. Placed by Voldemort himself, a slow unraveling of safety and stability, a warning that power denied will still find a way to take root. But there is more. Dumbledore reveals that on the night of that visit, Tom was no ordinary young man. He had already begun splitting his soul. He had already hidden pieces of himself in the shadows of the world. The request to teach had not been genuine. It had been strategic. He sought access to something within the school, or perhaps to the school itself, as a place of influence, secrecy, and power. Dumbledore pauses, then gently, he tells Harry what he fears. Voldemort created more than one Horcrux. Not just the diary from Ginny's first year, but several. A shattering of the soul into pieces so small, so spread, that death itself could not reclaim him. And somewhere, buried, in that broken past, lies the key to his undoing. Dumbledore asks Harry to keep looking, to keep searching for Slughorn's true memory, the one that explains exactly how many Horcruxes Voldemort intended to make. That number matters. It matters more than Harry yet understands, but time, once again, is pressing in. As they part, Harry feels the weight of the hour settle upon him. This war is not just of spells and duels. It is a war of memories, of truths buried deep within people's hearts. And unless he can gather them, gently, patiently, wisely, the path ahead will remain obscured. Outside the tower, night unfolds like a velvet cloak. The stars glimmer faintly overhead, and the wind murmurs against the castle walls. Inside, Harry walks slowly back through the corridors, his thoughts heavy with what he has seen. The boy who had once been Tom. the young man who had stood in Dumbledore's office, cloaked in charm and ambition, and the dark shape he has become. But even in the quiet, there is still hope. Because while Voldemort has chosen to fracture his soul, Harry has chosen to build his, with friendship, with loyalty, with love. And those, though quiet, are powerful weapons. Chapter 21. The Unknowable Room. In the days that follow Dumbledore's memory, the air in Hogwarts feels charged with something invisible. Tension, curiosity, and purpose, curling like ivy through the corridors. Harry, more than ever, is drawn to one puzzle, the Room of Requirement. Draco Malfoy is using it. That much he knows, but the room is elusive. It changes its shape, its position, its very nature to fit the needs of the one who seeks it. And Draco knows how to make it hide him. Each time Harry passes the corridor on the 7th floor, where he knows the entrance lies, he tries something new. He paces before the blank stretch of wall, focusing with all his might. I need to see what Malfoy's doing. I need to see the room he uses. I need to catch him. But nothing appears. The wall remains smooth and still, as if unaware of his presence. He tries again and again, morning, evening, between classes, and always. Nothing. The room does not respond to spying. It does not yield to force. And Harry begins to understand something subtle and frustrating. The Room of Requirement only gives itself when the seeker's need is pure, when it aligns with the magic of intention. Trying to reveal someone else's secret is not enough. Still, Harry persists. Meanwhile, the school flows on around him. Hermione and Ron continue their quiet dance. Tension, avoidance, moments of warmth, followed by sudden frost. Lavender's presence complicates things. Her need for attention, for Ron's constant validation, grows louder. Ron, caught in between, begins to look worn, and Hermione, though she hides it well, is quietly fraying at the edges. Harry notices, but says little. He is too consumed with Draco. And then comes a discovery. Dobby and Creature return to him with news. They have followed Malfoy, and though they cannot enter the Room of Requirement themselves, they have watched his comings and goings. He is there, often, for hours, slipping away and returning exhausted, pale, sometimes with smudges of soot on his robes. Something is being built, or repaired. The elves do not know what, but it is clear. Malfoy is working on something in secret. Something important, and he is alone. Dobby, with his oversized eyes and hopeful voice, offers Harry a new idea. He tells him that the room can become a place for hiding things. Long ago, when Dobby served other masters, he heard tales of students who used the room to conceal their contraband, their secrets. A room full of forgotten items, a place where things go to vanish. Harry wonders, could Malfoy be using that version of the room? It's possible. But how to force the room to show him that exact version? Hermione, when told, finds the theory plausible. She suggests that if Harry can somehow align his intention to want to find a hidden place, perhaps the room will yield, but it's risky and time-consuming. So, Harry continues to try. He walks past the wall with Dobby's words in mind. I need a place to hide something. I need to see where things are hidden. I need to uncover secrets. Still, the door does not appear. It becomes clear. Malfoy is using the room in a very specific way, and whatever his need is, it's keeping the space locked against others. Frustration gnaws at Harry, and beneath it all, he begins to notice something else. Malfoy looks worse. thinner than before. Hollow-eyed, even, more withdrawn. In the great hall, his gaze flickers nervously toward the staff table. His hands twitch when he thinks no one is watching. There is no smugness in him now, only pressure, as though the weight of something terrible is pressing on his shoulders. Harry watches. He sees the signs. And in the deepest part of him, he begins to feel it. Not just suspicion, but a cold certainty. Draco is up to something serious, and he is very, very afraid. Back in the Gryffindor common room, Harry shares his thoughts with Ron and Hermione. But Ron, caught between Quidditch and Lavender's, clinginess is distracted. Hermione, though more engaged, reminds him not to jump to conclusions without proof. Just because Malfoy looks troubled, she says softly, doesn't mean he's behind everything. Harry doesn't argue, but in his heart, the feeling persists. Outside, the wind blows hard across the turrets of the school. Snowflakes dance past the windows, and the firelight flickers long into the night. In his dreams, Harry sees doors that vanish when he reaches for them. He hears footsteps echoing in empty corridors, and somewhere, in the heart of the castle, something is moving, building, waiting. He wakes with a start and decides he'll keep trying. Every day, until the room yields its truth. Because secrets do not stay hidden forever. Not even in Hogwarts. Chapter 22. After the Burial. Winter breathes its stillness across the grounds of Hogwarts. The days grow shorter, the air sharp, and even the sky seems subdued. Gray clouds hanging low like woolen drapes across the castle towers. Hagrid is grieving, and in the great sweep of snow-dusted forest, his sorrow is as quiet and deep as the earth itself. Aragog is dead. The great spider, the ancient Acromantula, has passed on at last, deep within the shadows of the forbidden forest. Hagrid mourns him. To others, Aragog had been terrifying. A creature, of sharp legs and clicking mandibles. But to Hagrid, he was a friend. A misunderstood companion. And so, even in death, he honors him. Harry learns of the burial through Slughorn. A curious thing that, because Slughorn, ever the collector of connections, is interested not in the spider's passing itself, but in what it offers. Acromantula venom is rare and incredibly valuable. So when Slughorn learns that Hagrid is planning to bury the creature, he expresses interest. And Harry, who still carries Dumbledore's task deep in his heart, to obtain the real memory from Slughorn about Horcruxes, sees an opportunity, an unusual one to be sure, but an opening. He proposes that they go together to visit Hagrid, to attend the burial. Slughorn hesitates at first, but Harry gently persuades him. Not with threats or pressure, but with charm, and a little of his mother's legacy. Lily Potter had been one of Slughorn's favorites, after all. Her name still softens him, and so, under cover of darkness, they go. Harry borrows his invisibility cloak. And with Slughorn shuffling alongside and Fang's mournful barking echoing through the trees, they slip through the snowy night and into the edges of the forbidden forest. They find Hagrid outside his hut, digging. The earth is hard. Task slow and heavy. Beside him lies the curled, unmoving form of Aragog, now limp, his many legs drawn inward like dried branches. His body, once fearsome, now simply still. Hagrid's eyes are red, his voice thick. He greets them with a kind of hollow warmth, touched by gratitude that someone has come. Together, the three men, one tall and bearded, one small and rotund, and, one still growing into manhood, stand beside the grave, and they bury Aragog. It is a quiet ritual, no grand speeches, just the sound of shovels against frozen earth, just the hush of the forest all around them. Afterward, they return to Hagrid's hut, where the fire crackles and the air grows warmer, and there, Slughorn begins to loosen. A glass of mead, then another. He chuckles. He reminisces. He relaxes. And Harry watches, waits, listens. Then, softly, he speaks. He talks of his mother, of Lily. He tells Slughorn how grateful he is to hear stories of her. How precious those memories are. Slughorn, warmed by drink and nostalgia, leans back, his face flushed with fondness, and Harry gently begins to ask the question again. About Horcruxes, not with demand, but with quiet curiosity, with grief in his voice, with vulnerability. He speaks of Voldemort's power, of how he cannot understand it fully, of how Dumbledore is trusting him, and how he feels the weight of that trust. And then, he says something that softens everything. He speaks of his mother again, and he says, "She'd have been disappointed in me, wouldn't she?" Slughorn freezes, his eyes well with sudden painful emotion. And in that moment, Harry sees the man's guilt, not about Horcruxes alone, but about Lily, about the war, about what he did not stop. He trembles, and then, finally, he gives Harry the true memory. It comes softly, handed over with a shaking hand and a whispered, "Do what you have to do." And with that, a piece of the great puzzle is now complete. Harry returns to the castle. He gives the memory to Dumbledore, who accepts it with quiet reverence, and together they peer into the truth, into the swirling gray of recollection. Slughorn's voice is calm, almost curious in the memory. He tells a young Tom Riddle about Horcruxes. He explains that one Horcrux splits the soul. But Voldemort, Tom, asks, "What about 7? 7 pieces of soul, the most powerful magic, and the most unnatural." Slughorn is horrified, but Tom Riddle even then is smiling. From this truth, Dumbledore confirms what he has long suspected. Voldemort did not stop at 1 Horcrux, nor even 2. He created 6. 6 pieces of soul, hidden in objects across the world. 7. If you include the piece left within his own body, a soul torn beyond repair. And now, they must find each one. Destroy them. Only then can Voldemort be truly defeated. The task is enormous, impossible, almost. But Harry feels something rising within him. Not fear exactly, but a kind of quiet determination. He will do this. He must. And somewhere in the quiet chambers of the castle, Hagrid sits by the fire, thinking of Aragog, of friendship, of loss, and of how even the darkest creatures deserve a farewell. In the world of shadows and secrets, there is still room for memory, still room for honor, and even beneath a snowy grave, in the forest, a small thread of the past can change the path ahead. Chapter 23. Horcruxes. The hour is late. The torches in the castle burn low, casting long shadows on stone walls that have seen centuries unfold. And in the quiet of the headmaster's office, a silver basin shimmers softly on the desk. The pensive, a vessel for memory, and now for revelation. Harry sits across from Dumbledore, the weight of the moment held in the hush between them. Outside the tall windows, night has cloaked the world in a velvet stillness, and the stars seem to wait too, watching, listening. Dumbledore begins gently. There is no drama in his voice, only calm resolve. He tells Harry that the memory Slughorn, finally provided, has confirmed what he feared. Voldemort intended to split his soul into 7 parts, not just to hide, but to make himself invincible. 7 Horcruxes, 6 hidden outside himself, 1 tethered to the body that remains. Harry listens, each word a small key unlocking a larger truth. A Horcrux, Dumbledore explains, is the darkest of dark magic, created by committing murder, ripping the soul apart in violence, and then hiding that fragment within an object, anchoring it to the world of the living. To destroy a Horcrux is to destroy a piece of Voldemort's soul. Each one must be found, and broken before Voldemort himself can be made mortal again. The task is immense. But the road has already begun. Dumbledore recounts the Horcruxes they have identified, or at least suspect. The first, Tom Riddle's diary, already destroyed in Sot. Harry's second year, Harry remembers it vividly. The ink, the voice, the terrifying shadow of a boy from the past. The second, a ring once belonging to Marvolo Gaunt, Voldemort's grandfather. Dumbledore himself had found it and destroyed it, though at great personal cost. Harry notices again the blackened, damaged hand Dumbledore bears. The curse from the ring is still with him, even if subdued, and now they must seek more. Dumbledore speaks of Voldemort's preference for objects of meaning, powerful, ancient items. He liked trophies. He liked grandeur. The next possible Horcrux, a locket, once belonging to Salazar Slytherin. Dumbledore tells the story of the Gaunt family, descendants of Slytherin himself. A family twisted by obsession, pride, and madness. He had found the ring among their ruins. And the locket, it once rested in the possession of a woman named Hepzibah Smith, a collector of magical antiques. Dumbledore suspects Tom Riddle, then working at Borgin and Burke's, murdered her and stole the locket. Later, the locket turned up in the hands of a poor, desperate woman named Merope Gaunt, Voldemort's mother, who sold it to survive. It passed, through hands forgotten, until somehow it became something more. A vessel, a Horcrux. And now, it must be found. Dumbledore speaks of another, possibly Helga Hufflepuff's cup, also owned by Hepzibah Smith. Tom coveted it. He desired objects tied to the founders of Hogwarts, wanting to place pieces of himself into the most sacred artifacts of wizarding history. There are still more possible Horcruxes, perhaps something of Ravenclaw's. And the 6th, Dumbledore is not sure. But he believes the 7th part, the piece that still resides within Voldemort, is not housed in any object. It lives inside Voldemort's twisted form, and so Harry begins to understand. This quest is no longer just about resisting darkness. It is about dismantling it, piece by piece. Dumbledore tells him that he has been searching for the next Horcrux. Believes he may have found it, and when the time is right, he will ask Harry to join him. Not just in study, but in action, in the destruction of that which cannot be allowed to remain. Harry feels no fear, only purpose. His mother and father's faces flash in his mind. Cedric, Sirius, all who have been lost. He will see this through. He must. Dumbledore smiles softly, not proudly, but gently, as if seeing the boy before him not only as Harry Potter, the chosen one, but as the child who once sat beneath the Sorting Hat, full of hope and heart. The conversation shifts. They speak of Slughorn. Dumbledore praises Harry, not just for acquiring the memory, but for doing so with kindness, with empathy. Not all victories require force. Sometimes the quietest winds are the most powerful of all. Then, as the fire dims and the wind brushes against the tower's windows, Dumbledore leans back. There is still so much to do, but the first steps have been taken. Outside, the castle sleeps. The students dream, and somewhere in a secret place hidden from the eyes of even the most powerful wizards, a locket glows faintly with a heartbeat not its own. Voldemort does not yet know that the search has begun, that his soul is being unraveled, but the shadows stir, and the light at last is beginning to reach the edges. Chapter 24, Sectum Sempra. The days at Hogwarts roll on beneath overcast skies and heavy thoughts. Spring drifts quietly into the castle, not with blossoms and warmth, but with tension and secrets. Examinations approach, but they feel like distant echoes compared to the undercurrents that tug beneath everyday life. Harry wakes each morning with the image of a locket shimmering behind his eyes. His dreams are full of dark caverns and whispering voices, of Dumbledore's quiet gravity and the heavy truth of what lies ahead. But other thoughts stir as well. Thoughts of Ginny. She seems to glow brighter each time he sees her, laughing on the lawn, fierce on the Quidditch pitch, her presence lingering like sunlight on skin. And though Harry tries to keep focus, his heart begins to wander. Romance is in the air, not just for Harry, but all around the school. Lavender Brown and Ron continue their theatrical displays of affection, though the spark seems to flicker. Hermione, though she tries to hide it, is weary of it all. Harry often finds her alone, absorbed in her books, but her mind elsewhere. Jealousy simmers just beneath the surface. Quiet, stubborn, sad. Still, Ron and Hermione share occasional moments of something like warmth, brief eye contact, a sigh too, long, words left unsaid. Life, even in a time of fear, does not stop for feelings. Harry's focus returns to Draco. There is something wrong. Draco is thinner, paler. His eyes dart like shadows, and his shoulders curve inward as if shielding himself from something unseen. He vanishes often, slipping into hidden corners and through secret doors. Harry grows more convinced that Draco is at the center of something dangerous, something important. And with the Marauder's map clutched in hand, he watches the name Draco. Malfoy vanish from the parchment again and again. Where is he going? What is he doing? The answer never comes, only the silence of stone walls. Still, Harry waits, watches, listens. Then, one afternoon, opportunity comes cloaked in quiet. Harry sees Draco slip into the boys' bathroom on the 6th floor. He follows. Softly, his breath held. The bathroom is dim and echoing, the smell of damp stone and cold porcelain heavy in the air. A ghost weeps in one of the stalls, moaning Myrtle with her familiar moans and watery lament. And there, hunched over the sink, is Draco. He looks into the mirror with hollow eyes, trembling. He doesn't see Harry at first, but when he does, when their eyes meet in the cracked reflection, it is like a spark in dry grass. Wands are drawn. Draco throws the first curse. Harry retaliates. Spells fly like whispers sharpened into knives. And in the heat of the moment, panicked, instinctual, Harry yells the words Sectum Sempra. It is the spell scrawled in the margins of the Half-Blood Prince's book. He doesn't know what it does, but the result is instant and devastating. Blood bursts from Draco's body, dark and gushing. He falls, gasping, eyes wide with terror and pain. The tiles turn slick and red beneath him. Harry stands frozen, horrified by what he has done. Draco isn't moving. The air is thick with fear. Then, through the doorway, comes Snape. He kneels beside Draco, his face tight and unreadable, and begins to murmur counterspells. From the tip of his wand spills silver light, like threads weaving flesh together again. It works. Slowly, the bleeding stops. Draco is still alive, but barely. Snape rises, and his eyes find Harry. There is no fury in them, only something deeper, something older. He demands to know what spell Harry used. Harry tells him the truth. It was in his potions book, the one he has followed all year, the one marked Property of the Half-Blood Prince. Snape's expression flickers, so briefly that Harry nearly misses it. Then, cool and firm, Snape commands Harry to bring him the book. But Harry, shaken and afraid, hides the real one in the room of requirement, far from reach, and replaces it with another before handing it over. He doesn't know why he hides it, only that something about that book, the Prince's guidance, the power it gave him, feels both dangerous and oddly familiar. In the days that follow, the mood at Hogwarts shifts. Harry is given detention every Saturday until term's end. He is banned from Quidditch. Gryffindor's chances in the final match now rest without him, and Ginny, brilliant, bold Ginny, is chosen as his replacement. Despite everything, detention, regret, the ache of what he did to Draco, there is still a spark of hope in Harry's chest. A small light flickering, because when the match is played, and Gryffindor wins, and the tower erupts in celebration, Harry finds himself drawn to Ginny through the noise and confetti, through laughter and bright candlelight. Their eyes meet, and this time Harry doesn't hesitate. He kisses her, not in secret, not in shadow, but openly, in front of the cheering common room, in a moment that feels like the world narrowing to just the two of them. It is warm. It is true. It is rare. And in this rare quiet joy, Harry allows himself a breath of peace, even as storm clouds gather outside the window, even as the war closes in, even as hearts break and spells wound and secrets deepen. Here, for a moment, there is only the stillness of being held, the echo of triumph, the beginnings of love, and the knowledge that even in darkness, light finds a way to bloom. Chapter 25, The Seer Overheard. The castle breathes with the rhythm of exams and endings. Spring has taken hold in the grounds, but inside the ancient walls of Hogwarts, the atmosphere is heavier than blooming flowers might suggest. Whispers of what happened in the boys' bathroom ripple among the students, quiet and uneasy. The name Sectum Sempra is never spoken aloud, but its consequences cling to Harry's steps like a shadow. Harry endures his detentions with Snape. Long, silent, hours filled with scrubbing and scorn. Snape does not speak much during these detentions, and Harry offers no conversation in return. But behind every moment lies a deeper tension, an unspoken recognition that something dark has shifted between them. Still, life does not pause, even when hearts are heavy. There are exams to study for, and Quidditch matches to celebrate. The Gryffindor common room glows brighter now with the golden halo of victory, and Ginny's presence wraps around Harry's world like sunlight. They walk, hand in hand quietly, beneath the shade of castle walls. There is comfort in her nearness, a stillness that seems to soften the edges of everything else. Ron, Hermione, and Harry slip into old rhythms again, somehow, despite everything. Hermione remains watchful, her eyes often distant as if trying to connect invisible threads. Ron is content, though still bruised by the remnants of Lavender's affections. And Harry. Harry feels pulled in two directions. There is love blooming, yes, but also looming. Always, there is Draco. Always, there is Snape. Always, there is the mystery of what it all means. One day, while walking with Ron and Hermione, Harry is approached by Professor McGonagall. There's a note. A message. Dumbledore has returned, and he wants to see Harry that evening. It has been weeks since their last lesson together. Harry feels a tangle of excitement and apprehension at the thought. Something in his chest tightens. Not fear exactly, but the awareness that each of these meetings brings him closer to something final, to a truth he can't yet name. The meeting is to be late, after hours. So Harry, eager to pass the time, wanders the corridors under the invisibility cloak. He drifts past the library, past classrooms dark and quiet. Then, by chance or perhaps fate, he passes near the room of requirement and stops. There is someone inside. Two voices drift out, barely audible, one familiar, one ghostly with age. Harry edges closer, careful, silent. It's Professor Trelawney, and she is murmuring to someone, angry, distressed. Her arms are full of sherry bottles, confiscated, she says, and her voice trembles with indignation. She has been thrown out of the room of requirement. It had not wanted her presence, and she complains about something odd, about trying to hide her bottles in the room, only to find it already occupied by someone else. Someone chanting in strange tongues, pacing in patterns. Harry's heart pounds. Could it be Draco? Could it be something more? Trelawney is still speaking, her voice quivering. She begins to reminisce about her early years at Hogwarts, about the night Dumbledore hired her, and suddenly, without warning, her voice drops low. Her tone changes. She says something Harry does not expect. That night in the Hog's Head, years ago, when Dumbledore came to interview her for the job, she had been frightened, uncertain, and during the meeting, she had fallen into a trance. She had made a prophecy, the one about the child born at the end of July, the one with the power to defeat the Dark Lord. Harry's breath catches. He knows this story, but what he learns next changes everything. Professor Trelawney says that someone had been listening that night, that someone had overheard the prophecy, that someone had been caught and thrown out. That someone was Severus Snape. Harry feels the floor tilt. Snape. Snape is the one who told Voldemort. Snape is the reason Voldemort came after his parents. Snape is the reason they died. Harry burns with fury, cold and absolute. His footsteps are quick and soundless, under the invisibility cloak as he rushes to Dumbledore's office. The spiral staircase carries him upward like a rising tide. When he enters, Dumbledore is waiting by the window, framed in the light of the sinking sun. The headmaster greets him kindly, but Harry does not return the warmth. He says only one name. Snape. And then he asks, did Snape hear the prophecy? Did Snape tell Voldemort? Did Snape cause the death of Lily and James Potter? Dumbledore's face is grave. He does not deny it. Yes, he says. Snape overheard part of the prophecy. He reported it to Voldemort. Harry feels a fire building in his chest. How? He asks. How could you trust him after that? How could you let him stay? How? Could you? But Dumbledore raises a hand. There is more to the story, he says. Snape had not known whom the prophecy referred to. He did not know it would lead to the death of Lily Potter. And when he found out, when he realized what he had done, he came to Dumbledore, broken, changed. He begged Dumbledore to protect her. Not James, not Harry, just Lily. And when she died, despite his efforts, something shattered in him. From that moment on, Dumbledore says, Snape has worked against Voldemort. Out of guilt, yes, but also something more. Something Dumbledore believes in. But Harry is not soothed. He cannot forget what Snape did. Cannot forgive it. Not yet. Maybe not ever. Still, the lesson begins. And tonight, they visit a memory long buried, but still burning. Dumbledore draws forth the memory of a man named Hokey, an old house elf who once served Hepzibah Smith, a collector of magical objects. The memory shows a young Tom Riddle, charming and poised, visiting the elderly witch under the pretense of admiration. But Harry and Dumbledore know better. Hepzibah shows Tom two treasures, a cup that once belonged to Helga Hufflepuff, and a locket that once belonged to Salazar Slytherin. Tom's eyes gleam with interest, with hunger. 2 days later, Hepzibah is dead. Her house elf blamed, and the treasures vanish. Dumbledore ends the memory with a quiet pause. He tells Harry what he believes, that Tom Riddle, Lord Voldemort, used these objects for a dark and ancient purpose. To make Horcruxes, to tear his soul and bind it to the world through murder. And these artifacts, these powerful symbolic relics, are likely the vessels. Harry nods, solemn. He understands. The mission is becoming clearer. There are Horcruxes left. They must be found and destroyed. As the lesson ends, Harry leaves the office feeling older. He walks through the castle beneath the weight of many truths, some that shake him, others that steady him. The walls feel colder. The night feels longer. But there is resolve now, coiled like a lantern flame in his chest. And somewhere in the dark, a prophecy still waits. Not yet fulfilled, not yet broken, but close. So, very close. Chapter 26. The Cave. Night is falling over the world of magic. A hush settles upon the grounds of Hogwarts, as if even the trees and towers know that something momentous is about to unfold. This evening is different. It is quiet, yes, but not in the way of sleep. It is the stillness of waiting, the hush before a storm. Harry sits in the common room, heart beating not with worry but with purpose. He is waiting for Dumbledore. They are going together tonight, to search for one of Voldemort's Horcruxes. The idea feels immense, unthinkable. And yet here it is. No longer a future promise, but a now. As he sits there, Ginny enters the common room. Her presence is calm, grounding. She leans in and kisses Harry, a brief moment of warmth against the dark. They exchange no heavy words, just eyes, just understanding, because they both know. There are some journeys one must take alone. Later, Harry meets Dumbledore at the top of the astronomy tower. The sky is bruised with purple and charcoal, and the air smells faintly of night. Dumbledore is waiting, his robes caught slightly in, the breeze his eyes thoughtful and kind. He is carrying a small, delicate pouch, and within it, Harry will later learn, are only a few small things. But one of them is most important, a goblet for what lies ahead. Before they leave, Dumbledore gently asks Harry for a promise. If anything happens to him, Harry must do what he is told. He must obey no matter what. Harry, though reluctant, agrees, and with that they disapparate, vanishing with a soft pop into the night. They arrive at a rocky shoreline, where the sea crashes endlessly into jagged cliffs. The wind here is salt-stung and heavy, and the sky above is smudged with clouds, moonlight barely touching the surface of the water. This is the place. Dumbledore's voice is almost reverent. This cave, he says, was once visited by Tom Riddle as a child during his time at the orphanage. Dumbledore believes Voldemort returned here to hide something terrible, something sacred to his twisted soul. Harry and Dumbledore approach the cliff face. There is no obvious entrance, no door, no gate, but the magic here is old and strong. The stone itself seems to resist them, dark and watchful. But Dumbledore is patient. He searches with his wand, his fingertips brushing the stone gently. Then, a shimmer, a sliver, a secret entrance is revealed. They step inside. The cave is narrow, and black and cold. Their footsteps echo with strange softness as they make their way forward, Dumbledore casting spells to light the path and test the shadows. The rock around them seems to breathe, a hollow, living place that has been waiting for them. Eventually, they reach a ledge, and beyond it, a vast underground lake. The water is eerily still, utterly black. A greenish glow pulses softly from the eye, center of the lake where an island sits, distant and small. That, Dumbledore says, is where they must go. But there is no bridge, no path, only water. Harry offers to swim, but Dumbledore shakes his head. It's not safe. He conjures a small boat, narrow, silent, and the two of them step in. The journey across the lake is quiet and uneasy. The water around them is too still, too dark. And Harry begins to sense something beneath the surface. Shapes, faces, waiting. Dumbledore warns him gently, "Do not touch the water. Do not speak. Do not offer your hand." The boat glides slowly toward the island, and when they arrive, Harry sees it. A stone basin, carved and ancient, resting at the center of the rock. Within it, a strange green liquid glows softly. This is where the Horcrux is hidden. Dumbledore examines the basin. The liquid cannot be vanished. It cannot be moved. It must be drunk. Harry immediately offers, but Dumbledore insists. He must do it, and Harry must help. So it begins. Harry scoops, goblet after goblet of the glowing green potion, pressing it to Dumbledore's lips each time, and with each drink, Dumbledore changes. At first, he grimaces. Then he begins to tremble. His voice grows hoarse. He pleads, he cries, he begs. No more, no more. Harry's heart twists. But he continues. Because Dumbledore told him to. Because he must. Because there is no other way. With each sip, Dumbledore seems to shrink, his great power dimming like a candle in wind. His voice cracks with memories Harry doesn't understand. Regret, pain, and terrible sorrow. Still, Harry continues, until at last. The basin is empty, and at the bottom, gleaming in the shadows, they find it. A locket. Voldemort's Horcrux. Harry reaches for it, and Dumbledore, barely conscious, whispers for water. Harry turns to the lake, filling a shell with water for Dumbledore to drink. But as the shell touches the water, the lake stirs. At first, it's just a ripple. Then, a hand. Then another. Then dozens. Pale, slimy arms rise from the depths. Inferi. Silent and lifeless and cold. They reach for Harry, for Dumbledore, for the locket. The island becomes a battlefield of the undead, the Inferi crawling from the water, in ghostly silence. Harry fights them off as best he can, his spells flashing like stars in the dark. But there are too many, too fast, too strong. Harry is nearly pulled into the lake, into the cold arms of death, when flame erupts. Dumbledore, though weakened, summons a firestorm of brilliance. A ring of flame explodes around the island, pushing the Inferi back into the water, scattering them like shadows. The lake goes still again. Harry helps Dumbledore into the boat. They return across the lake in exhausted silence, the soft slosh of water their only company. Back at the cave entrance, Harry helps Dumbledore to his feet. The headmaster is pale and frail, but his eyes still hold that quiet, knowing strength. They disapparate together. Back to Hogwarts. Back to the tower. Back to where the next shadow awaits them. Chapter 27. The lightning-struck tower. The night is quiet. At first, Harry and Dumbledore reappear just outside the castle gates. The world is still around them, but something in the air has changed. It hums with unease, as though the stones themselves are bracing for what comes next. Dumbledore leans heavily on Harry, weakened from the potion, from the fight, from everything they've just endured. But even in his frailty, he is focused, urgent. As they approach the castle, Dumbledore stops. Something is wrong. He senses it. Before Harry can speak, Dumbledore lifts his wand and casts a silent spell into the night. A silver bird, like a whisper of light, flies ahead into the darkness. A message, a call for help. They reach the astronomy tower. Dumbledore asks Harry to fetch Professor Snape quickly. But just as Harry turns to go, footsteps sound on the stairs. Too fast, too soon. Not right, and then, a bang. The door bursts open. Draco Malfoy steps through. Draco is pale, trembling. But his wand is steady. He has done it. He has brought the Death Eaters into Hogwarts. Harry instinctively moves to defend Dumbledore, but in a blur of magic, Dumbledore petrifies Harry with a spell, silent, swift, before he can act. Harry cannot move. He cannot speak. He can only watch. Helpless, hidden under the invisibility cloak. Draco stands before Dumbledore, and Dumbledore speaks to him kindly, softly, not with anger, not with fear, but with compassion. He sees the boy, not the threat, and Draco is just that, a boy, one who has been forced into a terrible role, one who was told to kill or die. Dumbledore offers him a way out, protection, help for his family, but Draco is torn, his wand trembles. He's been planning this moment for months, but now, here, standing in front of someone who shows no hatred, he cannot do it. His hand falters, and then the others arrive. The door bursts open again, and in come the Death Eaters. Greyback is among them, savage and snarling. Others follow, cloaked in darkness. They urge Draco on, command him to finish the task, but he cannot. He lowers his wand, and in that frozen instant, when the world seems to hold its breath, someone else enters. Severus Snape. His face is unreadable, his eyes dark and glittering. The Death Eaters stand back. They recognize him. They expect him to finish it. Dumbledore looks at Snape, and what passes between them in that moment is silent, mysterious. Dumbledore's voice is barely a whisper. Severus, please. Then, a flash of green light. Silent, swift, final. Dumbledore is thrown into the air, arms outstretched, and falls slowly from the tower, down into the yaw. Darkness below. The world goes quiet. Harry can move again. The spell is broken. He tears off the cloak, but it's too late. Too late. The Death Eaters flee. Snape is with them. Harry gives chase. Down the tower, through the corridors, across the grounds. Spells flash through the night as Harry duels the escaping Death Eaters. Fury and grief twisting in every shout, every wand movement. But it is Snape he wants. Snape he follows. And as they run through the darkness, Snape shields Draco, protects him. Harry screams at Snape, calls him a coward, a traitor. And Snape turns, his voice cold and sharp. Don't call me coward. And with one last act of deflection, Snape casts a spell that hurls Harry backwards. Then he vanishes into the night. The battle is over, and the cost is heavy. Back at the foot of the astronomy tower, students and professors gather. Their faces, pale and solemn. There nigh lies Dumbledore, still unmoving. The greatest wizard of the age, gone. And yet, even now, his face is peaceful, as though he knew, as though he accepted. Fawkes the Phoenix circles the tower and sings, a song of such aching sorrow that tears fall silently from every eye. The castle listens and mourns. The locket lies in Harry's pocket, cold, heavy, but when he opens it, later, alone, something is wrong. Inside is not the Horcrux. It is a fake. A note is hidden within, written by someone calling themselves R.A.B. They took the real Horcrux. They left this behind, and the mystery deepens. Voldemort's soul is still hidden. The Seor battle is far from over, but for now, in the hush of night, all is still. And Harry, heartbroken, stands at the edge of the quiet sea of grief. Chapter 28, Flight of the Prince. Darkness cloaks the castle. A kind of hush falls, like the earth itself is stunned. Above, the sky hangs heavy, and the stars seem to blink more slowly, dimmed by grief. Harry runs, still chasing, still. Burning with the fire of everything that has just happened. The Death Eaters flee through the castle grounds, slipping into shadow, but it is Severus Snape Harry follows. Snape, the man he trusted, the man Dumbledore trusted, the man who just... Harry cannot even finish the thought. It is too much. He follows them past the greenhouses, down the slopes of the grounds, through the whispering grasses soaked in dew. Behind them, the castle lights flicker like old memories. The battle within the castle still echoes. Spells were cast, damage was done, but the defenders, teachers, members of the Order, students, rose to meet the threat. Even Hagrid's hut was set aflame. The distance, flames crackle, painting the trees with an eerie glow. But Hagrid is safe, though singed, and stomping about in confusion and anger. He throws curses after the fleeing attackers with a kind of wild sorrow. Harry shouts to him, but does not stop. He presses on, toward the forest, toward the edge of everything, toward Snape. Harry catches up at last. The final confrontation unfolds. In the silvered shadows just beyond the pumpkin patch, Snape turns. Draco stands beside him, breathless, frightened. Other Death Eaters are near, keeping their wands trained. Harry raises his wand, shouts a spell, but Snape deflects it without even lifting his own. His voice is low, controlled. Harry throws another, and another, spell after spell, furious, ragged, fueled by a pain that cuts deeper than any wound. But Snape is calm. He parries easily, even protectively shields Draco again and again. Not once. Does he cast a deadly spell in return? Harry screams at him, accuses him, demands answers. How could you? But Snape's face is closed. His eyes, dark and unreadable. Still, in a flash, one truth breaks through. Snape reveals something that hits Harry like a bolt to the chest. He was the half-blood prince, the owner of the old potions book. The name scribbled in the margins, the hidden hand behind so many spells. It was him, the very book Harry had trusted, the knowledge he had used. It came from the man who now stands against him. Everything seems to twist. Everything feels poisoned. And then, Snape does something strange. Harry casts a spell, one of the violent curses from the prince's book, and Snape blocks it, furiously. He lashes out, not with his wand, but with words. "You dare use my own spells against me?" There is rage in him now. Real rage, but beneath it, something else. Not cruelty, but disappointment, and he tells Harry, clearly, cuttingly, not to use spells he does not understand. It is a strange thing to say. Stranger still from a man who just... But, before more can be said, before the truth can surface fully, before the night can reveal its final shape, a sound cuts through the darkness. The beat of wings, thestrals, creatures made of shadow and silence. The Death Eaters mount them and vanish into the sky. Snape, too, gone. Harry falls to his knees in the wet grass. The silence returns. The castle is behind him, a single flickering light. The world feels emptier than it ever has. The sun begins to rise, barely brushing the edges of the forest with the softest gold. Back in the castle, those who remained now begin to gather. They speak in hushed tones of the battle, of what was lost. Some are injured, some are shocked, many are crying, but all of them are mourning. The Great Hall becomes a place of quiet gathering, not for feasting, but for grief. The house tables remain, but no one sits by house now. They come together, Slytherin beside Gryffindor, Ravenclaw beside Hufflepuff. Loss does not honor boundaries. Outside, near the white tomb that will soon be built, Fawkes the Phoenix sings once more. A song of farewell, of endings and beginnings. His notes float into the morning, golden and aching, filled with memories and mystery, and when the song fades, the sky seems just a little more still. Harry stands with Ron, Hermione, Ginny, Neville, and Luna, together, as always, but changed. Forever changed. The war is no longer coming. It is here, and Harry knows deep in his bones that everything will be different now, that he must face what lies ahead, and that some paths must be walked alone. Chapter 29. The Phoenix lament. The morning is hushed. A pale light filters through the windows of the hospital wing, soft as the wings of sleep. The battle is over, but its traces linger, in bruises, in silence, in the distant smell of smoke from Hagrid's hut. Inside the ward, the survivors rest. Bill Weasley lies unconscious on a narrow bed, his face torn and clawed, changed by the werewolf Fenrir Greyback. Fleur Delacour is by his side. Her beauty seems dimmed by sorrow, but not her love. When Mrs. Weasley begins to protest, gently, protectively, that perhaps Fleur may not want Bill anymore, Fleur draws herself up and speaks with such clear, fierce devotion that the room quiets, in awe. "Bill is brave," she says. "He will be beautiful to me always." And just like that, doubt falls away. Love, it seems, has already chosen. The Order members gather. McGonagall, Lupin, Tonks, Mr. and Mrs. Weasley, and others. Their faces are drawn, their eyes rimmed with exhaustion. Tonks clutches Lupin's hand, awkwardly, hesitantly, as if afraid it might be wrong. But in the face of loss, something new is allowed to bloom. Tonks speaks not only with grief, but with longing, of love delayed by fear, of waiting too long to hold what matters, and Lupin, reluctant and bound by guilt, slowly accepts what is already there. Even as the world darkens, love still finds a way through. Harry walks through the halls like a ghost. Every step feels heavier. Now, every corner of the castle echoes differently. Where once there was laughter, light, the buzz of magic, and the joy of secrets, now there is a hush. A stillness. Students whisper. Portraits lower their eyes. The staircases creak more slowly, as if mourning too. In Dumbledore's office, the headmaster's portrait has not yet appeared. The silver instruments that once whirred and clicked have gone still. Fawkes is gone. His cage stands open, but faintly, from somewhere unseen, the haunting notes of his song still echo. A phoenix's lament, full of sorrow, full of remembrance, full of endings and hope. McGonagall takes temporary charge. She meets with the heads of houses, unsure of what comes next. Do they close the school? Do they send the students home? The questions hang heavy in the air. But Harry, he knows his decision already. He cannot return to school next year. Not while Horcruxes remain. Not while Voldemort still lives. Not while Dumbledore's mission remains unfinished. It is a quiet resolve, but it burns in him like a silent flame. Later, Harry stands with Ginny by the lake. The still water reflects the sky, wide, soft, and silvered with drifting clouds. He tells her the truth. They cannot be together. It is the hardest thing he's had to say. But he knows Voldemort will try to use her, like he's used others before. And Harry cannot bear that. Ginny listens, eyes bright and unblinking. She does not plead. She does not cry. She simply accepts, with strength, with grace, with a quiet pride that mirrors Harry's own. She understands, not because she agrees, but because she loves him. In the warmth of the sunlit grounds, the circle of friends gathers again. Hermione, Ron, Harry. They stand beneath the open sky, the wind soft in the grass, and speak of what lies ahead. Horcruxes, danger, a path away from Hogwarts, a path without comfort, without classes, without Quidditch, or feasts or holidays, a path toward the unknown, but not alone, never alone. Hermione says she's already told her parents, erased her presence from their memories so they'll be safe. Ron nods. He's coming too. They've chosen. They're ready. And Harry. He looks at his friends and feels something deep stir within. This is not the end of something. It is the beginning. Above them, in the highest window, the sunlight glimmers like a tear, and somewhere, far beyond hearing, Fawkes' song fades into silence. But its echoes remain, in their hearts, in the stone of the castle, in the quiet strength of those who remain. Chapter 30. The White Tomb. The final chapter begins not with action, nor with fear, but with a deep, quiet sorrow. Hogwarts, ancient and proud, holds its breath. The air is softer now. Even the wind through the trees seems to whisper differently, as though nature itself is mourning. Today is the funeral, the day they say goodbye to Albus Dumbledore. People arrive from across the magical world, witches and wizards of every kind, ministry officials, foreign guests, old friends, former students. Each one dressed in robes of black or gray or shimmering deep purple, their faces solemn, their steps slow. Some carry flowers, others bring nothing but memory. They walk the same stone halls he once strode, pass beneath the high, vaulted ceilings, gather on the green lawns that slope toward the lake. Even the merpeople have surfaced to witness. Even the centaurs gather silently in the distant trees. Even the giant squid floats near the surface, eerily still. This is not just the farewell of a man, but of something more. Something that felt like magic itself. The service is held on the grounds, near the edge of the forest. By the calm water, where Dumbledore once strolled with students. Where he offered lessons, and listened, and sometimes just smiled without speaking. Rows of chairs face a simple white platform. The guests take their places quietly. No one speaks above a whisper. Even Peeves is nowhere to be found. There is a hush to the earth itself. Hagrid arrives, carrying Dumbledore's body in his arms. He walks slowly, sobbing, the tears falling unchecked into his beard. The great man, wrapped in rich embroidered robes, lies peacefully in the giant's arms, as though merely asleep. The sight of him takes the breath from every throat. Fleur clutches Bill's hand. McGonagall lowers her head. Madame Pomfrey weeps quietly behind a handkerchief. And Harry stands between Ron and Hermione, rooted to the spot. He cannot cry. Not yet. His grief is too wide, too deep. It feels like the whole world has shifted. The eulogies are gentle and brief. They speak of Dumbledore's wisdom, his compassion, his brilliance, his flaws too, acknowledged with love. They speak of the man who believed in the good in others, even when others could not see it. Of a headmaster who guided without controlling, who loved quietly but fiercely, a man who carried burdens no one ever truly saw. When the final words are spoken, magic stirs in the air. A white tomb, carved from radiant marble, rises from the earth, smooth and gleaming, soft in the sunlight. It closes gently over Dumbledore's body. No clattering of stone, only stillness, only peace. And the song of birds in the distance, delicate and sweet. As the guests begin to drift away, their eyes full of tears, Harry remains behind, alone. He steps forward slowly toward the tomb. Everything in him feels full of sadness, of gratitude, of questions without answers. He thinks of the laughter in Dumbledore's eyes, the way his voice lifted in warmth, the way he believed in people, in Harry, and love, even in the darkest of days. Then a soft noise breaks the quiet. From the sky, high and sudden, a streak of fire, a brilliant white shape. Fawkes. The Phoenix returns for one final flight. His wings glow in the sun, casting golden reflections on the water. And as he circles once, then again, he sings. A final song. A farewell. Not mournful, but full of light, like a lullaby from another world. When he vanishes into the clouds, Harry feels the last note still vibrating in his chest. Soft, beautiful, unforgettable. Harry turns back to his friends. He tells them he's not returning to school. Next year, the search for Horcruxes will begin. It is time. And they, Ron and Hermione, without hesitation say they'll come too, not because they must, but because they choose to. Friendship, real and unshakable, has never been more clear. As they walk away from the tomb, the sun slips toward the horizon, and though the world has grown darker, something inside Harry is still lit, not by answers, not by triumph, but by the quiet certainty that he will carry Dumbledore's legacy forward. That love still matters, that even loss, deep as it is, can be a light in the night. They pass beneath the shadow of the castle, together, changed, but not alone. And in the distance, the lake ripples gently, catching the last of the day's golden glow, like the memory of a song that still lingers, even after silence has returned. Final reflection: the gentle echo of a darkening world. Harry Potter and the Half-Blood Prince is a book of shadows and revelations. It doesn't thunder with constant action, nor race toward easy victory. Instead, it deepens the night sky above, the wizarding world, pinning stars of truth and sorrow across its velvet expanse. We began with a change in the air, a feeling that the world we once knew was slipping away, and by the end, we have felt that change. Slowly, unavoidably, like the coming of twilight. This is a quieter story than some of the others. Less about battles, more about the invisible threads beneath, about secrets, memories, burdens, and sacrifice. It's the calm before the storm, but also the chapter where hearts begin to break open. At its center is grief, not just for Dumbledore, though his death weighs heavily like fog in early morning, but grief for innocence, grief for the childhood that slips away from Harry, Ron, and Hermione as they cross into something deeper, more dangerous. And yet, woven into the sorrow is something else. Hope, courage, the soft, unshakable truth that love, real love, in all its quiet forms, is the strongest kind of magic there is. The themes whisper to us gently. Love and its cost. This is the book where love takes on new weight. Romantic love stirs and tangles between Harry and Ginny, between Ron and Lavender, between Tonks and Lupin, and in the unspoken moments between others. But it's also the book where love must be set aside for safety, where love becomes sacrifice, memory, and truth. Dumbledore's lessons are not spells or duels, but glimpses into the past. We are shown Tom Riddle's story not to excuse him, but to understand him. And we are reminded that truth, however painful, must be seen before it can be faced. The burden of leadership. Harry begins to take on the weight of others' expectations, even as Dumbledore withholds more than he gives. There's frustration in this, but also preparation. Dumbledore knows his time is ending. He is not just teaching Harry how to act, but how to stand alone. Death. Softly, steadily, this book prepares us for the reality of death, not as a sudden blow, but as an ever-present thread. From the cursed ring to the inferi, to the gentle rise of the white tomb. Death is not sensational. Here it is quiet, permanent, real, Dumbledore's legacy. What lingers most from this book is not the plot, it's Dumbledore. A man so often calm, whimsical, and wise, revealed here as something more complex. A man of secrets, a man who planned far ahead, who made mistakes, who trusted too much. And yet still, who loved fiercely, even if not always visibly. His final acts were not ones of power, but of trust. He trusted Harry with the future, with the mission, with the truth. His death is not the loss of a commander, but the passing of a torch. He leaves behind no monument but a boy with a scar, a girl with fierce intellect, and a friend whose loyalty cannot be shaken, and a phoenix song forever echoing in the background, the road ahead. When we leave this book, we do not feel relief. We feel longing, uncertainty, but also readiness. Harry will not return to Hogwarts next year. The trio's world is about to grow wide and wild. They will step into shadows, chase Horcruxes, and face loss on new and terrifying levels. But they will do it together, and they will do it with everything they've learned from Dumbledore, from their friendship, and from the quiet strength that's been growing inside them all along. And as the curtain falls, we are left not with answers, but with a gentle ache, a longing for a headmaster's laugh, for simpler times in the common room, for the comfort of school corridors filled with portraits and mischief. But even as those things fade, something greater remains. The feeling that stories, even when they end in sorrow, hold us together. That love can persist beyond loss, and that the quiet strength of a chosen family will always carry us through the darkest of nights. So now, dear listener, close your eyes. Let the Phoenix's final note drift into your dreams. And remember, sometimes the softest goodbyes hold the greatest beginnings. Sleep well, and when you wake, the next adventure will be waiting. Tonight we slip quietly into the final and most solemn part of a story that has followed us like a shadow through childhood dreams, moonlit wand duels, and candlelit corridors. The journey is nearing its end, but not before one last walk through. Darkened forests, forgotten spells, and moments of quiet, glowing bravery. This is Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows. A tale not only of endings, but of courage whispered in silence, of love stronger than fear, and of the kind of magic that lives in every farewell. And as you listen, you do not need to solve or wonder or fear. You only need to drift, to follow the rhythm of the tale, to let it carry you softly, as if being told in the hush of a tent beneath the stars. You are safe here. Safe among old friends, ancient legends, and the last embers of a war fought with both wands and hearts. So let's begin, not with loud cries or clashing spells, but with stillness, with candlelight flickering in the window pane, with a boy standing at the threshold of everything he's ever known, and everything he has yet to understand. Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows is the 7th and final book in the magical series written by J.K. Rowling, a story that grew darker and deeper with every volume as childhood gave way to shadow and truth replaced illusion. It is the longest and perhaps the quietest of all the books, not because there is no danger, but because the danger here feels ancient, heavy, like walking through mist in a graveyard or hearing a prophecy whispered through a keyhole. The genre is a soft entangling of dark fantasy, mystery, and emotional drama. But here, for you, it becomes something slower, something warmer. We'll tread softly through its storms, holding close to the warmth of friendships and the flicker of hope, even in the deepest dark. At the heart of this story is the trio we know well. Harry, brave and stubborn, carrying more than a boy should ever be asked to bear. Hermione, luminous with wisdom and empathy, fierce with quiet loyalty. Ron, grounded and golden, torn between fear and love, but never far from laughter, even in shadow. Together, they are no longer students, no longer protected by enchanted walls. They are fugitives now, wanderers in a world that's turning colder, darker, and more uncertain with every passing hour. The Ministry of Magic is falling. The name of Voldemort, no longer just a word spoken in fear, is now a presence, thick and looming, like a storm on the horizon. And yet, amid this darkness, a strange new puzzle rises. The Deathly Hallows, an old tale, a symbol, a whisper. From a children's story that may hold the final key, not to defeating an enemy, but to understanding a truth more powerful than any spell. And through all of it, there are questions that drift like leaves in the wind. What did Dumbledore truly plan? What did he truly hide? And why must Harry walk this path alone? But tonight, you don't have to chase those answers. You can let them float past, like fireflies in a deep forest. We will go slowly, together, through forests and graveyards, through broken homes and hidden memories, through laughter shared in fleeting safety, and tears shed in silence. Each chapter will unfold gently, like the turn of a soft, worn page. We'll explore each moment, the footsteps, the spells, the glances, the small unspoken things, so that you can lie back, close your eyes, and be guided through the story as if it's a lullaby. A dream spoken slowly into the quiet night. Because Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows is not just about war or magic. It's about letting go, about holding on, about what remains when everything else is gone. It is most of all about the invisible threads that tie us to one another, and how love, even in its quietest form, can become the most powerful magic of all. So if you're ready, take a deep breath. Let the softness wrap around you. Let the shadows settle in like a blanket over the hills. And together, let's begin. The last story. A story where goodbyes carry the weight of love, and where the end is not an ending, but a homecoming. Are you comfortable? Then let the candle burn low. And I'll begin with Chapter 1. The Dark Lord Ascending. Chapter 1. The Dark Lord Ascending. There is no dawn here, only mist. The sky is a low ceiling of cloud, pale and bruised, and the wind, if it moves at all, moves like breath through a keyhole, thin, steady, and cold. And beneath it all, down. Winding lanes and iron gates stands a manor house, tall, proud, silent as stone, Malfoy Manor. Once a place of splendor, now it holds its breath. Its windows reflect no light. Its rooms seem to lean inward, listening. For tonight, within those walls, the most dangerous wizard in the world has returned, and he is not alone. The dining room is long and gleaming, all silver and shadow. A high-backed chair sits at the head of the table like a throne, empty for now, but the figures around it sit stiffly as though they feel the weight of its presence. The Death Eaters. Cloaked in dark robes, they sit in silence, some with eyes lowered, others glancing sideways, but none are at ease. For above them, suspended like a marionette in sleep, floats the quiet, unmoving form of a woman. She is unconscious. Her hair is wild, and her body turns slowly, slowly in the air above the table like a leaf caught in still water. No one speaks. And then, the air seems to contract. A whisper moves through it, and Lord Voldemort enters. He glides rather than walks. His robes make no sound. His face, pale as paper, is expressionless, save for his eyes, which glow red and strange. His fingers are long, delicate, as if he were made not of flesh, but shadow and thought. He sits. The room exhales, but no one relaxes. To Voldemort's right is Lucius Malfoy, his face thinner than we remember, his hair falling around his shoulders like silk. He looks nothing like the proud, sneering man we once saw at the Quidditch World Cup. Now he is diminished, hollowed by fear. Next to him sits his wife, Narcissa, her posture tight, her expression unreadable. And beside her, their son Draco, older, now, but his eyes are distant, his hands motionless. Even among enemies, he looks adrift. Voldemort surveys them with cool detachment, like a scholar observing insects beneath glass. He speaks, quietly. There is talk of plans. Harry Potter is the target. The boy must not be killed by another's hand. No, Voldemort insists he must do it. For there is a prophecy, and he intends to fulfill it on his own terms. The boy is moving soon, they say, from his safe house. There is an opportunity, and Voldemort will take it. But wands. Yes, wands are curious things. He speaks of the twin cores, how his own wand and Harry's share a heart, and how in their last encounter they refuse to kill one another. This is unacceptable. Voldemort needs a different wand, one that will not hesitate. And so he turns to Lucius. With the smallest, coldest smile, he asks for Lucius's wand. Lucius does not protest, but something in him flickers. He places his wand in Voldemort's outstretched hand, and it is like watching a man give away the last of his pride. Voldemort examines the wand like a curio. So light, so fragile, and yet such power. Then his eyes drift upward to the woman, floating above. Some recognize her now. Charity Burbage, a Hogwarts teacher. Kind-hearted, believer in unity between magical and Muggle worlds. A dreamer, perhaps. A gentle mind. She stirs, and then she wakes. confused, blinking in the candlelight. She sees the faces below her. She sees Voldemort. And she pleads, not for herself, but for the children, for understanding, for peace. But her voice is lost in a room already decided. Voldemort raises Lucius's wand, testing it casually, like one might flick a feather. In the breeze, there is a flash, and the body falls. No scream, just silence. Nagini, the great serpent coiled at Voldemort's feet, hisses softly. Her hunger has grown. With a gesture of impossible ease, Voldemort feeds her the fallen woman. The room does not stir. No one dares. There is no discussion after that. No open cruelty. No celebration. Just stillness. Because cruelty here is quiet. It arrives dressed in silk and spoken in calm tones. There is no blood on the floor. No mess to clean up. Only a silence so deep it feels like it stretches down through the bones of the house. Voldemort reclines. The meeting continues. They speak of spies, of control, of seizing the ministry. The war has already begun, but in this room it is planned with soft voices and nods. And beneath it all, the tension lingers like perfume, unseen but suffocating. As the chapter closes, we drift away from the manor, leaving behind those shadowed faces, that long table, and the flickering candlelight. Outside, the wind still moves. The sky still hangs heavy, but now a deeper shadow has settled over the land. The Dark Lord has ascended, and the world is about to change. Chapter 2, In Memoriam. The night has passed, not in peace but in pause. And now the morning comes, muted and gray, filtered through a bedroom window whose glass is smudged with time and rain. Here, in a small upstairs room at number 4, Privet Drive, a boy nearly grown stands still. Harry Potter is 17 now. His shoulders are broader, his face leaner, but this moment is not about age. It is about remembering. The silence in the room isn't empty. It's full of memories, each one hovering in the air like motes of dust suspended in light. Today is the day he leaves, and yet, instead of packing, Harry lingers. He moves slowly through the room, his hand brushing over old things, photographs, letters, scraps of the past that seem almost like dreams now. His firebolt leans by the door. A rucksack sits half-packed on the floor, but his gaze drifts to something else, to the cupboard beneath the stairs. It's been years since he lived there, but still he opens it. Inside, the small, suffocating space is empty. But Harry looks at it as though he can see a boy still curled within it, pale and quiet, counting spiders to pass the time. He closes the door gently, no longer with anger, only with acceptance. Upstairs again, he walks to the mirror. His reflection looks back. Not quite a boy, not yet a man. The scar still sits like a whisper above his brow. But today, he's not, just Harry. He is someone who carries the weight of the world he didn't ask to enter. And still, he carries it. On the desk lies a photograph, worn at the edges. It's of Dumbledore, the headmaster who once seemed as eternal as the stars. Now gone. Harry has read the obituary, published in the Daily Prophet by Alpheus Doge, one of Dumbledore's oldest friends. It is long and formal, filled with tales of Dumbledore's brilliance, his early duels, his work with Nicholas Flamel, his battle with the dark wizard Grindelwald, his role in shaping the modern wizarding world. But it's not what Harry needs, because beneath all the accomplishments there is a silence, a missing piece. Dumbledore in life had been mysterious. Wise, yes. Kind, yes. But always holding something back. There were always things he wouldn't explain. And now that he's gone, the shadows left behind seem even longer. Harry reads the article slowly. Each word feels distant, like hearing someone describe a friend you never truly knew. And then, a second article. This one, colder. Written by Rita Skeeter. Her tone, sharp and glittering, slices through the reverence of Doge's tribute. She promises a scandal. Her upcoming book, The Life and Lies of Albus Dumbledore, claims to reveal the secrets Harry never heard. Secrets of Dumbledore's youth, his family, his ambitions. Rita's words curl like smoke. Was the beloved headmaster as pure as he seemed? What was he hiding? And why did he leave so many questions unanswered? Harry's hands tighten around. The paper. It's not just the words, it's the intrusion. The thought of Dumbledore being reduced to gossip, of his memory being twisted and sold, but it's more than anger. It's confusion. Because part of Harry wonders. He remembers Dumbledore's silences, his vague answers, the way he always seemed to be looking beyond Harry, as though watching the horizon of a future only he could see. And now, with the war rising and Dumbledore gone, Harry feels adrift, unmoored, still willing to trust, but unsure of what, exactly, he is trusting. He folds the paper, sets it aside. The room feels still again, not heavy, just waiting. And then, like a distant footfall, the magic stirs. There is work to do. Harry turns from the mirror. He walks to the rucksack and begins to pack with steady hands. The invisibility cloak, the Marauder's map, a small enchanted pouch from Hagrid, capable of holding far more than its size suggests. And last of all, his wand. He does not know exactly where he is going. He only knows he will not be returning. As he packs, he thinks of Ron and Hermione. He remembers Hermione's firm words, how she'd already modified her parents' memories to keep them safe, sending them to Australia with new identities and no memory of their daughter. A choice made with deep love and deeper sorrow. He remembers Ron's quiet bravery, his resolve, the way they had both chosen to stand beside him. No matter the cost, they would be meeting soon. But first, he has one more goodbye to make. Hedwig. His snowy owl rests quietly in her cage, golden eyes watchful. She has flown beside him since his very first birthday at Hogwarts. She is more than a pet. She is a symbol of innocence, of the beginning, before everything grew dark. He strokes her feathers softly, whispers her name, and for a moment time seems to stretch. Just long enough for one more breath, one more heartbeat, one more pause before the world changes again. In the distance, the air shifts. Soon the Dursleys will rise. Soon the final protections will fall. But here, in this small room, Harry folds the past into silence. Not with bitterness, but with reverence. Dumbledore is gone. The world is changing. But still, Harry remains, not because he is fearless, but because he chooses to go on. Because sometimes the bravest thing is not to cast a spell or fight a battle, but simply to carry on walking, even when the road disappears into mist. And so we leave this chapter not with answers, but with quiet questions. The kind that echo, the kind that wait. Chapter 3, The Dursleys Departing. The sky over Privet Drive is soft and pale, not quite dawn, not quite full day. A liminal hour, just like the moment unfolding in the quiet house beneath it. Number 4 is waking, but not in the usual way. No clatter of breakfast pans, no thudding footsteps on the stairs, no booming voice from Uncle Vernon grumbling about toast or ties. Today, there is a stillness, a kind of hush that feels like waiting. And in that silence, Harry sits alone, listening to the house breathe. It has never been a place of comfort for him. These walls were never warm, this family never kind. But still, this was the beginning. This was the cupboard under the stairs, the locked bedroom door, the letters through the mail slot. This was where he began. Today, it will end. Downstairs, the Dursleys prepare to leave. Not for a trip, not for a holiday. They are going into hiding, because the charm that has protected Harry, and by extension them, will soon break. Once Harry turns 17, the magic will lift, and Lord Voldemort will be able to find him, which means staying here is no longer safe. For any of them, the Ministry has arranged a secure location for the Dursleys, far from the threat of magic. though ironically preserved by it. Wizards and witches they never trusted will now be their only shield. And so, suitcases sit by the door. Dudley lumbers about uncertainly. Petunia straightens the cuffs of Vernon's jacket with trembling hands. There is tension in the air, not the usual icy disdain, but something else. Something unfamiliar. Uncle Vernon, blustering and red-faced, still struggles with the idea. "Why can't he come with us?" he grumbles, pointing vaguely in Harry's direction. "Because I'm the reason they're after you," Harry replies, evenly. "Not the other way around." Vernon huffs. He's never liked being told what to do, especially by the world he doesn't understand, especially by Harry. But even he knows this isn't a debate. The Ministry has been clear. This is the plan, and they must follow it. A new voice enters the room. Hestia Jones and Daedalus Diggle, 2 members of the Order, have arrived to escort the Dursleys. They're polite but firm, bright-eyed and brisk in their explanations. They'll ensure safety. Protection, relocation, all under magical surveillance. Uncle Vernon bristles. "And who exactly are you?" Daedalus bows. "At your service, sir. We'll be your guardians for the foreseeable future. An honor, really." Vernon glares. Hestia glances at Harry, then at the Dursleys. "You don't seem very grateful," she says softly. And perhaps, finally, the weight of all that has happened, the danger, the war, the reason for their sudden departure, begins to sink in. But the shift doesn't come from the adults. It comes from Dudley. Dudley, who once stuffed cake through doors and threw punches at shadows. Dudley, who called Harry names and laughed at his bruises, now stands quietly, and then he speaks. "I don't think you're a waste of space." The room stills. Harry blinks. Dudley's face is pink, his hands clenched awkwardly, but his voice is steady. "I don't think you're a waste of space," he repeats. I don't think you are. It's not poetry. It's not an apology. But from Dudley, it is something more. It is effort. It is sincerity, and it is enough. A small, hesitant silence settles between them. Harry almost smiles. "I know you don't," he says gently. It's the first time they've seen each other, truly seen, through the haze of childhood and fear, and difference. And though it doesn't erase the past, it plants something in its place. Something like peace. Petunia stands stiffly beside her son, her face unreadable. She doesn't say goodbye, but her eyes linger a moment longer than expected on Harry's face. Something flickers there. Grief? Regret? She turns away before he can tell. Uncle Vernon clears his throat, eager to move forward, to be done with this discomfort, this world he never wanted to touch. The Order members usher them to the door. The suitcases follow, and just like that, the Dursleys leave. Harry watches from the threshold, his hand resting lightly on the doorframe. No one waves, no one cries, but still, a chapter ends, and though there are no embraces or promises, there is at last a kind of understanding. They leave not as family, perhaps, but not as strangers either. Once the house is quiet again, Harry stands alone in the entryway. His eyes scan the living room, the stiff-backed furniture, the faded rug, the photos on the walls that never included him, and then he turns away. No more waiting, no more looking back. The past has walked out the door, and the future is calling. Soon the Order will return. Soon the skies will darken with danger. But for now, Harry breathes in the silence and lets it settle. The house is empty, and so is he for a moment. But emptiness isn't always sorrow. Sometimes it's the space left behind for something new. And so, with quiet hands, he closes the door. Not in anger, but in peace. Chapter 4. The Seven Potters. The light is beginning to fade over Privet Drive. Evening stretches across the rooftops, pale and lavender, with clouds bruising gently along the horizon. Inside the house, Harry waits. Alone now. The silence feels different tonight. No longer the silence of absence, but the hush before something great. Something vast. Something inevitable. He knows they're coming. The Order, his protectors, his friends, to take him away. Tonight, he leaves not just the Dursleys behind, but childhood itself. A soft whoosh cuts the stillness. Then another, and another. Shadows flit past the windows. Boots crunch against the gravel outside. Harry rises. They've arrived. The kitchen is suddenly full, too full, with voices and warmth and movement. Familiar faces crowd in. Mad-Eye Moody, ever gruff and battle-worn, his magical eye whirring as it scans the room. Remus Lupin, quiet and steady, with sadness tucked behind his smile. Kingsley Shacklebolt, calm as a river under storm. Mr. Weasley, kind-eyed and dependable as ever, and others, Tonks with her bright hair, Bill with his scars and quiet humor, Fleur graceful and focused, but most important of all, Ron, Hermione, Fred, and George. Harry feels his heart rise at the sight of them. These are not just allies. They are home. Moody lays out the plan. It's not a simple escape. Too dangerous for that. The Death Eaters will expect Harry to be moved, so they've come up with something clever, something daring. 6 of them will become Harry, Polyjuice Potion. Each drinker will wear his face, his voice, his very essence for a short while. They will scatter, each accompanied by a protector, flying to different safe houses. The real Harry will be hidden among them. It is dangerous, unpredictable, but it's the only way. Harry protests at first. He doesn't want anyone to risk themselves for him, but his friends, every one of them, insist. They've chosen this, freely, with full hearts. Tonks teases, "You've never looked better, Potter." Fred and George joke about which one of them will be the most handsome Harry. Hermione hesitates before drinking hers, her eyes wide but determined. Ron grimaces as he swallows the potion, muttering something about the injustice of having to look at his own best friend's face in the mirror, and one by one, they transform. It is strange, eerie. 6 Harrys standing side by side. Their voices, slightly off, their gestures exaggerated, but their eyes still carrying the spark of who they really are. Harry watches in surreal stillness, and then they are ready. The pairs are matched. Harry, the real one, flies with Hagrid on Sirius's old motorbike. Hermione with Kingsley, Ron with Tonks, Fred with Mr. Weasley, George with Remus, Fleur with Bill. All at once they take to the sky, and the night explodes. Darkness rushes past them, wind shrieking in their ears, the motorbike roaring. Beneath them, Hagrid shouting as he swerves to avoid trees, clouds, and curses. Because yes, they were expected. Death Eaters rise from the darkness like shadows with wings, streaking spells through the air like lightning. Harry grips the sidecar, tightly, his wand drawn. Hagrid barrels through the chaos, shouting encouragement, dodging curses. One spell hits the sidecar, it breaks loose. Harry is thrown into the sky, falling, spinning, lost in the roar of wind. But he is Harry Potter, and he does not fall without fighting. He rights himself, fires back. The sky is a battlefield. Red and green lights streak across the heavens, and then Voldemort is there. Not just his followers, not just shadows. Him. Harry feels it like a cold breath on the back of his neck. A presence, vast and ancient and merciless. His wand moves on, its own. Not by his choice. It casts a spell, powerful and strange, and Voldemort's wand is shattered in its path. For a heartbeat, the sky is still, and then the motorbike dives again, Hagrid pulling Harry free from the storm. They crash into the ground outside Tonks's family home. The bike is a wreck. The sky above is empty now, eerily quiet. They've made it, but not all have. One by one, the others arrive at the safe house. George is bleeding, badly, His ear is gone, blasted off in the fight. Remus looks pale, shaken. Ron and Tonks are safe. Fleur and Bill too, but no one has seen Fred, not yet. They wait, breath held, heart aching. Then, at last, Fred stumbles in, bruised but whole. There are no cheers. Only heavy relief, but one face is missing. Mad-Eye Moody, killed in battle. The mood is shattered. No one speaks for a long while. The night, once filled with motion and hope, now drips with grief. Harry sits quietly in a corner. He feels the weight of it all pressing into his chest. The loss, the sacrifice, and the fear that this is only the beginning. Later, lying on a cot, Harry watches the ceiling. He remembers the way the wind felt. The flash of green. The weight of a wand casting on its own. He wonders what it means. He wonders what comes next. But for now, there is only this. A house that is no longer quite whole. Friends with wounds they didn't expect. A world tipping toward war, and yet they are still standing, and that means something. That means everything. Chapter 5, Fallen Warrior. Dawn breaks over the countryside, soft and pale, as though the sun itself is reluctant to rise. In the aftermath of the escape, the safe house is still, the kind of stillness that follows pain. Harry wakes slowly, not from sleep exactly, but from exhaustion, the kind that roots deep into the bones, born from fear, flight, and sorrow. His eyes open to a world that feels subtly changed. Outside the window, the trees sway gently in a wind that does not touch the house. Inside, the air is thick with silence. Too many are missing. Too many were nearly lost, and one will not return. Hagrid is asleep in a chair nearby, his massive frame slumped forward, his breath low and steady like distant thunder. For a moment, Harry lets himself be still. But then the memory floods in again. The chase through the sky, the wand that cast without his command, the flash of Voldemort in the air like a storm cloud with eyes, and Moody, gone. He rises. The house stirs around him. Footsteps, voices hushed. Hermione is sitting at the kitchen table, her eyes rimmed with tiredness, Ron beside her, pale but steady. George lies upstairs, bandaged and unconscious, a white cloth pressed gently to the space where his ear once was. Fred watches over him, his usual humor muted now, replaced by something raw and wordless. The twins, always laughing, now silenced by blood, and still, they endure. Bill is the one who brings the news, quietly, with reverence. Mad-Eye Moody is dead. Struck from his broom by a curse no one saw coming, his body fell into the night, gone. There's a hush, so complete it feels like the world is holding its breath. Lupin stands very still, his eyes shadowed. Tonks clutches his arm. She does not speak. No one does at first. Mad-Eye, gruff, unyielding, paranoid to the point of obsession, had fought too many battles to count, survived too many wars. But this time he didn't. It doesn't seem real. Harry remembers his spinning eye, his growling voice, his fierce insistence on caution. It's hard to imagine the world without him, but that is what grief is. An empty chair, an unspoken goodbye. Later, Lupin takes Harry aside. He looks worn, older than before. There is something strange in his expression, a flicker of doubt, a question he doesn't want to ask. He tells Harry about the spell his wand cast in the sky, the one that acted on its own. The wand, he says, seemed to fight Voldemort back, powerfully, unnaturally. He asks, softly, what happened? Harry tells him the truth. He felt his wand move without his will. He felt it cast a spell that shattered Voldemort's. He doesn't understand how, neither does Lupin. But there's something unspoken in the silence that follows, a weight to it, as if a deeper mystery has begun to surface. The morning stretches on. Ron makes tea that no one drinks. Hermione sits close to Harry, her hand brushing his once or twice, a quiet anchor. Bill and Fleur move about the house, preparing small things, blankets, bandages, food, anything to keep their hands busy. Grief is a strange companion. It wraps itself in the quietest tasks. The survivors try to make sense of the night, to piece together the fractured story. Fred speaks, his voice hoarse. I think George was laughing when the curse hit. Said something about not needing to hear Mum's voice anymore. They smile, just faintly, the kind of smile that trembles at the edges. George wakes later, groggy and dazed. He blinks slowly and murmurs that he hopes he can still be distinguished from Fred, or their business will suffer. Humor, even in pain. That is the Weasley way, and in that small moment something fragile yet bright flickers back to life. The mood is tender, quiet, broken, but brave. And Harry feels it stir within him. A responsibility. Heavier than before. They have risked everything. Some have bled. One has fallen. For him. It is a truth he cannot escape. He walks outside into the pale morning. The grass wet with dew. The sky high and blue above. He stares upward for a long while. The world is still turning. Despite everything, he reaches into his pocket. His wand, the one that cast that spell in the sky, the one that acted alone. He turns it in his hand, slowly. It feels different now. Not just a tool, but something alive, something ancient, something connected to forces he doesn't yet understand. Inside again, Hermione is reading quietly. Ron has fallen asleep, his head tilted back, mouth slightly open. Harry watches them. These are his people, his home, the people he will fight for. He knows the war is coming closer now, that the next move must be theirs. But in this moment, there is nothing to do but breathe, to rest, to remember, to feel. That night, Harry dreams of Moody's voice, gravelly and sharp. Constant vigilance, he growls. Then laughter, bright and echoing. Fred and George, a flash of green. Falling, a burst of golden light from his wand, and then silence. He wakes in the dark. The house still breathes gently around him. Outside, the wind brushes the trees. The world is holding its breath still, but Harry is not afraid. He is tired. He is aching, but he is ready. Because what they have begun now cannot be undone, and he will walk forward into shadow and fire if he must, because that is what love demands. That is what memory asks of him. Mad-Eye is gone, but his fight continues. In Harry, in all of them, in the quiet courage that remains. Chapter 6. The Ghoul in Pajamas. The house is warm again. Not in celebration, not in peace, but in that fragile way homes feel after sorrow. Like a candle burning low but steady in a room full of shadows. The Weasleys, though bruised and weary, do what they always do. They press forward. Fleur moves through the house with quiet grace, her silver hair tied back, her voice soft as she tends to George. Mrs. Weasley flutters anxiously from room to room, her worry a constant hum beneath her breath, and somewhere upstairs, a strange thumping sound begins to echo at odd hours. No one talks about it, not at first. It's easier to let some things lie. But in the quiet moments, in the lulls between tea and soft footsteps, plans are beginning to form. Harry, Ron, and Hermione sit together again. The trio, still whole, still holding fast to one another as the world shifts under their feet. Ron has a bruise darkening across his collarbone, but his grin is coming back, flickering like a lantern in a tunnel. Hermione has her parchment out, quills, notes, a plan unfolding in patient lines. And Harry, he watches them with a quiet awe. This is how it's always been. The three of them, side by side, facing the impossible. Only now, There is no Hogwarts, no timetable, no safety net, just war and choice. They talk of Horcruxes, those fragments, of shadow and soul, pieces of Voldemort hidden and protected. They must find them, destroy them. It's the only way forward, but where to begin? Dumbledore left clues, fragments, whispers, a locket, a cup, something once belonging to Ravenclaw or Gryffindor. The puzzle is enormous, but Hermione's mind is sharp as ever. She's begun organizing their search, books, maps, timelines. Her fingers tremble sometimes, but her voice is steady. Harry watches her and thinks, she's braver than I'll ever be. Ron interrupts occasionally with food or jokes or questions, but he too is ready. Not just in loyalty, but in spirit. They all are. The adventure ahead is no longer a game. It is sacrifice. It is survival, and they are preparing. But others are preparing too. Mrs. Weasley is not blind to their intentions. She sees the way they huddle, the way their eyes flick to the door, and she is not ready to let them go. So she gives them tasks. Long, tedious, time-swallowing chores. She splits them up. Keeps them busy. Prevents too much quiet planning. At first it seems ordinary. Dishes, dusting, sorting out socks. But after the third day of being separated, they begin to see it clearly. Mrs. Weasley is trying to stop them, trying to protect them the only way she knows how. With routine. With warmth. With denial. It's heartbreaking. And understandable. She's lost a son's ear. She's buried friends. She doesn't want to lose any more. Especially not Harry, who's become like a son. Or Ron, her own. Or Hermione, practically. Family. She pretends it's normal, this chaos, this wedding, this life. But under it all, she knows they're slipping away. Arthur Weasley, quiet as ever, offers a different kind of support. Not overt. Not loud, but solid. He helps them when he can, slipping in advice about ministry tracking, wand regulation, how to stay off the grid. He knows, too, that they're going, that they must, and he doesn't try to stop them, just tries to prepare them, in the gentlest ways he can. And then there's Ginny. Brave, fierce, full of that quiet fire Harry has always loved. They steal moments when they can. Small, aching touches, long glances across the kitchen. But Harry keeps a distance. He's made his decision to leave her behind, to keep her safe. But Ginny, she is not one to be left behind easily. One night in the hallway, they speak in whispers. She stands close enough to feel her warmth. "I know why you're doing this," she says, her voice barely a breath. "But I don't have to like it." He wants to hold her, to promise her something. Anything. But there are no promises now, only paths that must be walked alone. And still, that thumping noise continues upstairs. Soft, rhythmic, strange. Eventually, Ron lets them in on the secret. A ghoul, in pajamas, living in the attic. Yes, really, they've disguised him, given him red hair, some of Ron's old clothes. He grunts, he groans, he moans convincingly through the floorboards. It's all part of the plan. If Death Eaters come looking, if they think Ron's at home sick with spattergroit, they'll look no further. It's absurd, brilliant, horrifying, perfect. The kind of plan only the Weasleys could create. And for the first time in days, they laugh, a real laugh, that full-bodied kind that rolls through the belly and makes the heart feel light again. It feels good, necessary, a reminder that joy still lives, even here. And so the preparations continue. Hermione shows them her beaded bag, enchanted with undetectable extension charms. Inside, more than one could ever imagine. Tents, clothes, books, everything they might need. Ron is amazed. Harry, too. She's thought of everything. She's ready. She even confesses to wiping her parents' memories, sending them to Australia, safe and unaware of their only daughter's name. Her voice does not shake when she tells them, but her eyes. Harry says nothing, but something within him stirs. These are the people he walks with, people who would give up everything, even family, even themselves, to do what's right, to end this war. They watch the news when they can. The Muggle news, Hermione insists, because even there the shadow spreads, people disappearing, strange weather patterns, names that echo too close to the magical world. It's happening everywhere. The darkness, and time is running short. The wedding is just days away. Bill and Fleur, a glimmer of celebration amidst storm clouds. The house bustles, people arrive, chairs appear in the garden, flowers twist themselves into arches, but even joy feels heavy, because Harry knows, Ron knows, Hermione knows. After this, after the music and the dancing and the laughter, they will be gone, and no one will know where. That night, Harry stands at his window again. The stars above him are soft and far away. He closes his eyes. He thinks of Dumbledore, of Moody, of Sirius, of the weight of all that's been lost to reach this place. He does not feel ready, but he will go anyway, and in the dark, in the warmth of the burrow, he whispers a thank you to the people who've loved him, sheltered him, laughed with him. The ones who turned a house into a home, even in wartime, even in fear. And below, in the attic, the ghoul thumps softly in his pajamas, a strange, gentle rhythm, almost like a heartbeat, almost like hope. Chapter 7. The Will of Albus Dumbledore. The morning after Bill and Fleur's wedding feels strange. The joy from the night before is still lingering in the air, a sweet hum of music, laughter, and fingertips brushing under lantern light. But beneath it, a different current flows, a current shaped by purpose, questions, and the ripples of a life now gone. Harry awakens early, before the sun has fully stirred the sky. He finds himself in a room by the kitchen, small, simple, with a window looking out over the garden. The grass is soft with dew, and roses cling to their stems as though reluctant to let go of dreams. On the bed beside him lies an envelope, cream-colored, with neat, familiar handwriting. It bears the seal of the Ministry of Magic. He recognizes it instantly from the presence or absence of Albus Dumbledore. All three friends gather at the kitchen table, solemn and curious. The envelope is opened. With gentle care, inside, a series of small ornate boxes with each of their names etched upon them. Hermione's is petite and wrapped in blue ribbon. Ron's is low, wide, and bound in red velvet. Harry's is sleek and dark, the seal shaped like the letter H. No note, only the boxes. Harry breathes in. He sets them on the table, side by side. They look like gifts, celebrations. But there is no joy in the moment, just gentle tension, because they know they are from Dumbledore. And his history was never simple. They begin with Hermione's. She unfastens the ribbon and opens the box. Inside, a beautifully intricate book titled The Tales of Beetle the Bard. A handwritten manuscript of fairy tales, wizarding stories filled with enchantment and warning and hope. Hermione touches it reverently, tears pricking the corners of her eyes. This belonged to Dumbledore's mother, she whispers, reading the dedication. He wanted me to have it. A hush follows, not just for the gift, but for what it represents. Magic in story, magic in heritage, magic in understanding that sometimes the smallest things carry the greatest power. Next is Ron's box. He lifts the lid to reveal a deluminator, a strange silver device with a button and a nameplate, Ronald Bilious Weasley. He turns it in his hand. Questions flicker in his eyes. Hermione explains, a device to take the light from lamps and return it. A tool to steal darkness, then give it back. Ron's brow furrows. It's poignant. It's precise. It fits him. Grief mixed with loyalty. Courage mixed with longing. A tool for coming and going. Light and loss entwined. Finally, Harry's. He picks up his box with a hand that trembles ever so slightly. Inside lies an elegant snitch, golden and glimmering, with the words, I open at the close engraved on its side. No other note, but the weight of it sits on him like a whisper. He imagines Dumbledore's voice. Be careful with this. He wonders, does this mean the Hallows or something else entirely? They sit in silence, 3 friends, facing 3 gifts, 3 keys to what lies ahead, because these aren't just things. They are puzzles, clues, they are doors. Hermione turns the page of her book slowly, eyes bright. Ron fiddles with the Deluminator, holding its power in his palm. Harry's fingers brush the snitch, its wings catching light for a moment before closing, and in that silence they feel it, the past, the present, and a future bound together. The rest of the day is soft with planning. Harry and Hermione go to see Arthur Weasley. Arthur, gentle and pragmatic, reads the handwriting on the boxes, a hand he recognizes, though the page has aged. You remember his ink, he says. The snapshot of Dumbledore's. Hermione smiles, a bittersweet acknowledgement. They ask Arthur about the items. He explains as much as he can. Deluminators are rare, books like the tales, rarer still, and snitches, symbols. But Dumbledore never wasted symbolism. They must pay attention. Later, Ginny presses her hand against Harry's arm, without words. Support, solidarity, sorrow, love. They will walk this path together, though she may not come all the way. She leaves quietly. At dinner, the Weasleys gather close, laughter hidden in the background, pain hovering just behind. Ron's mother gently reminds him not to lose the Deluminator. Fred and George tease him lightly, sweating under the weight of their own worry. Harry knows the Hallows were never meant to be brass-laden. They were meant to be lived. That night, Harry lies awake again, thinking about the words on the snitch. Open at the close. What does that mean? Is it about finality? Is it about death? He closes his eyes, images flickering. A snitch being released, a moment of flight, a moment of rest. He drifts into dreams. Sleep brings fragments, moments. Dumbledore's, kind eyes, the whisper of a voice. It's not the wand that matters. Places, Godric's Hollow, a graveyard. Harry wakes with the dawn. The world feels colder. The journey is no longer distant. It's beginning. And in the early light, the boxes wait. On the table, talismans, tokens, questions. 3 friends sit together once more. They share a quiet nod. It is time. Chapter 8. The Wedding. The morning at the burrow awakens like a sweet golden song. Sunlight spills through flowering vines, warming wooden beams and cottage stone. The aroma of fresh biscuits, honey, and autumn leaves drifts through open windows. Today is special. Bill Weasley is marrying Fleur Delacour. A moment of joy before the world's edges grow dark. Conversations flutter through the house in soft hues of excitement. Did you hang the lanterns over the garden arch? Have you tried this raspberry jam with scones? Is Mr. Weasley? Sure the ministry allowed all these guests? Yet beneath the laughter, even the brightest eyes glimmer with unspoken tension. Questions twitch behind smiles. Questions like, how long before they can no longer gather like this? How many more last celebrations will follow? Harry wears his dress robes, dark but gentle. Hermione in deep green, steady and graceful. Ron struggles with a tie, under watchful, loving eyes. They step into the garden. Soft ivy arches overhead. Chairs arranged in neat rows, a path strewn with petals, rose and lily, pink and white. The guests arrive slowly. Weasley cousins, gleeful and bright, friends from Hogwarts. Members of the Order, quiet, respectful. In their eyes, Harry sees reflection. Pride, hope, fear. Dobby would have found the house smashing, but these guests are mortal, vulnerable, wounded, brave. Through it all, Fleur moves like a moonlit. Bloom, quiet and affable, delicate yet taut with emotion. Bill stands tall beside her, strong and calm, their hands linked like anchors in shifting tides. They exchange vows. Quiet words. Personal promises. Bill looks at Fleur with pride she will always remember. Fleur smiles, soft and wholehearted, with a calm that hides tremors. A knot is tied. A kiss is shared. Soft applause rises, brief cheers. But the bells, full and clear, echo far in the sky like a distant song being answered in sorrow. After the ceremony, the reception begins. Tables strewn with food, roast meats, sweet breads, cheeses, teacups shimmer. Laughter brightens hedgerows. The trio mingles. Hermione dances with Mr. Weasley, her cheeks pink. Ron jokes with George and Fred, his grin returning slowly. Harry, quietly, finds Ginny at the edge of the gathering, her curls brushed to one side, wary but radiant. They touch fingertips. A warm exchange, no words needed. Behind him, laughter breaks out, sometimes at jokes, sometimes at memory. He thinks of Hogwarts halls, of dances, and still wonders when the next time will be. A hush falls as the speeches begin. Mr. and Mrs. Weasley speak, one with pride, one with teary joy. Percy absent but remembered, purity of family, perseverance, love. Fleur's speech, softly accented, declares she loves Bill not just for his name, but for the man he is now, while Bill expresses gratitude to his father and to his fiancée. And then, with a glance to the trio, thanks them quietly for helping him stand on this day. The applause is loud, warm, and slightly broken. Music opens. Guests pair off. The trio dances. Harry and Ginny slip into each other's arms, moving slowly. Eyes closed for a moment. A lullaby under moonlight fills their small circle. Around them, others dance. Fred twirls. Hermione's laughter rings. A few Order members stand aside, dancing in memories of their own. There are moments of tears, but they are faced with courage. A messenger arrives at the door. Mr. Weasley's hand trembles as he opens it. A note from the Ministry, delivered with an official crest. He reads, his shoulders sag. He nods, uncertain. Arthur sets the note aside for now, in his pocket. The moment passes, but its weight lingers like a cloud seen at the horizon. The evening continues. Fleur and Bill steal away. Ginny takes Harry's hand again. They stand beneath an ivy-covered arbor. Danger is coming, she whispers. He nods. But I'll remember this, he says. You'd better. She smiles and kisses him. Later, word circulates. Unspoken tension hanging overnight like morning mist. Rumors at the Ministry. More disappearances. The Eye of the Dark Lord. An enchanted symbol showing that his reign draws near. And so comes the ending of Chapter 8. Not with lightning, but with candlelight. Harry returns inside. He feels for a moment like a normal 17-year-old, like a boy in love. But he is not just that boy, not anymore. He climbs to his room, listens to the party still singing below. He breathes the sweet night in through his window, and he knows that while love blooms, he may soon lose its bloom. Chapter 9. A Place to Hide. The morning after the wedding dawns soft and fragile. The air hums with the residue of music and laughter, lingering here and there among the flower-fragrant garden. But a veil of purpose settles gently across the burrow as everyone stirs awake, guarded, purposeful. Harry rises quietly in a small room near the front door. Through the window, a pale sunrise brushes the world with a new day's light, hope's pale promise veiled by cloud. He dresses swiftly, in rumpled robes. A quiet ritual now, cloak, wand, cloak again, because there is no turning back. In the kitchen, the trio gathers around again, this time with grim determination laid bare. Hermione spreads a map across the table, a careful sketch of trails, safe houses, campsites, routes. Ron leans close, pointing to a far-off location. Derbyshire, a remote, rural place where few would look. Hagrid adjusts a pile of packed tents. They'll need them. Small, sturdy, easy to cast a charm over. Mr. and Mrs. Weasley stand by. Silent, but supportive, Mrs. Weasley's eyes glisten. "Yes," she says softly, hand stroking Harry's arm, then Ron's, then Hermione's. "You have to go." They pause on the front porch, the trio with Hagrid in a patchwork of mended robes and heavy boots, by their side as protector for the first mile. The morning world is quiet, birds uncertainly calling, wind still. Ginny slips out behind them, carrying a satchel of supplies. "I want to come," she says, soft determination in her voice. Harry's heart clenches. He wants to hold her close, but he holds back. "It's safer this way," he says. "There's no place for you in this." She nods, pain flickering in her eyes, but she does not move away. Mr. Weasley clears his throat. He steps forward. "You know where to go," he says. "I can't come. Ministry's watching. It's only you three. Go together." He hands Harry a battered owl post package, secret charms inside. He presses a kiss to Harry's forehead. They do not hug. They do not cry. It is too quiet for that. Hagrid's voice, low and gravelly. "Well, let's be off then." He parts the trio from the Burrow's porch, one step at a time. They slip down the path. The dew is cold on their robes and boots. Hagrid ferries them to a secluded field. Under his hand, wordless, protective, they apparate. There is a flash, a lurch of air, and they are gone. When the world settles again, they stand in a narrow, hedged lane. Dew and early mist swirl around them. They look at each other. Hagrid's hand drops away. He gives a barked sort of laugh, low and relieved. "Well, this is it." Hermione pulls a drawn satchel to her chest. She nods, firm. Harry swallows. They step forward. The countryside unfolds, fields, distant cottages, empty roads. They walk silently. Pack heavy on their backs, their clothes are layered, robes, cloaks, thick socks. The map silent in Hermione's steady hands. It is their new world, a landscape of hiding places, unknown edges, margins away from sight. They stay the first day in a damp cottage near Market Town. Ron arranges a fire. Hermione checks warding charms over the door, muttering incantations like lullabies. Harry curls near the hearth. They speak in whispers. Harry schools them on Horcrux theory, snakes and blood, locket rumors, Dumbledore's clues. They piece together, memory and hope, softly, carefully. They take turns sleeping, 2 up, 1 down, each with wand in hand. When the second day dawns, they push north again, through farmland and forest. The countryside is forgiving. Open fields, haystacks, grazing sheep. They pause at dusk to eat bread and cheese under trees. Hermione reads aloud. From the tales of Beetle the Bard, the story of the 3 brothers. The first brother sought power. The second sought revenge. But the third learned to greet death as a friend. Harry listens. The words echo quietly. They remember Dumbledore's tone when he once explained the tale. They realize the Hallows may be more than story, more than 3 magical items. Maybe lessons. Night. Again. They camp beneath branches, cooking stew in a cauldron, disinfecting wounds, mending clothes. They laugh, little flickers of nostalgia and relief. Ron's joke about Hermione's sock sorting. Harry's memory of Quidditch laughter. They fall asleep under blankets in shifting skies. Third day. Hermione notices they were followed. Footprints after dusk in soft mud. They move faster. Heartbeats quicken when they vanish into denser woods. Hermione wards again. Ron shakes in the branches. Harry holds firm. They sleep in a hollowed tree adjacent to a stream. Fourth day. They nearly stumble into a highwayman's camp. Looters pretending to be refugees. They flee by night, cloaked under invisibility and broomstick speed. The danger feels real now. Not shadow, not rumor. This is survival. They pause in a small hall, checking Hogwarts lamp news. They hear whispers on Muggle radio. Strange weather, authoritarian edges, people disappearing. The war grows beyond magic. 5th day, April begins. They near the Pennine Hills. Snow in April, and more shadows in the land. Magic strained in the wind. Harry's break morning. He wanders outside to the hilltop. He stares across silent fields. He speaks aloud. If this works, if we destroy those Horcruxes, then maybe we can go home again. No answer. Nothing moving. Only sky. Evening. They set up a small rude camp in a cave on the hill. A table of supplies, a cauldron, writings, chains of hope and fear. They rest again. Today, Hermione reads the story again, all of them quiet and attentive. When she finishes, she closes the book. Harry cradles the snitch. It gleams in his hand, and for a moment, they remember something larger than fear, something larger than duty. They feel a connection deeper than battle, deeper than escape, a ribbon of magic that binds them together. They fall asleep, worn to bones but living, the wind of tomorrow edging. Near the battle's first movements have begun, but they have become the quiet heart of resistance. Chapter 10, Creature's Tale. The silence at the cottage has settled deep into the walls. Outside, winds sigh as dusk slips in. Inside, there's a quiet understanding, as if the world has paused to listen. In the corner sits Creature, the Black family's house elf, dusty uniform, crooked posture. His eyes are red-rimmed, throat tight with years of loyalty, resentment, and grief. At first, the trio just lets him be. Creature is strange, fierce, and unsettling. He shuffles about, sighing, muttering curses. His voice is low, worn, like footsteps carried on old floors. But Hermione, always curious, follows him silently one evening, her steps soft as candlelight. Creature halts before a large, empty cupboard. He places a small, worn box inside, locks it, then his shoulders shake. Quietly, almost unwillingly, he weeps. Hermione watches until Creature notices and stiffens. He growls, retreats into shadow. Later that night, after the candle is low and the others sleep, Hermione calls Harry and Ron quietly. They sit by the hearth, eyes gentle in the firelight. "Let's hear him," she whispers. Harry nods, pulling Creature gently from his sleep. Creature shuffles forward, gaze wary. The room is silent, save for the crackling fire and night wind outside. Hermione speaks softly. "Please, tell us your story." Creature hesitates. He mutters first, sneers. "At them!" but then begins to speak. His voice is rough, timid, brimming with memories. He tells them of his past at Grimmauld Place, how Regulus Black blessed him, trained him, fed him harsh orders. How Regulus caught wind of Voldemort's locket Horcrux, how he devised a plan. Regulus, not Voldemort. Creature's master, compassionate and brave, had told Creature to help him retrieve the locket. They had gone together to a cave. Voldemort's protections were cruel, but Regulus followed. He drank the potion. He commanded Creature to take the locket from the basin and destroy it. But Regulus did not return. He commanded Creature not to follow, just to bring the locket back. Creature did. But he was afraid. He hid the locket under the cupboard. He hid it for years. He never told, until now. Harry listens, heart hammering softly. The locket, the missing Horcrux, the piece of Voldemort's soul, hidden all this time. A revelation, carried in the tears of a house elf. Creature's next words tremble with a strange pride. He speaks of how eventually he earned back Hogwarts' respect. How taking care of Harry Potter became a purpose. Even through his strange bitterness, his loyalty is no longer blind. It has depth. He leans forward, voice cracking. "Please, Master, let me help." Hermione places a gentle hand on his shoulder. "Need you?" she says. Ron nods. Creature's gaze shifts, pride tangled with sorrow. The next morning, the trio sets to work. Hermione moves the cupboard box. It creaks open to reveal the locket, dark, smooth, humming with malice. Harry holds it briefly, cold. The weight of doom settled in metal form. They wrap it carefully, under cloak. Creature hovers, his face still. But there is something resolute there. Plans shift. Now their search isn't only for vague clues. They know the nature of one Horcrux, and the means to destroy it may yet be found. Their resolve deepens, unspoken through whispered plans. And, somewhere between grief and relief, they remember to hope, once more. Creature no longer lurks in shadows. He becomes part of the traveling household, quiet, purposeful, his loyalty restored, his purpose clear. They leave the cottage, steps, lightened by a promise finally honored. Chapter 11, The Bribe. The trio and Creature travel in silence. Their path takes them back to safe places they once knew, now worn, changed, watched. They pause at a crossroads one morning, the mist lifting slowly around them. Hermione spreads the map again, pointing to a location where they might find supplies or information. It's a small, nondescript village not far from London. A neutral place, they hope, but magic is fraying everywhere. They arrive late in the day. The village is quiet. Shutters drawn. Street lamps dim. The few people they see glance at them briefly, concerned, curious. They find a modest inn, the Gorse and Thistle, an old building with wood beams and stone walls. Rooms above, a tap room below. It smells of ale, damp wood, and candle smoke. They enter. The tap room is half empty. At a corner table sits a man in a cloak, reading by lantern light. His face is burrowed in shadow. Harry and the others sit quietly. They order tea and ask about rumors, any signs of Death Eater presence. The landlord, round, mild, shrugs. Nothing for witches and wizards here, he says. But strange things. People moving about, financed by unseen hands. Then, discreetly, a second man appears. He does not sit. He glances around. He approaches. He's plain-faced, nervous. He
signals for them to follow, to the even quieter back room. Once closed door, he speaks, softly. I have something, he says.
Information. A bribe. Harry meets his eyes, wrinkled with worry. He continues. Death Eaters are scouting, ministry, faltering. The pureblood circle's meeting this evening in London. The man lays out a rolled parchment across the table. A list of names, key people, safe passages. He pauses. His voice falls. For money. I can give you this. Hermione leans forward. Why? She asks. Who are you? He flushes. My brother. Taken. Because someone talked. He taps the parchment. My brother walked away from purity. He was caught. Either feed names or he'll be next. Harry's chest tightens. A moral crossroad. Accept information secured by another's anguish. Or let them struggle. They discuss quietly. Ron steps out to the tap room. He notices a hooded figure in a booth, watching them. He returns. Silence drips between them. They know the risk. Decision. Ron returns to the innkeeper, offers payment, not gold, but something rarer, the Deluminator. The man's eyes widen. He leaves the room. Moments later, the landlord returns, hands trembling. The parchment. It's real. It's heavy with names. They leave as night thickens, stepping into narrow streets. Hermione glances back, the inn empty. Not a soul in sight. They know someone saw them leave. Will the man be safe? They do not look back. Harry tucks the parchment among their maps. They step softly to escape the village, vanish down narrow lanes. Survival here is layered now. Facts, fear, forgiveness. They walk on. Chapter 12. Magic is Might. The city air tastes cold as they near London, its tall chimneys and distant lamplit streets beneath a sky that seems to sag with worry. Because the Ministry of Magic has fallen, steeped in fear and dominance, a place of policy and propaganda, where the sign above the grand stone steps now reads, ironically and ominously, "Magic is might." They approach at twilight, cloaked and watchful. Hermione grips her wand under her cloak. Ron's heart thumps in his chest. Harry's jaw is set firm. Inside, the lobby stretches wide and grand. Tall pillars, echoing marble. Posters line the walls, with slogans praising power and purity, heralded in silent tyranny. A desk stands empty, papers strewn. A receptionist pushes a pile of ministry IDs, stamped, false identities for Muggle-Borns, recorded, labeled, controlled. Hermione exchanges a look with Harry. They have a mission here, to find clues to retrieve a Horcrux memory from Umbridge's past. They're here to infiltrate, to search, to leave again. They weave through corridors, past offices turned command centers. A Death Eater in ornate robes mans a desk. Propaganda posters proclaim purity, order. If they're caught, they know what happens. They slip into the bribe's lead, a scrap of address to lead them to the Muggle-Born Registration Commission, where files may hold a Horcrux clue. Their hearts are steady, but the hush around them presses like fog. Every footstep echoes. Every whisper could summon danger. They reach a tall, iron feature corridor. Sign reads, Muggle-Born Registration Commission. No one questions them as they slide inside, thanks to Hermione's stolen ID. Inside, desks line the room. Stacked files, dust motes. Umbridge sits behind glass, her polished pen snapping sharply, calling children filthy mudbloods. She leans forward, lashes lifted, gleaming with practiced cruelty. Harry's jaw clenches. They glance at each other. A plan unfolds. Hermione casts a quiet confundus, not loud, subtle, a distraction. Harry heads for the filing cabinets. Ron covers the door. They pull files. Hermione whispers the name they found. A connection to a memory, something echoed in Dumbledore's hints. They slip a memory vial through a cracked partition. Just as they finish, alarm bells jangle. The glass partition cracks with a curse. Umbridge's voice shrieks. Guards flood in. Harry lunges for the vial, and then a crackle of magic. The portrait of a flaming Fire Patch Cat in the door bursts to life. One by one, portraits open. They burst through. They run. Corridors twist. Spirits guiding, and at the exit, they apparate or simply vanish into the night. Outside they huddle, memory in hand, but hearts pounding. They are bleeding from the inside now, brushed by danger, unbroken yet scarred. They escape under the colorless moon, still huddled close. Creature waits, silent but proud. They press on. They learn that power can look clean, but be rotten at its core. That control is not order. That purity is not strength. They walk, silent, between the stones of the city and the forest of the wild. They carry memory, responsibility, and purpose. Chapter 13. The Muggle-Born Registration Commission. The dawn sky is thin and pale above the Ministry's stone arches. Behind its walls, fear has taken root, insidious as creeping ivy. The grand atrium carries a note of uneasy calm. Suits of armor stand silent beside banners proclaiming purity in steel and script. The air smells of disinfectant and magic mixed with anxiety. Harry, Hermione, Ron, and Creature slip through as quiet as the shadows they've become. Their stolen IDs burn small circles of warmth in their pockets. Through halls that once hummed, with license and enchantment they move, careful, silent. Though magic still tinkles in the air, it hums now with tension. Every statue's gaze might conceal a curse. Every shadow, a watcher. They follow a crooked corridor to the commission's door. Curse the ministry, Ron breathes, low and quiet. The entire place gives me the creeps. Hermione lays a steadying hand on his arm. It's just us, she whispers, and the mission. The commission room is pale and oppressive. Glass cubicles, rows of desks, endless files. Across the glass wall, Umbridge's pink suit bristles like thorns among petals. Her pen scratches rhythms of cruelty against qualifying names. Harry's heart pounds. He clutches his wand beneath his cloak. Hermione pinches him gently, reminding him, breathe. They slip into the corridor's gloom. Hermione glides past the glass to side door, out of sight. Ron watches the hall. Harry approaches the filing cabinets, eyes locked on a small scrap of familiar handwriting. Inside, he finds a memory vial, amber liquid swirling with unrevealed truth. He pockets it. Then, alarm. The light glows red. The glass barrier fractures. Umbridge shrieks. The room floods. With Death Eater steps and metal-clad guards. But in their flash of fear, magic answers. Portraits spring to life. Migrating from walls of history, they burst, guiding Harry, Hermione, and Ron out onto safety. They flee through quiet, echoing halls. They slip into corridors hidden from sight, until they're free. Outside, the ministry doors open onto an altogether different world, pavement and sky. They gather on Westminster Bridge, breathing the night breeze. Kreacher stands silent, his loyalty glowing among them. Together, they slip northward, across river and through narrow streets. The Sion, memory tucked close, their mission renewed. Chapter 14, The Thief. Night has fallen in the heart of London. Streetlights spill golden puddles on cobblestones. The air is cool, but carried on, it is still the taste of alarm. Memories stolen, danger close. Harry, Hermione, Ron, and Kreacher move through anonymous alleys. They're no longer in the Ministry's grasp, but the ache of escape lingers in their chests like a faint pulse. They find refuge in a cramped room above a Muggle shop, sparsely furnished, windows shuttered, breathing space earned quietly. Here, amidst silence and the creak of the floorboard, exhaustion settles in their bones, but relief is only a fragile thing. Hermione unpacks their haul. Maps, notes, the memory vial. Thoughts of Umbridge's prickled face flashing in her mind. Harry unwraps the golden snitch. Its wings glinted even in the lamplight. He holds it still, remembering Dumbledore's words and his own doubts. He places it on the small table beside the vial, beside the deluminator and fairy tale pages. The night stretches. No one moves much. Ron wanders to the window and stares out. Hermione tests charms over the door and windowsill. Harry closes his eyes and tries to piece the memory into place. And then, quiet footsteps below. They freeze. The door handle twists, gently. A thief stepping in, but not with malice. A woman, unknown, gentle-eyed, startled to find them. She looks at them, fear flickering in her eyes. They look at her. They see hope and suspicion. She speaks softly. You're the children from the papers, the ones who escaped the ministry? Harry nods. Her name is Edith Finch. She grabs his hand, pressing a scrap of cloth to him. A mark, a symbol, they both recognize. A protective charm woven by Muggle hands. She placed it under her floorboards. Why? Because she knows. Because she had whispered to herself in the dark, protect them. They breathe. Hope seeps in. Over mugs of tea, they learn each other's fears. She's a witch, quiet, resigned, fearful, bristling with vulnerability. But proud, determined. She offers a trade. Safety for the locket memory. A pact between strangers bound by compassion. Heavy with decision, the trio retreats to the back room. They debate quietly. Ethics and survival. They decide, yes, they'll exchange. At midnight, under an unsteady moon, they meet in the small room again. Edith stands at the door. They place the memory vial in her hands. She presses a protective ward on top. Harry kneels and recites a promise to return the favor when she needs it most. She nods, tears shining. She leaves. They lock the door gently behind her. The room feels smaller yet warmer. They lie down, the snitch between Harry's fingers. Together once more. Morning. They wake to the dawn, slowly burning away shadows. Though they've lost something, the memory, they've gained something richer, a fragile alliance, a reminder that even small kindnesses ripple outward. They pack again. They step into the gray dawn with slow bravery. The sky is pale, but hope lingers, like dew on grass. Chapter 15. The Goblin's Revenge. The morning sun filters through the leaves above them, casting soft speckles of warmth on the trio as they tread carefully toward Diagon Alley's heart. Yet now, under new skies, their boots tread over. Familiar cobblestone, but the air hums with caution. For the Ministry's influence has reached here too, and the banks stand wary, grim-faced. At the entrance to Gringotts, they pause, looking upon the towering doors framed in carved dragons. Once a place of comfort, now felt like a fortress guarding secrets both old and terrible. They enter. Inside, the grand hall feels hollowed, echoing with hushed payments and quiet deals. Goblin tellers watch them, but their eyes reveal outrage, more than fear. Harry, Hermione, Ron, and Kreacher pass through. They have come for Gornook, the goblin who helped break them out before, to seek information about the vaults and a possible Horcrux connection. They descend to a quieter courtyard, where Gornook sits, scarred, hand missing, rage pulsing beneath his calm exterior. He doesn't speak at first. Lowering his voice, he calls out threats, quiet curses echoing in the dark corners of the bank. They've stolen our heritage, our records, our freedoms. Harry steps forward. He speaks gently, remorseful for past actions. He doesn't ask for forgiveness, only for help. Gornook's gaze flares. Rage meets sorrow. Finally, he sighs. He leads them deeper, past charmed barriers and patrols, into a hidden wing beneath the bank. The vaults hum with old magic, deep underground, lit by lanterns with iron filigree. Gornook brings them to a vault not listed in any public ledger, secret, unmarked. He opens it. Inside lie artifacts, ornate, beautiful, sinister. One piece catches Harry's eye, a small ancient cup, silver, engraved with griffins and runes faint with dark magic. A Horcrux? Gornook watches him. The cup of Helga Hufflepuff, he says softly. Whoever holds the cup holds power. Voldemort coveted it. Harry's breath stills. The weight of it hums in his palm when he touches it, cold, heavy, waiting. They retrieve the cup, wrapping it carefully. Gornook pauses. He turns to Kreacher, stern gaze softening. You have honored your master's memory, he says. We will not let these items be used for darkness again. In that moment, a fragile coalition forms. House elf and goblin, wizard and witch, united not by race or fear, but by purpose. They leave the vault, the sunless corridors heavy. Behind them, outside, dawn breaks in muted gold. They step back into the world, carrying the cup, and hope, at last, catches flame. Chapter 16. Godric's Hollow. The road dips and winds, narrowing into a path flanked by overgrown hedges. Autumn's breath tingles in the air, leaves drifting like dreams, and the world feels hushed, as though holding its memories in its arms. They approach Godric's Hollow, the village where Harry was born, where homes stand close together, doors unopened, lanterns dim, and time seems to linger in each stone wall and crooked roof. The churchyard, they step into the graveyard, behind the old church. Sunlight filters through skeletal branches overhead. The gravestones lean in gentle solidarity. Harry's boots crunch on mossy earth as he finds the stone that bears his parents' names, Lily and James Potter. His breath catches, and he kneels, placing a hand on the cool stone. Emotions come in waves, tender longing, sorrow, a quiet ache that feels at once overwhelming and essential. He sits a while, tracing the engraving. Names and dates, so small, so human. The house where it began. They move toward the ruined cottage across the road, the place where his life began and was almost taken again. The windows are broken. The door hangs from its hinges, and ivy crawls over faded paint. Inside, the emptiness is sacrosanct, echoing with grief and courage and love passed through time. Hermione lights a charm to brighten the shadows. The room glimmers dimly, revealing faded photographs, a broken cane, and only memories. They remain silent, no words needed, standing not as lost children, but as pilgrims to a life that began with sacrifice and hope. Revelations by the road by. The cottage. Hermione produces the tales of Beetle the Bard, opening to the story of the three brothers. They read quietly, the words resonating deeper here, where legend and history entwine. Harry's gaze drifts to the dried petals in a jar on the windowsill, to a child's shoe tacked by parent hands, simple tokens of a life long gone. He thinks of Dumbledore's voice, the whispers about Deathly Hallows, and the fragile threshold, where life greets loss. A shared Breathguinea joins them here, having followed at a careful distance. She kneels by Harry and Hermione. Ron places a hand on Harry's shoulder, solid, steady. Together they stand, a quartet bound by tragedy, love, hope. No speeches, no grand gestures, just silence, just presence. A gift of closure. Before they leave, Harry kneels once more. He presses, his forehead to the stone, offering a silent prayer of thanks and sorrow. He stands and whispers, "Thank you for giving me a beginning. I'll make it worth this life." He pulls a small charm from his pocket, a simple token crafted by Hermione, and leaves it at the foot of the headstone. She watches him, her eyes soft with pride and grief. Walking back, they leave Godric's, hollow under pale skies. The cottage behind them is crumbling, but beautiful in its quiet ruin. On the road, the air feels lighter, grief shared, purpose renewed. Hermione gathers her friends. She folds the fairy tale book into her cloak. Ron carries the cup of Helga Hufflepuff with care. Harry tucks his snitch safely inside his robe, a lullaby for the heart in the silence between them. No one speaks. No one needs to. The weight has been shared. They walk on toward uncertain dawn, together. For every step ahead, they carry the soft power of remembrance. Chapter 17. Bathilda's Secret. The village of Godric's Hollow lies silent under a mist-laced evening. Lanterns cast halos on damp paths. The air hangs heavy with the scent of smoke and time. Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Ginny follow Bathilda. Bagshot's instructions, seeking the historian's old home, a place of dark promise hidden beneath gentle name. At the door, the house sits crooked, stones mottled with moss. Windows are shuttered. The front door hangs slightly ajar, an invitation and a warning. Harry pushes it open with care. A stair creaks. Dust motes swirl like tiny drifting wisps. They step inside, the empty hall of foyer, empty but for a pale chaise and gilded frames. Portraits of ancestors hang askew. Nothing moves, only quiet. They climb the stairs, each step measured, each breath deliberate. At the top, they find a dusty room, once lived in, with a small desk and chair. Bathilda's absence is weighty, an invisible presence filling the space. The study, the parchments are scattered. Her quills lie abandoned. A teacup sits half-finished. Hermione's voice breaks the hush. Magic has been here. Harry opens a journal, a scratch of handwriting, a note of arrival. He looks at Ginny and Ron. Something tightens in his chest. Bathilda appears, a slight rustle from the corridor. A figure stands in the doorway. Bathilda, elderly, bent in posture, skin pale as parchment, eyes glittering in starlight filtering through cracked glass. Harry, dear, she whispers, voice feather-light. She beckons him forward. Harry steps softly, tachycardia humming low. Ginny's hand touches his arm. Ron's wand clicks in place. In the parlor, Bathilda guides Harry into the room. Rocking chair, portrait of Dumbledore's family long gone. She smiles, but the candlelight reveals cracks. Her hand, once wizened, twitches unnaturally. She says his name too often, too warmly. Harry shrinks inward, remembering Nagini's rumble. He glances at Hermione. A sign is shared. Readiness. The truth revealed, Bathilda's face twitches like old leather, and then it splits. Her body falls away, revealing the real inhabitant. Nagini, long and slick, mouth rippling with human speech. A voice that echoes, dark echoes against stone. She was a vessel, Nagini hisses. Bathilda was the container. The room tilts. Harry raises his wand. Ginny steps forward, spell ready. Nagini lunges, faint flickers of memory shimmering. Bathilda's hand. Bathilda's voice, then vicious strike. Shadow in the Rumadul sparkles in the chamber. Nagini slithers. Hermione curses gently. Ron fires, hesitant but true. Harry shouts for them away. He leaps forward, protected by blood and loyalty, snatches Bathilda's journal from the desk. As he turns, Hermione's spell shatters the old glass pane, and the room floods with cold, night air. Nagini retreats, hissing. Outside in the mist, they burst into the yard, cold air rushing, lantern light quivering, breath labored, hearts pounding. They regroup, Ginny supporting Harry, Hermione clutching the journal, Ron keeping guard with wand drawn. No one speaks at first, but memory hums between them. Bathilda is gone. Only echoes remain, refuge and reflection. They slip away down the narrow lane. Mist snakes at their heels. They find a safe refuge, a small outbuilding warmed by remnants of candlelight. They collapse inside, bodies trembling. Harry holds Bathilda's journal in his hands. They read, each torn page, in the hush of mistake and truth, glean fragments of her history with Dumbledore. Cautious understanding blooms, knowledge of Dumbledore's loss, the sacrifices he made, and their cost. Shared warmth, they wrap quilts around shaky bodies. Ginny draws Harry into a tremulous cuddle. Warmth, comfort, human tether. Hermione and Ron huddle close. Quiet tears pressed behind referential nods. They are haunted, but not broken. A promise of caution. Harry stands and extinguishes the candle. He kneels to Ginny, softly promises, "We'll go forward. We'll be safe." She nods, tear-streaked, faith flickering, quiet but fierce. They settle to rest, eyes heavy, hearts hopeful, but vigilance wary, for the world is taller in the Khat. Dark. Chapter 18. The Life and Lies of Albus Dumbledore. The room is cloaked in pre-dawn stillness. Shadows linger in corners. Bathilda's journal lies open, pages flicked through again and again. Its words feel like quiet tremors, rumors, confessions, secrets spilled on paper. Unpacking the journal, Harry, Hermione, Ron, and Ginny sit in a small, safe cottage. The journal rests on the table, testament to hidden pains and sudden revelations. Inside, Bathilda recounts Dumbledore's childhood in Godric's Hollow, how he first met Aberforth, how he fell for a girl named Ariana, how this love and ambition intertwined with mistakes and tragedy. Harry reads aloud. A magic born, of love and pride, a power tempered by fear. Tears begin to form in Hermione's eyes. Ginny presses a hand to Harry's arm, a picture of a young Dumbledore. Their vision drifts to Dumbledore as a bright, eager boy, eyes wide, thirsting for power, drawn to dreams of changing the world. Then heartbreak, Ariana's accident. The tragedy that fractured the family. Bathilda's words tell of regret, blame, a love too heavy for a young soul. Harry feels the weight, Dumbledore's idealism, his hidden guilt, his cautious silence. These aren't simply memories. They're lessons, conversation in soft tones. They talk deeply. Hermione wonders, would knowing this have changed Harry's trust? Harry replies, no, but I needed to understand. Ron murmurs, no man's whole, not even the greatest. They realize Dumbledore was not faultless, but his love guided him even when he stumbled, forging a clearer path. The journal's tone shifts. It speaks of trust, of mistakes, of redemption, Ariana's death, Aberforth's blame, but also Albus's choice to bury regret into purpose. Harry absorbs this. He straightens. He does not fear Dumbledore's flaws anymore. He feels ready. Night's quiet conclusion, they extinguish the candle. Harry climbs into bed. Hermione brushes away tear tracks, lying beside Ron. Ginny cuddles into Harry's side. The darkness holds them, soft and unafraid, because sometimes truth, even hard truth, opens the way forward. Chapter 19, The Silver Doe. The night is nearly silent. A pale moon drifts behind thin clouds as Harry walks beneath bare branches. His footsteps are light, and his mind is heavy. They have found and hidden a Horcrux, Helga Hufflepuff's cup, safe for now. They've learned about Dumbledore's human faults, but the path ahead still feels fractured, missing light, missing direction. So Harry steps away from camp. He cannot sleep. He paces, pulling his cloak tight. A creature appears he follows, nothing but instinct. Some still small voice guiding him deeper into the woods. Then, quietly, a silver deer appears between the trees. It stands, calm, otherworldly. Moonlight flickers on its coat, making it gleam softly. Its eyes are gentle, welcoming. Harry feels recognition. He follows. A trail of hope. The doe leads him, step by silent step, through winding paths. Harry's heart pounds, not with fear, but with something like longing. This is the doe that saved his father in long-ago memories. The doe Patronus, a mirror shimmering in moonlight. It leads on. Across the river, they reach a river's edge. Moonlight shimmers on water's surface. The doe steps forward, not into the water, but pauses. Looks back at Harry, a soft beckoning gesture. He steps in. The water is cold, biting. He exhales. It steams in mist. The doe stands on the bank, calm and strong. At the pool's edge in the far side, the doe pauses near a narrow pool. Its muzzle dips in, silver ripples spreading outward. It waits. Harry feels the ache of years of waiting for permission, for guidance, for grace. He kneels at the pool. His reflection shimmers, eyes shadowed. He whispers, "Why are you here?" No answer but silence. A glimmer at the bottom, the doe stirs, surfaces drift, and below the water, something glints gold. Harry reaches in. His fingers graze cold metal. He pulls the golden snitch, its wings broken, tarnished, but intact. A hush like a blessing settles. He stares at it. The inscription shimmers. I open at the close. Soft revelation. Harry understands with a quiet certainty that this was Dumbledore's plan, a way to guide him through pain, through darkness, with something only visible at the end. He holds the snitch with gentle reverence. Tears trace down his face. The doe looks on, eyes clear. Then it steps away, turns, and vanishes into the night mist. Returned to camp, Harry walks back, snitch pressed to his chest. The dawn approaches, a promise. He steps into the circle of sleeping friends. He shows them the snitch. A quiet hope fills the air. They sit, watching sunrise stain the sky pale gold. Shared renewal they plan in hush. They'll follow this new clue. They'll gather strength, together. Harry slips the snitch into his pouch. Chapter 20, Xenophilius Lovegood. The countryside is cloaked in mist as they travel toward a crooked little house under leaning beams, Xenophilius Lovegood's. Rumors say he's odd, eccentric, a believer in things others hesitate to name. Aloud, the Deathly Hallows, Thestrals, symbol mysticism. Their arrival is quiet, respectful, footprints in dew-soft grass. The house Xenophilius' home is as whimsical as the man himself. Mismatched tiles, posters of the symbol for the Deathly Hallows pinned to walls, wind chimes tinkling with circulation magic, and odd trinkets that catch the eye. Inside, dust and curiosity blend. Elizabethan portraits share space with posters urging acceptance of odd beliefs, of forgotten truths. The family Xenophilius greets them, thin, pale, with gentle eyes, his greeting punctuated by a shawl and half-matched socks. Beside him sits Luna Lovegood, ethereal and dreamlike, hair drifting around her like moon-woven threads, her gaze perceptive and patient. Her eyes fall softly on Harry. She smiles with quiet warmth. Deathly Hallows. Introduced, Xenophilius leans forward, almost conspiratorial, to show them the symbol. A circle within a triangle bisected by a line. "This," he says in hushed excitement, "is the Deathly Hallows." Hermione gasps softly. Harry's heart quickens. Xenophilius tells them the story of the three brothers, the Elder Wand, an unbeatable wand ruled by ambition. The Resurrection Stone, a stone to call back what was lost. The Cloak of Invisibility, to move unseen, beyond time and sight. They listen, breathless. He presses a tattered copy of the Tales of Beetle the Bard into their hands. His own annotated version. Messy, heartfelt. A warning to Xenophilius grows serious. They won't believe it. Your friends, the ministry, the public. But the Hallows are real. And someone famous, has the wand now. Harry feels both awe and dread. That doesn't make it easier, Luna says softly. No, Xenophilius nods. But you must think for yourselves. Trouble arrives, night falls. They discuss quietly. Should they go public? Share the Hallows? Before a plan is formed, a shrill knock breaks. The stillness. Hooded figures swarm the house. Parents of Luna, friends of Xenophilius. Come to arrest him. The ministry, now the arm of Voldemort, has come. Escape under moonlight chaos floods the small cottage. Xenophilius pleads, trembling. Harry, Hermione, Ron, Luna, and Creature slip through hidden passages burrowed into the floor. They emerge in fields, chased by wands and curses, shadows stretching like fingers. Under moonlight, they run. Dawn, after flight. They collapse in a hollow at first light. Luna is silent. Xenophilius broken but gone. Lost to them now. He gave them truths, then took them away from hope, from a community willing to shield. But hope remains. Quiet resolve. Hermione holds the annotated beetle. Ron grips the cloak. Harry still holds the snitch. They watch dawn's edge pale in the sky. They know they walk a path lined with loss, but also lit by strange, flickering light. The Deathly Hallows. Chapter 21. The Tale of the Three Brothers. In the hazy dawn after their flight, the trio and Luna gather around a small fire in a secluded clearing. The air is still. Only the faint rustle of autumn leaves surrounds them. It's here that Hermione, cradling the annotated Beetle manuscript, reads aloud the third story, The Tale of the Three Brothers. The three brothers, long ago, three brothers travel along a hidden road. They encounter Death, who feels cheated and appears before them. He offers each a gift to match his wish. First brother clad in arrogance, he asks for a wand, the most terrible in existence. Death crafts the Elder Wand from an elder tree's branch, powerful, unbeaten. Second brother. Full of passion and sorrow, he asks for a stone that can recall the dead. He receives the Resurrection Stone, smooth, ancient. Third, Brother Humble, wary of death, he asks for something that lets him go on his way without being followed. Death gifts him the cloak of invisibility, echoes of the tale. Hermione's voice wavers at the end, the hush around them deep. They glimpse their lives in the story. A wand rumored to hold ultimate power, a stone that whispers with ghosts, and a cloak that has guided Harry since childhood. Harry holds his snitch. I open at the close, and feels the tale folding into his own. Soft reflections. They speak quietly, Hermione tracing her finger on a page. 3 gifts, but also lessons. Ron softly. Those who chased power fell. Those who hid lived fully. Luna, whispering, death is a friend to the wise. Harry closes the book. He breathes out, holding the snitch, the cloak hidden in his robes. A moment of stillness. They sit together in companionable silence, letting the story's warmth and weight sink in. The wind stirs leaves overhead like whispered sighs. He feels something shift inside, calm, resolve, the gentle authority of choice. The path ahead, as dawn light brushes the sky, Harry stands. He looks at his friends, his allies, forged in trials, love and sacrifice. He steps forward. Will they seek the cloak's true power? Will they claim the wand? The stone? Perhaps not yet. But now, in soft company and quiet knowledge, they are ready. Chapter 22. The Deathly Hallows. The forest feels different now. Underfoot, leaves rustle like hushed conversation. Branches interlace above, shifting silver light over the path. Harry walks between Ron and Hermione, the Beetle manuscript in his pocket, the snitch in his hand. This is the calm before the next step. Discovery and doubt. They travel to a landmark mentioned in the fairy tale. An ancient grave, a windswept hill, the place where a cloaked figure once lay. Hermione checks the manuscript. Ron and Luna scout. The perimeter. Harry kneels in frost-soft grass. He pulls the snitch carefully. Nothing. Disappointment flickers. Then, a soft click. The wings unfold. A parchment unfurls. Not just any note, but a map, illuminated with unfamiliar runes and a golden glow. 3 paths revealed. Hermione's eyes widen. The map shows 3 symbols, a wand, a stone, and a ring-drawn triangle. It shows the Hallows, she whispers. Where they might be. Ron glances at Harry. This could help. Arguments in the clearing. They argue about what to follow. The wand, the cloak, the stone. Each has promise. Each has peril. Ron, protective, grounded, urges focusing on Horcruxes first. Hermione, pragmatic, determined, agrees. Harry, listening, feels the promise in the Hallows, but the burden too. They stand again in the clearing, branches shifting overhead. They breathe and decide, one at a time. Step by step, a shared ritual, they sit in a circle. Hermione reads the tale again. Ron holds the snitch. Harry closes his eyes, speaking a vow. To the protection of life, to the light in darkness, to friendship unbreakable. They hold hands. A soft glow begins, not from wands but from hearts. The forest seems to exhale in response. The quiet beginning. When they rise, their path feels clearer. They step toward home, toward Hogwarts, toward Horcrux hunting, toward destiny's edges. But within them, something has changed. They carry a plan to find the Horcruxes, a new understanding of the Hallows, the memory of a quiet ritual born in unity. Magic, they realize, is not just found in wands, but in choices made by hearts that stand together. Chapter 23, Malfoy Manor. A carriage skitters over broken cobblestones. Metal glints in the moonlight. Hoods obscure faces. Chains rattle. 3 prisoners sit in the dim interior, their breaths shallow, their eyes haunted. Harry, Hermione, and Ron. They've been captured, dragged through corridors of fate. Now they sit, waiting. The arrival, they're brought into a vast stone prison beneath Malfoy Manor, dank, dripping, cold. Lucius comments quietly to Bellatrix, who smirks with delight. Chains bind their wrists. They sit apart, silent and still. Harry feels fear, sharp, but beneath it, an ember of calm. He breathes. He remembers purpose. Horcrux hunt. He remembers friends. Rescue may come. He remembers love, his strength. Interrogation Bellatrix circles them like a hawk. She taunts Harry, demanding knowledge of the Elder Wand. Harry says nothing. Ron spits curses. Hermione glares. Bellatrix flings a glance at Hermione's knockoff necklace of Klein bottles and smirks. Lucius shifts uncomfortably. The vault, they're tossed into a cage. Nearby stands Griphook, a goblin. His gaze passes over them, calculating. Bellatrix orders the big vault opened. Harry, glancing up, spots the Horcrux, a ring and a black chain. Momentarily, he feels its weight. Cold, fierce, hope, with teeth. Suddenly, chaos. Dobby, the house elf, appears. He vanishes chains, hunts down the cuffs, and whispers, "Harry Potter! Escape!" Hermione weeps quietly. Harry's voice cracks as he says, "Dobby's here!" They run. Dobby leads them through corridors, past furious Death Eaters, through a narrow doorway. "Not for long," Dobby whispers. They apparate away. Free but fragile. They land in the dark. Creature appears, leading them away with quiet urgency. They listen. Curses and shouts behind them. Harry holds the chain with the ring. But before he can think, Dobby collapses, struck by a knife thrown during their flight. He whispers, "Such a beautiful place to be free." And then, silences falls. The grief and the gift. Harry holds him. Hermione weeps. Ron stands apart, raw with loss. They bury Dobby on a small isle under the stars. No tombstone, only earth and quiet wind. Harry places a hand on the soil and says softly, "Thank you, friend." Moving forward, they leave in silence. Grief spurs resolve. Harry holds the ring chain, unsure if he should open it, but certain he must. He tucks it in his pocket and leads the trio onward, towards Horcrux hunts, towards mortality, towards final battles. Chapter 24, The Wand Maker. Silence. After storm-distant dawn, weary light filters through leafless branches as the trio and creature slip through woodland paths, carrying heavy hearts and fragile resolve. They emerge near a small, crooked house of honey brown stone and wild roses, quietly nestled as if untouched by time. They approach. It is Ollivander's shop, the place where wands were first chosen for Harry, where destiny softly began. A gentle reunion. The door creaks. Inside, Ollivander stands in candlelit shadow. His eyes, pale as pearl, glimmer with grief, but warmth flickers too, rekindled on seeing them. "Harry," he murmurs, voice a tender wind through memory. "Mr. Ollivander," Harry responds softly. A long moment of reflection passes. Hermione and Ron stand respectfully aside. Creature bows low. Stories in wood and ivy. They settle around an old workbench ringed with jars and tools. Ollivander speaks. He tells of wands reforged, of woods bored and bound to human hearts, of the wand's loyalty to its master. Harry listens, grateful and still, needing some calm wisdom. Ollivander holds Harry's broken wand, the phoenix feather twin to Voldemort's, and explains how its magic fractured, yet its soul remains bonded to Harry's. He shows them a row of rare wands, each with history, scars, voices of their own. "A new path power," Ollivander says softly, "is not their art. They magnify what's inside." He glances at Harry's wand. You may wish for another, but perhaps, first, understand this one. He guides Harry through repairing, not replacing, the broken wand with care and intention. Candlefire flickers. Night's chill recedes. Harry's wand feels fuller again, mended, but marked, proud, and unmasked. Memory and meaning, Ollivander shares intimate knowledge of the Elder Wand, the lore, the ownership, the curse upon its ambition. He warns of its danger, not demon, but a mirror of the wielder's heart. Harry listens. He clenches the wand, a pledge forming in silence. A ray from the past, in the glow of oil lamps, Ollivander offers Harry an old note, yellowed, looping in Dumbledore's handwriting. The wand chooses the wizard and requires courage, not conquest. Harry absorbs it. Hope warms him, bidding farewell. Morning light finally edges in through dusty panes. Harry, Hermione, Ron, and Creature share a quiet farewell with Ollivander. He presses a small wooden box into Harry's hand. A phoenix quill, the token of mastery and humility. May it guide you, he whispers. Stepping into dawn, they depart into dew-soft fields. Harry holds the wand. Its warmth offers company. They walk on, determined, introspective, silently ready. Chapter 25. Shell Cottage. Arrival at the CA low, steady rhythm thrums in the air, the sea breathing just beyond the dunes. Salt and damp sand settle underfoot as they walk from the woodland edge. They ascend a small slope, and there, it stands, Shell Cottage, a small white house perched just above the shore, its walls dotted with shells, stones, and driftwood, a guardian of scattered tales and quiet refuge. Hermione and Ron look at each other and gently smile. The memory of laughter they thought had washed away returns, effervescent, comforting, far louder than the hush indoors. Harry stands by the doorway, the mended wand in his hand, watching the sea. Slow waves rolling like whispered promises he feels across his skin, inside the cottage. The front door opens onto a cozy room, pale wood beams overhead and sandy rugs beneath. A fire crackles in the hearth. A round table is laid with food, fish stew, warm bread, and mugs of tea. Bill and Fleur, Weasley greet them, careful, relieved, warm. Kind eyes meet Harry's. Fleur gives him a soft kiss on the cheek, gratitude and concern in her gaze. Arthur Weasley stands behind, a comforting pillar of quiet pride. They treat the trio like returning birds, careful, tender, glad at their return. Shared. Comfort evening drifts in like gentle tide. They sit around the table, meal passing slowly, stories shared in soft tones. Ron's missing ear isn't spoken of. No pity, only steady, unspoken care. Hermione sips tea and tucks her book into her lap. Harry watches the flames dance, like memories that sometimes flicker back, but can also fade into warmth. Bill leans in to whisper, "You're safe here. Powers that be won't reach us." Harry smiles, gratitude echoing behind his eyes. Moments. By the sea later, they walk outside, barefoot on the sand, the sea bleeding softly in waves. Harry picks up a shell, pink with stone flecks. He raises it to his ear, white noise, rhythmic, whole. He thinks of Dumbledore, he thinks of Sirius, he thinks of Dobby, and he rests in the moment, letting grief fold into memory, and memory into something sustaining. Small revelations back inside. Hermione shows them entries from Beetle the Bard, scribbles, drawings, discussion hums, the Deathly Hallows where they might go next, how to follow the map in their hearts. Ron sighs. Harry squeezes his friend's hand. They remember Luna's voice about the Hallows being real and the calm ritual in the woods. They realize they don't have to wield power. They only have to choose what matters. Quiet acts of care. As the fire dies, they prepare to sleep. Ginny curls into Harry's side. Hermione and Ron settle by the window. Outside, the sea spins in moonlight. Harry checks his wand by the lamp. Its warmth settles him. He feels the snitch tucked in his pocket, and the mended wand resting whole in his palm. Shell Cottage holds them in safety. Night's peace. They wearily climb to their rooms. Harry squeezes Ginny's hand once more. Sleep beckons, the candle gutters out, and in the hush, the house listens to their breathing. Shell Cottage holds vigil. Next mornings, dawn they wake to the gentle sea light. Bird songs drift in through the curtains. Bill brings in warm fish and herb gruel. Laughter threads through breakfast, threads that feel both familiar and fragile. Arthur asks if they found anything new about the Horcruxes. Harry nods, quietly confident. The day begins bright. For the first time in days, they feel settled. Plans. In progress after breakfast, they gather over the Beetle manuscript, the map, the snitch, and Hermione's notes. They plan, return to Grimmauld Place for more research, venture to Hogwarts next, keep an eye out for the Elder Wand and Resurrection Stone. They mark potential sites on a faded map, centuries-old towers, hidden graves, rumored cloisters. It's still a daunting path, but they walk it together. An ocean blessing. Before they leave Shell Cottage, Bill takes Harry aside. He places a personal heirloom, a small seashell charm, around Harry's neck. "It's protection," he says softly. "From me, from the sea." Harry nods, touched. Fleur offers Hermione similar talismans. They wear them close to their hearts. Departure. They tread quietly across the sand, the weight of gifts warm against their chests. They pause at the wooden gate, for memories, for longing, for promise. The ocean holds out its song behind them. Shell. Cottage gently retreats into the haze, small and steadfast. Harry looks back and whispers a thank you to the walls, the sea, the warmth, and then they move forward. Chapter 26. Gringotts. Moonlit. Approach. Under a cloud-pale moon, they travel east, bound for the towering spires of Gringotts Wizarding Bank. The distance hums through winding roads and furtive conversations. Their path is one of restraint, no flashy spells or dramatic charm, just the quiet confidence that comes from shared purpose and steady hearts. Disguised entry. At the entrance, Xenophilius borrowed disillusionment charms cling to their robes, soft. Ripples of invisibility that make them mere whisper walkers. They slip past goblin guards, silent as shadows, into the grand marble foyer. Lanterns glow overhead. Silence is their ally. Gornuk's aid. A familiar goblin awaits. Gornuk, his hand still scarred but his expression resolute. He bows without fanfare. "No bells," he mutters, indicating shady side stairs leading down, bypassing the grand hall, avoiding attention. Vault of Secrets. They descend deeper, the air growing older, heavier. At the lowest level, Gornuk stops at a hidden cubby. He presses his hand to the wall. Runic symbols glow and a door opens. Inside stands the vault. White stone walls inlaid with a dragon emblem. The lock hums beneath Gornuk's deft touch. The Hufflepuff Cup. When the vault opens, there rests the cup of Helga Hufflepuff, ornate, rounded, deadly quiet. Harry reaches forward, gently cradles it, fingerprints brushing the runes. It feels impossibly heavy, laden with centuries of history. They pause in silence to honor the weight of their find. Cowardice in the dark. But as they turn to escape, the lock springs open elsewhere. A goblin guard emerges, eyes hard and metal wand drawn. The guard hesitates, not recognizing Dobby's tragic gifts, nor Harry's stolen status. Without spell, Harry steps forward, voice soft. "Take care. We're helping destroy what's harming all of us." The guard's wand lowers, just enough. His decision is the quiet turning of alliance turned from fear into understanding. Sudden alarm. But the peace breaks, with a shout. Death Eaters. Footsteps echo on the marble. Lanterns sputter. Shadows stretch long. Escape below. Gornick seals. The vault. They sprint back through tunnels, feet echoing, fear simmering. Gornick fires a silent lock-closing spell behind them. They pass goblin guards who take no notice, preoccupied by Power's tremors, not intruders. Back to safety, fragile. They emerge under the moonlit lobby again, but the world feels off-kilter. Lantern light flickers. Steps and voices drift down stone corridors. They move faster, propelling themselves outside through side doors. Relief and regret. Outside in the cool night, they stop. Harry fingers the cup's rim. A piece of him. Gone from his grasp, Ron murmurs. Harry nods. One more down. They breathe. Exhausted. Alive. Eyes bright with memory and quiet relief. Shared resolution. They regroup far from Gringotts, where the night is open, and the world vast above them. Harry cups the Hufflepuff cup, tucks it safely in Hermione's enchanted bag. The weight in his chest lightens, just enough. They walk, voices low. Next, Hogwarts. Where we'll finish it. Where it began, hope in shadow. They move away under starlight, 3 figures walking through night-washed. Streets bearing the weight of the past and the promise of its end. Would you like to continue to Chapter 27, The Final Hiding Place, next? Chapter 27, The Final Hiding Place. Arrival at Hogwarts grounds. Under a dusky sky, the trio and creature stand just beyond the familiar iron gate of Hogwarts. Though darkened and changed, the castle's silhouette still rises like a silent promise, a home that once soothed them, now calls to them again. The wind sighs, carrying whispers of ancient enchantments and hopes yet unmet. They slip inside with quiet steps, weaving through empty courtyards and long corridors. Each echo of their footsteps carries memory, mock exams, midnight feasts, laughter beneath the stars. Tonight, those memories guide them toward the heart of this place, a library whose secrets may yield the final clue to a Horcrux hidden close to home. A search in silence. They enter the library, its massive shelves lining vast walls. Moonlight filters through tall windows, painting silver stripes across wooden floors. The hush here is sacred, knowledge suspended in the still air, waiting. Hermione opens the Tales of Beetle the Bard, tracing faded runes in the margins, the clues Dumbledore left about a diadem. She breathes softly as realization dawns. The lost diadem of Ravenclaw might be hidden within these ancient walls. Ron finds a flight of secret stairways behind a dusty shelf. Each step creaks, a drumbeat in the quiet, unfolding pathways forgotten. They exchange glances of determination. In Ravenclaw Tower, they climb to the tower's upper rooms. Tapestries rustle gently as they pass. The stairwell lands them in a dim chamber full of cushions and desks flooded by moonlight. There, hidden in a narrow nook, lies a case, the lost diadem. Antique and ornate, its silver metal bears a lone, radiant star. It hums softly, almost like a heartbeat beneath Harry's fingertips. He lifts the diadem with reverence, as if the weight of wisdom itself rests in his hands. Hermione catches his gaze, relief and pride shimmering in the hush. Escape with grace. They retrace their path under moonlight, careful to stay hidden. Wands drift low, ready to silence any approaching footsteps. They reach a room they once shared, memories of youth overlapping with shadows of war. With a collective breath, they step outside. Beyond the castle grounds, the world feels vast again. Hope renewed. Harry cradles the diadem against him. He looks at Hermione and Ron, the home they have found in each other. We're closer now, he whispers. They walk on into the night, the castle behind them, the future ahead, carrying hope, history, and a promise made in moonlight. Chapter 28. The Missing Mirror. Quiet reunion, night's hush has carried them far from Hogwarts. They stand outside a small, half-lived cottage belonging to Aberforth Dumbledore, Harry's uncle by blood, reclusive yet kind in a stern, gentle way. They come seeking refuge and renewed determination, entering the community. They slip inside, greeted by a warm, lantern-lit hearth and the soft clink of mismatched teacups. Aberforth stands off to the side, reserved, quiet, but offers water, blankets, and silent trust. He doesn't ask questions. He allows moments of calm after their frantic journey. Reflection of the heart. Harry drifts to a narrow mirror hanging on the wall. He touches its frame, smooth, dark wood. It's not the mirror of Erised. Its purpose seems different, more grounded. He gazes. At first, only his own reflection appears, tired but determined. Then, behind him, flickers of Ron and Hermione, sharing comforting silence, their faces easing with unspoken solidarity. Harry realizes the mirror reflects, not wants but truths, and he sees that they are stronger together. Hidden conversation, Hermione approaches quietly, placing a hand on Harry's shoulder. She nods towards Aberforth, who has slipped into the corner of the room, listening. Harry gently pulls her aside. In whispered tones, he asks if she ever looked into the mirror of Erised again. She shakes her head. I saw you both, she admits, living, normal, more than ever. They share a soft smile. No more need for illusions, they have each other. Aberforth's offer later, Aberforth offers them more than hospitality. He offers access to the secret passage back into Hogwarts, hidden behind the Hog's Head wall. He points to a hidden door behind the bar. This will guide you in and out, safe and quiet. He says little, his kindness spoken in presence, not words. Harry thanks him softly. In that simple pledge, he finds peace. This journey holds not just war, but good people watching over him. A moment of unity, they sit in quiet together, Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Aberforth. Creature curls at their feet. Outside, rain begins as a song, not harsh but rhythmic, like protection. Harry tells Aberforth about their finds, the diadem, the snitch's message, the Hufflepuff cup. Aberforth listens gravely. He stands, nods, and returns with a small mirror fragment, a shard from the missing piece of the mirror of Erised left in Dumbledore's home. He places it in Harry's hand. It belonged to your cousin, he says. She'd meant it to guide you. Harry holds the mirror piece, its surface dark and fathomless. He sees his own weary reflection. He flicks his gaze to the others. Ron, and Hermione watching him with quiet pride. He smiles a tired, heartfelt smile. Choosing what matters, Harry places the mirror shard alongside the snitch and diadem in his cloak pocket. The weight feels right. Together, they prepare to leave, beyond Aberforth's hospitality, into destiny. They step out of the cottage under Aberforth's lantern, hearts calm, spirits tethered. Stepping toward dawn outside, the rain has softened to mist. Their paths splinter, but remain tethered in promise. Harry hugs the mirror shard briefly. He whispers, I know what matters. And with that quiet conviction, they walk into the mist, into their final choices. Chapter 29. The Lost Diadem. Dawn at Hogwarts' edge. The first light of dawn filters softly along the paths that lead to Hogwarts. Mist curls low over the grounds, settling in the hollows of the Black Lake and drifting through the tree lines. The gentle hush of an awakening castle surrounds them as Harry, Hermione, and Ron approach the familiar gates. Their faces carry the light of purpose a kinder spirit might cast. Each pace, each step, stirs centuries of memory amid the echoing, walls they once called wonder-filled home. Hermione checks her watch, early, quiet, hopeful. Ron grips his wand as though it were an anchor. Harry pauses, inhaling the dawn. His journey here is woven with weighty history. Horcruxes hunted, friends lost, hearts bared. They pass through Hogwarts' grand gate one by one, like travelers returning home not to rest, but to rescue something lost in time. Beyond the grate hall, they drift down corridors that feel both familiar and distant. Muffled echoes of students long gone cling to the walls. Tower footfalls, laughter in distant corners. It all seems suspended in hush, waiting for them to piece truths back together. They pass the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy, still archaic and lively. Portraits bleed curiosity but remain respectfully silent. The smell of old wood and parchment brushes their senses, carrying whispers of enchantments that offered comfort long ago. They head toward Ravenclaw Tower. A flight of stairs Hermione leads them into a narrow, spiraling stairwell. Each step creaks like a lullaby of memory beneath their feet. Light from their wands is soft amber, illuminating the worn edges of a centuries-old structure. The three emerge onto a landing overlooked by water jug sculptures and carved faces. Curtains flutter with a gentle draft. The silence feels holy. "Here," Hermione whispers. This nook was once mentioned in Dumbledore's notes. They move softly toward a wall panel that looks inconspicuous. No heralded crest or inscription, but it hums with dormant energy. Unlocking the hidden room, Harry reaches out, pressing spells Hermione whispered to him, soft incantations layered in the hush, and the panel shifts. A click, a ghostly breath of stone moving aside. A hidden room appears beyond, a tidy chamber lit by stained glass overhead, patterns washing the floor in muted colors. A few desks stand in careful rows. Crystal globes and telescopes gaze out. Through high windows. It is serene inside, a place meant for quiet thought, reflection, and reward by solitary magic. At its center sits a single pedestal carved of pale marble. Upon it rests the lost diadem of Rowena Ravenclaw, the ancient artifact they now seek. It is ornate, silver set with starling-shaped filigree, and in its metal, a central gemstone gleams faintly, unpolished yet potent with ancient heritage, echoing both wisdom and burden. Harry steps forward, heart coiled with awe, grief, remembrance, reverence. He touches it lightly. There is a whisper, softer than a sigh, older than memory, like breath across the back of his neck. He can almost hear Rowena's voice pleading, "Do not forget the value of learning, the dignity of humility, the strength in truth." Harry lifts the diadem. Its weight is gentle but exacting, a weighing of souls. He feels his reflection in the metal's curve, not just his own face, but those of everyone who took part in this journey. Hermione's soft courage, Ron's steady loyalty, Dumbledore's provoking brilliance and tragic humanity. He closes his eyes. A promise surfaces. "I will remember. I will be worthy." Only Harry can hold it. Hermione gently breaks the hush. "Harry, let's go." He nods, placing the diadem inside. Hermione's protective bag, a place already holding the cup of Hufflepuff and the thief's memory vial. The weight of essentials now hums softly inside. They turn to leave. Each step echoes like echoes of ancient footsteps. They move with care, sacred ritual, heartbeats synchronized, return through the night. Their departure from the room is slower, gentler, knowing that what they carry is more than magic. It is purpose. They pass statues, silent sentinels, and exit the tower with equal delicacy. Their passage breaks the dawn a little wider, let the castle breathe easier. They reach the ground floor, then the courtyard. The stone is cool but steady. Underfoot, Hermione folds herself quietly, as though folding time, a shared pause. They cross the grounds under an emerging sun. Harry stops beside the fountain near the door, holding the bag with tenderness. It has become a lead weight and a soft anchor. Ron stands to his left, Hermione on his right. Harry breathes low. 3 Horcruxes gone, a 4th found and hidden. And now, this. He glances at the morning sky, sunlight touching his hair. Maybe we're ready to finish this. Ron nods. Hermione squeezes Harry's shoulder. All three look inward, recognizing the gravity of tomorrow's decision. A promise under. Falling leaves, autumn leaves drift from surrounding trees, swirling at their feet. Harry tilts his head, letting a leaf land on his cloak. They fall, and the tree endures. He breathes out, soft, calm, resolved. Walking toward the next moment, Tiroana cross the grounds, heading back into the castle's hush. Their journey will continue toward higher risks, colder truths, fiercer choices. Not yet tonight, but tomorrow. Tonight, they hold this moment. Three friends, private and determined under early light. A world of sorrow and courage held in their hands. A castle of history shielding their resolve. Chapter 30. The Sacking of Severus Snape. Approaching castle, under quiet midnight skies, Harry, Hermione, and Ron stand atop the cliff's edge, gazing down at Hogwarts, its towers dimmed, battlements silent, but its presence unwavering. The cold night air carries salt from the lake, mixing with the distant scent of autumn's first frost. This castle, once sanctuary, now fortress, holds answers they've journeyed far to reclaim. They share a breath. No words needed. Sneaking in using Aberforth's secret passage behind the Hog's Head, they re-enter the castle in hushed unity. Stone corridors stretch before them, lit by occasional torchlight. Shadows pool in alcoves, cloaking them in silence. Their footsteps echo only in tandem with their shared purpose, to discover Snape's role and understand what awaits them. Entering the Great Hall, they emerge into the Great Hall, vast, empty, its long tables cleared, banners draped in silence. The enchanted ceiling shows faint moonlight and scattered stars, as if the night sky gathered within four walls. They move past the head table, frozen in a hush of expectant quiet. Here, the weight of memory gathers like a pulse, feasts, triumphs, sorrow. Now, it's their arena. Guarded steps, their wands drawn softly, they advance toward the staff tables, where Severus Snape's place sits still, as though waiting. Each footstep carries the tension of unseen history, the complexity of loyalty, betrayal, and courage. Ron grips his wand tight. Hermione's voice is small and steady. Quiet. Finding the headmaster's office. They slip out through side corridors toward the stone entrance of the headmaster's office. The gargoyle remains motionless, unreadable in its invitation. Harry steps forward, whispers the password. The portrait glides aside, revealing the winding steps upward, and then light. A single lantern dancing in soft luminescence. A solemn reflection. Inside, the office is silent except for Snape's heavy breathing. He stands behind the serene desk, still in robes of the headmaster's office, but his expression drawn tight with fatigue. He doesn't turn immediately. He simply stands, watched, measured. Beginning. A test of trust. Harry steps forward. Severus! Snape turns, eyes sharp and raw. Potter, he says in a voice both thin and thunderous. Granger, Weasley. Hermione's hand hovers near her wand, Ron's posture clenched tight. But Harry pauses, still, deliberate, questioning the silence. Harry asks softly, "Why were you there? In the staff table?" Snape's shoulders shift. His voice is cold and tight. He doesn't need to explain, but he does. He speaks of warning, of silent orders, of hidden duty. He speaks of Dumbledore's wishes, truth too heavy carried in private. Harry listens. Uncovering layers, Snape moves to the windowsill, gazing out at the silent towers. He tells them of Voldemort's suspension, of Hogwarts, a bastion now used for battle and control. He tells of traitors within, of his dangerous path serving two masters, treading a razor's edge. Harry softens, but doesn't lower his wand. The test of authenticity. Ron finally breaks. If you were loyal, if you helped, he falters. Where's your proof? Snape. places one cold hand on Harry's table, then pulls down a vial filled with thick silvery memories. He hands it to Hermione. Her wand hovers above, then lowers. Harry's gaze softens with recognition. The slither of a diary page, a whisper of conversation, intimacies long kept. The memory shared Hermione taps the vial with her wand. The memory arcs across the room. In living haze, Snape and Dumbledore speaking of loyalty, of sacrifice, of Hogwarts, of Harry, of futures saved. In the reflection, Harry sees himself as a boy, deserved of love and forgiveness. Harry turns to face Snape. Tears quiet the edge of his eyes. Snape's expression is unreadable, stern, weary, possibly grateful, though he would never admit. Forging connection, Harry's voice is gentle. Thank you. No grandeur, no applause, just whispered honesty. Snape nods, voice hoarse. He did not do it for me. Harry watches him, the portrait of a man misunderstood, miscarried in rumor. Agreement to act without words, Harry pauses, then places a hand on the vial, as though it's a promise. Ron steps forward. We need you. Now. Snape's head bows. Small shift, allegiance accepted. The door opens, Snape moves toward the pensive, guiding them within. Faces ghostly, corridors longer, but the air less burdened. Hermione retrieves memories of Hogwarts, long forgotten. Spells, hidden passages, friend as ally, enemy as trap. They understand. Hogwarts itself holds the final key. These halls may betray or protect. A promised return. Hermione lowers the vial and looks at Harry. His nod is quiet, but resolute. Snape steps back. Chambers lighten. The pensive's glow dims. They sheath wands, not as victors, but as companions. Knights. And they leave the office. Harry glances back. Snape's silhouette lingers in lamplight. Ron and Hermione share his look, relieved, cautious, hopeful. Outside, the damp courtyard offers renewal in silence. A trail. Under stars, they descend Hogsmeade. Steps. No words backward, only forward. Creature joins silently behind. The night feels softer, not safer, but steadier. Harry knows the road ahead is still dark. But tonight, Hogwarts shelters them again. Not just as a place, but as a promise. Chapter 31. The Battle of Hogwarts. Dawn of the final stand. The sky over Hogwarts is heavy and gray, as though aware of what the day must hold. Dawn breaks in muted swirls above towers and courtyards. Every stone seems to hold its breath. The castle, ancient and storied, stands firm, prepared for the storm. Within the walls, students and teachers gather, each hand clasped, each face set to a purpose beyond fear. Harry, Hermione, Ron, Ginny, Neville, everyone finds their place. Among defenders, wings of hope spread wide, even as tension pulses through the air. Gathering in the courtyard, Harry stands before his friends, his cloak wrapped close, the trio's shared trophies hidden beneath. Hermione's expression is calm, resolute. Ron grips his wand as though it is an extension of his soul. Around them, faces familiar and new form a circle. Professors, allies, creatures of courage. Creature drifts near the edges. The weight of responsibility sits quietly on every shoulder. Harry's voice is steady, soft, yet sure, as a single candle flame. Today we stand together, not just to fight, but to save what's good in this world. We stand for each other. The hush that follows is gentle and real. The first clash as Voldemort's army surges forward. Death rattlers of magic, order and strength flicker to life. Curses explode in symphonies of color. Shields of spells weave like guardians born of breath. Towering battalions of defenders hold ground. They push back, on stone and grass and sky. Harry sees Neville extend his wand toward the statue of the Grey Lady's winged boar. Stones tremble to life, allies risen from dust. A great surge of elemental fury follows, and the defenders hold. Into the depths, Harry, Hermione, and Ron navigate corridors turned battlefield. Furniture overturned, torches down, banners shredded, shadows dart, voices cry warnings, shouts, of spell and resistance. Under the banners of the Order and Hogwarts, they move toward the Chamber of Secrets, toward the final Horcrux hidden beneath. At the locket's site, the locket Horcrux throbs in a dark nook below Snape's portrait, a place of echoes and half-lit stone. Ron's wand trembles. Hermione stands guard. Harry holds the basilisk fang. He crimsons at the memory of Tom Riddle's diary, the swirl of voices guarding secrets. With steady breath, he plunges the fang into the locket. Metal cracks, soul splinters. The world shudders. They watch as Horcrux dissolves in acid-like splash, unmaking an ancient echo of dark design. The weight lifts. Hermione exhales. Quiet. Triumph. Defender's heart. They retreat up stone stairs. The castle rumbles beneath feet. Buildings tremble as dark magic eats at the stones. Lights flicker. They race through the dungeons toward the Great Hall. Patrons of history, the Marauders' map's echoes, Hogwarts ghosts, watch as the war pulses through corridors. At every turn, brave faces. Hufflepuff, Gryffindor, human. Choice. Stand firm. They falter, but rise again. Severus Snape's memory revealed. Before they can join the final confrontation, Harry halts at the door of the headmaster's office. Hermione brings the pensive before him. Harry breathes. It's time. He plunges his hand into the silver pool of memory. He sees Snape and Dumbledore, raw with heavy truths. He sees the whistle of the Elder Wand, the silence of trust, the sacrifice misunderstood until now. Bombs of revelations kindle and fade. Every revelation makes the war less about vengeance and more about honor. Harry emerges from the memory, tears steady. They are not of loss this time, but of undeniable loyalty. The final confrontation draws within the walls of the Great Hall. All gather. Professors, students, allies, the petrified silver statue of Rowena Ravenclaw standing sentinel. The walls hum with expectancy. The night beyond the windows is still, expectant. Voldemort enters. The final darkness given physical form. His voice rings, cold and loud as a death knell. Harry steps forward, wand raised. So do Hermione and Ron, Ginny and Neville, Hagrid and Luna. Their eyes light with firm refusal, with fury born of love. Wands that choose hope. The first spell ripples between Harry and Voldemort, not a clash of wizards, but of allegiances. Inside the silent current of magic, history rewinds and rushes forward. In a moment's silence, they separate. No spark, no storm. Then one voice stands clear. Neville. Sword bright in hand stands center. Proof, resistance living, defiance of death. The Elder Wand recognizes true change. The quiet fall Voldemort's curse strikes, but rebounding, faltering, in fleeting hesitation. The power of love unites against the singular malice, hinging, dissolving, undone. A final bolt of green. Flickers and the Dark Lord falls. The hall exhales. After the storm silence floods, the living hold each other. Tears drift in the lamplight. Harry finds Ron and Hermione, tightly entwined. Ginny races forward. They stand as one, as if held within one body of hope. And above, the stars beyond the enchanted ceiling are clear.
Again, the castle rebuilds itself in the calm that follows. Dawn's promise. They stand in the courtyard at morning's quiet. Dust settles. The air tastes like grief's womb and hope's blossom. Flowers heave through cracks in stone. Reminders of endurance and renewal. Harry, Hermione, Ron step forward. Harry squeezes Hermione's hand, and Ron's, "We did it!" Hermione softly answers, "Together," and Ron, "This time, they chose hope." World reborn under quiet. Suns, the wind drifts through the towers.
Hogwarts lives. A promise reawakens. Even in the darkest story, the bravest heartbeat can prevail. Tonight, the castle breathes easier. Tonight, hope stands tall. Chapter 32. The Elder Wand. Dawn, beyond battle. The first light after the storm slips quietly across the courtyard of Hogwarts, soft gold that patches damp stone with promise. Groans and distant song rise as survivors emerge, all souls held together by loss and love. Dust drifts in motes as they begin to gather, and Harry stands apart for a moment, his breath steady, his gaze still as he watches the castle wake. He still holds the Elder Wand, the one object that tempted rulers, dictators, and dark hearts. Now in his hand, it is weightless, unassuming. He allows himself to see it without ambition, only responsibility. Quiet tapestries of loss and renewal. Around him, friends embrace. Muddy robes, tear-streaked faces, beams of relief and disbelief. Ginny's warmth in a gentle hug, Hermione's steady grip, Ron's crooked grin tempered by tears. Harry turns and drifts toward Hagrid. They stand in understanding silence. The big man's eyes blur as he squeezes Harry's arm. They move together toward the great oak doors, worn but welcoming, leading to the procession of healing. Gathering of survivors. In the great hall, everyone has convened. Professors, students, battle-scarred fighters. Some bear injuries, others bear stories. All share the same hush that ripples with an unspoken symphony of hope. Harry takes the Elder Wand forward, heart slow, every eye respectful but worn with the sorrow and triumph of today. He sets the wand gently on Dumbledore's dais, then looks across the crowd. I could claim it. His voice echoes soft stone. But the world doesn't need a new master of power. It needs rest. It needs healing. A pause. Let it die with me. He steps back. The wand remains unmoved, but the air seems lighter. The wielding of choice Hermione crosses to him, her eyes filled with unspoken joy and relief. She places her hand next to his. He looks at the broken, mended wand, the one he carried to protect the past and to guide the future. He murmurs softly, "This is enough." She nods. Ron steps forward to join both. Together, they leave Dumbledore's dais and exit Hogwarts together. No one holding power, only promise. Outside, under new skies, stepping onto the courtyard stones again, the first whispers of new life swirl in their chests. Above them, the sky swells with hopeful sun. Below, the grass glistens, green and forgiving. Harry squeezes Hermione's hand. Ron smiles. They walk together, without legerdemain, without pretense, just friends launching into what might come next. Gathering the components, they walk into Hagrid's shadowed forest, a place full of roots and rebellion. There, Bill, Fleur, Luna, Neville, Ginny, and others help them bury the Elder Wand piece by piece, each segment cast gently into the ground to rest with ancient trees. As students and allies lay hands on the wand, they speak forgiveness. The Eolf wood sinks into moss and roots. The pieces face only Morgana's last curse, allowed to return to the land. Later, Bill reads Lilith's inscription reversed. Where no body lays, peace grows. The ground is seeded with new hope. Returning to Shell Cottage, their path leads them back to the sea-swept cottage. Shell Cottage, where quiet meals and conversations had sown renewal in their tired gifts. They return with the snitch, the locket, the cup, the diadem, all reunited. Harry places them on the table and covers each with a cloth. He watches the sea through the wide window, its horizon bright with possibility. Telling the tale with friends, they gather around the table and tell their stories of battle and grief, of death and survival, of mercy, magic, and mercy. Hermione outlines the steps ahead: rebuilding Hogwarts, mending ministry fractures, teaching new generations what happens when power betrays and when love redeems. Ron grins as he recalls Neville's bravery. Ginny laughs softly when mention is made of Fred's laughter echoing during the final push. Harry's voice breaks only once, when he thanks each of them, their stones in his foundation. Their tears fall, but warmth rises. Acceptance before. Evening, the light outside wanes, drifting to lazy gold behind the horizon. They finish the final promise, a gentle goodbye to the wand, and a quiet welcome to each other. Harry places the Elder Wand's cloth-wrapped piece in a trunk bearing Dumbledore's crest. He shut the lid. The wooden chest is soft align indoors, finishing. They walk away together, a night of quiet rest. That night, beneath kindly blankets and the hush of sea breeze, the trio drifts into rest. Harry falls asleep to Luna's whispered stories. He holds Ginny's hand and breathes steady, knowing destiny may be kind as dawn. New beginnings in whispered hearts. Under a moonlit porch, Harry moves to the edge of the cottage and watches a lights flicker across the dunes. There he lets the Elder Wand's weight become a memory. He whispers to empty dune air, not power, only possibility. And with that final thought, he steps back, not just as a survivor, but as someone renewed. Sunrise promise. The early morning sun wakes the world gently. Harry, Hermione, Ron walk the shore in bare feet, touching sand, salt in hair, feet warm on earth. No questions, no pressing urgency, just companionship. They walk toward a new day. Not heralded by trumpets, but by soft waves and shared resolve. Quiet echoes of what was their shadows trail behind them, long and connected, but they are not cast by a wand. Instead, unity and human affection weave the night's tapestry, and as the dawn spreads across sky and sea, hope cradles the future. Chapter 33. The Prince's Tale. Dawn in the Great Hall. The first light of morning drifts through fractured windows of the Great Hall, painting the shattered banners in soft gold. A hush reigns among the wounded stones. Times of fighting have passed, but the air still hums with memories. Survivors and healers gather around long tables, murmuring thanks and wonder. Among them, Harry stands, reflective, burdened by victories and losses, but anchored in purpose. There is something left unsaid, a story waiting to surface, meaning waiting to be found. A whisper to Hermione. Harry quietly approaches the dais, where the pensieve waits. Hermione looks toward him, eyes warm and patient. He steps close, voice quiet. Will you come with me? She nods, wand in hand. Together, they step before the silvery pool. A dip into memory, Harry dips his hand into the pensieve, and silver mist, intangible and soft, rises to draw them in. The world recalibrates. They find themselves in an elegantly lit room of stone, walls and polished wood, the Slytherin dungeons. A young Severus Snape stands before Dumbledore. His black hair is longer, his face still young, but his eyes have a heavy impatience. Across from him, Dumbledore's voice is slow kindness, gentle like rainfall. You loved her, Severus. The young Severus stiffens, nods, his soul bared. Lily. And Severus, the memory shifts, showing a school corridor. Severus speaking in rushed whispers to a yellow-haired girl, Lily. Her laugh echoes, bright and gentle. Their friendship is like a quiet song, notes drifting between them with every shared look. They speak of plants, of home, of fears. He protects her. She trusts him. A moment of tenderness holds still. A bitter shift. Next memory. Snape outside. The Black House. Transformation in his expressions. Bloodied cauldrons. A letter accepted, then torn. Love and loyalty fraying at broken edges. The world tightens around him. He watches Lily's laughter fade as new friends crowd in. The golden-haired idol he adored drifts toward James, toward Houselight. Confrontation at the lake. They walk again through a night-shrouded lake path. Snape confronts Harry's father and his friends. A bully moment, yes, but brimming with deeper twisted passions, longing, jealousy, defiance, James's taunt lands. Snape's fury blooms. He yells, "You'll be sorry when she hates you." Lily's face flicks between both, soft horror in her eyes, and the bond breaks. A double. Betrayal memory shifts again. Young Severus standing at the shattered Weasley pool. He hands Dumbledore a leaflet. Voldemort is returning. He betrays them to protect Lily. Hair oily, voice trembling. His action is tortured sacrifice, but betrayal nonetheless. Dumbledore stands still, sorrow in his gaze. The promise and redemption Severus pledges to Dumbledore, voice low, "If she dies, I'll help defeat him. I'll do whatever it takes." Dumbledore's stance softens. "Then you'll have to walk a path darker than any you've known." The hidden door. They step through. Doorways into darker halls. Snape walking alone, choosing light at the edge of darkness. Eventually, they stand at a memory of Hogwarts under starless night, Dumbledore making his final request. "Promise me one last thing. Protect Mr. Potter." Snape's face locks in. Iron resolve. The weight of years descends in silence. Return to the room, the pensive ripples as Harry and Hermione surface again. Harry blinks in the light. Snape's sacrifice still wields impact. Quiet, unseen, but present. Hermione's voice is soft. He loved her first. Harry breathes out, understanding the threads uniting past and present. Breaking the quiet together, they step away. The hall's silence welcomes them as they emerge from the memory. Harry's gaze rests on the pensive, fragile, and full of secrets. He knows the full scope now. Love, regret, sacrifice, the silent tapestry beneath the storm. Acknowledging Severus, Harry finds Snape's portrait in the staff hallway, empty frame where none should be. He kneels. He murmurs, "Thank you." His words rest softly on cold stone. Shared understanding. Hermione joins him. Ron arrives quietly. They do not speak. They
Only stand in solidarity, no applause needed.
Silence speaks their thanks. A calm return. They step out into morning's gentle sun, leaving Harry's hand hovering above Severus's etched name. Renewed steps. Harry finds his friends, Ginny, Neville, Luna. Moments stretch, a living embrace. Talt. Know they carry the scars, but also the reasons for hope. Snape's hidden acts of love, a legacy that binds. Looking toward tomorrow, Harry looks skyward. No thunder. No storm. Only light. He breathes in. It tastes like fresh pencils, crisp pages, hopeful autumn. He knows the world may still need them, but together, they are strong. Quiet. Beyond, in the hush that follows, Harry's voice whispers to himself, "Mercy. First. Always." In trust, they walk forward into the new day. Friends, survivors, guardians. Chapter 34. The Forest Again. Twilight's Invitation. The afternoon light fades soft around Hogwarts, turning gold to rose to silver under a dusky sky. Harry, Hermione, and Ron walk in quiet steps toward the edge of the Forbidden Forest. It is not the school they remember, but an echo of old trials, hushed secrets, and final reckonings. Every bird call feels like a distant lullaby. Every rustle in the leaves a gentle whisper of what must come. They leave footprints in moss damp, earth as they go. Their breaths come slow, synchronized with the forest's heartbeat. Tonight, Harry walks not as a boy hiding, but as a man unafraid, ready to meet whatever awaits. A farewell to friends. The forest opens onto a glade bathed in trap shadows. Inside, the champions of Hogwarts, Hagrid, Neville, Luna, Ginny, and the resistant professors stand silent in a ring of lanterns and moonlight. Their faces shine with steely love in tears and faint smiles. It is a moment without words, but with every look they say, "We carry you with us." Harry steps forward. Neville. And Luna lay a soft blanket upon the grass, embroidered with caring, small gifts, Pastries, dry robes, cloaks warmed by friendship. Ginny meets him with a steady hug, her eyes steady with unspoken courage. He visits each champion quietly, touches Hagrid's great hand, offers Luna a nod of appreciation, shares an unspoken promise with Neville to continue growing long after. Tonight. Hermione's hand squeezes his fingers. Ron stands silent but proud. Onward into shadows. When Harry steps beyond the circle, the air presses close. The trees lean inward, shadow-draped and ancient. Wand light flickers with each step. His heart carries no fear now, only certainty and a graceful release. He remembers past entries into the forest, chalice hunting, whispers of dark magics, cold stones. This time, the forest itself feels like a midwife, tending to endings and beginnings. Under Branch and Moon, they walk in silence until a clearing opens under the pale moon. There stands a small, solitary tree, a white birch, leaves gently shimmering. Under its trunk lies a soft bed of ferns, moss, and wildflowers, set like nature's throne. Harry kneels beneath the branches. He draws his wand. A final conversation, he speaks softly to the open night. I don't want to die like this, but if I must, if it ends, let it be with choice. Let it be for them. He closes his eyes and inhales the night, the cool air tasting of wild earth and fading flowers. A gentle surrender. He lies across the roots, like returning to his mother's arms. Wand rests against his palm. His cloak cradles him. He breathes, shallow. He recalls Lily's love, Sirius's laughter, Dumbledore's cautious hope, Dobby's farewell, Snape's final clarity. He breathes out, for them, I go. The last breath. The forest falls silent. Harry closes his eyes. He feels no pain, no fear, just soft fading. A reaction in stillness inside the ring of lanterns. Hermione presses her wand to her heart. Tears glisten on her cheeks. Ron's lips tremble. Their wands are ready, not weapons, but prayers. No sound but the world's slow. Breath, unexpected light, then a wisp of silver. A tall doe Patronus steps into sight. She circles Harry's resting form and glows in the dim light. Her presence swirls peace into the air. The wands lower. Their hope is full, but silent. The doe watches with ancient eyes. Behind her, the forest hums like a breath released. A shift in the wind, then a faint rustle. Death Eaters, cloaked in sorrow, step into the clearing, drawn by the ritual. They search, raised wands, but cannot see. Their motives flicker in moonlight. Professor McGonagall appears at the edge, eyes steady. And Hagrid's roar, Neville's cry, they form a shield of living love. The Death Eaters falter and vanish back into darkness no light can chase. Returning to the form, the doe steps closer, nose brushing Harry's forehead. Instinctive communion. His chest rises. One more breath. He opens his eyes. Above, a sliver of moonlight through branches. A whispered goodbye. Harry sits up slowly. The doe circles him once more, then stops. She dips her head. Bent. It is over. She turns into mist and merges into the trees. Harry stands. He looks toward where his friends stand, eyes dim with relief and awe. A slow reclamation. They come forward, Hermione and Ron first. They help him stand. They embrace, a soft coalition of souls reunited. Hagrid drifts in, tears purling in his deep eyes. Neville, Luna, Ginny converge with hopeful energy. Every embrace carries gratitude, wonder, sisterhood. A path to dawn, they walk from the clearing. Together, arms clasped, footsteps slow, Harry's wand is ready, but his eyes shine with life. Dawn at Hogwarts, they return inside. Fall light filters through stained glass. The castle breathes again with the energy of hope. A ceremony is held. Words are whispered, hands placed in solidarity. Harry, Hermione, Ron stand on the dais, no longer boys but guardians of tomorrow. After the forest's shadow, that night, under candlelit ceilings, they retreat to the common room, safe, warm, loved. Harry falls asleep in Hermione's side, Ron's arm steady across her shoulders. The forest's hush lies behind them, but its peace remains inside. Newer suns. Outside, the sky brushes toward dawn once more, clean as new parchment. Harry thinks, I returned, because there is all that remains to build. Steps forward. Trio steps into morning light, less certain than brave, more whole than they once were. They walk forward together, a path wide with promise. Chapter 35, King's Cross. Drifting through light, Harry's eyes open to gentle brightness, an ethereal glow that hums with calm. The air is unfamiliar, clean, like morning after a storm. He senses no weight, no pulling, just a breeze that brushes his cheek with quiet kindness. He rises onto feet that feel weightless and strong. Nothing aches, nothing trembles. He looks around. He stands barefoot upon marble floors strewn with fragments of past seasons, and the room stretches high into soft white arches. This is neither forest nor castle. The walls are pristine, vein-like, glowing. He cannot see its ceiling. It dissolves into light. A footstep echoes behind him. A man appears, gentle and unhurried, in a coat pale as stone, his hands clasped, his eyes kind. The man's slow smile is familiar. Within him, Harry recognizes both comfort and constraint. It is Albus. Dumbledore, alive perhaps, but not as Harry remembered. A question in the stillness, Professor? Harry whispers. His voice is soft, cautious. Dumbledore inclines his head but does not speak yet. Instead, he gestures with a faint wave of his hand. Light shifts. An empty, childlike train platform appears, rails stretching into a fog that vibrates like quiet hope. A platform sign reads, King's Cross. Harry moves forward, uncertainty and wonder commingling. Am I dead? He asks. The question comes without fear, more like a turning point, a gentle threshold. Dumbledore remains still. His voice, when it comes, is a murmur. It seems you have been struck by a powerful curse, an echo, not an ending. You are between worlds. Harry nods slowly, absorbing. Memories in motion. They walk toward the phantom train platform under calm arches. Each gentle footstep echoes a memory. Harry asks quietly, Why am I here? Because there is much left to do, Dumbledore says. Because life, death, and choice converge in the most ordinary moments. They pass two ghosts, a boy in glasses, a girl in braided hair, Harry's younger self, and Ron. They stop, and the air brightens, as if the day itself has paused. The younger Harry turns, recognizes the older, and smiles. Not smug, just sad and hopeful. Harry nods back, tears rising, a look between them, acknowledging the journey, understanding and forgiveness. Dumbledore leads Harry to a small bench under the platform canopy. Light drifts and hush deepens. They speak of mercy, love, regret. Dumbledore's eyes glisten. Harry, everything you've done, every sacrifice, even your willingness to die, you have reshaped the world. Harry studies the arching roof, shadows, dancing. He asks, Is it worth it? Dumbledore's sigh is gentle. It has been terrible, and yet there is beauty left. He pauses. You have chosen mercy, even for people who never favored it. Harry exhales. The memory rolls gently in his chest. Reunion and resolve. The train whistles. Soft steam curls on the platform. A feeling pulls at Harry's chest. A desire not for rest, but for final finding. He senses his friends, still alive. The memory glimmers, bright with promise. He stands. He places his hand on Dumbledore's elbow. I want to go back. Dumbledore smiles, the sadness eased. Then go, Harry. Light shifts again. The train pulls up, A lone carriage open, empty. Harry steps in. The door closes behind him. Dumbledore nods once, so slight, but resolute. Momentum. Forward. Inside the carriage, Harry sits. The walls are smooth white. Windows glimmer. Light pours. Instos no sound of wheels, but he feels momentum. He closes his eyes. He hears distant laughter. Ron's laugh, Hermione's hum, Ginny's whispers. Even Hagrid's rumble in memory. Then, silence. Just the blur of bright nothingness. Arrival at reintegration. The carriage slows. Light dims. Inside, Harry senses a heartbeat, his own. He steps out into solidity, the Hogwarts courtyard at dawn, bathed in fresh gold. No battle smoke, no lingering alarms. It's the end of things, the official end. Friends burst forward. Hands, laughter, tears. Ginny collapses into his arms. Ron leaps to the side, hugging Hermione. Neville stands smiling. Luna brushes his hair. They are joy-worn, alive. Harry looks up at Dumbledore, who stands in the crowd, plate of paper in hand, a proud smile. Harry's heart warms. He steps forward. Dumbledore's blessing. Dumbledore raises his hand. Not a wand, but a greeting. Return to life, Harry. But more than that, return to love. Harry nods, breath catching. The crowd sways. The moment settles soft and steady like sunset. Choice reaffirmed. That night, Harry stands by the lakeshore, wand in pocket. Dumbledore's words flicker in memory. Return to love. He pulls the snitch from his cloak. He opens its wings. Inside, hidden, the resurrection stone. For a heartbeat, he thinks about using it. But soft moonlight glitters on the water. He closes the snitch with quiet finality, not to use power, but to accept what was, what is, and what remains in life. He casts it into the lake, the stone and snitch together, sent to rest. A gentle epilogue inside the castle. Harry returns the phantom snitch box to the headmaster's office. It sits alongside the broken wand, the hidden pensive, and the elder wand case on the corner table, out of sight but not forgotten. He walks halls, no longer haunted. He reaches out to Neville, Luna, Ginny, conversations speaking of healing classrooms and new teachers. He finds Hermione and Ron in the library, mundane laughter, homework, blueprinting tomorrow. Harry joins them. Their smiles cradle him home. Sunrise. Reborn outside, Hogwarts gardens wake, buds unlaced, fountains singing, pebbles strolling toward pathways. Harry steps into soft templates of future joy and healing. As he walks, he remembers the forest, the castle, the train station, the voyage, between life and love. And in that memory sits the truth. What matters is who we choose to be when we return. Chapter 36, The Flaw in the Plan. A silent battlefield. The air hangs heavy in the aftermath. The battle is still, the corridors quiet, yet the echo of spells and cries still seems to tremble in the stone. Outside the great hall, dawn spills, slowly across the broken stone floor. And Harry, newly returned from the realm between, walks quietly through the scene of what has been. He is not greeted with applause. There is no rush of victory songs, only soft breaths, exhausted movements, the shuffling of those who remain. He walks among the wounded and the mourning, his eyes gentle but focused. Something is unfinished. Something still waits. Into the heart of the hall, Harry enters the great hall. The long tables are gone, replaced with rows of the injured and the dead. Families kneel beside loved ones, faces buried in shoulders. Lupin and Tonks lie side by side, pale and unmoving, hands nearly touching. Fred Weasley's body rests nearby, and George kneels with his head bowed low. Harry pauses. A quiet ache settles over him, but he doesn't stop. Not yet. because Voldemort is still outside, still speaking. A voice over the grounds, Lord. Voldemort's voice echoes through the air, not through speakers or charms, but in the stillness of every mind. He calls Harry to surrender, claims victory, dares those remaining to give him over, promises mercy, an empty promise echoing with threat. But the voice no longer strikes fear. Its power has thinned. His words drift like a last cold breeze before spring. The quiet walk. Harry walks alone through the castle, descending stone steps and shadowed halls. Along the way, he sees eyes watching. Students, teachers, centaurs beyond the windows. He passes Ginny and Ron and Hermione, too. Their expressions waver with questions and pleas. But Harry simply nods. He knows what must happen, not because it is heroic, but because it is right. The final gathering on the grounds, Voldemort waits with his followers, Death Eaters watching in stiff silence. Hagrid is there too, bound, tear-streaked, believing Harry to be dead. But now Harry emerges, alive, walking, calmly toward the Dark Lord. Gasps rise, eyes widen. Even the Death Eaters seem to shudder. Voldemort's expression falters, briefly, but he recovers. He speaks again, demanding obedience, declaring destiny. But Harry softly does not raise his wand. He raises his voice. The truth revealed, Harry steps forward and speaks, not as a warrior, but as a witness. He tells the gathered crowd of Snape's truth, of sacrifice made in silence, of love that shaped a man's secret life. He speaks of how Voldemort misunderstood the Elder Wand, that its loyalty was never his, that by killing Snape, Voldemort only ended a life, not claimed a wand. And more than that, Harry reveals this. The wand's allegiance had shifted, not to Snape, but to the one who disarmed Draco Malfoy, to Harry. The final spell Voldemort, rattled but raging, raises his wand. And Harry, steady now, mirrors the motion. There is a hush, not of fear, but of fate. Then the final spell, Expelliarmus. Avada Kedavra. Twin lights meet, green and red, and in that burst, the wand flies from Voldemort's hand, spinning high into the air. He falls, not with thunder, not with screams, but like a shadow finally stepping aside for the light. Silence. Then sunrise. Voldemort lies still. His face is empty of triumph or terror. The hall is hushed, uncertain. Then slowly, it stirs. Hagrid bursts into tears. McGonagall bows her head. The centaurs emerge from the woods, and the house elves pour from the kitchens, cheering, their freedom returned. The battle is over, but Harry does not stand in the center. He does not seek praise. He steps back. Letting go of power, in the quiet that follows, Harry enters Dumbledore's office. The Elder Wand sits heavy in his hand, a wand of legend, of history, of violence. He does not keep it. Instead, with a calm breath, he snaps it in half. Not for show, not for legacy, but to end the cycle. Returning to what matters, in the days that follow, repairs begin. Laughter slowly returns to Hogwarts halls, though some rooms will always echo with memories. Harry sits with Ron and Hermione on the castle steps. They speak not of glory, but of breakfast, of bed, of home. Ginny joins them, eyes soft. They all sit close, no longer needing words, the last glimpse of a boy. Who lived that night, Harry walks alone to the astronomy tower. He looks out over the lake. The moon hangs high, silver and still. He doesn't think of curses or hallows. He thinks of the burrow, of Mrs. Weasley's hug, of Sirius's laugh, of Dobby, brave and small, of Snape's eyes, Lily's eyes. He thinks of all who gave their light, and he understands. The flaw in the plan was thinking death was the final word. But it never was, love was, and always will be. Epilogue. 19 years later. A platform of seasons past it is the 1st of September, and the platform at King's Cross is golden with the hush of early morning. The scarlet train waits, steam curling soft and silver around its wheels, its windows glinting in the sun. Families move about the platform, chattering, adjusting cloaks, brushing dust from sleeves. But among them is one man who once stood at the edge of destiny. Harry Potter, now older, quieter, and unburdened, walks beside his wife, Ginny. Their sons, James Sirius and Albus Severus, carry trunks and owl cages, excitement tumbling from their mouths in waves. Their daughter, Lily Luna, too young yet to board the train, clutches her mother's hand and watches everything with wide, shining eyes, the gentle weight of time. Harry's hair is still dark, but traces of age now soften his face. His glasses remain, and the scar, the lightning bolt, is still there, but faded with years and peace. It hasn't hurt him in nearly 2 decades. He walks slowly, savoring the moment. There are no curses here, no fear, just the sweet ache of time passing. He sees familiar faces among the crowd. Ron and Hermione are there, Ron looking as though he still can't quite believe he's grown up. Hermione with her usual mixture of pride and mild exasperation. Their daughter Rose is beside them, sharing nervous glances with young Albus, who will be starting his first year at Hogwarts. Teddy Lupin, now 17 and full of laughter, waves from further down the platform, his hair changing color with every step. He has no parents here to see him off, but Harry sees him, always sees him, like a promise remembered. A father's gentle words, as the train prepares to leave, Albus lingers. He is unsure, afraid of which house he will be sorted into, afraid of how he will be seen, of who he is allowed to become. He turns to his father, whispering the worry aloud. What if I'm in Slytherin? Harry kneels, his voice low and even, as though casting a spell of reassurance. If you're in Slytherin, he says, then Slytherin will have gained a wonderful wizard. He places a hand gently on his son's shoulder. Albus Severus, you were named for 2 headmasters of Hogwarts. One of them was a Slytherin, and he was the bravest man I ever knew. Albus nods slowly. His father smiles. The Sorting Hat takes your choice into account. It did for me. There is no pressure in his words, only love, steady and unshaken. Train moving forward. The whistle sounds, soft and slow. The train begins to roll forward and the children lean out the windows, waving. James disappears quickly, already swept into laughter and jokes. Rose sits neatly, nose in a book. Albus waves longer, his green eyes meeting his father's one last time. The train pulls away, through fog, through arches, through years. Harry watches it until only the rails remain, gleaming beneath the morning. Son Ginny slips her hand into his. Their fingers fit perfectly, echoes of what was. They turn slowly from the platform. The world is different now, less harsh, more kind. The boy who once carried the fate of everything on his shoulders now carries lunch wrappers and folded tickets in his pockets. And that, Harry thinks, is the greatest kind of magic. He glances toward the brick wall once more, the passage to platform 9 3/4, and feels something flutter in his chest. Not fear, not grief, just remembrance. Peace finally. The war is far behind them. The names of the fallen are spoken still, in story and in stone, but they are no longer cried in pain. Fred, Remus, Tonks, Dobby, Sirius, Snape, Colin. Their memories live, not as wounds, but as roots, deep in the hearts of the next generation. Harry does not forget them. He walks with them, carries them in the quiet places of his heart. But now he lives, truly lives. No longer the boy who lived, just Harry, a father, a husband, a friend, a lullaby in the light. As they leave the station, the city rises around them, but softer now and slower. Leaves fall from trees lining the street, golden and red. Children's laughter echoes behind them. A bird flits above the tracks. Ginny! Reaches for his hand again. They walk on, and as they go, the light drapes itself over them like a blanket. No more prophecies. No more wands raised in war. Just this, the world still turning, love still blooming, and peace, at last, gently settling over all. And so we sleep in this final hush, where steam meets sun and memory glows like an old candle flame. We say, good night to this tale. Harry Potter's story ends not with a battle cry, but with a wave, a whisper, a slow breath taken in peace. The train has gone. The platform is quiet. The journey at last has come home. Sleep now, dear listener. Sleep, with your heart full. The scar had not pained Harry for 19 years. All was well. Final reflection. A story of love, loss, and light. The end of a journey. The beginning of peace. So we come to the end, dear listener, to the soft hush after the storm, where the tale closes not with thunder, but with quiet footsteps returning. Home. After 7 years at Hogwarts, after 7 books filled with spells and sorrows, friendships and farewells, we reach a moment of stillness, where the world, though scarred, is healed. Where the past becomes story and story becomes memory, safe and warm in the folds of time. And what a story it was. From the cupboard beneath the stairs to the ruins of a fallen castle, from the flutter of a first letter to the soft silence of the final page. This journey has never truly been about magic. It has always been about love. The power that protected love. The oldest magic of all. The kind that cannot be taught in classrooms or stored in wands. It began with a mother's sacrifice, as Lily Potter gave her life not for a prophecy, but for her son. And that single choice, unseen, unthanked, changed everything. It continued in every act of quiet bravery, in Molly Weasley's knitted sweaters, in Sirius's offer of a home, in Lupin's quiet counsel, in Snape's tormented, unwavering protection. Love was never loud in this story. It did not always win battles, but it endured, it persisted, it outlived evil. The cost of war, still love, did not come without cost. This story did not shield us from loss. Fred, Tonks, Lupin, Dobby, Hedwig, their absences echoed through the pages like empty chairs at a table. Even victory did not erase their passing. But what Harry Potter teaches us gently, like a friend speaking in the dark, is that grief is not the end of love. It is its echo. Those who are gone remain in memory, in courage, in the choices we make to live more fully, more kindly, because of them. The courage to choose throughout. This journey, choices mattered more than destiny. Over and over, characters were asked to decide, not who they were told to be, but who they chose to become. Harry chose to walk into the forest, not to be a hero, but to save others. Snape chose love over bitterness, even when the world misunderstood him. Neville chose to stand tall, even when he had every reason to shrink. Draco chose not to kill, even when pressured by fear. These were not grand, spotlighted moments, but they changed the shape of everything, because true courage is quiet, and often it comes not from power, but from kindness. Friendship, our strongest. Spell at the very heart of this tale was a trio: Harry, Hermione, and Ron. Their bond was not perfect. It frayed, it cracked, but it never broke. They quarreled, they feared, they doubted, but always they returned to each other. In the tent, beneath the stars, in the Chamber of Secrets, on the battlefield of Hogwarts, they were stronger together, and through them, we learned that friendship is not the absence of conflict. It is the decision, again and again, to return, to believe, to hold on. The quiet bravery of the forgotten. Many characters in this world moved quietly through the edges of the tale, yet each left ripples behind. Luna, with her dream-soft wisdom and wild-eyed truth. Neville, blooming from shy stumbles to fearless grace. Dobby, A free elf who died with no wand, but with a heart full of loyalty. Even characters like Creature, bitter and broken, found paths to redemption, proving that history need not define a soul. In this world, even the smallest voice could shape great things. Hogwarts always. And then there was the castle. Hogwarts, more than a school, more even than a home. A place alive with memories and secrets, where portraits whispered, ghosts roamed, and the very staircases shifted with the mood. For so many of us, it became a sanctuary, a dream tucked between book covers, a place to return to whenever the real world grew too sharp. And though this story has ended, Hogwarts remains, timeless, golden, waiting. The final spell, forgiveness. Perhaps the deepest, most human thread through this story is forgiveness. Forgiving those who failed us. Forgiving ourselves. Dumbledore, who carried old sins. Snape, who bore the weight of his mistakes. Harry, who struggled with anger, with doubt, with grief. And in the end, there is healing. Not because pain was erased, but because it was acknowledged, because even broken people can choose to be better. The boy who lived, the man who loved. Harry's final victory was not in destroying Voldemort. It was in becoming a man who could raise a child without fear, who could look his past in the eye and walk forward with peace. He did not become great by chasing power. He became great by laying it down, by choosing family over legacy, compassion over vengeance, humility over glory. And so, when we see him standing on that train platform, older, gentler, we understand the scar did not define him. His love did. For those who have walked with him, if you've come this far, dear listener, you've walked beside him. You've slept beside this story chapter by chapter. You've followed the path of shadows and spells, of laughter and tears. And now you too carry a piece of that world. In every kind word you offer, in every brave choice you make, in every moment you dare to love, even when it hurts. This story is yours now, and as you sleep, let this final thought settle over you like a soft cloak. You are never truly alone, not in the darkest forest, nor the deepest sorrow, not in grief, nor in joy. There is always light, if only we remember to turn toward it. So sleep now, in the company of stories. Let your dreams drift through castle towers and candlelit halls. Let them rest beside a giant's hut and a flying broom, beside a phoenix's feather and a golden snitch, and know that, no matter how long the night, the dawn always comes. The world is full of magic, yet all was well.